Chapter 1. The Activation of the Supreme Sect System. Old man, how could you just die like that? It has been 5 years. Do you have any idea how I have endured these 5 years? Chun Feng leaned against a great tree, gazing at the grave before him, his expression a mix of madness and despair as he muttered to himself. Weren't you the one who said that I possessed bright eyes and white teeth, a jade-like demeanor, remarkable bone structure, and extraordinary talent, a true prodigy of unparalleled caliber? I have practiced with your pitiful manual for 5 long years, and I am still merely a novice at the first level of chi refinement. You dare call me a prodigy? Even a dog picked up from the roadside could achieve full chi refinement in 5 years, couldn't it? Whatever sect leader or master you spoke of, it's all a load of nonsense. The past was unbearable to reflect upon. 5 years ago, Chun Feng had just traversed to this land of Juzhou. He had witnessed great demons devouring entire cities and human cultivators severing demons with flying swords. Alas, he was but an ordinary mortal tossed about in the currents of fate. On the brink of starvation, an old man appeared before him, spouting classic lines about taking on a disciple. Words like outstanding talent and a pearl covered in dust echoed in his ears. He even claimed to be the 80th sect leader of the One Tian sect, boasting of numerous experts and countless fairies within the sect, inviting Chun Feng to choose a partner at will. Starving and desperate, Chun Feng had begged for alms, his stomach pressed against his back, utterly captivated by the old man's magnetic gaze, leaving him utterly disoriented. Without a second thought, he had knelt and pledged allegiance as a disciple. But no sooner had he sworn fealty than the old man proclaimed he was gravely injured and unable to walk. Chun Feng, foolishly cheerful, hoisted his master onto his back and set off towards the One Tian sect. Drawing upon his years of experience from his past life washing feet, he provided the old man with unparalleled comfort, even ensuring that the old man's hair shone with oil. The old man's spatial ring proved fortuitous, as it contained ample food, allowing Chun Feng to traverse merrily to the gates of the One Tian sect. However, the dilapidated state of the sect left Chun Feng utterly blindsided. Remnants of shattered walls lay scattered about, and aside from the few buildings that remained standing, not a single soul could be found. Turning to the old man on his back, he noticed that at some point the old man's breath had turned faint, and he slowly uttered, "My dear disciple, from now on, you shall be the 81st sect leader of the One Tian sect." With that, he departed this world. Chun Feng wept bitterly. What nonsense about experts being numerous. Countless fairies? It was a grave deception that bordered on the sinister, indeed. In this wretched sect, what kind of sect leader could he possibly be? Throughout those 5 years, Chun Feng had contemplated leaving, but each time he ventured too far, he encountered spirit beasts. With his first-level chi refinement cultivation, even a spirit beast urine could extinguish him. Reluctantly, he settled into a life of seclusion at the ruins of the One Tian sect. As Chun Feng reminisced about the past 5 years, tears welled in his eyes. Suddenly, a cough jolted him back to reality. Ahem. Huh? Is it you, old man? Oh no, master. Chun Feng sprang to his feet, his body rigid with surprise. Had his master risen from the dead? Was this truly so fantastical? He fervently thought, "Master, please don't come back to haunt me. I burn paper for you every year. Please take it and go in peace. Find a foot-washing girl and discuss the meaning of life with her. Just go." Ahem. Another cough echoed, and this time Chun Feng heard it all too clearly. There was definitely someone there. He quickly dashed down the mountainside, returning to the ruins of the One Tian sect. "You can't see me. You can't see me. You can't see me." Chun Feng chanted to himself, crouching in a corner, leaning against the wall, shivering as he covered his eyes with his hands, peeking through his fingers to observe everything around him. Ahem. Wait a minute, that cough. It sounds a bit like. Ahem. As Chun Feng's anxiety grew, a memory from over a decade ago flashed through his mind every time he entered an internet CF. That cough was the first sound to emerge from the headset. Could it be the sound of a penguin message? Wasn't that precisely it? And the cough persisted. Yet he encountered no danger. There had to be something amiss. With this thought, Chun Feng decided to sit in the corner and await whoever or whatever might reveal itself. He began to ponder how he was hearing this sound. Could it be the system? People who traverse usually have either the fortune of a chosen one or some golden finger. I have neither and have been trapped here for 5 years. Could it be that today I am to welcome the system? Dear Father, how do I activate it? The incessant ahem rang in Chun Feng's ears, driving him to distraction. He tried various methods, yet he could not connect with the system. Old Ma, bring your penguin out here. Chun Feng was utterly frantic, unaware of how many locks of hair he had tugged out in his frenzy. After a prolonged fit of madness, Chun Feng finally cried out, Ma Gear, I beseech you, release me. On the brink of collapse, he finally uttered the sage words of that great monkey. Chirp, chirp, chirp. System activation successful. Congratulations to the host for activating the Supreme Sect system. Please strive to enhance the sect to achieve the title of the strongest sect in all realms. The notification sound startled Chun Feng, causing him to tremble. The system has truly arrived. What did you come, dear father? Why didn't you announce your presence? Coughing over there nearly scared me into seeing my great-grandmother. Chun Feng stood there, grinning foolishly, drooling, with his eyes closed in a state of bliss. He thought to himself, from now on, I too shall possess a system. Please do not refer to me as dear father, simply call me Ma Ge. In response to the host's question, this system awakened upon the host's arrival at the One Tian sect, but due to low energy, it has remained dormant within the host's body. Chun Feng was taken aback. So he had been there for 5 years. Reflecting on the past 5 years, a wave of tumult surged within him. If the energy was low, couldn't you have given me some sign? Do you have any idea how many times I contemplated ending my own life? Old Ma, you've hidden for a full 5 years? 5 years. Do you know what I have endured during these 5 years? My master is already dead. Chun Feng felt a lump of pent-up frustration in his chest, his emotions boiling over as he shouted angrily. Chirp, chirp, chirp. I sincerely apologize. How about I offer the host a form of compensation? Compensation? Chun Feng's eyes narrowed as he retorted. What kind of compensation? Let me tell you, old Ma, if it's insufficient, I won't accept it. The system fell silent for a moment before tentatively inquiring. How about granting the host a portion of Emperor-level cultivation? Would that be acceptable? Emperor-level cultivation? That was precisely what he desired. However, sensing the system's tone, he felt there might be more to extract. Thus, he decisively replied, not enough. I want an additional Emperor-level spirit tool. And I was startled earlier. You must prepare the sect for me. Old Ma, as the Supreme Sect system, you expect your disciple to reside in such a dilapidated place? As he spoke, he gestured to his surroundings. The system fell silent once more, and after a few breaths, its voice drifted back. Compensation rewards being distributed. Host receives Emperor-level cultivation, Emperor-level spirit tool. Songhuang Emperor Sword 1 host cultivation will enhance, and the spirit tool's grade will increase accordingly when Tian sect is under repair. Chapter 2. The Emperor's power has arrived. The sect restoration is complete. Boom! With the system's announcement echoing, it felt as though firecrackers were igniting within Chun Feng's body, the thunderous sounds resounding incessantly. His aura surged dramatically. In the blink of an eye, a vortex of spiritual energy formed around Chun Feng, who appeared to be devouring the surrounding essence like an insatiable black hole. Qi Refinement Stage 2. Stage 3. Boom! Foundation Establishment Stage achieved. Foundation Establishment Stage 2. Stage 3. Golden Core Stage. Nascent Soul. Great Ascension. Tribulation Crossing. True Monarch. Boom, boom, boom. Delightful. Chun Feng's body gradually underwent a metamorphosis. Meanwhile, the environment around him was undergoing an astonishing transformation. Mountains rose from the ground, and within mere breaths, their peaks pierced the clouds as if they had created holes in the heavens. Upon closer inspection, 9 towering peaks punctured the sky. Among them, the central peak was notably thicker and larger than the other 8. Once the 9 peaks stabilized, numerous pavilions and towers began to emerge from the earth. From afar, each peak radiated a brilliant glow. With the emergence of the peaks and towers, countless spiritual energies surged from beneath the ground. Some gathered towards Chun Feng, while others filled the space between the 9 peaks. Faint traces of formations could be discerned. Chun Feng's body seemed to respond to the surrounding changes, greedily absorbing the spiritual essence. Boom! The Emperor Realm. Achieved. As Chun Feng slowly opened his eyes, the last drop of blood within him transformed into imperial blood. His entire being emanated a faint golden glow. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Rewards have been distributed. The host has reached the Emperor Realm. Sect construction is complete. Bonus gathering Spirit Emperor Formation 1. The Canghuang Emperor Sword has been deposited. The host may access the system warehouse to retrieve it. Chun Feng paid no mind to the system's words. Engrossed in examining his own body, the Emperor Realm. Chun Feng clenched his fist, incredulity washing over him as he beheld his transformation. With a gentle swing of his fist, he witnessed the air before him instantaneously vacate, creating a vast vacuum. One could only imagine the scene if he would unleash his full strength. Moreover, as Chun Feng moved, an ethereal rhythm seemed to flow around him. He stood there, akin to an exalted deity, evoking an awe that rendered it difficult to gaze upon him directly. His very existence symbolized majesty and honor. Every gesture was imbued with power and decisiveness. Chun Feng felt his strength surpassing all imagination, as if his wisdom had unveiled the mysteries of the universe. Every word and action resonated with the heavens and the earth. He was no longer an ordinary cultivator, but a true emperor, a magnificent being capable of guiding the world into the future. Chun Feng could hardly contain his excitement to discover the extent of his newfound power. As he soared into the clouds, he addressed the system. Magur, retrieve the Emperor Sword. The Canghuang Emperor Sword has been retrieved. Buzz! A sound of the sword resonated, and a slender, elegant sword materialized in Chun Feng's grasp. As he casually wielded it, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy eager to burst forth from the sword's tip. With the Emperor's Sword in hand, Chun Feng found himself amidst the boundless cosmos. Just as he pondered where to showcase his might, an unexpected occurrence transpired before him. A continuous stream of black mist erupted from within Chun Feng, swiftly coalescing into another version of himself. Though with slightly darker skinned, "Are you my twin brother?" No. I certainly do not have a brother as dark as you." Chun Feng stared in bewilderment, somewhat at a loss to end that moment of confusion. The dark Chun Feng's aura surged fiercely, launching a strike directly at Chun Feng's. Well, due to the fact that Chun Feng's cultivation was not obtained through traditional means and he had no master to guide him, he was utterly oblivious to the situation unfolding before him. This black version of Chun Feng was the calamity formed during his tribulation crossing phase. During the tribulation crossing stage, there are 9 tribulations. Usually, an ordinary cultivator would endure only one strike of heavenly lightning, and once all 9 strikes are completed, they succeed. However, Chun Feng, in a stroke of luck, had only endured a mere 2 breaths during his tribulation crossing phase. This led to the heavenly laws feeling as though Chun Feng had outsmarted them significantly. Startled by the sight of his doppelganger, Chun Feng hurriedly covered himself and sidestepped. True monarch stage? Perfect for practice, Chun Feng's aura solidified, and he swung his sword at the shadow with all his might. The sword energy erupted like a wild stallion from the tip of the blade. Whoosh! The shadow instantly disintegrated into a small cloud of black mist, which then dissipated into the cosmos. Observing the sword energy, it continued unabated, soaring towards a massive star thousands of miles away. Thankfully, there were no signs of life on that star. Chun Feng. Sorry, star. Thank you for your kindness. Boom. The full force of the Emperor's strike caused a massive star to explode instantaneously, turning to dust upon impact. Even after slicing through the colossal star, the sword energy remained undiminished, shooting into the depths of the infinite cosmos. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from sight. On the planet beneath Chun Feng, in the Guizhou continent, countless sacred lands and sects across the 4 seas and 8 regions were in a state of shock. In a certain sacred land of the eastern wilderness, could it be the emergence of an emperor? An elder, who had been in slumber, abruptly awoke, teleporting to hover above the sacred land, trembling as he gazed at the starry sky above. In the western wilderness, the Yun Sect Master, the brightest star in the night sky, shattered. A coldly beautiful young woman rushed into the main hall, only to find her master standing by the window, lost in thought. Yin Yin, the great path approaches. It is time to sever your ill-fated bond and follow me in pursuit of the Emperor. Across the Guizhou continent, nearly every sacred land was experiencing a similar scene, with countless powerful beings being compelled to emerge from their seclusion, urgently advising their disciples not to offend anyone recklessly, lest they invite catastrophe upon their sect. In the cosmos, Qinfeng resembled a child who had shattered a vase, hastily stowing away the Emperor's sword, raising his hand to tear through space and return to the Wenyangong. Yes, my dear brother Ma Ge, Qinfeng, despite having attained the Emperor's cultivation, had not undergone a significant change in temperament. At that moment, the system sent yet another message. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The Emperor's cultivation has been confirmed. Please do not forget the ultimate goal of establishing the mightiest sect across the myriad realms. To aid the host in understanding the sect status, a sect ranking list has been provided. The rankings fluctuate in real time, so please check promptly. Qinfeng felt a dark cloud settle over him. I am an emperor. Which sect is currently the strongest? I shall annihilate it directly. Let me see the sect ranking. It seemed the system had sensed Qinfeng's intentions, hastily clarifying. The sect rankings are based on a comprehensive evaluation of the strength of disciples within the sect. The host power does not factor into the results. Additionally, to encourage the host to actively recruit disciples, a repeated side quest has been assigned. The rewards for the disciple recruitment mission are as follows. Recruit a green potential disciple. Reward, Black Iron Gift Pack 1, including a summon compass for nascent soul stage cultivators 1, can be synthesized. Random Item 1 that recruit a blue potential disciple. Reward, Bronze Gift Pack 1, including a summon compass for great ascension stage cultivators 1, can be synthesized. Enlightenment T1 Gene, Random Item 1 that recruit a purple potential disciple. Reward, Silver Gift Pack 1, including a summon compass for Tribulation Crossing Stage Cultivators 1, can be synthesized. Enlightenment T100 Gene, Random Item 1. Recruit an Orange Potential Disciple. Reward, Gold Gift Pack 1, including a summon compass for True Monarch Stage Cultivators 1, can be synthesized. Enlightenment T500 Gene, Imperial Grade Spirit Weapon Materials 100, Random Item 1 that recruit a Red Potential Disciple. Reward, Platinum Gift Pack 1, including a summon compass for Emperors 1, can be synthesized. Cultivation Enhancement Card 1, Enlightenment T1000 Gene, Imperial Herbs 100, Random Item 1 that recruit a Gold Potential Disciple. Reward, Diamond Gift Pack 1, including a summon compass for True Immortals 1, can be synthesized. Random Immortal Item 1, Cultivation Enhancement Cards 5, Immortal Herbs 100, Supreme Enlightenment T500 Gene, Random Item 1. Note: the summon compass can summon cultivators of the corresponding realm. Summon cultivators do not count towards the sect's strength ranking. Chapter 3, Golden Potential Disciples. The recruitment scene unfolds. The rewards for recruiting disciples are astonishingly generous. Recruiting a Golden Potential Disciple directly grants a summon compass for True Immortals. Qinfeng was left astounded by the system's rewards. Immortals, beings above emperors. Qinfeng pondered whether there had ever been any immortals in the Guizhou continent's vast expanse throughout the ages. That it seemed unlikely. However, the summoned immortal cultivators like himself would not count towards the sect's ranking. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Given that the sect is currently in its nascent stage, a skill to detect disciple potential levels has been granted. Along with 3 golden potential disciple detection cards, cooldown period, 10 days. Would you like to use them? Qinfeng was momentarily taken aback. Golden potential disciples. Can I summon an immortal so soon? Yes, yes, yes. Qinfeng eagerly chose to use them. The system's voice sounded once more. Ahem. A golden potential disciple has been detected, bearing the extreme Dao Sword Immortal physique. Please proceed to the provided coordinates for recruitment. Upon receiving the coordinates, Qinfeng immediately tore through space and dove in. Golden potential. The immortal summons the compass. Random celestial artifacts. Most importantly, there are 5 cards for enhancing cultivation. Let's do it. On the continent of Zhuzhou, outside the North Tower City and the North Tower Academy. Son, the North Tower Academy is enrolling students. You must make your father proud and gain admission to the inner courtyard. Rest assured, father, I shall not disappoint your heartfelt aspirations. My dear son, go forth with confidence. Even if you cannot enter the academy, our family has 1,000 cattle, 50,000 sheep, and 100,000 pigs awaiting your care. Father, can you not be so short-sighted? Am I in search of wealth? What I desire is women. I want to enter the academy to find women. Do you understand? My ambitious son. Linner, this is your only opportunity. The elder has spoken. If you cannot gain entry to the North Tower Academy this time, you will have to return home with your uncle and marry the young master of the Wong family. Your father has argued with the elder multiple times, yet his decision remains unchanged. This is the only way to solidify our Lin family's position in the Five-Vein City. The girl was like a dazzling pearl. Though cold and aloof, her inner brilliance could not be concealed. Every detail of her exuded a unique charm and grace, inspiring awe and admiration from those around her. So, I am merely a tool to solidify the family's status. Lin's thoughts were tumultuous as her bright eyes unconsciously gazed towards the distant sky. At the city gate of North Tower, "Hey, you beggar, stay away from here. Is this place meant for you? What are you staring at? Keep looking and I'll smash your dog eyes." The city guard pointed at Chun Feng and scolded. Chun Feng was somewhat bewildered. "Did you just call me a beggar? Are your eyes deaf? Where do I do seem a bit like one." Due to Chun Feng's hurried arrival, he hadn't had time to present himself as the dignified emperor he truly was. His attire was tattered, hair disheveled, and face covered in dust. This had been the case for 5 years. Damn it. I need to take in disciples. Chun Feng instantly appeared before the guard and asked in a calm tone, "May I enter?" Fixing his gaze on the guard, the emperor's aura enveloped the man. "Certainly. Please, enter." The guard watched Chun Feng walk away until he could no longer see him, then exhaled a breath of relief. Phew, that person was suffocating to be around, reminiscent of the city lord. He seems like a formidable cultivator. I must report to the city lord immediately. With a few swift movements, Chun Feng arrived at the academy's entrance. His sudden appearance did not cause any disruption among the crowd, as if he had always been there. Chun Feng surveyed the throng of people, feeling overwhelmed. "Where is my dear disciple? Let me search for her." As Chun Feng searched, a group of uninvited guests approached Lin. "Hey, young lady, are you here for the enrollment?" Lin, wishing to avoid trouble, turned her body away from the young M, and as she did so, her figure was fully exposed to him, igniting his desires that my father is Li Gang, an elder of the academy. From now on, you will follow me, and I will ensure you enjoy a life of luxury. If you serve me well, I will persuade my father to reward you with some top-tier cultivation techniques. How about that? As he spoke, he reached out his hand, attempting to place it on Lin's shoulder. "Impudent," Lin shouted, drawing her sword and aiming it at the young man. Second stage of Golden Core. Not nearly enough. As the son of an academy elder, the young man was naturally formidable. He raised his hand to block Lin's attack. With a clang, he caught Lin's sword barehanded. Lin felt as if she had struck a rock, her arm trembling from the impact. Lin's uncle gasped, "Hiss." Ninth stage of Golden Core. This drew the attention of those around them. Li Ben, the son of an inner door elder of the academy. Which girl has he set his sights on now? It seems this girl is in trouble. I heard the girl from the day before was dealt with by this beast. Keep your voice down. His father, Li Gang, seems to have broken through to the great ascension stage. He is a significant figure in the North Tower Academy. If he hears you, your life will be forfeit. Lin Hai, hearing the discussions around him, felt a chill run down his spine and dared not offend. This young master, Linner, is unwilling. Why must you force her? Li Ben sneered. Who do you think you are? Get lost. Although Lin Hai was furious, he maintained a smiling facade that I am Linner's uncle. I implore you to show mercy and let us go, that we will not participate in the enrollment. We shall take our leave. He reached for Lin's hand to leave. Did I agree to let you go? Li Ben waved his hand, and 2 middle-aged men behind him bowed. Young master, capture that young lady and take her back to my residence. Kill the man.yes.d. Oh, you truly wish to fight to the death. Lin Hai shouted angrily, his aura suddenly rising. Just a mere 5th stage of nascent soul, and you dare challenge us? One of the men scoffed and engaged Lin Hai in battle. The surrounding crowd quickly dispersed, creating enough space for their confrontation. The other man leisurely approached Lin. Young lady, I am merely carrying out my orders. I apologize for any offense. Lin Lin frowned, fully aware that today's events would not end well. The man before her had a higher cultivation than her uncle, leaving her with no hope of resistance. Realizing this, Lin Lin slowly closed her eyes, resting her sword against her neck, preparing for self-termination. In her heart, she thought, beauty is also a sin. Hey, young lady, I see your bright eyes and beautiful teeth, cold yet enchanting, as radiant as a crown jade, with extraordinary talent. You are indeed a rare genius in the realm of cultivation. Possessing the body of an extreme sword immortal, though currently a gem in the dust, with the right guidance, you will soon achieve enlightenment and be revered as the Sword Emperor. I am the 81st generation Sect Master of the Asking Heaven Sect. Would you be willing to take me as your master? From now on, embark on the path of invincibility, regardless of who stands before you. Chapter 4. Successful Disciple Recruitment. As soon as the words fell, Lin Lin abruptly opened her eyes. Could it be salvation? But upon seeing the disheveled figure before her, her fleeting hope was extinguished once more. She closed her eyes again, no longer hesitating with her sword. Hey, you are being quite disrespectful to me. Chun Feng exclaimed in urgency. I am a dignified emperor. Why must it come to life and death just to take in a disciple? He quickly released his aura to restrain Lin Lin, rendering her arms immobile. Isn't this just a minor inconvenience? Watch as I resolve it for you. But remember, never give up easily. This is your first lesson. With that, Chun Feng turned to face the approaching middle-aged man. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Recruiting a disciple? What the heck? Did she agree to you? This man is utterly clueless, thinking he can challenge Lu Ran. Indeed, Lu Ran is at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. But sadly, he is troubled by love. His mortal wife seems to have little time left no wonder Lu Ran would lower himself to the Li family. It seems he is seeking medicine to extend his wife's life. Please do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you, lest you lose your life. Seeing Chun Feng in such a predicament, Lu Ran, unwilling to strike harshly, attempted to persuade Chun Feng to leave. You are indeed a man, but you should not act wickedly for the sake of seeking medicine. Leave quickly, and I shall spare your life. Chun Feng, hearing the discussions around him, felt a stir in his heart, also wishing to spare Lu Ran's life. Esteemed sir, prepare yourself. With a swift motion, Lu Ran drew his blade and struck at Chun Feng. Chun Feng stood resolute, sighing inwardly. Alas, the sigh of an emperor. Suddenly, everyone witnessed Lu Ran's body flying backward like a kite with its string cut. How did that beggar strike? Did you see clearly? No. At the pinnacle of nascent soul, just like that, he was defeated. To what extent has this person's cultivation reached? The crowd erupted in chaos, discussing Chun Feng's prowess and how he had bested Lu Ran. Today, I shall cripple your cultivation as a price for your collusion in wrongdoing. I shall spare your life, but return and arrange for your wife's affairs. Then, you shall accompany her. As Lu Ran flew through the air, his body began to transform. With his cultivation lost, the ravages of time swiftly took their toll. His black hair turned white, the marks of age etched upon his face. Once he landed, he coughed up blood. Clarity dawning in his mind, Lu Ran thought, if my actions to seek medicine for my wife are discovered, she would never allow me to survive. So be it. Let us depart together. At least we shall have each other as company. On the road to the Yellow Springs, we shall not be alone. Lu Ran immediately knelt before Chun Feng, bowing his head in apology. Senior, today you spared my life, after I handle my wife's affairs. I shall repay your kindness in my next life. After speaking, he staggered away from the scene. Chun Feng slightly curled his lips, choosing to disregard it. He turned his gaze towards the distant Li Ben. Come here, Chun Feng spoke in a nonchalant tone, and Li Ben's body uncontrollably surged towards him. Miss, I leave him to you. Feel free to kill or maim him as you wish. If the sky falls, I will bear the brunt, but do not forget to acknowledge me as your master later. Chun Feng gave Lin Lin a knowing glance, before merely casting a fleeting look at the person engaged in battle with Lin Hai, who then exploded into a mist of blood at the sound of Apong. This shocking scene sent a chill down the spines of those surrounding them. Goodness, a powerful Yuan-ing realm expert was slain by him with just a glance. I'm stunned. A Yuan-ing expert is nothing more than an ant before him. He must be a tribulation stage expert, surely capable of contending with the head of Beta Academy. Lin Hai approached Chinfeng, clutching his injured shoulder. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your timely rescue. Such a tremendous favor shall be eternally remembered by the Lin family. Chinfeng waved his hand dismissively, as he was currently utilizing a probing skill to examine Lin Lin's information. Name, Lin Lin, cultivation, second stage of golden core, potential, golden potential, awakening state of the extreme Tao, sword immortal body, not yet realized. Description, the only daughter of the Lin family. Her family intends to utilize her in a marriage alliance with the Wang family to stabilize their position. To escape this marriage, she has come to participate in the Beta Academy recruitment. The awakening of the immortal body is still quite challenging. Everyone possesses a physique which varies in quality. Some are born with immortal bodies, while others are merely mortal. Between the immortal and the mortal, there are numerous classifications, with higher quality physiques being more difficult to awaken. Why do sacred grounds and imperial families have so many young prodigies? It is merely due to their profound foundations, capable of discerning the potential and talents of their disciples and utilizing secret methods to awaken them. Once Chinfeng finished contemplating, he witnessed Lin Lin brandishing her sword, aiming for Li Ben's groin. At that moment, Lin Lin felt an indescribable sense of trust towards Chinfeng. Although he appeared unkempt and disheveled, standing behind him instilled a peculiar sense of security. Despite Li Ben being immobilized by Chinfeng, standing stiffly even after losing his manhood, Chinfeng thought, "Wow, my first disciple is truly ruthless." Chinfeng smirked at the sight, feeling a chill for his own manhood. "Huff, disciple Lin Lin, I greet my master." Finally releasing a pent-up breath, Lin Lin knelt down with a thud. Bang, bang, bang. 3 resounding knocks followed, and the system's voice immediately echoed. Cough, cough. Open to messages. Chinfeng felt somewhat helpless. Although the system was voice-activated, it was incredibly inconvenient. Ma Geir, can't you give me a lead? Congratulations, host. Successfully recruited a disciple with golden potential. Obtained Diamond Gift Pack 1. Before Chinfeng could open the gift pack, he heard the surrounding crowd buzzing with excitement. Look, is that the head of Beta Academy? Wow, the head is so beautiful. That beautiful leg. Well, my son has achieved greatness. I've seen the legs of a tribulation stage expert. The head of Beta Academy disregarded the crowd's chatter. Upon receiving a report from the guards about a powerful individual entering the city, she hurriedly sought them out. Upon witnessing the gruesome scene before her heart quaked. Li Ben had lost his manhood, and that old scoundrelly gang would certainly not let this slide. However, it was not the right time for Beta Academy to engage in disputes, especially with someone of equal realm standing before her. Esteemed friend, might I inquire if you are feeling any relief? If so, shall we share a cup of tea at the Academy at this moment? The Academy was embroiled in turmoil, and the head of Beta Academy was compelled to adopt a lower stance. Naturally, she also harbored intentions to win Chinfeng over. Chinfeng also noticed the head's exquisite legs. He was taken aback to find someone in the cultivation world wearing such short shorts. However, he was preoccupied with returning to open his gift pack, leaving him little inclination for tea. Let us skip the tea. Perhaps another day. Another day will do. Chinfeng grinned. This woman was rather open-minded. Waving goodbye to the head, he turned to Lin Lin and asked, Disciple, do you have any unfinished business? Would you like to return home? I can accompany you, in response to my master. I have no matters to attend to. No need to return. Home. Lin Lin hesitated at the mention of home, her feelings towards her family deeply conflicted. Lin Hai called softly from the side, but it was of no avail. Uncle, you should return home that if anything arises, come find me at the Wenyangong. Lin Lin tightly shut her eyes, stifling her tears. Clutching Chan Feng's garment as she slowly departed from the crowd, as they left, Chinfeng did not forget to toss Lin Hai a jade slip inscribed with the coordinates of the Wenyangong. The head of Beta Academy silently lamented the loss, then instructed the Academy disciples to take Li Ben for treatment. Meanwhile, the recruitment at Beta Academy commenced. Lin Hai gazed at Lin Lin's retreating figure. Feeling somewhat helpless, and after swallowing a healing pill, he hurriedly departed. Chapter 5. Activation of the Extreme Tao Sword Immortal Body. After leading Lin Lin out of the public's view, Chen Feng raised his hand to tear through space, returning to the Wenniangong. The moment Lin Lin stepped into the Wenniangong, she was astonished by the environment within the sect. The spiritual energy is so dense, and the rhythm of the Tao, and those towering mountains. Wow, Master, what is that? Is there really milky white spring water in the world? And what about that? That pattern is so beautiful. Lin Lin's wide, sparkling eyes darted around, momentarily forgetting all her troubles. The once seemingly cold and noble girl now resembled a lively little rabbit. That is a spiritual spring. It only manifests when the spiritual energy reaches a certain density. And do not touch that. It is the core of the protective array of the sect, Chen Feng elaborated as he walked towards the main peak, explaining everything to Lin Lin. All the information about the various locations within the sect surfaced under Chen Feng's probing skill. Before long, the master and disciple finally arrived at the summit. Master, why have we not seen a single disciple or elder along the way? Lin Lin finally voiced her confusion. Chen Feng felt somewhat awkward. There were only 3 individuals in the sect. One being you, another me, and the last one was in a grave that it would be strange if you saw anyone else. Well, the Wenniangong has been hidden from the world for countless years. All disciples have reached elder levels and have been promoted to elder positions. Currently, all the elders are in secluded cultivation. Once the sect reemerges, they will gradually awaken. Fearing he might give himself away, Chen Feng quickly changed the subject. Let us not discuss this for now. The priority is to activate your immortal body, although the immortal body is the most challenging physique to activate. With his imperial cultivation and the elixirs from the diamond gift pack he received from accepting a disciple, it should be a piece of cake. Lin Lin, still reeling from the shock of the elders, suddenly heard about activating the immortal body. Activate whose immortal body? It seems to be just the two of us.m. A go air. Open the gift pack. Cough, cough. The diamond gift pack has been opened. Obtained. True Immortal Summoning Compass 1 can be synthesized. Chaos Fishing Rod 1. Cultivation Enhancement Card 5. Immortal Herbs 100. Premium Comprehension T500 Gene. Random Item Gift Pack 1. Would the host like to open the random gift pack? Hint. The random gift pack contains surprises. Chen Feng scoffed. Given Ma Ge'er's track record, would a random item provide anything good? The chance of getting something decent was nearly zero. Open the random gift pack. Cough, cough. Congratulations, host obtained Extreme Tao Sword Immortal Body Activation Card 1. How would you like to use it? What? Am I seeing things? This is incredibly easy. Chen Feng was ecstatic. Ma Ge'er, you've hit the jackpot. Is this what they call a beginner's protection period? Disciple, are you ready? Here I come. Chen Feng's expression turned serious in an instant. Seeing her master act so unusually, Lin Lin nervously swallowed that I'm ready. Master, I'm nervous. Chen Feng placed his right hand atop Lin Lin's head and said to the system, Ma Ge'er, use the activation card. In a town thousands of miles away. Buzz. Buzz. What is happening? My sword. Mine too. It's trembling uncontrollably. Why are all the swords pointing in that direction? Within the Wenniangong. Hiss. The immortal body is indeed terrifying. Even the Huang Emperor's sword in my sea of consciousness has begun to resonate. Chen Feng stared at the girl before him, momentarily taken aback by her presence. This girl is destined to become an emperor. Cough, cough. Old Ma, what is wrong with you now? Chen Feng felt somewhat helpless. Congratulations, host. A disciple with the Extreme Tao Sword Immortal Body has appeared in the sect, and the main quest has been activated. Main quest. The first disciple reaches the Yuan Ing realm, and the sect's scripture repository will be opened. Only then did Chen Feng recall that although the sect had undergone significant changes, it still consisted of 9 peaks and some buildings, lacking any facilities that seemed those amenities would be rewards for completing tasks. Disciple, your immortal body has now been activated. Hurry and cultivate. I hope you reach the Yuan Ing realm soon. At this moment, Lin Lin felt as if she had awakened from a dream, sensing a newfound connection with her sword. Master, I feel like I can communicate with the sword. Ah, indeed, you have undergone a remarkable transformation. Do refrain from thoughts of self-harm in the future and focus on your cultivation. By the way, please take these exquisite enlightenment teas and enjoy them. As he spoke, Chen Feng unexpectedly produced a generous handful of top-quality enlightenment tea and tossed it to Lin Lin. Very well then, master. Farewell. Lin Lin grasped the tea and left with a dejected demeanor. The reason Qin Feng was eager to send Lin Lin away was that he had yet to inspect a celestial artifact he had received as a reward, the chaotic fishing rod. Let me examine its details. Artifact name. Chaotic fishing rod description. This rod was born from the chaos, capable of connecting heaven and earth, attracting treasures from myriad realms. With a gentle flick, treasures come within reach. Ah, splendid, truly splendid, Qin Feng exclaimed, waving his hand as he retrieved the celestial rod and made his way to the cliff's edge of the main peak. With a series of small, swift steps, he put all his strength into a mighty cast of the hook. He eagerly awaited the treasures to bite. Meanwhile, Lin Lin found a vacant spot on the main peak. It was then that she took out the exquisite enlightenment tea gifted by Qin Feng. What is so special about this tea that Master has given me? Let me give it a taste. After much effort, she finally brewed the tea. This sensation. I feel a breakthrough coming. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted from within Lin Lin as she faced a significant challenge. Grasping her hair with both hands, she rubbed and murmured, "My head itches terribly. It feels like I'm about to gain wisdom." The cause was simple. A single exquisite enlightenment tea leaf was enough to greatly benefit a powerful emperor-level cultivator. Yet this girl, she had poured an entire cup of the exquisite tea. Qin Feng had taken a handful, and she had kept half. That must be at least 30 to 50 leaves. Even her master would need to dilute it with water before drinking. In such concentrated form, Lin Lin gulped it down in one go. At that moment, she felt countless fragments of the great Tao surging into her body, continuously cleansing her being as the fragments entered her celestial body. It began to operate frantically. Countless chaotic fragments were instantly refined by her supreme, sword-immortal body and processed. Gradually, the fragments began to form Lin Lin's unique Tao marks under the celestial body's influence. And these Tao marks were the key to becoming an emperor. At the cliff's edge, Qin Feng had somehow procured a grand armchair and was now sitting there peacefully, awaiting the treasures to bite. Ahem. Main quest accomplished. The Sect Scripture Repository has manifested. Continuing with the main quest. Enter the top 10,000 in the rankings of the Orange Continent and unlock the Sect Plaza. Qin Feng was taken aback. The task was completed. Does this mean Lin Lin has already broken through to the nascent soul realm? Not bad at all. Quite swift. I haven't even reeled in my catch yet. Let me see how her sect ranks now. Magur, open the sect leaderboard. With a thought, Qin Feng called upon the system. Ahem. The sect leaderboard has been opened. Current sect ranking. 100,045th place, second to last. Damn it, I need to eliminate a few sects. Qin Feng smacked his forehead, a surge of determination rising within him. Ahem. Special reminder. Destroying another sect without cause is considered cheating, and should you cheat, you will be awarded the title of Cheating Dog. This title will hover above the host's head, visible to all. Qin Feng blinked, quickly adopting a cheerful demeanor. Mugger, I was just joking. How could I possibly cheat? Chapter 6. Lin Jiang seeks his daughter Orange Continent. North Wilderness, Five Veins City, Lin family. What did you say? Liner has become a disciple of a beggar. The head of the Lin family, Lin Jiang, felt a throbbing headache upon hearing Lin Hai's report. Grabbing Lin Hai by the collar, he shouted, "What nonsense is this questioning heaven sect? Have you ever heard of it?" Seeing Lin Hai remain silent, he turned to another servant nearby, seizing him by the throat and continuing his inquiry. "Have you heard of it?" The servant nearly wet himself in fear. "Master, I have never heard of it. Please spare me. Please spare me." Lin Jiang threw the servant aside and returned to his chair to calm himself before asking again. "Second brother, are you certain that person is a tribulation stage powerhouse?" Lin Hai finally spoke. "Elder brother, it is absolutely true." Liner's master merely glanced at the person who fought me, and that individual exploded into a mist of blood. If they weren't a tribulation powerhouse, how could they possess such power? Lin Jiang pondered for a moment, then slowly replied, "I cannot rest easy about Liner. I must verify this myself. I see that the coordinates of the Questioning Heaven sect are located at the junction of the eastern and northern wilderness. The round trip will take at least 5 days. In the meantime, second brother, you must keep an eye on the family. We will communicate through jade slips if anything arises." Lin Hai nodded, bowing respectfully. "The journey is long. Elder brother, please take care. At the questioning heaven sect on the main peak, Lin Lin groggily climbed out of bed, her mind still somewhat hazy. However, it did not diminish her excitement. The nascent soul third stage? I have soared directly from the second stage of the golden core to the third stage of the nascent soul. Overwhelmed with joy, she lost her balance and rolled off the bed just as Chun Feng entered the room. At that moment, due to her thin garments, a generous expanse of her fair skin was laid bare before Chun Feng's eyes. My dear disciple, what a grand display you have presented. Chun Feng hastily turned his back to Lin Lin, mindful of the generational gap between them. After all, a master must maintain decorum. Master, what happened to me? Lin Lin clearly remembered drinking the tea gifted by her master. Yet how had she ended up lying in bed? How can you still ask? Do you know what kind of tea you drank? That was exquisite enlightenment tea. You don't treat it like a bowl of rice, do you? Are you a bottomless pit? You have been in a stupor for a whole 2.5 days. Do you realize that? An entire cup of tea. If it didn't burst you apart, it's a testament to your celestial body's strength. Hey, don't cry, don't cry. Just as he was reprimanding her, Lin Lin suddenly burst into tears, wailing uncontrollably. Chun Feng was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to handle the situation. Lin Lin was merely a 15 or 16-year-old girl who had never been scolded throughout her life. To be berated as a bottomless pit by her master, coupled with just waking from her stupor, her emotions were understandably low. Outside the questioning heaven sect, Lin Jiang, weary from his travels, took a full 2.5 days to finally arrive at the sect's entrance. Few finally arrived. I'm utterly exhausted. As soon as he entered the realm of the questioning heaven sect, Chun Feng sensed his presence. Disciple, stop crying. Your family has come. They're at the sect entrance. Do you want to meet them? Or shall I send them away? Chun Feng probed. Family? Lin Lin asked, puzzled. It seems to be your father. As Lin Lin considered this, it dawned on her that her father might indeed have come. She hurriedly donned her garments and rushed to the sect's entrance. From a distance, she spotted the disheveled figure, realizing her father must have had quite an arduous journey. Father, Lin Lin softly called, her complex emotions surging once more. Lin Jiang finally laid eyes on his beloved daughter. Unless absolutely necessary, how could he turn his cherished child into a tool for securing the family's position? He immediately dashed to Lin Lin's side. Linner, that filthy beggar didn't do anything inappropriate to you, did he? Why do you look so haggard? Has that beggar tormented you? I'll deal with that scoundrel. If I can't defeat him, I'll at least give him a few hits below the belt. Lin Jiang's fury surged as he seized his daughter's hand, ready to confront Chun Feng. In that instant, he felt something was amiss. Lin, are you in the nascent soul stage? Boom! Lin Jiang's mind went blank. His precious daughter had only been at the second stage of the golden core when she left home, yet now, just a few days later, she had reached the third stage of the nascent soul. Good heavens! Could it be that filthy beggar has been sharing a deeper connection with his daughter? Aside from this scenario, Lin Jiang could think of no other explanation. Damn it, Linner, hurry back home. Even if it costs me my life today, I will take a piece of that beggar's flesh. Lin Lin, understanding that her father's concern would lead to chaos, gently tried to reason with him. Father, it's not what you think. Master said I am a celestial body. He has activated my celestial potential, which is why my breakthrough was so rapid. Pa, you are my daughter. I know exactly what you're like. You must have been bewitched by that man. I demand an explanation today. Lin Jiang's anger flared as he prepared to storm into the sect. Father, stop right there. Without Master's summons, no one is allowed to enter the sect, should you advance further. Do not blame your daughter for being heartless. Lin Lin had witnessed Chun Feng's might. To her, a peak nascent soul cultivator was akin to an ant before her master. She feared that if her father forced his way in, it would only anger her master. You think you can stop me? Lin Jiang threw a punch directly at Lin Lin's face, thinking with my great ascension stage cultivation, a single punch should be enough to push her back. To his surprise, Lin Lin drew her sword, swiftly countering his punch. Lin Jiang was taken aback, inspecting his hand, only to find a bloody gash appearing on the back of his hand from Lin Lin's strike. Lin Lin never anticipated that her sword could injure her father, who was at the stage of great ascension. She hurried over to check on his wounds, that I end this moment of distraction. Lin Jiang took a large stride, shaking off Lin Lin, and rushed towards the Weniangong. He chuckled to himself, thinking, with just this little girl, does she think she can stop me? I have merely employed a trivial tactic. At this moment, Lin Lin realized she had been deceived. But all she could do was watch helplessly as her father entered the sect. The instant Lin Jiang stepped into the sect, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy rushed in from all directions. In that instant, countless rules of heaven and earth and the nuances of the Tao continuously manifested. Lin Jiang instinctively halted in his tracks, frozen in place. This, a paradise. His mind became a whirl. Feeling as if the world was spinning around him, his soul longed to break free from his body and roam in this celestial realm. For a moment, he forgot his original purpose for entering, completely lost in the ecstasy of the experience. On the main peak, Chen Feng sensed Lin Jiang's arrival. In a flash, he appeared before Lin Jiang. Are you the one who called me a beggar outside the sect? The moment Lin Jiang was enveloped by a fraction of Chen Feng's oppressive aura, he snapped back to reality, feeling as if he had sunk into a quagmire. Upon seeing the man before him, an overwhelming desire to worship surged within him. The sensation was even more intense than when he encountered the head of the North Tower. Chapter 7. The Imperial Spirit Crystal given without hesitation. Lin Jiang's scalp tingled. Could he be Lin Lin's master? A tightness gripped his heart, leaving him uncertain about how to explain it was all his second brother's fault for saying that the man was a shabby beggar. Looking disheveled, the man before him was undoubtedly a dashing figure, exuding charm and elegance, brimming with vitality. Moreover, the spiritual energy within the sect was abundant, and the nuances of the Tao flowed freely, resembling a realm of immortals. It was certainly not the wretched place he had imagined. Perhaps it truly was a hidden grand sect. Forgive me, senior, although Chen Feng appeared to be just a young man in his 20s. At this moment, Lin Jiang, a dignified figure at the great ascension stage, found himself suppressed by the man's aura. He surmised that Chen Feng's actual age must be much greater than his own. Outside the sect, Lin Lin had returned, anxiously kneeling before Chen Feng. Master, please do not be angry. My father was distraught with concern. It was I who allowed him to enter without permission. I am willing to accept punishment. Lin Jiang hurriedly knelt as well, saying, Senior, if there's to be punishment, let it fall upon me. I did not heed Lin Lin's advice and barged in. Moreover, I was blind and offended you, Senior. Chen Feng had no intention of being too harsh on Lin Jiang. He merely wished to give a mild reprimand. Did he really think to marry off his precious disciple? I won't let you off that easily. Seizing upon Lin Lin's words, he smoothly took advantage of the situation. Very well, I shall spare your life. Since you are here, I will show you around the sect. Without waiting for the father and daughter to express their gratitude, he vanished. This action sent a tremor through Lin Jiang's heart. Lin Lin's master. What level of cultivation did he possess? It seemed that the Lin family would have a powerful patron in the future. Father, please do not act so recklessly again. Master is a good person. Lin Lin pouted, slightly dissatisfied as she scolded. You traveled all this way just to be lectured by Master. Was it worth it? Come, let me show you around the sect. Yes, they walked through the sect. Lin Jiang often gasped in amazement. Lin Lin facepalmed, filled with exasperation. Thankfully, there were no other people around. Otherwise, her father's behavior would surely invite ridicule. After a lengthy exploration, they finally arrived at the main peak. Chen Feng sat in a grand chair, playing with a golden crystal block. Seeing the two approach, he gestured to a stone bench behind him, saying, Head of the Lin family, please take a seat. Thank you. Senior. Lin Jiang, feeling somewhat reserved, respectfully sat on the stone bench. Chen Feng snapped his fingers and said, Lin Jiang, you have traveled a great distance. Are you satisfied with my Weniangong? As he snapped his fingers. A cup of tea appeared before Lin Jiang. Feeling a bit anxious, he replied, I am very satisfied. It is a stroke of luck for my daughter to join your esteemed sect, back at home. My second brother had told me that Senior was charming and talented, adored by all. Having seen him today, he indeed possesses both beauty and talent. Father, you were just outside the sect, crying. Lin Lin began. But Lin Jiang quickly covered her mouth. Adults are speaking. Children should refrain from interrupting. Lin Jiang beamed at Chen Feng. Then he inadvertently glanced at the object Chen Feng was toying with. Is that an imperial crystal? Lin Jiang wiped the sweat from his forehead, incredulous. Chen Feng shrugged dismissively, saying, "Oh, it's just an imperial spirit crystal, a little trinket I fished up. It's of no real use." That he tossed it towards Lin Lin, saying, "Disciple, this is for you." Lin Jiang's eyes widened as he watched the imperial crystal gracefully arc into Lin Lin's hands. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Giving something to his daughter was equivalent to giving it to himself. This sect leader was incredibly generous. An imperial crystal, given just like that. In Lin Jiang's understanding, the highest spirit crystal he had ever seen was merely a 7th grade spirit crystal. However, an imperial spirit crystal surpassed even the 9th grade crystals. In this Jiuzhou continent, the currency for mortals consisted solely of gold and silver. For cultivators, the universal currency was spirit crystals. Spirit crystals were graded into 9 levels, with each level having a conversion ratio of 1,000. This meant that a 2nd grade spirit crystal equated to 1,000 1st grade spirit crystals. A 2nd grade spirit crystal contained enough spiritual energy to elevate a chi refinement stage cultivator by 1 level. And now, the imperial crystal in Lin Lin's hands. Even a small fragment of it could purchase the entire Lin family. Amidst his astonishment, Lin Jiang intended to sip some tea to calm his nerves. But he finally noticed the cup before him. Upon seeing it, he lost his balance and fell with a thud from the stone bench. What? Enlightenment tea? And there are 2 leaves. Even true monarch stage experts would scramble for this enlightenment tea. Wait, that's not right. It's not just enlightenment tea. The Tao nuances are even richer than that of enlightenment tea. Could it be top-grade enlightenment tea? My heavens! This Winnie Angong is actually using 2 leaves of top-grade enlightenment tea to entertain me. What have I done to deserve this? In a moment of reckless abandon, Lin Jiang leaped up, cradling the teacup with both hands and gulped it down in one go. 2 leaves in all. Lin Jiang hurriedly closed his eyes to contemplate, digesting the Tao nuances within the tea in an instant. All the problems he had accumulated over years of cultivation unraveled. Upon reopening his eyes, his aura seemed to have transformed entirely. Seeing this, Chen Feng waved his hand and poured Lin Jiang another cup. Another 2 leaves. Lin Jiang swallowed hard, tentatively asking, "Senior, if I may be so bold, does your Winnie Angong require any servants?" Chen Feng initially intended to refuse, but reconsidered. With the sect just emerging, there would surely be an increase in disciples, and recruiting some servants would alleviate a great deal of trouble. "Oh, we currently have no servants, but we can certainly recruit some. How about this? Since Lin Lin is now my disciple, your Lin family will henceforth be regarded as an affiliated power of Winnie Angong. You may send 1 person from the Lin family to cultivate in the sect and perform some menial tasks for us." How does that sound? Lin Jiang was taken aback. Since entering the sect, the shocks he had experienced were simply overwhelming. Compared to those holy lands, Winnie Angong was hardly inferior. "Master, please accept my bow from now on. The Lin family shall follow Winnie Angong's lead. Should you order us to the east, we shall never venture west. To demonstrate our sincerity, I shall toast with tea in place of wine. Lin Lin." Chen Feng. Another cup of enlightenment tea for free. What a windfall. After yet another cup of enlightenment tea went down, Lin Jiang finally felt the sensation of breaking through. Chen Feng, witnessing this, waved his hand and sent Lin Jiang to the main hall. "Your father is about to break through. Go guard the hall door." Then he resumed fiddling with his fishing rod. Lin Lin bowed and exited, waiting at the entrance of the hall. "Another treasure has bitten. Let me see what it is." Chen Feng was filled with excitement. This fishing rod was akin to a blind box vending machine, with every item drawn being completely random. Damn it! Another imperial crystal? Can't you give me something fresh? Chen Feng tossed the imperial crystal into the system warehouse and suddenly cast his fishing rod again, continuing his treasure-hunting life. Chapter 8. The Lin Family's Trials. Boom! Outside the hall, Lin Lin's expression brightened as she sensed that Lin Jiang had successfully broken through. A short while later, Lin Jiang peeked out from the hall door, scanning the surroundings but finding no sign of Chen Feng, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Jiang hurriedly waved to Lin Lin, whispering, Lin Lin, come here quickly. Seeing her father act so cautiously, Lin Lin was immediately curious. What is it? Father. Suddenly, Lin Jiang opened his mouth and violently retched. This action startled Lin Lin greatly. Father, what is wrong with you? Lin Jiang quickly waved his hand, signaling that he was fine in the blink of an eye. A mixture of an unknown liquid and 4 tea leaves was expelled into Lin Jiang's hands. Father, what is this? Lin Lin's eyes widened in shock, her lips slightly parted, her scalp tingling. You can play with tea leaves like this? But why do I feel like I'm about to vomit? Lin Jiang lifted his sleeve and wiped his mouth haphazardly, whispering, "This is top-grade enlightenment tea. Even the strongest of emperors would call a treasure upon seeing it. Your father has a thick skin. I managed to get 4 leaves from your master. Here, these 2 leaves are for you, and the remaining 2 should be given to our ancestor and your second uncle." As he spoke, he lifted 2 damp tea leaves and handed them to Lin Lin. "I don't want it." Lin Lin quickly tucked her hands behind her back and retreated repeatedly. "Oh, silly child, this is a precious gift. Take it. Don't let your master find out." Lin Jiang was anxious. If Chen Feng discovered this, it would be a huge embarrassment. Little did he know, everything happening here had already been sensed by Chen Feng. "Father, I really don't need it. My master has already given me plenty." Seeing that there was no other option, Lin Lin fished out around 10 leaves from her pocket to show Lin Jiang. "What? This? Oh my goodness. This is outrageous." Lin Jiang rolled his eyes, nearly fainting from shock. Originally, he thought Chen Feng was merely flaunting the resources of the Asking Heaven sect to reassure him about Lin Lin's future by presenting a few exquisite Wudao teas. He never expected that Chen Feng was genuinely impressive. Exquisite Wudao tea for disciples to drink. Well, so this is how you do it at the Asking Heaven sect. Lin Lin secretly chuckled, thankful that she hadn't revealed all the tea leaves she had. Or her father might have truly fainted. "Father, I have plenty of tea leaves here. Let me share some with you to take back to the family." Lin Jiang hurriedly grasped Lin Lin's small hand and said, "My daughter, this is a gift from your master. Use it wisely. Do not waste this tea, and do not disappoint your master's expectations of you. And, of course, never let others know you possess this tea. Otherwise, it will surely bring you grave danger. From now on, listen to your master more." Lin Lin's delicate face flushed. "Well, the fact that I brewed an entire cup of exquisite Wudao tea, that shouldn't be considered too wasteful. Right?" As for Lin Jiang's subsequent words, Lin Lin hardly paid attention. "All right, I've given you all the advice I could. Now I'm heading home. My daughter, focus on your cultivation. The future of the Lin family rests in your hands." After saying this, Lin Jiang seemed to have aged a few years. Lin Lin's expression turned serious as she resolutely replied, "Don't worry, father. I will certainly work hard." At that moment, an untimely voice interrupted. "Wait a moment. Outsiders have arrived. They should be from your Lin family. Go and check, Lin Jiang." "Lin Lin, even though you are my master, how can you eavesdrop on others' conversations?" The father-daughter pair hurriedly made their way outside the sect. Through the gate, they spotted a figure resembling a flickering candle in the wind. "Head of the family," the person exclaimed, collapsing to the ground. Lin Jiang rushed forward, catching the individual. "Yarnyo, what has happened to you?" He quickly retrieved a healing pill from his ring and placed it in Yarnyo's mouth. Under Lin Jiang's urging, the medicine began to mend Yarnyo's injuries. After a while, Yarnyo finally opened his eyes. And upon recognizing the person in front of him, he instantly broke into tears and recounted his tale 3 days ago. "Shortly after you left the Lin family, a group of powerful individuals arrived in Five Vein City. Led by elderly gang from the North Tower Academy, they quickly located the Lin family, and fortunately, there were Lin family members present who sensed their ill intentions. They hurried back to notify the family. The Lin family immediately entered a state of alert, waking the slumbering ancestors and activating the family protection array. However, the 6 individuals led by Li Gang were all at the peak of the nascent soul stage, with Li Gang himself being a formidable presence in the Great Ascension stage. They wreaked havoc in Five Vein City, slaughtering the Lin family members. Even with the protection array activated, it was already on the verge of collapse under their relentless assault. The array's range shrank repeatedly, and by the time Yarnyo ventured out to seek help from the Asking Heaven sect, only the main estate remained intact. This is utterly intolerable. Lin Jiang fumed, veins bulging on his forehead. Father, should we seek help from our master? Lin felt immense guilt. All of this was because of her. But they are from a North Tower Academy. We should not trouble your master over this. Let me think of another way. Lin Jiang also wished to seek Chun Feng's assistance, but they were dealing with the North Tower Academy. The headmaster of the North Tower was on par with Chun Feng in the tribulation stage. Would Chun Feng offend such a powerful enemy for the Lin family? Head of the Lin family, do you underestimate my Asking Heaven sect? Chun Feng had appeared atop the Asking Heaven sect gate without anyone noticing. With hands clasped behind his back, dressed in black, his long hair flowed without wind, and his gaze was piercing, as though it could penetrate through all illusions and gaze into the human heart. His stature was as upright as a pine tree, standing atop the sect's gate, exuding an aura of unwavering stability. Chun Zongzhu, Master! Lin Jiang and Lin's eyes filled with surprise and reverence at Chun Feng's appearance. Head of the Lin family, Lin, I am already aware of your family's predicament. Chun Feng's voice was calm and profound, capable of comforting the heart. Rest assured, this matter will be resolved by my Asking Heaven sect. As soon as Chun Feng's words fell, the heavy burden in the hearts of the 3 Lin family members was finally lifted. Chun Feng raised his hand, tearing through space, stepping forward as his voice echoed. Follow me. This display rendered Lin Jiang as if struck by lightning, standing dazed and rooted to the spot, tearing through space with a mere gesture. Does a tribulation stage cultivator possess such abilities? Slap, slap. Lin Jiang slapped his own face twice, confirming he was not dreaming and finally comprehending the situation. He thought to himself, Chun Zongzhu is truly a formidable being of the true monarch stage. The Lin family is saved. Father, why are you hitting yourself? Let's go. Head of the family, Lin and Aaron Yo, due to their lower cultivation levels, perceived Chun Feng's actions as entirely appropriate. Such is the way of the strong. Lin Jiang laughed heartily, grabbing Lin and Aaron Yo's hands as he strode into the space portal created by Chun Feng. Let's go. I want to see what makes the North Tower Academy so formidable. I have someone backing me. A true monarch stage powerhouse. In the era without emperors, a true monarch is the pinnacle of existence on this orange continent. Chapter 9. The First Family's Affiliated Power. Rise in Sect Ranking, Orange Continent. North Wilderness, 5 Vein City. Above the Lin family. Brother Li, this wretched array has delayed us for several days. The academy will begin soon. Indeed, if we do not return soon, that person may impose penalties. 2 old men bombarded the Lin family's array. While speaking to Li Gang, that Li Gang felt an intense urgency within that he had initially thought that the small Lin family would be a trivial matter. But he never expected their array to be so resilient. A tinge of hesitation began to creep into Li Gang's heart. Yet, upon thinking of his son who had lost his vital essence and now lived in a feminine guise, his fury surged. This array will soon crumble. With just another incense stick's worth of time, we shall break through. Then we can collect the Lin family's assets to take back as an explanation. The other 5 could only sigh and continue their relentless assault on the array. Inside the Lin family, the ancestral leader was doing his utmost to maintain the array, overwhelmed by the effort. Ancestor. The west side of the array is about to collapse. Ancestor. There are cracks appearing in the north side of the array. The Lin family's ancestral leader sighed helplessly. It seemed that the Lin family's demise was inevitable today. Whoosh, 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 for piercing wind sounded in the busy Lin family courtyard. Elder brother? Lin, head of the family. The head of the family has returned. Who is that person beside the young lady? The sudden appearance of the 4 drew gasps from the Lin family members. Their entrance was unprecedented and astonishing. The Lin family's ancestral leader's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the individuals before him. Is there not a single spark of hope left for my Lin family? At such a time, why have you returned? Are you courting death? In an instant, he forgot that only those above the true monarch stage could tear through space. Ancestor, we have returned to resolve the family's crisis. Lin Jiang explained, simultaneously sending a voice transmission to the Lin family's ancestral leader. This person beside me is Sect Master, a true monarch stage powerhouse. My Lin family is safe today. True monarch stage? What of it? They are facing a great ascension stage cultivator. What? True monarch. Boom boom. Accompanied by the ancestral leader's shock, the protective array of the Lin family was immediately affected, under Li Gang and the others' assaults. It shattered. In other areas of Five Vein City, various powerful families were focused on the Lin family situation. Oh, the array has broken. It seems the Lin family is about to perish. You lot, follow me to seize the Lin family's territory. Prepare the spirit crystals. Shortly, we shall pay our respects to the elders of the North Tower Academy. Father, if the Lin family is finished, can Linners still marry me? Alas, you still wish to marry. It would be fortunate if the elders do not take out their grievances on us. Prepare the spirit stones. We shall go and apologize. Inside the Lin family, the atmosphere of despair felt like a meteor plummeting directly toward them. Just as despair loomed, someone shouted, "Our ancestors are watching. The descendants of the Lin family shall fight to the last man today. Lin family disciples, heed my command. As cultivators, we have always defied the heavens. Today, even if we perish, we shall ensure these scoundrels pay the price. We vow to defend the Lin family." The Lin family disciples, each wielding weapons, stood behind the ancestral leader. Although their faces showed fear, they exhibited no signs of retreat. The ancestral leader was filled with tears of pride. Our Lin family may be fallen, but with such descendants, we can hold our heads high. We bring glory to our ancestors. Today, even if it means death, they must also pay the price. Those scoundrels. Ancestor, leave it to us. At this moment, Li Gang and his companions were already standing outside the Lin family estate. Chen Feng observed the demeanor of the Lin family members and couldn't help but nod in approval. Such a loyal and valiant family, destined to officially become an affiliated power of the Wenting sect, would surely not tarnish its reputation. Chen Feng spoke calmly. "Lin family, I shall protect you." His words were enveloped in a formidable force, resonating throughout the entire Wumai city. Instantly, the city trembled, as if it had been struck by a heavy blow. What the hell? Who is so audacious, daring to utter such fierce words in front of a great ascension expert? Just a clown. After all, the opponent was a genuine great ascension powerhouse. Not necessarily. The confidence in his words is quite substantial. Perhaps the Lin family truly has a savior. This person must be out of his mind to appear at this moment. If he survives, I'll eat my own words. Opinions varied within the city, but the majority remained skeptical about the Lin family's prospects. After all, everyone was well aware of the Lin family's capabilities. Where could they possibly find someone to contend against a great ascension expert? Li Gang glared at Chen Feng, asking, "Who are you?" Chen Feng replied with a smile, "I am Chen Feng, the Sect Master of Wenting Sect. How is your son faring now?" At once, Li Gang recalled the reports from the surrounding crowd. It was indeed a person claiming to be from Wenting Sect whose actions had led to his beloved son's unfortunate fate. "You shall die today," Li Gang roared, charging toward Chen Feng with ferocity. Chen Feng sighed. Alas, the sigh of the emperor. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed, and blood mist erupted from Li Gang's limbs. Soon after, his body crumpled to the ground. What have you done to me?" "My limbs," Chen Feng replied nonchalantly. "He is now in your Lin family's hands," and he then turned his gaze toward the remaining five, ignoring how the Lin family treated Li Gang. In the blink of an eye, he was beaten into a puddle of mush by the Lin family members. A dignified great ascension expert met such an end. It was truly lamentable, looking at the five. Upon noticing Chen Feng's attention shift toward them, they were instantly frightened and fled in panic. Li Gang was a great ascension expert, and he had been dispatched in an instant. What could their peak nascent soul level do? However, as they ascended into the air, they were all obliterated into blood mist. Under the Emperor, all are mere ants. To kill you, it requires but a single thought. The Lin family members gazed at Chen Feng in astonishment. Such methods, they were simply unfathomable. Numerous powerful figures were rendered utterly powerless before Chen Feng. With merely a thought, they met their demise. Such methods were nothing short of divine. The Lin family ancestor directly knelt on the ground, respectfully declaring, "I beseech you, senior, accept me as your disciple." The other Lin family members, witnessing this, quickly followed suit, kneeling and collectively shouting, "We implore you, senior, accept us as your disciples." The entire Lin family, save for Lin Jiang and Lin Lin, fell to their knees. The scene was extraordinarily shocking. Chun Feng was taken aback. Lin Jiang was bewildered. Lin Lin was equally perplexed. The ancestor wishes to become my junior disciple. How outrageous! Chun Feng found himself at a loss for words. And the atmosphere fell into a stalemate. The crowd knelt, awaiting Chun Feng's response. Finally, Lin Jiang broke the silence, hastily addressing everyone. Everyone, please rise. Allow me to introduce this esteemed elder. He is the Sect Master of Wenting Sect, Lin S. Master, and has come to aid our Lin family in overcoming this crisis. I must also announce an important matter. From this day forward, our Lin family shall be an affiliated power of Wenting Sect. Lin Jiang had his own ulterior motives. He infused his voice with spiritual energy, broadcasting it throughout the entire Wumai city, ensuring that every family within understood that the Lin family had changed from the past. Lin Jiang's proclamation sent another tremor through Wumai city. Wenting Sect? Never heard of it. Indeed, this Sect Master slays great ascension experts as if they were dogs. Could it be a hidden holy land? Quickly, follow me to pay respects to the Lord of the Holy Land. Before long, the Lin family was surrounded by the various families of the city, unable to move an inch. Lin Jiang stepped forward once more, a smirk on his face, looking down at the crowd, declaring, "Our Lin family is unable to entertain you all today. Please return." His demeanor and expression suggested he had become the master of Wumai city. The crowd, seeing this, had no choice but to relent, for indeed, today was not suitable for entertaining guests. Moreover, the Lin family now had the backing of a holy land. Subsequently, the crowd dispersed. The Lin family members hastily retreated into their estate. Lin Jiang looked at Chun Feng, respectfully stating, "Sect Master Chun, the Lin family is now safe. We must thank you for your assistance." Chun Feng replied with a smile, "If that is the case, let us discuss the details of our affiliation." Lin Jiang's expression grew serious, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Reporting to the Sect Master, our Lin family's net annual income from all assets amounts to 100,000 third-grade spirit crystals." With a resolute bite of his teeth, he continued, "According to the customs of Guizhou continent, affiliated powers are required to pay 70% of their net income to their superior sections. Thus, our Lin family shall henceforth pay 70,000 third-grade spirit crystals to Wenting Sect each year." Chun Feng nodded subtly, stating, "A token offering of spirit crystals will suffice. 5,000 annually will do. However, you must not abuse the reputation of Wenting Sect to commit wrongdoing." His deep gaze bore into Lin Jiang's heart, startling him into a tense expression as he hurriedly replied, "I would never dare. The Lin family shall wholeheartedly assist the sect and contribute as much as possible." Not wishing to elaborate further, Chun Feng added, "Quickly select 2 individuals to accompany me back to the sect for further training. They shall hold the title of miscellaneous disciples." Lin Jiang bowed and clasped his fists, departing to find the candidates. "Ahem. Congratulations, host, on acquiring your first affiliated power. Reward. Potential ladder 1. Congratulations, host, on advancing the Sect's ranking. The current rank is 51,165. Please continue your efforts." Chun Feng's expression brightened. It turned out that acquiring affiliated powers came with rewards. Moreover, the affiliated powers would enhance the sect's ranking. Chapter 10. The North Tower is annihilated. Another golden potential disciple. Chun Feng pondered inwardly. Check the information on the potential ladder. Name, potential ladder function. Test the potential of cultivators. The number of levels climbed determines the cultivator's potential. 1,500 levels signify white potential. 501-600 levels signify green potential. 601-700 levels signify blue potential. 701-800 levels signify purple potential. 801-900 levels signify orange potential. 901-999 levels signify red potential. 1,000 levels signify gold potential. Note, potential is a comprehensive assessment of a cultivator's talent, physique, and fortune. Upon reading this, Chun Feng finally understood why the system had reminded him of the disciples' talent colors during recruitment. With the potential ladder, the sect would have a means to assess disciples in the future. Chun Feng did not linger at the Lin family for long. After half a day, the Lin family finally selected 2 candidates to join Wenting's sect for training. However, to Chun Feng's surprise, one of them appeared to be the Lin family's ancestor. He did not dwell on it too much. Yet, Lin was utterly confused. Could it be that the ancestor would truly become her junior disciple? How should she address him? Ancestor. That seems off. As a disciple of the same master, she was the first to take the title. Junior disciple. That wouldn't work either. Wouldn't her father be furious when she returned home? What a predicament the other individual chosen for training from the Lin family was expected. It was Lin Hai. Lin Hai was one of the first victims of Li Gang's treachery within the Lin family. Fortunately, he had numerous bodyguards at the time and narrowly escaped. However, he had been in a coma for several days and only awakened thanks to Chun Feng's assistance. This was also why he had been unable to contact Lin Jiang through the communication stone. Just as Chen Feng was leading the few individuals back to the sect at the North Tower Academy, a bald man wielding a massive axe laughed heartily. Salafei, you might as well submit to me. Today, your North Tower Academy shall cease to exist. If you can cultivate with me, aiding me in reaching the true monarch stage, I might consider sparing the lives of your academy's disciples. The bald man relentlessly swung his axe towards Xiao Luofei, who, unfortunately, had a slumbering youth on her back, significantly diminishing her combat effectiveness. The man would occasionally glance at the girl's exquisite legs, licking his lips in anticipation. This gesture made Xiao Luofei feel increasingly nauseated, causing her defenses to falter. The bald man thought to himself, what a perfect opportunity. He suddenly exerted force, the massive axe whistling through the air, heading straight for Xiao Luofei's neck. Xiao Luofei broke out in a cold sweat, hastily swinging her sword to block. Clang! With a deafening sound, Xiao Luofei was sent flying. Seizing the chance, she gritted her teeth through her injuries, shifting her form and fleeing into the distance, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Luofei anxiously glanced back at the boy, relieved to find him unharmed before finally relaxing. Zhao Taizhu, the grudge from today shall be repaid in the future. Her words echoed from afar, causing Zhao Taizhu to chuckle. Ha ha, having received my heaven-splitting slash, let us see how far you can escape. Men, bring me that woman. Whoever captures her shall be appointed as an elder of our Tiger Hall. Ha! The surrounding subordinates suddenly seemed invigorated. Rushing towards the direction in which Xiao Luofei had departed with fervent shouts, that moment, one of the underlings approached to report. Master, the North Tower Academy has been completely breached. What are your orders? Zhao Taizhu smirked wickedly, replying, the usual protocol. The men shall be minced and fed to the dogs. As for the women, select the 10 most beautiful and send them to me. The rest can be rewarded to my brothers. The subordinate, with a lewd expression, continued, Thank you, master. There is one more matter. How should we deal with Li Ben? Zhao Taizhu snorted angrily. Chop him up. His father hasn't even shown his face yet. We had an agreement for him to assist in capturing that woman. And now, she has escaped, forcing my brothers to chase after her. As he spoke, he furiously swung the massive axe in his hand, striking 2 captured disciples of the North Tower Academy. Their expressions turned to sheer terror as a line of blood appeared down the center of their faces, gushing forth in torrents. Let us go. Return to the base, Zhao Taizhu commanded, leading his subordinates away, taking with them the resources and women of the North Tower Academy. North Tower Academy, eradicated. At the Wentian sect, Chun Feng and his companions had returned some time ago. The sect now had 2 additional members, an elderly man sweeping the entrance and a middle-aged man cleaning the main hall. However, discerning eyes would quickly notice that the old man at the entrance was a formidable figure at the Mahayana stage. Such cultivation would surely place him among the ranks of elders in any other sect. Yet here at Wentian's sect, he was merely a gatekeeper. Lin Changsheng, the ancestral elder of the Lin family, had been at Wentian's sect for 4 days, making rapid progress in his cultivation, nearly breaking through a level each day. His body, once nearing exhaustion, began to rejuvenate under the abundant spiritual energy, leading him to ponder whether he should seek a partner and have a robust son to join Chun Feng's ranks. As for Lin Hai, he too was astonished by the environment at Wentian's sect. Eventually, he resorted to using his thumb to press on his acupuncture point to stave off dizziness as he explored the sect. At this moment, Lin Lin, with her celestial body awakened and having resolved her inner turmoil, experienced a remarkable surge in her cultivation speed. Upon returning from the Lin family, she had merely been at the third level of the nascent soul stage. Yet in just 4 days, she had ascended to the peak of the nascent soul stage. After concluding her training, Lin Lin jubilantly bounded towards the cliff edge of the main peak. Disciple Lin Lin, I pay my respects to my master, she exclaimed, then obediently knelt beside Chen Feng to present the treasure she had gathered. Surrounding Chen Feng were numerous items such as emperor crystals, emperor-grade, mysterious iron, and imperial elixirs, an overwhelming collection. Each of these items, if presented alone to any sect on the Guizhou continent, would be regarded as a treasured possession. Yet here, they were as commonplace as dirt over the past few days. Chen Feng had been fishing for treasures while poring over the books in the scripture pavilion as he read. He remarked, just throw these into the sect's warehouse. Have your second uncle compile a catalog to register all items. Lin Lin agreed and went off to find Lin Hai. Alas, this girl has only reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. When will our sect become the strongest? No, I must take on disciples. Chen Feng resolved within himself, determined to hasten his progress. M.A.Gur. Has the cooldown period for the Golden Potential Disciple Detection card ended? Ahem. The cooldown for the Golden Potential Disciple Detection card has concluded. May I inquire if the host wishes to use it? Use the detection card. The system fell silent for a moment before finally responding. A Golden Potential Disciple has been detected, possessing the Great Dream celestial body. Please proceed to the designated coordinates to take on the disciple. Warning, this Golden Potential Disciple is currently in life-threatening danger. Please hurry. Chen Feng's anger flared. I'll be damned. Let me see who dares to harm my disciple. I will annihilate them. Chapter 11. The Pure Jade Sacred Body. The soul-chasing mirror of 1,000 miles. Oh, dear common folk, how joyous indeed. Lin Changsheng, brandishing a broom, swayed his way to the entrance of Wentian's sect to commence his sweeping duties for the day. With his current Mahayana cultivation, he found sweeping to be even more effortless. As the old man finished cleaning and prepared to return to the sect, a figure in the distance caught his attention. Is that a person? Wow, such long legs, so fair. Their cultivation is quite impressive, a tribulation stage powerhouse. Now, with Chen Feng as his backing, Lin Changshen was not overly concerned about tribulation stage cultivators. He plopped down outside the sect gate, intending to enjoy this beautiful sight. After all, one should seize the opportunity to behold beauty. As the woman approached swiftly, she drew nearer to Wentian's sect and she is carrying a young boy. A mother? How delightful! Lin Changsheng's interest surged. Meanwhile, Xia Luofei, soaring through the skies, noticed Lin Changsheng below. However, she had no time to spare, as several tribulation stage powerhouses from the Tiger Hall were relentlessly pursuing her. When the fleeting glance from Xia Luofei caught the plaque above Lin Changsheng's head, her mind exploded with realization. On the day of the Academy's recruitment, that enigmatic man was, in fact, the Sect Master of Wentian's sect. An idea formed in her mind as she directed her descent towards Lin Changsheng. Lin Changsheng felt a pang of anxiety. Had he gazed too openly, provoking the ire of this formidable woman? Should he seek out the Sect Master instead? Friend, may I inquire if this is Wentian's sect? Before Lin Changsheng could respond, Xia Luofei spoke up. Facing the tribulation stage powerhouse directly, he felt an undeniable tension. Indeed, this is Wentian's sect. What brings you here? Xia Luofei discreetly glanced back at the direction she had come from and continued. I am Xia Luofei, the Dean of North Tower Academy, and a friend of your Sect Master. I have come to pay a visit today. Lin Changsheng's understanding dawned upon him, and he hurriedly replied, Ah, I see. Please wait a moment. I shall notify the Sect Master right away. Just as Lin Changsheng was about to return to the sect, a large golden-bladed knife suddenly plunged into the ground with a fierce gust. Following that, several figures halted outside Wentian's sect. Dean Xia, you must come with us immediately. Don't keep the master waiting. Ha ha ha. Even if you traveled thousands of miles seeking aid, do you think you can escape this calamity? Wentian's sect? Never heard of it. Ha ha. What a small sect to dare oppose the Tiger Hall. Enough chatter. Let us take her back to the master for a reward. The powerhouses of the Tiger Hall unleashed their abilities, transforming into streaks of light as they rushed towards Xia Lefei. Xia Lefei's countenance paled. Although she was also a tribulation stage powerhouse, she had been fleeing from the Tiger Hall for days, was severely injured, and was carrying someone on her back. Her internal spiritual energy had already been depleted. Facing multiple tribulation stage powerhouses now only intensified her sense of pressure. Hastily, Xia Luofei retrieved a long sword from her spatial ring, its blade shimmering with brilliance, clearly not an ordinary weapon. With a flourish of her sword, she unleashed a barrage of sword energy towards her assailants. Clang, clang, clang. The sword energy clashed with the enemy's attacks, creating a metallic symphony. Using the rebound force, Xia Luofei retreated while continuously wielding her sword to fend off the onslaught. Lin Chongsheng stood frozen in place, utterly dazed. Such a grand scale of battle was beyond his capacity to intervene. Upon reaching the tribulation stage, one would begin to attract the tribulation, a phenomenon unfathomable to those at the Mahayana stage. In but a moment, Xia Luofei's sword was sent flying. One of the Tiger Hall powerhouses seized the opportunity and kicked Xia Luofei in the stomach. Both she and the boy on her back tumbled to the ground, left with no means to resist. Ha ha ha! Let us take this woman back and claim our reward. They cackled, swiftly sealing Xia Luofei's cultivation with seamless precision. One of them approached the unconscious boy, asking, "Fourth brother, what should we do with this kid?" The leader, with a piercing gaze, replied without hesitation, "Kill him." "Very well." The man raised his knife, aiming it at the slumbering boy. Xia Luofei's eyes turned crimson as she reached out towards the boy, her voice shrill and desperate. "No, don't kill him." Yet, her cries fell upon deaf ears. In a heartbeat, the knife-wielding brute's hand froze mid-air. Xia Luofei's mouth opened in a silent scream, while Lin Chongsheng crouched against the wall, his expression grim. The silence was deafening, as if time itself had been seized by a great hand, rendering the world in a state of stasis. Then, Chun Feng leisurely emerged from the sect, his black robe billowing behind him. With a casual wave of his hand, the knife-wielding man was sent flying several meters away, the moment he hit the ground. The world returned to its natural state. Who? The leader's face twisted in terror, unable to comprehend how this figure had appeared. And as for the man who had wielded the knife, he now lay lifeless on the ground. The disciples that Wentian sect values are not mere ants that you can lay your hands upon. Chun Feng bent down to inspect the unconscious boy. A tempest arose at the sect entrance, swirling dust and sand around the plaza. After securing the unconscious boy in his arms, he instructed Lin Chongsheng to bring Xia Luofei into the sect before vanishing from sight. The tempest raged on for an indeterminate duration. When it finally subsided, not a trace of the Tiger Hall members remained. Not even a speck of dust. At the Tiger Hall's main stronghold, Zhao Taizhu was engaged in a conversation with several young women about life. Report to the master. The soul tablets of several elders who captured Xia Luofei reported that the man's words had yet to be completed when Zhao Taizhu cursed, "Damn it." He then unleashed a punch, sending the reporting individual flying backward. After struggling a few times, he fell silent. Zhao Taizhu lost interest in continuing the conversation, donned a sheer robe, and descended from his bed. Gently touching his forehead, he commanded, "Bring forth the wanly chasing soul mirror." Shortly thereafter, several members of the fierce Tiger Hall entered the hall, bearing a colossal mirror. "Hall Master, this wanly chasing soul mirror can likely be used only this once. Are you truly certain you wish to proceed?" Zhao Taizhu, filled with fury, retorted, "My fierce Tiger Hall has expended tremendous effort to annihilate Beta Academy solely to obtain Xia Luofei's pure and sacred body. Now that those who captured her are dead, I must ascertain who rescued her." Zhao Taizhu practiced a technique that absorbed yin to supplement yang, and his cultivation had reached the 8th tribulation of the crossing tribulation stage. However, due to the unavailability of deeply skilled women around him, his progress had stagnated for over a decade. The unexpected discovery that the head of Beta Academy, Xia Luofei, possessed a pure and sacred body finally offered him a glimmer of hope for a breakthrough. Ordinary women would experience a decline in vitality after several absorptions and ultimately perish. Yet, the pure and sacred body was unique, capable of providing boundless cultivation and enduring countless absorptions without dying. This was the reason for Zhao Tieju's unwavering obsession with Xia Luofei. As he approached the completion of his ambitions, an unforeseen complication arose. How could Zhao Tieju not be enraged? With a surge of power, he activated the wanly chasing soul mirror, causing images to gradually materialize. Chapter 12. The Unraveling of Dreams. Within the wanly chasing soul mirror, visuals began to emerge. However, these images diverged significantly from Zhao Tieju's expectations. The mirror revealed a scene of yellow sand swirling in the air, visibility reduced to less than a meter. What was this situation? Zhao Tieju fixated on the mirror, not daring to miss a single detail. Suddenly, amidst the yellow sand, a pair of eyes resembling vast starlit dust appeared. They glanced at Zhao Tieju calmly, before beginning to fade slowly. Crack. The wanly chasing soul mirror began to shatter piece by piece. Zhao Tieju felt a sweetness in his throat, followed by a spurt of fresh blood. Who is that person? Just a glance through the mirror had caused my cultivation to regress. Zhao Tieju hurriedly sat cross-legged, forming seals with his hands. This crossing tribulation stage cultivation must be stabilized within the Wenniangong. Master, what troubles you? Lin Lin noticed Chen Feng's unusual demeanor. Chen Feng smiled faintly and replied, "It's nothing, merely trivial matters." He then instructed, "None of you are to approach the main hall without my command. I need to awaken your junior brother's celestial body." Lin Lin's heart leaped with joy. Although Wenniangong was the most formidable sect in her eyes, it consisted of just a handful of people, making it quite stifling. One was the ancestor, another was the second uncle, and the last was her master, leaving her without anyone to play with. Now, hearing that she had a junior brother, her mood naturally brightened. Chun Feng gazed at the slumbering youth before him, and the boy's information quickly surfaced. Name, Xia Luo Potential. Golden Potential Description. Possesses the dreaming celestial body. Awakened at 5 years old, but has been trapped in slumber for 10 long years. If unable to escape the dream, he will remain in eternal sleep. After reading the description, Chun Feng hesitated no longer, separating a strand of consciousness that transformed into a wisp of green smoke. Entering Xia Luo's inner realm. Upon entering Xia Luo's inner realm, Chun Feng's mind jolted. This place was Blue Star. Chun Feng observed the towering skyscrapers, the smooth asphalt roads, and the incessantly flowing vehicles, deeply captivated. Before his transmigration, he had lived on Blue Star, losing his life in a car accident before arriving in the Orange Continent. Now, through Xia Luo's dream, he returned to Blue Star, filled with immense excitement. Chun Feng disregarded Xia Luo, searching for the direction of his hometown. However, no matter how hard he looked, it was in vain. Beyond the city beneath his feet lay nothing but void. This was not his hometown, merely a dream of Xia Luo's. Sigh, indeed, I've already perished there. I should not linger. Thus he followed his intuition, seeking Xia Luo. Yet at that moment, Xia Luo stood upon a grand bridge, silently ending a phone call before plummeting into the depths below. Splash! After stirring up a splash of water, he left no trace behind. As Chun Feng soared through the air, he noticed the surroundings beginning to change. All the vehicles started to reverse, and some skyscrapers began to shrink. Chun Feng exclaimed, "Is time in the dream reversing?" After a while, the changes ceased. When Chun Feng finally located Xia Luo, he found him nestled in a rental room, engrossed in a game on his phone, periodically responding to messages and frequently receiving transfer notifications, which he would then send to a woman. Day after day, year after year, this was his routine. As an observer, Chun Feng continuously watched, seeking ways to help Xia Luo break free from a dream. After all, the awakening of the celestial body was of utmost significance. A single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. As Xia Luo's dream progressed, one day, the boy stepped out of the rental room, resolutely made his way to the bridge, and subsequently fell into the river. The surrounding elements began to reverse once again. Chun Feng finally understood. Xia Luo's dream was trapped in a loop. It seemed that over the past decade, he had been reliving this same dream, unable to break the cycle, forced to repeat it endlessly. Alas, how rare it is to find a lovesick man shedding blood by the riverbank for a woman. How tragic yet lamentable. Chun Feng sighed. Let me save you from this endless sea of suffering. Extending his finger, a wisp of light gently descended upon Xia Luo's brow, and a beam of divine light shot from Xia Luo's forehead. Reaching the heavens, instantly, Xia Luo's dream brightened. Time began to reverse rapidly, far more than before. It regressed all the way to the moment Xia Luo first encountered the game. From this point onward, an important figure entered Xia Luo's life. He had a master. His master taught him to play games, to explore the outside world, and to love himself. This time, he did not return to that rental room. He did not visit the bridge. Under his master's guidance, he finally discovered the meaning of existence within his dreams. The dream eventually displayed cracks, shattering into fragments. Atop the main peak of Wenyangong, Chun Feng slowly opened his eyes, patiently waiting for the boy to awaken. Time passed, and finally, Xia Luo's eyelids fluttered. The first image the boy beheld upon awakening was that of his master, whose face was so familiar that it felt inseparable. The boy's voice was slightly hoarse. "Master, I am awake." Chun Feng smiled and nodded, saying, "Do not rush to move. The breakthrough is about to commence. I will protect you." As soon as Chun Feng's words fell, boundless spiritual energy began to gather above Xia Luo's head. Sitting cross-legged, Xia Luo's body resembled a vortex, voraciously devouring the surrounding spiritual energy. The once dispersed spiritual energy now surged into Xia Luo's body like rivers converging into the sea. Above the sky, the spiritual energy coalesced into a whirlpool. As if aiming to consume the entire heavens, an invisible pressure radiated from the main peak. The other 4 individuals within the sect were astonished and turned their gazes toward the main peak. Due to Chun Feng's prior warning, they refrained from approaching without his command, suppressing their curiosity. Chun Feng stood to the side, his eyes filled with anticipation. He knew that Xia Luo's breakthrough would be extraordinary. Now that the dreaming celestial body had fully awakened, along with a decade of accumulation, Xia Luo was destined to soar to great heights. Xia Luo's body began to tremble slightly, his complexion gradually reddening, as if rays of light were emanating from within him. Suddenly, he let out a long howl, his body jolting as his aura began to ascend slowly. Chun Feng smiled and shook his head, muttering to himself, this precious disciple, having just entered the second stage of chi refinement, fell into slumber right at the threshold of cultivation. It appears this breakthrough will take several days. Thus, he leisurely made his way to the cliff's edge, embarking on a journey of treasure fishing and reading. The following day, not bad, foundation establishment stage. The third day, very good, golden core stage. The fourth day, almost there, he has reached the nascent soul stage. Lin Chongqing stared blankly in the direction of the main peak. What? That slumbering youth has already reached the nascent soul stage. Sigh, I took 50 years to progress from chi refinement to nascent soul. Beside him, Lin Hai quietly transmitted, Ancestor, should we discreetly eliminate that young man to prevent him from affecting our Lins standing in Wenyangong? Lin Chongqing was taken aback, immediately scolding, "You son of a turtle! I will ruin you! Your intentions are foul." Hey, Ancestor, I was merely testing you. Take it easy. Don't hit me, don't pull my hair. At this moment, Lin was also paying attention to the movements on the main peak. Her heart stirred. My junior brother's strength is not beneath mine. I, the eldest senior sister, cannot allow my title to be in vain. With renewed determination, she wielded her sword with greater fervor. Xiaofei knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing toward the main peak. Her originally delicate features were now streaked with tears. Chapter 13. A collective breakthrough. The legend of the young heroes is about to unfold. At the summit of the Wenyangong, Xia Luo finally emerged from her cultivation-induced slumber. The very first action upon awakening was to kneel before Chun Feng with a thud. Disciple Xia Luo pays respects to Master. The sound of her forehead striking heavily against the azure stone floor echoed in the air. Cough, cough. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a disciple of golden potential. Reward. Diamond Gift Pack 1. A surge of emotion coursed through Chun Feng as he gently lifted Xia Luo from the ground. From this day forth, you shall be my second disciple, Xia Luofei. Your brother has awakened." Upon hearing this, Xia Luo trembled slightly, murmuring, "Sister?" The scene of their reunion was nothing short of poetic, evoking deep emotions. Having waited anxiously for a long time, Xia Luofei hurriedly ascended the peak in mere breaths. Her expression filled with anticipation. Upon seeing Chun Feng standing alongside Xia Luo, her eyes sparkled with joy. She rushed to Xia Luo's side, grasping his hand tightly, tears welling in her eyes. "Little Luo, you have finally awakened." Her voice trembled slightly as she fixed her gaze upon him, seemingly fearful of his disappearance once more. Xia Luo looked at his sister, warmth flooding his heart. He gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, smiling as he reassured her, "Sister, I am fine now. It was Master who saved me." Xia Luofei quickly dried her tears, straightening herself before kneeling before Chun Feng. "Master Chun, your grace in awakening my brother is a kindness I shall never forget. If you do not mind, I wish to serve you for life." Xiao Fei's demeanor was resolute, her eyes brimming with gratitude and respect. She understood that it was Chun Feng who had granted Xia Luo a new lease on life, as well as the opportunity for their reunion. She was willing to dedicate her entire existence to repay this debt of gratitude. Chun Feng regarded Xia Luofei with a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. He nodded gently, helping her to her feet. "Your sentiments are duly noted, but I require no maidservant. Now that Xia Luo has joined my fold, and with your North Tower Academy no longer in existence, you shall remain within Wenyangong as a miscellaneous worker to go find Lin Chongsheng. He will make the necessary arrangements." Xia Luofei lifted her gaze, filled with gratitude and determination. "Thank you, Master." Chun Feng nodded, instructing, "You two siblings likely have much to discuss. You may return for now." "Thank you, Master." "Thank you." Sect leader, the brother and sister departed, while Chun Feng eagerly opened the system interface. "Mago, open the gift pack." Cough, cough. The diamond gift pack has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining True Immortal Summoning Compass 1. Chaos Brush 1. Cultivation Enhancement Cards 5. Celestial Herbs 100. Premium Enlightenment Tea 500 pounds. Random Item Gift Pack 1. Would the host like to open the random gift pack? Open the random gift pack. Chun Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. The last random gift pack had yielded an activation card for the Ultimate Sword Immortal Body. Surely this time would not disappoint. Buzz. A dazzling array of colors illuminated before Chun Feng. "Ah, splendid treasures are on their way." "Well done, Mago." Chun Feng awaited the dispersal of the radiant light with bated breath. The system's voice resounded once more. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining the super grand prize. 1 Ancient Phoenix Corpse." Chun Feng was momentarily taken aback that a phoenix's corpse was a super grand prize. Although the phoenix was an ancient divine beast, what utility would this corpse serve him? To forge weapons. He already possessed the Song Huang Emperor Sword, which could increase in grade with his cultivation to T.O. concoct potions. The system warehouse held over 200 celestial herbs, along with an assortment of imperial medicines caught on his fishing lines. He might as well discard it. Turning his attention to the Chaos Brush, he read its description. Item name, Chaos Brush. Description. This brush was born from chaos. Anything painted with it can connect to the void of chaos, and infusing it with celestial energy will bring the image to life. Chun Feng could not help but be astonished. Celestial energy? It seemed he had none. It appeared he needed to elevate his cultivation. He promptly opened the interface for the cultivation enhancement cards. Due to the prior deduction of 5 levels from Chun Feng, he currently stood at the first level of the Great Emperor realm. Was true immortality above the Great Emperor? Use cultivation enhancement cards. Please submit the number of cards to be used. 10. 2 diamond gift packs had conveniently yielded 10 cultivation enhancement cards, and he decided to use them all in one go. A smile graced Chun Feng's lips as he focused intently, standing at the cliff's edge of Wenyangong, feeling the spiritual energy enveloping him. A surge of ambition welled up within. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and concentrated. The spiritual power within him surged like a raging river. Boom! Cracks began to appear in the space surrounding Chun Feng, black fissures tearing through everything. His aura continually ascended. Great Emperor, 2nd level. Great Emperor, 3rd level. Boom, Great Emperor 9th level. Boom, Great Emperor Perfection. Even after reaching Great Emperor Perfection, his aura continued to rise. Unbeknownst to him, a celestial platform gradually ascended from the main peak, continuously releasing fragments of the Great Tao. Within the sect, the elders exclaimed, "Master, what is that, from the main peak? I seem to behold the boundless Tao. Is it the legendary path of the Emperor? Master, I am on the verge of a breakthrough." "So am I." "Elder, shall we break through together?" Lin, who had been practicing her sword play, also sensed the boundless power emanating from the main peak. That my master. I must break through, suppressing her admiration for her master. She immediately sat down to commence her breakthrough. The reunion of the siblings was abruptly interrupted by Chun Feng's commotion. "What cultivation level does our master possess?" "Sister, I feel sleepy." "Little brother, no, you can't. I can't help it. I feel a breakthrough coming. If you wish to sleep, then sleep. Worst case, I'll have your master wake you up." Thus, the entire Wendiang collectively entered a state of breakthrough. Fortunately, Chun Feng's breakthrough was reliant on the cultivation enhancement cards. And before long, he had completed it. After briefly gauging the conditions of those around him, he turned his attention back to himself. Am I now at the true immortal realm? No. The spiritual energy within me has yet to transform into celestial energy. The system's voice chimed in promptly. "Cough, cough. The host is currently at the false immortal realm. To become a true immortal, one must completely transform the internal spiritual energy into celestial energy through the 9 dangs of the celestial platform." Chun Feng suddenly understood that it seemed he needed to read more, keep up with the news, fish less, and sleep more. He finally remembered that it was time to thoroughly examine the items in his inventory. "Mago, how does the summoning compass synthesis work?" "Cough, cough. 10 true immortal summoning compasses can be synthesized into 1 great ascension summoning compass. 10 great ascension summoning compasses can be synthesized into 1 tribulation crossing summoning compass." And so forth. Note: after synthesizing the summoning compass 3 times, further synthesis will not be possible. Chun Feng's heart raced. He now possessed 2 true immortal summoning compasses that could be synthesized. It appeared there were indeed higher realms beyond true immortal. He decided to hold onto the summoning compasses for now. Their potential was immense. Currently, the summoning compasses were still too few. It was imperative to cast a wide net, gather more disciples, and build a formidable foundation. Chun Feng's thoughts were interrupted by the system's prompt. "Cough, cough. A time-limited mission has appeared. In half a month's time, the first grand event of the eastern wilderness of the Guizhou continent will take place. The top 10 sacred grounds of the eastern wilderness will jointly host a competition. The event boasts a resounding name: the Gathering of Young Heroes. Disciples from all sects in the eastern wilderness may participate. Age limit: under 40 years. This event presents an exceptional opportunity to elevate the reputation of the sect. Please participate actively. Task reward: Great Emperor Summoning Compass 3, non-synthesizable." Chun Feng's grin stretched from ear to ear. Such fortuitous news. If Lin and Xiao Luo were to secure first and second places in the competition, how could Wendiang not gain fame? Please proceed to the designated coordinates to register for the sect. Chapter 14. Touching the Scales of the Immortal Body. Goddess, hear my defense. In the eastern wilderness, at Tianyu Sacred City. Tianyu Sacred City, one of the largest cities in the eastern wilderness, flourished in a scene reminiscent of poetry. Sunlight cascaded upon the cobblestone streets, casting layers of golden light that on either side of the street, shops lined the way, their various signs and banners fluttering in the breeze, whispering tales of the city's prosperity and vitality. The streets bustled with pedestrians, some leisurely strolling while others hurried past, their laughter, calls of vendors, and the sound of hooves intertwining to create the city's unique melody, to the end of the street. A magnificent palace rose majestically, its golden splendor gleaming under the sun, epitomizing royal dignity and grandeur. In front of the palace, a spacious square was thrumming with activity. Vendors had set up stalls, offering an array of rare treasures that captivated passersby. The Tianyu Sacred Dynasty, one of the top 10 sacred grounds in the eastern wilderness, boasted a legacy spanning thousands of years. As the imperial capital of the Sacred Dynasty, Tianyu Sacred City was undoubtedly prosperous. With this year's gathering of young heroes being hosted by the Tianyu Sacred Dynasty, the city had already become a hub of activity. In the very heart of the square, Yunlan's sect, registering 160 disciples. Next, Fire God sect, registering 344 disciples. The mere mention of Fire God sect ignited an uproar among the crowd. Hua Shenzong, the foremost sect beneath the Holy Land. Indeed, it is said that the Sect Master of Hua Shenzong has already endured 9 tribulations. He is but a step away from becoming a true monarch. How wonderful it would be if I could join Hua Shenzong. Amidst the murmurs of the Hua Shenzong disciples, they followed the representatives of the Tianyu Holy Dynasty as they departed. Not far into their journey, a figure suddenly dashed towards them from the side. "Make way, you in front." The voice arrived before the person did. A youth, sword on his back, rushed towards the members of Hua Shenzong, glancing back intermittently as if being pursued. From within the ranks of Hua Shenzong, a sharp voice rang out. "Who dares to intrude? Get lost!" In an instant, a fire dragon surged towards the youth. "What the hell? What kind of temperament does your Hua Shenzong possess? Stop calling yourselves Hua Shenzong. From now on, you shall be known as Hua Yaozong." The youth sidestepped the fire dragon and cursed as he changed direction, sprinting away. As he sped past the edge of the Hua Shenzong group, his hand inadvertently struck one of the disciples. Slap! The disciple from Hua Shenzong was left dumbfounded. "My senior brother, how dare you strike me?" The crisp sound echoed around. The youth suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. "Fellow Taoist, allow me to explain." "No, no, no." The disciples of Hua Shenzong began to gather their strength, preparing to attack. The youth howled as dozens of fire dragons pursued him. "Oh no! Stop hitting me, I was wrong. I truly did not mean to." Not far away, a sweet young girl squatted beside a small dog, watching it leisurely gnawing on a bone, both enjoying the morning sun. Unbeknownst to them, a youth was sprinting towards their direction. As he passed, his lips inadvertently pouted toward the girl. "Hey, Joey, go. Don't do that." "No, no, no." The youth's legs uncontrollably moved closer to the girl. "Are you all here? All right, all right. Always making me a spectacle." The youth decisively closed his eyes and shouted in his heart, "To hell with it. Let whoever come." Smack! His lips pressed against the girl's cheek. As if that weren't enough, his right hand seized the girl's slightly protruding bosom. The youth's first sensation was so soft. He hurriedly exclaimed, "Fairy, do not be angry. Let me explain myself." The crowd around was stunned. The girl was even more taken aback. The guards beside the girl were left utterly bewildered. Did he just kiss her? And even touched her? What the hell? ISNT that the little princess of the Holy Dynasty. Bro, you're incredible. Such a brave soul. We should all take you as a model. What? My goddess has been defiled. My goddess, I'll ruin you. What the hell? Brothers, let us kill this lecher. In an instant, chaos erupted all around. Even the small dog beside the girl began to bark wildly at the youth. Woof, woof, woof. The endless barrage of insults snapped the youth back to reality. "I am truly at my wit's end. I'll be done for with you all." Seeing the barking dog, the youth's legs began to move again. "Out of my way." With a kick, the small dog flew gracefully into the distance. When it landed, it cast a pitiful glance at the youth, tail between its legs, scampering away in defeat. The youth, much like the dog, began to flee, tail tucked between his legs. Yet, during his escape, his hands and feet still involuntarily made intimate contact with those around him. "Fellow Taoist, listen to my explanation." Don't slap my face." And I might as well stroke the little curves of the female cultivators. "Fairy, please let me explain." Ouch! Don't knock my teeth out. My dentures flew out. Thus, the number of those pursuing the youth grew increasingly larger. Chun Feng stood in the sky, observing everything beneath him. He chuckled. This youth is quite amusing. He immediately activated his investigative skill to check the youth's information. Name, Doa, cultivation level, Golden Core Stage 6, Potential, Golden Potential. Description, touching scales a mortal body, specializes in provoking hatred, currently in an unactivated state. His body often acts uncontrollably, resulting in those around him harboring maximum hatred towards Doa. Excessive hatred led to his family's destruction, and no sect dares to accept him. Note, the strength during the act of provoking hatred remains indeterminate. Chun Feng's eyes sparkled. To think he possesses golden potential. What a fortunate encounter while merely introducing myself. Dua, you dare strike me. With your physique, it suits your name perfectly. Indeterminate strength while provoking hatred. No wonder that girl's guard didn't have time to react before you kissed her. In that fleeting moment, there was an implicit aura akin to a peak tribulation. This boy possesses the aptitude of an emperor. Observing Dou's disheveled state, Chun Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Such a physique is an absolute misfortune for an ordinary family. Yet, one's physique is not something one can choose. Chun Feng pointed in midair, and a light circle appeared before Dua. Instantly, Dou's figure vanished. This scene left those chasing Dua agape. Where did he go? How did he suddenly disappear? The third princess of the Tianyu Holy Dynasty placed her hands on her slender waist, puffing her cheeks in anger. Humph. The entire city is to be searched thoroughly. Dig 3 feet into the ground if necessary to find him. In the sky above, Chun Feng looked at Dua before him. A smile gracing his lips, but Dua still hadn't recovered from his stupor. As he looked down at the earth beneath his feet, he scratched his head and asked, "What is your cultivation level? How can you fly so high?" Chun Feng replied nonchalantly, "I see your bright eyes and white teeth, your outstanding features, possessing an immortal body and exceptional talent. You truly are a rare genius in the realm of cultivation. Though currently a gem covered in dust, with a renowned master to guide you, it won't be long before you achieve the Tao and become an emperor. Anyone who sees you will have to address you as emperor. I am the 81st generation Sect Master of the Tian sect. Do you wish to take me as your master? From henceforth, embark on the path of invincibility, regardless of who stands before you." What was even more bewildered, he suddenly found his hand uncontrollably reaching towards Chun Feng's face. He shouted, "You've taken a disciple named Wu Gu Ling Chong Yu Guang Jian Pai." Chapter 15. The third golden potential disciple takes his place in the chaotic trial grounds. Chun Feng felt a black line running down his forehead. Well, so this is how we're playing it. Provoking hatred right at me. Chun Feng's expression grew serious as he released his own aura, enveloping Dua. Bang! After a loud sound, Dua broke free from Chun Feng's grasp, his hand once again lunging towards Chun Feng. Oh, how interesting. His strength now matches that of a true monarch. Chun Feng continued to exert pressure. "You rebellious disciple, do you wish to slay your master?" Chun Feng couldn't help but chuckle. This physique is quite absurd. Always causing trouble, yet never cleaning up after it. Is every immortal body this peculiar? He then catalyzed a surge of immortal energy and injected it into Dua. The youth finally quieted down. What is this? What power is this? I can actually fully control my body now. Dua looked at his body in disbelief, trembling slightly. His gaze was vacant, his expression dazed as he mumbled, "I can fully control it. I can fully control it." Dua repeated this, reminiscent of his years spent in constant flight. Tears streamed down his cheeks as memories flowed through his mind like water. The troubles brought by his physique had driven him to contemplate self-termination countless times. Yet his body always thwarted his attempts at suicide. Chun Feng quietly waited for the youth to regain his composure. After a long while, Dua finally wiped away his tears. He lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with a light he had never possessed before, gazing at Chun Feng, his voice slightly trembling. "Senior, I wish to take you as my master, but I fear." Dua's gaze dimmed once more, and Chun Feng could sense the emotions behind his words. Chun Feng nodded slightly, a glimmer of relief crossing his eyes. He understood that for Dua, this moment symbolized the emergence of hope from endless darkness. Yet, the youth feared that his physique might bring endless calamity upon Chun Feng. Chun Feng articulated the youth's concerns. "What are you afraid of?" "Afraid of bringing disaster to the sect. Though the Tian sect's reputation is not particularly illustrious. I believe I can protect you from a few mere holy lands." Dua's eyes widened. What was this man saying? What kind of absurdity is this? Mere holy lands. Just a few. Do you have any idea how terrifying a holy land is? The leaders of holy lands are all true monarchs. In an era without emperors, true monarchs are synonymous with invincibility. Moreover, a holy land has been passed down for thousands of years, some even reaching tens of thousands. The depth of such a long-standing legacy is beyond comprehension. Wa hesitated for a long time, struggling internally. Very well. If you can enable me to fully control my body, I shall trust you, Dowa declared, kneeling before Chun Feng. Master, I humbly greet you. As this transpired in the sky, Dowa, as kowtowing, was silent. After 3 bows, the system's voice suddenly resonated. Ahem. Congratulations, host, for accepting a golden potential disciple. Reward. Diamond Gift Pack 1. Chun Feng restrained his eagerness to open the gift pack and led Davo back to the Wenyangon. The touch-scale immortal body had not yet been activated. It was merely suppressed and required a return to the sect for activation. The few individuals within the sect had already awakened from their breakthroughs. Upon discovering Chun Feng's return, they hurried to the main peak. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Sect Leader. Chun Feng surveyed the crowd, nodding subtly. The cultivation levels of several individuals had indeed advanced, with the 2 disciples demonstrating remarkable progress. Lin Lin, unable to contain her excitement, proclaimed her newfound strength. Master, thanks to your guidance, I have now reached the great ascension stage. Xiao Luo, feeling disgruntled, quickly reported to Chun Feng. Master, after taking a nap, I unexpectedly achieved the first level of the great ascension stage. Lin Lin glanced sideways, pouting slightly, and muttered, You still have to call me senior sister. The 2 eagerly awaited Chun Feng's praise. Their rapid cultivation was inextricably linked to the environment of the Wenyangon. With boundless spiritual energy, the premium enlightenment tea casually provided by Chun Feng, and an abundance of imperial-grade spirit crystals. Moreover, their immortal bodies had only recently been activated, placing them in a period of explosive growth. Thus, Chun Feng was not at all surprised. Seeing Chun Feng's nonchalant demeanor, the 2 disciples tentatively inquired, Master, are you dissatisfied with our cultivation? Chun Feng, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, Mediocre at best. Continue to strive for improvement. He added, Your pace lags behind mine by a considerable margin. Back in my day, I advanced from the first level of the nascent soul stage to the great ascension in the blink of an eye. My goodness, Master, you are astounding. Is it really that outrageous? Lin Hai, Lin Chongsheng, and Xiao Luofei awkwardly supported their foreheads, contemplating deeply. Did these 2 direct disciples truly harbor no doubts? Wait, why was that lad beside the sect leader gazing at him with such admiration? Surely he wasn't a fool picked up by the sect leader? Chun Feng coughed lightly, interrupting the trio's reverie. Ahem, enough. Allow me to introduce Davo. He is your junior brother. Please treat him well. You 2, take him to the scripture pavilion to collect cultivation techniques and familiarize him with the sect. Then come back to me. I have an announcement to make. Yes, Master. On the main peak, only 3 individuals remain for further training. Your cultivation has significantly improved, and you have diligently contributed to the sect. I shall reward you with something. Later, proceed to the sect's treasury and collect an imperial crystal each. Saying this, he retrieved 150 pieces of premium enlightenment tea from the system's warehouse. Distributing 50 pieces to each individual, the 3 gasped in unison, premium enlightenment tea, imperial-grade spirit crystals. Each was a treasure that came by only once in a millennium. They all knelt, exclaiming in unison, Thank you. Sect Leader, for the treasures. You may leave now. Finally, Chun Feng had the opportunity to open his disciple recruitment gift pack. The previous Chaos Brush had, upon entering the false immortal realm, proven capable of bringing images to life. Albeit for only the duration of half an incense stick, open the diamond gift pack. Ahem, the gift pack has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a true immortal summoning compass 1. Can be synthesized. A Chaos Trial Ground 1. 5 cultivation enhancement cards, 100 spirit herbs, 500 pounds of premium enlightenment tea, and 1 random gift box. Chaos Trial Ground? What is it for? Check the information. Item name. Chaos Trial Ground description. Born from the chaos. The Chaos Trial Ground can change size at the host's will. Once a cultivator's physical body enters, their soul will be randomly transported to any perilous location across myriad realms for trials. Note, if a cultivator dies during the trial ends, but any items acquired can be brought back, and no harm will come to the cultivator. I can't believe it. This item is incredibly powerful. It essentially equates to infinite respawns and infinite crossovers. Truly, when it comes from chaos, it surely is a premium product. Yes, my dear brother, Chapter 16. Summoning the Emperor, activating the touch-scale immortal body. Chun Feng's mind raced. Once there are more disciples in the sect, I can directly open the trial ground. All disciples will have an advantage. With infinite respawns and crossovers, the strongest sect in the myriad realms is within reach. Out of the 3 celestial artifacts opened, only this one truly benefits the sect. Magur, open the random gift pack. Ahem, the random gift pack has been opened. You have obtained an Emperor Summoning Compass 1. Cannot be synthesized. Chun Feng was taken aback. That's it? Just this? I can't believe it. Why is this so lackluster? Just a summoning compass, and it can't even be synthesized. Are you trying to dismiss your brother Feng? Chun Feng expressed his frustration, but the system remained unresponsive. Sigh. If it can't be synthesized, I might as well use it. By the way, are the summon cultivators absolutely loyal to me? Rest assured, summon cultivators are undoubtedly loyal. All right then, I will use the Emperor's summoning compass. Ahem. The Emperor cultivator is currently being inscribed. The inscription has been completed. The cultivator is on their way. In a secluded corner of the Weniangong, a sudden explosion echoed through the silence as a stone shattered. Seemingly torn apart by an invisible force, debris flew everywhere, shaking the surrounding air and raising a cloud of dust. A figure emerged from the haze, deep in thought. After a moment, the individual murmured, Weniangong, Chun Feng, Zhan Long. With that, the figure vanished. Swish, a figure appeared on the path to the main peak of Weniangong, steadily approaching the cliff where Chun Feng stood. Subordinate Zhan Long, greetings, sect leader. Chun Feng began to scrutinize the middle-aged man who identified himself as Zhan Long. Zhan Long was tall and sturdy, resembling an unyielding mountain. His features were sharp and pronounced, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. His black hair flowed freely, adding to his charismatic presence. Very impressive. Curiosity piqued, Chun Feng inquired, "Are you flesh and blood?" He cautiously poked Zhan Long with his finger, wary of the possibility that this man might be a robot. Returning to the sect leader, "Yes, I am flesh and blood." Chun Feng pressed on. "Can you cultivate?" Returning to the sect leader, "I can cultivate." Chun Feng bombarded him with questions, and Zhan Long patiently answered each one without a hint of impatience. Leaning in closer, Chun Feng whispered in a low voice, "One last question. If you have a partner, can you still have children?" Zhan Long remained unflustered, responding, returning to the sect leader, "Yes, I can," daring to ask, "Are you looking to find a partner for me?" Chun Feng, "Did I imply that? When did I ever think of that? Besides, you're just an NPC. Why would you want a wife?" "Ahem, I have no such intention that if you have someone in mind, you may pursue them yourself." Ultimately, Chun Feng received the answer he desired. The summoned cultivators were no different from ordinary individuals. Henceforth, you shall serve as the Grand Elder of Weniangong. For significant matters, consult with me. For minor matters, handle them as you see fit. Chun Feng was more than happy to delegate responsibilities. "Yes, Zhan Long obeys." Chun Feng continued, "Now, head over here and register Davo, as well that I'll provide you with the coordinates." Subsequently, Chun Feng relayed the information and registration coordinates for the Young Heroes Gathering to Zhan Long via a jade slip. Zhan Long departed, while Chun Feng returned to his fishing and reading. Before long, the two heard a cry to, "Ah, senior brother, senior sister, spare me. Please let me explain. Ah, can you not kick me there?" Chun Feng's vision darkened, and he covered his eyes with his hand, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, I forgot about this living disaster." He saw Lin Lin and Xia Luo dragging Davo, punching and kicking him as they brought him toward the cliff. The two incessantly complained to Chun Feng, "Master, this little brat is unruly. Almost kissed me." "Yes, master. He even tried to steal my peach. Thankfully, I reacted in time. He even tried to touch me." Chun Feng once again unleashed a surge of celestial power to subdue Davo and explained his physical attributes to the group. "You all step aside for now. Allow me to activate your junior brother's immortal body." With that, Chun Feng released streams of celestial energy into Davo's body, carefully guiding the energy into his meridians. Chun Feng couldn't help but marvel. These meridians are filled with fragments of the immortal body's Tao rhythm. No wonder your body is uncontrollable. Continuing, Chun Feng commenced the task of unblocking the meridians. His hands gracefully formed seals, and strands of celestial energy flowed from his fingertips like delicate threads, gradually permeating into Davo's body. Under the guidance of this celestial energy, Davo's meridians began to tremble slightly. As if awakening slumbering dragons, as the celestial energy delved deeper, these dragons began to unfurl slowly, releasing their latent power. Within his meridians, the previously scattered fragments of celestial essence began to coalesce, forming streams of resplendent light. These streams surged through Davo's meridians, akin to vast and boundless rivers. With the flow of light, Davo's meridians gradually expanded, becoming even more resilient and powerful. Where the light flowed, the inner walls of the meridians emitted faint glimmers. Upon closer inspection, one could discern wondrous patterns. After a few hours of unblocking, Davo's meridians became entirely unobstructed. Chun Feng gently retracted his celestial energy, and Davo's body began to emanate a soft glow. His entire demeanor transformed dramatically. Davo naturally sensed the changes within himself. "Thank you, Master," Davo exclaimed excitedly, kneeling before Chun Feng and bowing in gratitude. "Rise, for you have now activated the touching scale, celestial body. You must strive diligently in your cultivation and not squander your innate talent," Chun Feng said, helping Davo to his feet with a satisfied nod. Just as Davo stood, a sudden roar erupted from his body. "Boom! Master, is happening?" Davo asked, a hint of fear in his eyes as he looked helplessly at Chun Feng, terrified that he might lose control of his body once again. Chun Feng replied with a reassuring smile. "Do not worry. It is merely a breakthrough." The sounds of breakthroughs echoed continuously. Davo had accumulated an immense amount of enmity over the years. Now that his meridians were unblocked and the touching scale celestial body activated, the enmity he had gathered instantaneously transformed into cultivation power, profoundly cleansing Davo in the process. Lin Lin and Xia Luo approached, curiously observing the changes in Davo. Xia Luo gazed at Davo in disbelief. "Your physique is astonishing. You can break through just by gathering enmity?" Lin Lin retorted, "And you have the audacity to say that. Don't you usually break through just by sleeping and dreaming?" She then grew melancholic. "As the senior sister, my pressure has doubled. How can I have such extraordinary junior brothers like you two?" Xia Luo immediately protested. "You're not extraordinary. You can increase your cultivation just by holding that broken sword. When you actually train, it's like you're soaring upward." Lin Lin swiftly drew her sword and exclaimed angrily, "You, Xia Luo, you dare to secretly observe my training. I shall not spare you today." "Bah, who is afraid of whom? Come on." Chapter 17. 3 direct disciples enter the trial. Amidst the playful bickering, Davo continued to break through, and his cultivation level reached the nascent soul stage. Upon reaching the nascent soul stage, the speed of his cultivation growth finally began to slow, ultimately stabilizing at the 6th tier of the nascent soul. Davo slowly opened his eyes, feeling his cultivation with immense excitement. Just days ago, he was evading for his life. Now, his cultivation had reached a level he had never dared to imagine. Disciple is deeply grateful for Master S' great kindness. Davo knelt before Chun Feng, preparing to bow when he was lifted by Chun Feng's spiritual power. "Enough. Once a disciple, forever a father. Since you have joined my sect, I shall dedicate myself to nurturing you. Work hard in your cultivation henceforth, so as not to waste my efforts," Chun Feng said, waving his hand. "In 10 days, the centennial event of the Eastern Wilderness, the Young Heroes Gathering, will commence. I have already registered you 3 that you must strive in your cultivation these days and make a name for our sect at this event. This will also facilitate the recruitment of disciples for our sect in the future." Upon hearing this, the 3 were instantly thrilled. The Young Heroes Gathering was a splendid opportunity for fame and fortune. Moreover, contributing to the sect and Master was an obligation they could not shirk. Lin Lin inquired, "Master, is our sect beginning to recruit disciples?" Chun Feng's expression turned serious, his demeanor immediately becoming resolute as he declared, "Indeed, as cultivators, we must establish our hearts for the heavens, bring life to the populace, inherit the teachings of the ancients, and pave the way for peace for all eternity. He then shifted to a sorrowful expression, lamenting, "Yet, despite our sect's abundant resources, we lack disciples, which burdens my heart deeply. We must open our gates wide and recruit disciples, adding legendary cultivators to the Orange Continent's history. Will you three be willing to assist me in this endeavor?" At the last, he looked at Lin Lin and the others with a glimmer of expectation. Chun Feng's impassioned speech ignited a fervor within the three young disciples, establishing hearts for the heavens, bringing life to the populace, inheriting the teachings of the ancients, paving the way for peace for all eternity. Their admiration for Master soared to unprecedented heights. Is this truly the man I shall follow for a lifetime? A true gentleman indeed. The trio felt their very souls ablaze with Chun Feng's words, their admiration shining brightly, illuminating the entire main peak. Lin Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clenched her fists, feeling an immense surge of power within. Her voice trembled, but was resolute. "Master, I am willing to brave any challenge for the sect." Without hesitation, Xia Luo and Davo echoed in unison. "We are willing to brave any challenge for the sect." Without hesitation, Chun Feng looked upon the determined expressions of the three, feeling an immense sense of relief and satisfaction. Truly, it was his mother's 4 lines of poetry that stirred the soul. Who could listen and not exclaim how remarkable? Who could listen and not feel their blood boil? "You 3 little fledglings, hurry and bow at my feet." Chun Feng, lost in self-admiration, sensed that the battle dragon had returned. He addressed his enthralled trio, just in time. "Today, a respected elder of our sect is emerging from seclusion. Go and summon the 3 auxiliary disciples for me. I shall introduce you to our sect's elder." Before long, the 6 returned to the main peak, and the battle dragon had also arrived at Chun Feng's side. Chun Feng surveyed the gathered individuals and continued, "This is our sect's grand elder. Elder Battle Dragon. Should you have any questions, feel free to address them to Elder Battle Dragon in my absence. He shall act as the acting Sect Master." The 6 now scrutinized Elder Battle Dragon. Lin Changsheng communicated with Xia Fei telepathically. "Director Xia, with your 7th tribulation cultivation, can you discern Elder Battle Dragon's level?" Xia Fei sighed inwardly and replied, "I cannot. Ordinarily, even at the pinnacle of the tribulation crossing stage, I would sense something, yet I cannot perceive anything about Elder Battle Dragon." Lin Changsheng gasped. Could it be that Elder Battle Dragon, like the Sect Master, is at the true monarch level, a sect with 2 true monarchs, and both living openly under the sun, ignoring the reactions of the others? Chun Feng promptly dismissed the 3 auxiliary disciples. "Though your cultivation has progressed significantly, you possess no combat experience. Thus, for the next few days, do not focus on increasing your cultivation. Instead, immerse yourselves in battle." Xia Luo inquired, "Master, where shall we go to battle?" Chun Feng waved his hand, producing a 9-story small tower. This tower is known as the Chaos Trial Tower. "You shall enter it for your training." The 3 were perplexed. The tower seemed too small to enter. "Master, this tower is so small. How can we go in?" Lin Lin questioned. With a thought, the small tower began to float into the sky, spinning and gradually enlarging. Within moments, the palm-sized tower had expanded tremendously. "Wow, it's getting bigger," Lin Lin gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. The other 2 were equally astonished, unable to fathom such a treasure could change size at will. "The internal structure must be unimaginably complex." Chun Feng smiled nonchalantly. "How about now? Can you enter?" The 3 disciples nodded vigorously, their admiration for their master deepening further. Chun Feng continued, "The Chaos Trial Tower allows your physical bodies to enter while your souls will be randomly transported to perilous realms across myriad worlds. Should you perish during the trial, your souls will return to your bodies, and your physical forms will be extracted without suffering any harm. Furthermore, any items or cultivation gained during the trial will be brought back with you. You have merely 10 days. Strive to enhance your combat abilities. Without further ado," he urged, "let us depart." Chun Feng activated the Chaos Trial Tower, and the tower doors swung open. The disciples gazed into the entrance, which resembled an endless abyss, devoid of any color except for darkness. "Go forth. Cultivate diligently. There are no shortcuts to success." Lin Lin turned to her companions. her demeanor taking on a resolute tone. Once we enter, it will be perilous. Shall we have a contest to see who can endure the longest? I'm all for it. Count me in. Lin Lin stood before the entrance of the Chaos Trial Grounds. Her figure tall and resolute, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. She inhaled deeply, as if drawing in all the courage and resolve within her, then stepped forward with conviction, crossing into the darkened threshold. Her silhouette vanished instantaneously into the abyss, leaving only a gentle ripple in the air. Following closely behind were Xia Luo and Doa, who too stepped into the trial ground without hesitation. Thus, the three direct disciples disappeared into the Chaos Trial Grounds, embarking on their journey of trial. As their figures faded, the inky portals slowly closed, as if devouring all light and sound, leaving behind a profound silence. Chapter 18. The Supreme Sword Intent Break. Senior sister, it's so dark here, senior sister. No matter how it was shouted, there was no response at that moment. Lin Lin found herself in a desolate expanse, amidst towering stone monuments. Each monument was adorned with a blade, enduring the elements. The swords remained keen and sharp. The stones varied in height. Some soared dozens of zhang, seemingly piercing the heavens, while others stood merely waist-high, exuding an ancient, weathered aura. Each stone was inscribed with archaic runes that flickered with a faint luminescence, as if recounting tales from millennia past. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the runes to tremble slightly, emitting a low, resonant hum, akin to an ancient call that instilled a sense of reverence. In this grove of stone, Lin Lin felt an unprecedented weight pressing down upon her, as if each monument harbored immense power, poised to unleash astonishing energy at any moment. She cautiously surveyed her surroundings, wary of disturbing this enigmatic realm. Could it be a graveyard? My cultivation seems to be sealed by something. As Lin Lin glanced around, she noticed that with each flicker of the runes on the stones, her power was shackled further. It appears the issue lies with those inscriptions. Just as Lin Lin's thoughts settled, suddenly, all the swords began to tremble. Buzz! Each blade emitted a crisp, ringing sound. The shift sent a jolt of anxiety through Lin Lin. Then in the distance, a figure emerged. As the trial begun, observing that the figure bore no trace of spiritual energy, she finally relaxed. Lin Lin tightened her grip on her sword, preparing to gather her strength covertly. The figure approached her unhurriedly, a hoarse voice emanating, "Forbidden grounds of the 10,000 Sword Immortal Sect. Unauthorized entry is forbidden." With that, the figure drew a sword from beside one of the monuments and lunged at Lin Lin. Already poised for battle, she swiftly parried the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Lin thrust her sword fiercely, aiming directly for the figure's throat. Victorious, she did not relent, for given the figure's assertion that this place was a sacred ground, the trial would surely not be so simple. The very mention of the immortal sect implied the presence of celestial beings. Just as Lin Lin anticipated, the defeated figure staggered back to its feet, now enveloped in a wisp of sword intent. Once more, it charged towards Lin Lin with renewed vigor. Lin Lin deftly evaded the incoming sword strike, her own blade slicing through the air as she engaged in a fierce clash with the figure. Sword light flickered, intent clashed, and the two exchanged blows in a heated contest. Suddenly, Lin Lin perceived a flaw in the figure's defense. She pivoted and drove her sword directly into its chest. The figure was caught off guard, pierced to the core. The sword intent. How effortlessly it flows. Lin Lin awaited the figure's resurgence. Within the 10,000 Sword Immortal Sect, a middle-aged man with piercing eyes stirred. Slowly opening his gaze, he directed his attention towards the forbidden area. Perplexed, has someone breached the forbidden grounds? I didn't sense anything. Come forth. Quickly ascertain who has entered the forbidden area. A voice emerged from the shadows. Yes, Sect Master. The middle-aged man's expression shifted to one of excitement. This person wields overwhelming sword intent. Their constitution is a once-in-a-millennium celestial body. They must not be allowed to leave our sect. They must either join us or perish. At that moment, chaos erupted within the 10,000 Sword Immortal Sect. Someone has trespassed into the forbidden grounds. Could it be fifth senior brother? Most likely, he has already conquered the fifth trial. The sword slaves of the four-sword intents are no trifling matter. Only fifth senior brother's innate sword body could achieve such prowess. Alas, the last time fifth senior brother sought the Abyssal Hong sword as a reward for conquering the 10th trial, he nearly perished inside. Thankfully, the Sect Master intervened to save his life. Wasn't fifth senior brother defeated in the 7th trial? Quick, look! The 7th trial has been surpassed. The exclamation from one disciple ignited a chorus of astonished cries among the others. What? The 7th trial has been cleared. Just now, it was the 5th trial. Has the 7th trial passed in the blink of an eye? Fifth senior brother is incredible. Fifth senior brother, unmatched, supreme, within the Forbidden Grounds. Lin Lin had already navigated through the 9th trial. In the 8th trial, she had ultimately triumphed over the sword slave at the cost of her left arm, as the sword slave rose once more. It was now surrounded by 9 strands of sword intent. Lin Lin stood there, her garments tattered, her pale skin exposed to the air. Gritting her teeth, she harnessed the moment of respite afforded by the fallen sword slave to steady her breathing and recover her strength. The sensation of being unable to wield spiritual energy was truly disheartening. Before Lin Lin could wipe the sweat from her brow, the sword slave surged forward with alarming speed. It was as if the sword slave had undergone a metamorphosis. Its demeanor entirely transformed. Each swing of its sword seemed capable of rending the fabric of space. Lin Lin could only muster her strength and defense. The clash of steel echoed hauntingly through the silent grove of stones. As the battle wore on, Lin Lin gradually felt her strength waning. The sword slave's assaults grew increasingly ferocious, each strike imbued with formidable intent, as if intent on tearing her apart. She fought with every ounce of her being, navigating through the grove. Yet each evasion seemed more arduous than the last. Am I already nearing my limit? Lin Lin forced a bitter smile, self-deprecatingly remarking, if those two knew how dire my situation was, they would surely mock me. Suddenly, the sword slave let out a furious roar, its form swelling as the sword in its hand radiated blinding light, cleaving directly towards Lin Lin. The force of the strike was staggering, and Lin Lin felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon her. In a moment of panic, she found herself cornered in a dead end, surrounded by stone monuments, with no avenue for escape. Knowing she must give everything to withstand this blow, she inhaled deeply, channeling all her remaining strength into her sword, then swung with all her might to meet the sword slave's attack head-on. Boom! Lin Lin was immediately thrown back by the impact. An unrelenting tide of sword intent began to ravage her being. It felt as though countless blades had pierced through her, leaving her body riddled with wounds. She collapsed to the ground, blood seeping from her injuries, staining her garments crimson. The surrounding monuments shattered under the onslaught of sword intent, disintegrating into dust that scattered in the air. As Lin Lin's consciousness began to blur, she struggled to rise, but her body felt ensnared by an invisible force, rendering her immobile. Helplessly, she could only watch as the sword slave advanced, its cold gaze devoid of mercy. Am I truly to meet my end here? A surge of unwillingness welled within Lin Lin. And just as despair threatened to consume her, a peculiar force surged forth from within. It was her innate extreme path, sword immortal body, awakened in the face of life and death. This power enveloped her entirely, drawing in the surrounding sword intent into her being. A flicker of astonishment passed through the sword slave's hollow eyes. Seizing the moment, Lin Lin struggled to rise from the ground. Her eyes sparkled like stars, radiating a profound brilliance of sword intent. Extreme path sword intent. Break! Lin Lin exclaimed, her sword swinging with ferocity. Come forth! Countless beams of resplendent sword light cleaved through the heavens, targeting the sword slave directly. The sword slave seemed to sense the impending doom of this strike. It was ensconced in sword light, with no escape. In an instant, the sword light pierced through its form, reducing it to nothingness. Witnessing this, Lin Lin's eyelids fluttered, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 19. Once more entrapped in a dream. The great migration of hatred. In a certain realm of the myriad worlds, a dense forest stood tall. Towering ancient trees, their branches lush and verdant, allowed sunlight to filter through their layered leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Within the woods, birds chirped joyfully, and a gentle stream babbled along, the sound of water intertwining with the melodies of nature. Occasionally, wild beasts could be seen flitting among the thickets, either leisurely foraging or watchfully surveying their surroundings. At this moment, the entire forest resembled a vibrant, living entity, brimming with vitality and energy. Amidst this verdant expanse, Xia Luo stood as motionless as a withered tree, starkly contrasting the vivacity of the forest. At this time, Xia Luo was immersed in yet another dream. Under the influence of the fragrances emanating from the surrounding flora, Xia Luo gradually succumbed to a dreamlike state. Within this reverie, he transformed into an erudite scholar. At this moment, he stood by the bedside, his gaze filled with anxiety and helplessness, fixated on his wife lying upon the bed. Her visage was pale and worn, as if insidiously ravaged by an invisible ailment, causing his heart to ache as if pierced by daggers. Her hands incessantly clawed at her own body, as though striving to escape the intangible shackles of torment. With each struggle, the pain she endured resonated deeply within him. Her voice had become too faint to articulate clearly, reduced to mere whispers and gasps. Nevertheless, Xia Luo strained to discern her words through her contorted lips. "Kill me." These two words struck his heart like a sharpened blade, unleashing an indescribable wave of anguish and despair. He grasped her hand tightly, yearning to offer her a modicum of comfort and strength. Yet, he was acutely aware of his own impotence, incapable of vanquishing the formidable affliction that plagued her. All he could do was silently remain by her side, beseeching the heavens for a glimmer of life and hope for her. Alas, fate seemed particularly cruel to this woman. Her hands continued to claw at her flesh in agony, each struggle accompanied by the shedding of her own skin, as if she sought to express all her suffering through this merciless act. Exposed bones lay bare in the air. At this moment, the three individuals found themselves in a state of utter ease amidst the trial. In the grand square of the 10,000 Sword Sect, Lin Lin donned a flowing azure robe, wielding the Yuan Hong sword with grace and agility, her figure exuding an air of vitality as the sword light flickered around her. She seemed to tread upon the very fabric of the void, each step akin to dancing upon clouds, light and ethereal. The Yuan Hong sword came alive in her hands, moving in harmony with her thoughts, each swing infused with a fierce sword intent that rent the air with a piercing sound. Lin Lin's expression was one of unwavering focus and determination, her eyes sparkling with a fervent passion for the sword path. Her swordplay alternated between tempestuous fury and gentle grace, each transition executed with impeccable timing. Leaving onlookers in awe, all disciples of the 10,000 Sword Sect watched her sword dance, erupting in applause. Lin Lin, their esteemed senior, was to become a disciple of the Sect Master in 3 days. How enviable! After all, she was a once-in-a-millennium sword cultivator, destined to ascend to immortality. A few days prior, Lin Lin had fainted within the forbidden grounds of the 10,000 Sword Sect, for which the Sect Master had rescued her. Upon awakening, she swiftly grasped the circumstances at hand. Thus, she feigned the desire to join the 10,000 Sword Sect, cleverly persuading the Sect Master that the 10th day hence would be an auspicious occasion to take her vows. The Sect Master, not suspecting a thing, acquiesced to her request, oblivious to the fact that this little cultivator could slip away right under his nose. Consequently, a plethora of cultivation resources, such as the Yuan Hong sword, imperial-grade spirit crystals, a jade bed of mutton fat, and imperial-grade elixirs, were bestowed upon Lin Lin. Each time resources were presented to her, Lin Lin wore an expression of bashfulness, unable to decline, for how could she confess to them that she was deceiving them? With reluctance, she accepted their offerings. While practicing her swordplay, Lin Lin's movements suddenly shifted, her form becoming elusive. Sensing a change, she proclaimed loudly, "The generous gifts of the 10,000 Sword Sect shall be etched in my heart, and should fate allow us to meet again, I will surely repay your kindness." The Sect Master felt an ominous chill. "Humph, you wish to depart. Stay right there." With a thunderous shout, the protective formation of the sect was instantly activated. The array shimmered brilliantly, casting a barrier above the skies of the 10,000 sword sect, denying even the tiniest fly entry or exit. Yet even so, Lin Lin's figure continued to dissolve upon the square. In the dense forest, Xia Luo's form began to waver as well. The surrounding flora seemed to sense Xia Luo's unusual state, extending their branches to offer their long-cherished treasures, fiery red fruits ablaze with flame. White fruits billowing with smoke, and ancient tree roots radiating a kaleidoscope of colors that a few days prior, Xia Luo had been ensnared in a dream, transformed into a scholar, and during his studies, he had fortuitously encountered a phrase spoken by Chun Feng, establishing a heart for the heavens and the earth. In that instant, his resolve solidified, and he shattered the confines of the dream. Upon awakening and surveying his surroundings, he discovered that the plants appeared to possess independent consciousness, albeit with remarkably simple intentions. Thus, Xia Luo endeavored to communicate with them. Ultimately, the multitude of plants consented to his request, agreeing to train him in combat. Now, as Xia Luo prepared to depart, the plants expressed their reluctance to part with him. Xia Luo smiled and said, "As the books state, there are no feasts in this world that do not come to an end." After a pause, he added, "The texts also proclaim, where in life do we not encounter one another? Farewell, dear friends, until we meet again." At the Wang family residence, the atmosphere grew tense. "Enough. Do not make it seem as though I am on the brink of death. From now on, you must educate your son, lest he squander his days and bring harm to the community. Only by benefiting the people can the Wang family endure." He continued, "And you all, when the family head errs, you should intervene promptly, preventing further mistakes. I shall take my leave. Live well." With that, Davo's figure flickered, and the Wang family erupted into tears. "Davo, you cannot leave us. Woe is us," they lamented. "Oh, Davo, how swiftly you depart. Wait for me." Davo, hand on his forehead, sighed, "Alas, I thank you for this grand farewell ceremony." Upon witnessing Davo's figure vanish completely, the family head erupted in rage, charging toward his son, weeping and shouting, "Woe is me! The 9 heavens thunderstorm must strike." Chapter 21. Resolving doubts at the summit of the Asking Heavens sect. The tower gate of the chaotic trial slowly opened, a brilliant light streaming forth, illuminating the entire peak in a radiant glow. Lin Lin's figure emerged first into the sight of the gathered, her countenance bearing a hint of fatigue, yet her eyes sparkled with resolute vigor. Following her was Xia Luo, his garments billowing, a deep shade of melancholy gracing his features, reminiscent of a youth stepping forth from a painting. Davo wore a confident smile, his step steady as he waved cheerfully at Chun Feng and Zhan Long upon their appearance. Chun Feng and Zhan Long approached eagerly. Chun Feng's eyes were filled with concern as he patted each of them on the shoulder, his gaze brimming with approval. The four gathered closely, though no words were exchanged, their camaraderie needing no articulation. Zhan Long remained impassive, akin to an ancient bell, providing a sense of security. As Chun Feng surveyed the trio, he discerned the transformations they had undergone. "Your progress has not gone unnoticed, my dear disciples. You have toiled these past few days. Tomorrow marks the Young Talents Tournament, so take this day to rest well. We shall set forth at dawn. Tonight, we shall repose at the main peak. Should you have any uncertainties regarding your recent training, feel free to inquire." The trio rejoiced at this news. Although each had mastered their unique celestial abilities during the training, certain nuances remained unclear. Lin Lin was the first to pose a question. "Master, during these days I have comprehended the ultimate sword intent, yet I consistently find the latter half of the technique lacking in spiritual energy." Chun Feng promptly instructed Lin Lin to demonstrate before him, observing the flow of spiritual energy through her meridians, and remarked, "The ultimate sword immortal technique you acquired from the scripture pavilion complements your celestial body. The deficiency in spiritual energy during the latter stages is simply due to the creator's differing environment from yours. The spiritual energy, Taoist rhythm, and the concentration of sword intent present in our Guizhou continent are insufficient. This is the crux of the issue." After a brief pause, he continued, "Allow me to amend your ultimate sword immortal technique." At this pronouncement, all, including Zhan Long, were left utterly bewildered. "What did you just say? Revise an immortal technique? What audacity is this? Who among the true immortals can create such techniques? It was not that Chen Feng was boasting. He had perused an abundance of texts recently. Coupled with his pseudo-immortal cultivation, grasping the essence of immortal techniques became considerably easier. Clearing his throat, Chen Feng said, "Ahem, do you not believe me?" The three disciples exchanged glances, then replied in unison, "We believe. Our master is omnipotent." Though they spoke thus, their expressions betrayed disbelief, as if even a dog would shake its head at the sight. Chen Feng, exasperated, turned his gaze towards Zhanlong. His tone slightly somber. "You do not believe me either?" Zhanlong, startled, trembled slightly, hastily bowing and clasping his hands, his face solemn as he declared, "Master, I naturally have unwavering faith. Your vast knowledge and unfathomable strength, capable of revising immortal techniques, indeed mark you as an extraordinary individual. My admiration for you flows like the ceaseless rivers, akin to the Yellow River and flood, uncontrollable and boundless. Your every word and action serves as a model for us to emulate. The task of amending immortal techniques is but a trifling matter for you. Master, I hereby wish you success in revising the immortal technique and hope for Lin Lin's cultivation to flourish further." Upon uttering these words, Zhanlong's face was alight with reverence, as if Chen Feng had become a divine being in his eyes. A hush fell over the peak, the stillness almost palpable. "Behold, it is I, the Grand Elder, who knows how to speak." Chen Feng grinned widely. "Ha! Excellent work. A reward is in order." He promptly retrieved the chaotic brush from the system repository and tossed it to Zhanlong. "This is an immortal artifact, the chaotic brush. Yours as a reward." He then addressed the three disciples. "I must say, when you have the chance, learn from the Grand Elder. Observe his eloquence and demeanor." Zhanlong grasped the chaotic brush, feeling an inexplicable weight pressed down upon him, a surge of indescribable power coursing from the brush into his being. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the brush in his hand. "Is this truly an immortal artifact?" He looked up at Chen Feng, who smiled back and winked. A wave of indescribable excitement surged within Zhanlong, and he deeply bowed, his voice trembling as he said, "Master, this is far too precious. Chen Feng waved his hand, interrupting him. "I have said it as a reward. You deserve it. Use it well, and do not tarnish the honor of this immortal artifact." As the exchange unfolded, Lin, Xiaoluo, and Davo stood by, their eyes wide with astonishment. They gazed at the chaotic brush in Zhanlong's possession. Disbelief etched across their faces. They had never imagined that such legendary artifacts would appear so readily before them, let alone be gifted by their master with such casual ease. Lin swallowed hard, her heart overwhelmed with astonishment. She gazed at Chen Feng, her eyes sparkling with admiration, as if she were beholding an omnipotent deity. Xiaoluo and shared the same expression, their reverence for Chen Feng having reached unprecedented heights. Xiaoluo repeatedly swallowed nervously, stammering, "Senior sister, master, are they speaking of celestial artifacts? I didn't quite hear." Lin's grip on her sword trembled. "I didn't hear clearly either." "Did you?" Dua feigned calmness as he attempted to take a sip of water, but his hand shook uncontrollably. I didn't hear clearly either." The trio's astonishment was interrupted by Chen Feng. "Lin, this is your new celestial technique, modified specifically for our Guizhou continent." A jade tablet floated towards Lin. "Is it really done just like that? Is Master so ruthless?" Lin disregarded everything else, hastily examining the contents of the jade tablet. She followed the tablet's instructions to channel her spiritual energy, then began to wield the ultimate sword intent. Grasping her long sword, she moved swiftly, transforming into a streak of light, racing atop the main peak. The sword light flickered, each swing seeming to carry the might of thunder, causing the air to tremble. Ultimate sword intent, break. The ultimate sword intent coalesced into a sharp sword beam, slicing through the sky and shooting forth into the distance. In that moment, the winds atop the main peak appeared to still, save for the echo of the sword beam cleaving through the air. The two younger ones exclaimed in awe, "Senior sister is amazing." Once Lin's query was resolved, Chen Feng briefly addressed the concerns of Xiaoluo and Dawa. Turning to Xiaoluo, he remarked with a glint of admiration. Luo Air, your great dream reincarnation technique is indeed a profoundly intricate spell. However, it seems your mental state wavers when casting, preventing the full potential of the spell from manifesting. Xiao Luo's face flushed with embarrassment. Bowing her head, disciple acknowledges her mistake and humbly requests Master's guidance. Chen Feng smiled gently, gesturing as a jade tablet floated before Xiao Luo. Here are my insights on the great dream reincarnation technique. Take it and ponder it well. Remember, mental steadiness is crucial in spell casting. Only with a stable mind can the true power of the spell be unleashed. Xiao Luo accepted the jade tablet with deep gratitude. Bowing earnestly, "Thank you, Master. I shall not disappoint your expectations." Turning his attention to Dao, Chen Feng continued, "Air, your hatred teleportation is quite unstable during USAT times. Opponents of significantly higher cultivation can be transferred, while at other times, those of lower cultivation cannot. I have arranged some notes for you. Delve into them thoroughly. Once mastered, your hatred teleportation will reliably transfer the hatred value of opponents one major realm above you." Though it took the jade tablet, excitement evident in his voice. "Thank you, Master." Chen Feng waved his hand. "All right, go rest now that we shall set off early tomorrow." The three young disciples reluctantly departed. Chapter 22. The Young Hero's Chronicle. Commences in the early morning, the holy city of Dongwang, Tianyu. With the arrival of the Young Hero's Chronicle, the prosperity within the holy city reached unprecedented heights. As dawn broke, golden sunlight bathed Dongwang. Vendors had already set up their stalls along the streets. Their wares a dazzling array, emitting tempting aromas. Passers-by flowed in and out, some engaging in hushed conversations, others pointing at items on display, their faces alight with satisfaction and joy. The central square of the holy city buzzed with activity. Groups of young heroes clad in splendid attire, wielding spiritual artifacts, either practicing alone or sparring in groups. Their figures danced in the sunlight, the flashing sword lights creating a vibrant tapestry amidst the surrounding clamor. In the sky, several spiritual birds soared, their clear calls adding a touch of vitality to the morning in the holy city. With a little time before the event commenced, the master and his 4 disciples strolled through the bustling streets. Experiencing the human warmth of the world, the scarcity of personnel in the Wenyangong left them feeling somewhat stifled, but wearing a red fang mask, picked up a hairpin from a stall as he passed. Exclaiming to Lin Lin, senior sister, "This hairpin would suit you perfectly. I'll buy it for you." Lin Lin grimaced slightly, replying, "Thank you, junior brother, but I do not fancy it. Your taste could make even a dog shake its head in dismay." Chen Feng chuckled, "Wander a bit more. If you find something you like, I shall purchase it for you." With a casual wave, he distributed a large number of spiritual crystals acquired from fishing for treasures to the 3. "Thank you, Master." The 3 disciples beamed with joy, rushing towards their desired items. Chen Feng's generosity immediately caught the attention of sharp-eyed onlookers. Not far away, a group of youths clad in matching garments cast their gazes toward Chen Feng. "Brother, that person casually handed out 7th-level spiritual crystals." One remarked, "I noticed as well. An opportunity for fortune has arisen. Let us seek out the master." With that, the group of youths wove through the throng and departed. Chen Feng remained blissfully unaware of these details, eager to explore the unique aspects of the cultivation world during his rare outing, and strode forward with purpose. Before long, a furious shout from Lin Lin erupted from the crowd. Impudent! Almost immediately, a surge of sword intent pushed back the crowd, revealing a wide clearing. Xiao Luo and was swiftly appeared by Lin Lin's side, their eyes fixed intently on a middle-aged man before them. Urgently inquiring, "Senior sister, what's wrong?" Lin Lin tightened her grip on her sword, responding, "That man attempted to use a secret technique to incapacitate me. Fortunately, I noticed in time." Xiao Luo and his anger flared. Glaring at the middle-aged man, the man smirked wickedly, saying, "My dear, I merely wish to offer you a fortune beyond measure. I am Du Feng, an elder of the 9 Yuan Holy Palace. If you comply, I shall grant you entry into the Holy Land." Before Lin Lin could retort, erupted, "Get lost!" He swung his sword at the middle-aged man while secretly activating his hatred teleportation, attempting to eliminate Du Feng in an instant. Du Feng didn't even blink. effortlessly sending while flying. Tribulation realm. Lin Lin was taken aback, realizing this man was an expert of the tribulation stage. A serious expression crossed her face as she gripped her long sword tightly and dashed towards Du Feng. Her sword tip aimed at his throat. Xiao Luo, unwilling to be outdone, formed hand seals and chanted, "Great Dream Reincarnation Technique." A colorful light enveloped Du Feng. Du Feng scoffed, his figure unmoving, merely waving his sleeve lightly. An invisible force nullified Lin Lin and Xiao Luo's attacks. He regarded the three before him with disdain, as if observing mere ants. "You think you can harm me?" Du Feng's voice dripped with contempt. At that moment, a bell tolled, interrupting the confrontation. "All sect leaders, please gather your disciples in the central square. The Young Heroes Chronicle will commence in 1 incense stick's time." The sound, imbued with powerful spiritual energy, resonated throughout the entire holy city. Just then, a melodious chime echoed, reverberating in every corner of the holy city. This bell seemed to carry a magical power, instantly breaking the intensity of the ongoing battle. "All sect leaders, please organize your disciples to the central square immediately." The voice bore an undeniable authority, akin to ancient laws whispering in their ears. In 1 incense stick's time, the Young Heroes Chronicle will officially begin." The voice resounded once more, filled with exhilarating anticipation. It seemed to transcend time and space, spreading across the entire holy city with robust spiritual energy, whether from distant mountain peaks or nearby alleyways. Everyone could hear the announcement clearly. In an instant, the entire holy city erupted in a frenzy. Disciples from various sects paused their activities, hurrying towards the central square. Their faces radiated excitement and eagerness, as if they could hardly wait to partake in this grand competition. Fueled by this fervor, the holy city became even more bustling and boisterous, as one of the responsible elders of the 9 Yuan Holy Land. Du Feng had no choice but to cease his actions. He waved toward his disciples in the distance and hurried away. One of the disciples beside Du Feng anxiously remarked, "Master, are we leaving just like that? What about the spiritual crystals they have?" Du Feng dismissed. "We can take them after the event. Of course, that girl will be included as well." As an incense stick's time quietly passed, the central square had already amassed a sea of people, numbering in the tens of thousands. These young individuals, each a brilliant star of Dongwang, gathered like constellations, forming the most dazzling light upon this land. They hailed from various sects. Some were scions of ancient lineages, while others were rising prodigies from newly established sects, each possessing exceptional skills and lofty aspirations. Across from the square, on the towering gates of the imperial city, a golden banner slowly ascended, fluttering in the wind, producing a rustling sound. Embroidered on the banner were 2 bold characters, Tianyu. As the golden banner was fully raised, a figure leapt from the city tower, suspended gracefully in midair. It was a middle-aged man, his countenance resolute, and his eyes sparkled with a profound wisdom. Draped in a flowing golden robe that billowed elegantly in the wind, he exuded an air of both authority and refinement. The man surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sweeping over every young individual in the square, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Today, we gather here to witness the grand inauguration of the Youth Heroes Tournament. Each of you is a brilliant star of your respective families, the pride of your sects. Let us eagerly anticipate the splendid brilliance of this tournament, where you shall shine with your unique radiance, becoming the focal point of admiration and the legends of tomorrow." The man's voice resonated powerfully, each word imbued with a thunderous force that reverberated in the hearts of all present. The youthful prodigies in the square appeared invigorated, as if electrified. The Youth Heroes Tournament. Let the festivities commence. Chapter 23. Li Fu becomes a disciple, the mightiest body in all realms. After the man exited the stage, the chief eunuch of the Tianyu Holy Dynasty ascended the city tower. "Below, I shall now announce the rules of the Youth Heroes Tournament. This event will feature 1,000 arenas competing simultaneously. Those who fall from the stage, lose consciousness, concede, or perish will be eliminated, although the competition may involve swords and blades. Any deliberate acts of murder will also result in disqualification. The judges for this tournament are all formidable beings in the tribulation stage, so I urge all participants to conduct themselves with decorum. Furthermore, to maintain order in the holy city, I ask everyone to control their emotions. Should any private skirmishes arise, they will become the common enemy of the 9 great sacred lands. With that, the elder eunuch waved his feather duster, summoning a colossal piece of jade from behind him. This spectacle ignited a fervor in the crowd. The Tianyu holy dynasty is indeed formidable. Such a massive piece of jade must be worth a 9th-level spirit crystal. Wouldn't you agree? Goodness, a 9th-level spirit crystal. That is equivalent to 100,000 7th-level spirit crystals. Our sect's total annual income barely reaches 100,000 7th-level spirit crystals, right? The elder eunuch cleared his throat, instantly silencing the murmurs of the crowd, demonstrating his formidable prowess. He continued, "This jade records the competition venues for each participant. Please check according to your batches and assemble at your respective locations in 1 hour. The tournament is about to commence. The Tianyu holy dynasty wishes you all prosperous fortunes." As his words faded, over 1,000 tribulation stage experts surged forth from the imperial city. My heavens, is the holy dynasty this terrifying? Over 1,000 tribulation experts. How is that even possible? Such a number must be a coalition of the major sacred lands and some powerful sects. If any sect possessed that many tribulation stage cultivators, they would dominate the entire Jew state. Ah, no wonder. The 1,000 tribulation experts were neatly arranged, awaiting the contestants for their respective arenas. After checking their information, Lin Lin and her companions turned to Chen Feng and said, "Master, I shall take my leave." Chen Feng nodded with a smile, then shifted his gaze to the members of the Jiuan sacred land. He chuckled softly. "So, you wish to target my disciple. Do you think you are worthy?" He then disregarded them entirely. What of the sacred lands? If they dared to act up, they would be annihilated. The Tianyu holy dynasty's arrangement of the participants was exceptionally reasonable, preventing early encounters among members of the same sect, thus ensuring that the 3 young ones were assigned to separate arenas. Chen Feng seized this opportunity to explore and assess the capabilities of disciple from other sections. Moreover, he possessed a golden potential disciple assessment card, which would serve him well here. An hour passed quietly as the 1,000 tribulation experts led their respective teams toward the arenas. With nothing to do, Chen Feng called upon the system. Use the last disciple assessment card. Cough. The golden potential disciple assessment card has been used. Please proceed to the specified coordinates to recruit a disciple. Chen Feng glanced at the coordinates, puzzled. This location is not among the departing teams. Instead, it points to a secluded corner of the holy city. With curiosity, Chen Feng made his way to the designated spot. What unfolded before his eyes was a dilapidated little courtyard, but a gaunt young boy was reciting verses within the yard. Chen Feng was intrigued. In this world of cultivation, there were still those who studied. Curiosity piqued. He opened the boy's profile. Name: Li Fu. Cultivation: none. Potential: golden potential. Description: the second prince of the Tianyu holy dynasty. His Confucian Tao immortal body in an unactivated state, deemed a congenital cripple at birth, unable to cultivate, and thus abandoned by the Tianyu holy dynasty. Henceforth, he devoted himself to the study of classical texts, aspiring to enter the court as an official. Chen Feng approached Li Fu and gently inquired, "Do you wish to cultivate?" Li Fu's eyes dimmed, as if nothing could spark his interest. His voice, devoid of emotion, replied, "What can wishing do? What can not wishing do? Over the years, countless observers have deemed my body unfit for cultivation." Chen Feng caressed the boy's hair, kindly saying, "I can help you cultivate. Would you like to give it a try?" Li Fu suddenly turned his gaze towards Chen Feng, a faint glimmer of hope igniting within him. "That if you do not abandon me and grant me the path to cultivation, I shall remain steadfast, loyal through life and death, with unwavering resolve." The frail body resonated with a powerful voice. Chen Feng's lips curled into a serene smile as he replied, "You need only join my sect and take me as your master." Upon hearing this, Li Fu was filled with immense excitement, promptly kneeling and respectfully bowing 3 times, his voice resolute and sincere. "Master, I am Li Fu. I pay my respects to you." Each bow was imbued with his respect and determination, etching their master-disciple bond deeply into his heart. Chun Feng stated, "Excellent. You have become my disciple. I shall activate your body now. You are a Confucian Tao immortal body, which requires activation through poetry. I present you with a grand compilation of poems and verses. Once you memorize them entirely, they shall mend your meridians." Li Fu extended his hands, firmly catching the jade slip that floated towards him. Instantly captivated by the secrets contained within the slip, he began to study intently. The ancient path, the western wind, a lean horse. The setting sun descends as he softly recited, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. The profound essence encapsulated within these verses transported him to a desolate yet poetic realm. Sinking boats beside, 1,000 sails pass. Before the sickly tree, myriad woods spring anew. He continued to read, a surge of ambition swelling within him. The expansive sentiment expressed in these lines seemed to depict the resilience and tenacity of life. Li Fu was profoundly moved by these poems, standing transfixed as if an invisible force drew him in. Wholly immersed in the world created by these verses that he couldn't help but ponder the origins of these poetic lines. While Chun Feng stood by, quietly observing Li Fu's reaction, he was in no rush. He believed Li Fu would certainly glean deeper insights and be thoroughly enchanted by the poetry. After what felt like an eternity, Li Fu finally emerged from the sea of verses, kneeling before Chun Feng, his expression fervent. "Thank you, Master, for granting me these poems." At that moment, the system finally relayed a message. Cough. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully recruited a disciple with golden potential. You have received a Diamond Gift Pack 1. Open the gift pack. The Diamond Gift Pack has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a true Immortal Summoning Compass 1. Can be synthesized. Chaos Willow Root 1. Cultivation Enhancement Card 5. Immortal Medicine 100. Premium Enlightenment Tea 500. Random Item Gift Pack 1. Would you like to open the Random Item Gift Pack? Open the Random Item Gift Pack. Cough. Congratulations, host. You have received an extraordinary grand prize, the mightiest body in all realms. Note, there is no strongest, only stronger. Should the mightiest body in all realms emerge, the host body shall automatically transcend to become even stronger. At that moment, Chun Feng stood in place, his eyes shimmering with astonishment. As waves of exhilaration surged within him, it felt as if a colossal power was surging through his being. He glanced down at his body, sensing an unprecedented strength and resilience. Every muscle contained boundless power. Every meridian teemed with vibrant life force. Chun Feng felt that with his current physique, he could shatter stars. The air around him grew dense with his presence, an invisible pressure enveloping the courtyard. Li Fu was even pressed to the ground by the weight of this aura. Chapter 24. It was I who killed him. What will you do? Master, Li Fu's voice was but a whisper, urgently calling out. Only then did Chun Feng react, hastily retracting his imposing aura. He would be ashamed to inadvertently harm the disciple he had just acquired. Chun Feng calculated the time, estimating that the first round of competition for the 3 young ones had likely concluded, and he set off with Li Fu towards the competition venue. The streets were sparsely populated, as most had flocked to witness the tournament. However, whenever they encountered pedestrians, pointed fingers and murmurs directed at Li Fu were inescapable. Chun Feng draped an arm around Li Fu's shoulder, softly inquiring, "In this world, if one were to slander, deceive, insult, mock, belittle, or malign me, how should I respond?" Li Fu lifted his gaze to meet Chun Feng's eyes, silently awaiting an answer. "Simply endure them. Let them be. Ignore them. Evade them. Bear with them. Respect them. Do not engage with them. And after a few years, you shall observe them." A glimmer of light suddenly flashed in Li Fu's eyes, and the long-repressed emotions within him quietly unraveled amidst the exchanges with his esteemed master. He instinctively bent his knees, preparing to kneel, but Chun Feng swiftly grasped his form, a gentle smile adorning his face as he said, "In my presence, there is no need for such formalities as kneeling or bowing. To live authentically is to embrace one's true self." That moment, Li Fu's admiration for Chun Feng grew immensely. Despite their brief acquaintance of merely half a day, he felt an overwhelming sense of trust toward his master. Before long, a group of neatly attired youths approached the duo. Li Fu instinctively stepped closer behind Chun Feng, who immediately understood the situation. Indeed, As the procession passed by, an incongruous voice rang out. "Oh, the second prince? Where are you off to? Have you finished your studies?" At this remark, the crowd erupted in laughter. Huh, the esteemed second prince of the sacred dynasty. Reduced to merely composing poetry each day, such a splendid fate. Wasted. In the Tianyu sacred dynasty, being a single nation necessitated a considerable number of literati for governance. Thus it was common to see scholars. Yet, each scholar seemed to hold a status even beneath that of the common folk. Those who could afford to study were often those unable to sense even a hint of spiritual energy. To survive, they had no choice but to pursue this path, for even ordinary citizens could harness a modicum of spiritual energy for labor. As the second prince of the sacred dynasty, Li Fu's choice to study naturally invited ridicule from his talented group. With his eyes shut tight, Li Fu muttered repeatedly, "Do not pay them any mind. Just wait a few more years, and you'll see." The youths, noticing his demeanor, intensified their mockery. "Look at our second prince, even at this moment, still reciting his lessons. Ha! Let me hear you recite." Suddenly, someone struck Li Fu's chest with a fist. At last, Chun Feng sprang into action. With a resounding crack, a sharp slap echoed, reverberating throughout the vicinity. "Get lost. Return and prepare yourself, for my disciple will deal with you." The group of youths found themselves momentarily paralyzed by Chun Feng's imposing aura. Could this man truly be in the tribulation stage? What is so impressive about the tribulation stage? My father is also. We should leave and seek out our elders. Yes, yes. Let us go. Chun Feng made no effort to impede them, recognizing that matters among the younger generation were not for him to interfere with. As Li Fu gazed at the figure before him, his eyes brimmed with tears. Since arriving in this world, he had never had anyone stand before him in protection, not even his biological father. Chun Feng continued to lead Li Fu onward, casually encouraging him to explain the various structures of the sacred city. Before long, they found Lin Lin and Elwa, who, as expected, had successfully advanced. Following Chun Feng's brief introduction, Li Fu quickly bonded with the two, albeit with a hint of shyness. As an hour passed without any sign of Xiao Luo, Lin Lin could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Master, why hasn't my junior brother emerged yet? Could something have happened?" Chun Feng sensed that something was amiss and swiftly released his spiritual awareness to search for Xiao Luo. Suddenly, Chun Feng's aura erupted. "What insignificant creatures dare provoke my whinnying gong?" Immediately, a surge of celestial energy enveloped the three disciples as Chun Feng vanished in an instant. Within the Tianyu imperial city, the Grand Elder addressed his subordinate with a beaming smile. "This child is named Xiao Luo. His sister is the legendary Jade, pure, sacred body. My subordinates just reported that half a month ago, they planned to capture the Jade pure sacred body to present to the Grand Elder to aid in your breakthrough to True Lord. However, this child and his sister were rescued by unknown individuals. Now, this child is participating as a disciple of Winnie Yanggong. It stands to reason the Jade pure sacred body must be within Winnie Yanggong." The elder regarded Du Feng with an appreciative glance, replying with a smile, "You have done well. I shall speak highly of you before the Saint Lord." Du Feng was momentarily taken aback, hastily kneeling as he responded, "I do what I must for the Grand Elder." The elder's gaze toward Du Feng grew even more approving before he approached Xiao Luo, grasping his chin and inquiring, "Where is Winnie Yanggong?" Having just endured torture, Xiao Luo struggled to lift his head, using every ounce of strength to retort, "Old fool, do you think you can find Winnie Yanggong? Are you worthy?" The elder's fury erupted. When had he ever endured such humiliation? The Grand Elder of Sacred Land, insulted by a mere fledgling. Even the leader of the Fire God sect would greet him with respect. "You dare call me an old fool?" He immediately seized Xiao Luo by the throat, demanding, "Little brat, I ask you once more, where is Winnie Yanggong?" Before he could finish, a voice filled with rage resounded, "My disciple is right. Do you think you are worthy of knowing where Winnie Yanggong is?" In an instant, the sound of someone breaking through the air followed, as Chun Feng's heavy fist struck the elder. Boom! The entire room was instantly swept up by the force of Chun Feng's blow, stirring up a tremendous cloud of dust. Puff! Du Feng's body exploded in an instant, The elder had somehow managed to shield himself with Du Feng's form, utilizing it to absorb the lethal strike. This man must be at the true Lord level. Otherworldly beings? The elder had no time to ponder further and hastily fled deeper into the Imperial City. Chun Feng's furious strike had also stirred commotion throughout the Imperial City. The first to appear was none other than the ruler of the Tianyu sacred dynasty. Li Guang, clad in a yellow robe, stood before Chun Feng, demanding sternly, "May I inquire, friend, why have you entered my Imperial City and destroyed my property?" Without even glancing at Li Guang, Chun Feng directed a palm toward the fleeing elder. The elder watched helplessly as a shadow of a hand approached him, powerless to respond, only able to shout in despair, "Saint Lord, save!" Before he could finish, the elder's body transformed into countless specks of starlight, dissipating into the heavens. Simultaneously, a voice resonated throughout the Tianyu Imperial City. "Who dares to kill my Jin's sacred land's people?" Next, the sky was torn open, and a figure emerged from the rift, clad in white robes. With flowing hair and eyes like twinkling stars, the master of Jiuan's sacred land surveyed the crowd, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Chun Feng. "Indeed, it was I who killed him. What will you do about it?" Chun Feng turned, facing the master of Jiuan's sacred land without a hint of fear, his eyes glinting with unparalleled dominance. Chapter 25. Each with their own thoughts, the expression of the master of Jiuan's sacred land instantly turned icy, his eyes shimmering with a dangerous light, as if he desired to devour Chun Feng. "What an arrogant fool!" The master of the sacred land spoke coldly, his voice imbued with infinite authority. You know the grave crime of killing someone from my sacred land?" Chun Feng let out a cold laugh, his form unwavering. Yet an overwhelming aura emanated from him, creating a stark confrontation with the master of the sacred land's presence. "Crime? All I know is he dared to harm my disciple, and thus he deserves to die." Chun Feng's voice rang out, resonating in every corner of Tianyu Imperial City. "Today, I kill him. If you have any grievances, feel free to come at me." Enraged, the master of the sacred land swiftly drew a long sword from his ring. Li Guang, witnessing this, rushed to his side, cautioning, "Brother Luan, this man has cultivation is above ours. Do not act recklessly." Luan Xiao felt a tremor within. "Above us, an upper-tier true lord, but I have never encountered this person." Li Guang shared the same doubts. Even otherworldly true lords have been heard of, yet this man was entirely unfamiliar. His background remained unknown. They could not act impulsively. "Do you remember the celestial phenomena from some time ago?" Luan Xiao gasped in realization. "You mean the emergence of an emperor?" Li Guang nodded vigorously. This man may indeed be connected to that. With this thought, the two Eastern Wilderness overlords quickly donned new expressions. Hastening to Chun Feng's side, "Friend, your arrival in Tianyu is unexpected. Why did you not inform us in advance? We could have prepared accordingly." "HM? Fuer, what are you doing here?" Li Guang, having just exchanged pleasantries with Chun Feng, noticed Li Fu behind him, puzzlement flooding his mind. Li Fu's gaze darted around, avoiding Li Guang's stare, and timidly replied, "Father, I came here with my master." Li Guang's confusion deepened, impatience tinging his tone. "Master? What master?" Chun Feng stepped forward, positioning himself between the father and son, proclaiming, "I am indeed Li Fu's master." "Do you have any questions?" At this declaration, Li Guang's opinion of Chun Feng plummeted. He knew his son well, born with a flawed pulse. How could he be accepted as a disciple? Though he thought this inwardly, he revealed no trace of it outwardly. Li Guang forced a polite smile, stating, "For my son to be taken under your wing is a blessing beyond measure. Perhaps he has finally found his place." He then disregarded Li Fu, turning to Chun Feng, "Friend, might I have the honor of discussing matters with you and Brother Luan? It would help clarify any misunderstandings between you. I see your young companion is injured. I possess exceptional healing elixirs within my palace." Chun Feng raised an eyebrow, adhering to the adage of not striking those who extend a friendly hand. Given Li Fu's father's warm demeanor, he found it difficult to refuse. "Very well. I appreciate your kindness." Li Guang promptly arranged for personnel to take Xia Luo for treatment, subsequently leading Luan Xiao and Chun Feng to the back garden of the Imperial City. As soon as they settled down, several palace maids gracefully approached, bearing tea cups. Li Guang extended his hand toward the teacups, smiling as he spoke. This is enlightenment tea. Were it not for the arrival of the two esteemed guests today, I would have continued to cherish this tea in secrecy. Luan Zhao's pupils immediately contracted in disbelief as she gazed at Li Guang. You certainly know how to live, such a treasure, and you bring it out? It seems that this heavenly universe, sacred dynasty possesses quite a few valuable items. However, Chen Feng merely cast a dismissive glance and disdainfully remarked, I shall pass on this tea. It makes me cough. He casually pushed the teacup toward the center of the table. This action instantly provoked silent laughter from Li Guang and Luan Xiao, who thought, Fool, you refuse to drink enlightenment tea? Even the emperor would not be as audacious as you. Consequently, the two picked up their teacups and began to savor the beverage. Observing this, Chen Feng discreetly retrieved 2 pieces of exquisite enlightenment tea from his system warehouse, placing them in an empty teacup, and pretended to be helpless as he said, You may drink that. I shall have this instead, for anything else causes me to cough. The eyes of the two involuntarily flickered toward the tea leaves in Chen Feng's hand. Suddenly, a sound erupted, splash, splash. 2 jets of tea water resounded throughout the entire garden. Had there been others present, they would surely have dropped their jaws in astonishment. 2 formidable beings at the true monarch stage had just doused each other in tea. Luan Xiao frantically wiped the tea residue off her face, trembling as she inquired, Chun Daoyu, is this exquisite enlightenment tea? Just 2 pieces. Chen Feng nonchalantly grasped the air, and a handful of water materialized in his hand, which he then poured into the teacup. With an indifferent tone, he replied, Just exquisite enlightenment tea. There should be about 2,000 pounds left in the sect. What 2,000 pounds? You must be joking. You cannot possibly be serious. The entire Orange continent lacks even a single enlightenment tea tree, and ordinary enlightenment tea is already hard to come by. How could you possess 2,000 pounds of exquisite tea? Li Guang was the first to break the awkwardness, responding politely, Your sect's foundation is indeed profound. We small sacred ground shall have to rely on you, Chen Daoyu, in the future. Yet secretly he mused, once I ascertain your identity. If you are unrelated to the emperor, you will surely perish at the hands of the Wenian Gong. Meanwhile, Luan Xiao, after her initial shock, began to calculate in her mind, wondering if this person had any connection to the emperor. Even if the emperor were to emerge, he would likely be in the central region. How could he possibly be here in this remote eastern wasteland? When I return, I shall prepare my forces, unite with other sacred grounds, and head straight for your Wenian Gong. At worst, I shall share some exquisite enlightenment tea with those fellows. With such plans forming in her mind, Luan Xiao naturally had no intention of lingering. After exchanging a few light-hearted words with Chen Feng, she hastily took her leave, citing the pressing affairs of the sacred ground. Not long after, Chen Feng also bid farewell, leading several disciples out of the imperial city. Once Chen Feng departed, Li Guang pondered the details in the back garden. Lai Kai. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the back garden, respectfully kneeling before Li Guang. Go find out where the Wenian Gong is located. If possible, infiltrate the sect to investigate, Li Guang instructed. After giving some further directives, he solemnly addressed Lai Kai. Go now, and I await your news. As you command, I take my leave, stepping out of the imperial city. Li Fu felt a heavy heart, while the 3 young ones continuously offered consolation. Chen Feng sighed inwardly, leading the 3 as they searched for an inn in the streets, due to the arrival of the Youth Heroes Tournament. A multitude of cultivators flooded the entire Heavenly Universe sacred city, leaving no available rooms. In desperation, Chen Feng had no choice but to guide the 3 back to their sect through spatial traversal. Sect Master, you have returned? Zhang Long appeared at once, inquiring respectfully. Yes, I couldn't find a place to stay in that broken city, so I decided to come back. Tomorrow, you shall take them to the tournament. I have other matters to attend to. After speaking, Chen Feng returned to the main hall and opened the system warehouse. Chaos Willow Root. Check information. Chapter 26. Gathering Spirit Immortal Array. Was audacious maneuver immortal artifact name. Chaos Willow Root description. The Chaos Willow Root is born from the chaos. Transformed from the roots of the Chaos Immortal Tree, capable of absorbing nutrients from the myriad realms to nourish itself. The holder may receive the essence of the myriad realms through the Chaos Willow root. Upon reading this description, Chun Feng immediately took out the Chaos Willow root and held it in his hand. Feeling the spiritual energy and Tao rhythm emanating from the root, he was momentarily stunned. Indeed, after expressing his admiration, Chun Feng quickly devised a plan for the Willow root, aiming for the Gathering Spirit Emperor array. Without hesitation, he grasped the Willow root and swiftly made his way to the back mountain of the sect. If this Willow root were to be used as the focal point of the array, not only could the formation be elevated to an immortal array, but it would also never require the replacement of the focal point spirit crystal due to depletion of energy. With resolve, Chun Feng stood atop the back mountain of the sect, the wind billowing his robes, making them flutter. The Chaos Willow root he held seemed to embody boundless life force. Chun Feng closed his eyes, and with a single thought, the array patterns of the Gathering Spirit Emperor array vividly emerged in his mind, that he slowly inserted the Chaos Willow root into the soil at the mountain's peak. And as the root delved deeper, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to respond to his summons, converging toward the mountaintop. At the moment of contact between the root and the soil, the entire back mountain trembled as if it were alive. Chun Feng sensed a powerful force surging from the Willow root, perfectly merging with the Gathering Spirit Emperor array. The array's radiance gradually illuminated, enveloping the entire back mountain in a hazy glow. The brilliance gradually spread, slowly covering the entire Wentiangong. Those within the sect immediately felt the shift in spiritual energy. The sudden increase in spiritual energy would play a crucial role in future cultivation. Zhan Long, sensing the change, appeared beside Chun Feng at the first opportunity. Congratulations, Sect Master. The immortal array has been established. Chun Feng's gaze remained fixed on the operation of the array, and he replied calmly. It is merely a trivial immortal array. Zhan Long? Just a trivial immortal array? Perhaps Zhan Long had grown accustomed to the Sect Master's grandstanding demeanor, as he remained silent and joined Chun Feng in observing the array. When Zhan Long's gaze fell upon the focal point of the array, his pupils suddenly constricted in shock. He beheld the focal point of the array, where the Chaos Willow root was deeply embedded in the soil. Emanating a faint glow, perfectly merging with the entire array, it appeared to be the heart of the array, continuously supplying immense energy to it. Is this an immortal artifact? Zhan Long exclaimed in astonishment. Unable to fathom that the Sect Master would use an immortal artifact as the focal point of the Gathering Spirit array. Such an action was simply a waste. What manner of existence is an immortal artifact? All immortal artifacts are relics from ancient times. The highest grade of spiritual artifact crafted in the myriad realms is merely emperor level. You are using an immortal artifact as the focal point. A newly ascended emperor wielding an immortal artifact could contend with the peak of the emperor realm. Chun Feng continued to examine the array attentively, replying with indifference. It is just a trivial immortal artifact. Hardly worth mentioning. Zhan Long opened his mouth, helplessly clasping his hands in salute. Ah, indeed. What the Sect Master says is absolutely correct. The following morning, Zhan Long led the three young ones to the Heavenly Universe Sacred City to continue participating in the Youth Heroes Tournament. While Chun Feng and Li Fu remained at the sect, Chun Feng sensed that Li Fu's body had begun to circulate several strands of spiritual energy, prompting him to curiously ask, Fuer, how is your recitation of Tang poetry coming along? Upon hearing Chun Feng's inquiry, Li Fu hurriedly bowed and responded, reporting to the master, the disciple has memorized 128 poems. Chun Feng suddenly turned around, staring intently at Li Fu. You say how many? 128? Li Fu, startled by Chun Feng's demeanor, quickly took several steps back and, trembling, knelt on the ground, saying, Master, please do not be angry. The disciple is unworthy, and it took an entire night to memorize 128 poems. The disciple shall strive harder. Please forgive the disciple's foolishness. Li Fu's act of kneeling left Chun Feng momentarily taken aback. Am I about to punish you, with an ordinary person's constitution, to have memorized 128 in a single night? I must commend you, in my day. Chun Feng quickly composed himself, clasped his hands behind his back, and coughed lightly, feigning profundity as he said, Not bad. You're just a tad shy of your master. Continue to work hard. When you have fully memorized them, it shall be your moment to soar. Li Fu's heart shook involuntarily. Could it be that the master can memorize 200 poems in a single night? Truly a remarkable person. Consequently, his admiration for Chun Feng deepened. Seeing that the master had not reproached him, he hurriedly bowed his head, saying, "Thank you, master. The disciple shall strive even harder to reach the master's level of recitation." Chun Feng awkwardly scratched his nose, saying, Go on, go on. I have matters to attend to, so I won't keep you in the Heavenly Universe Sacred City," as the Youth Heroes Tournament commenced with great fervor. The atmosphere in the entire Sacred City reached a crescendo. After observing the participants during yesterday's matches, the Heavenly Universe Sacred Dynasty finally opened the betting for the Youth Heroes Tournament today. Look, today the Fire God Sect's Hua Guang faces Weniangong Xia Luo, yet Hua Guang's odds are mere 2-1. Hiss, what kind of sect is Weniangong? Why is Xia Luo's odds only 1 to 1.1? Indeed, although Hua Guang cannot be considered a master among the disciples of the Fire God Sect, he is the son of an elder and has already reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. This is my chance to make a fortune. I bet 200 second level spirit crystals on Hua Guang. What? 200 second level spirit crystals? What kind of fortune are you talking about? I bet 500 fourth level spirit crystals on Hua Guang. I bet 10 pieces of 5th level spirit crystals on Hua Guang. The trio from the Weniangong gazed in bewilderment at the scene before them. Have we truly become this renowned? Initially, they had planned to leverage the names of a few individuals during today's gambling event, hoping to keep a low profile while placing substantial bets on themselves to their astonishment. The odds were set so low. Did this not compound their already dire circumstances? Xia Luo, who had intended to wager over 400 6th grade spirit crystals on himself, reluctantly returned the crystals to his ring and inquired, "Sister, could this be a result of yesterday's commotion caused by our master in the Imperial City?" "Sigh, that seems likely," she replied. "But where is Brother Dao?" The two looked around, failing to spot Dao. Just as they were about to search separately, a voice from the gambling den echoed, "I bet on the Huoshan Sect S. Hua Guang. 500 6th grade spirit crystals." The mere utterance of those words ignited the entire venue. What? 6th grade spirit crystals? I've never even seen one. Who could possibly be so extravagant? Lin Lin and Xia Luo exchanged glances, and Xia Luo whispered, "Is it Brother Dao?" Lin Lin smirked. Who else but that fool? Moments later, Dao bounced back, brimming with excitement. "Brother, I bet against your opponent. During the match, let him win a bit, and I'll have 1,000 6th grade spirit crystals." "Ha ha! Am I not clever? Hey, why are you both staring at me like that? Do I look like a fool?" Lin Lin rubbed her forehead, exasperated. "Brother, what is our master's task for us?" Dao replied without hesitation. "Master instructed us to secure a ranking and establish the reputation of Weniangong. Then why would you want your brother to let him win?" "Huh. I'll have to teach you a lesson today. 500 6th grade spirit crystals can buy several properties for the Lin family. Are you just going to throw it away?" Lin Lin seized her sword and chased after Dao, swinging wildly. Chapter 27. Is there no one to challenge Weniangong? Amidst their playful bickering, the competition commenced as scheduled. The three arrived at their respective arenas, awaiting their turns. After several rounds of matches, the referee finally announced Lin Lin's name with a booming voice. Zhang San from the Xianyue sect versus Lin Lin from Weniangong. Please enter the arena. As the names were called, the crowd erupted with excitement. Zhang San, the one from yesterday who reached the Ascension stage. Who would have thought that such a small sect could produce a disciple at the Ascension stage? Such talent among the younger generation is usually only seen in the top-tier sacred lands. It's him. That girl is doomed. Not necessarily. Today, the odds given by the Shengqiao are only 1.1 for that girl. Does that mean Shengqiao believes she will win? The spectators buzzed with speculation, yet the two combatants remained unfazed. Begin, with the referee's command. Zhang Sen moved like a bolt of lightning towards Lin Lin that he formed hand seals, and a tremendous surge of spiritual energy coalesced into a massive sword shadow, cleaving towards Lin Lin with ferocity. The audience gasped in astonishment at Zhang San's overwhelming power. The pressure from the sword shadow felt as formidable as that of a seasoned warrior. However, Lin Lin appeared remarkably composed in the face of such a fierce assault. Is he playing with swords in front of my sister? With a subtle shift of her body, the enormous sword shadow veered slightly off its original course. Zhang San's heart jolted. What was happening? Before he could react, Lin Lin swung her sword, unleashing a slender yet piercing beam of sword light aimed directly at Zhang San's neck. His pupils constricted as he hastily retreated, urgently forming seals with his hands in an attempt to defend himself. Swish, 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 a multitude of sword shadows materialized before Zhang San. Yet, Lin Lin's sword light sliced through them effortlessly, shattering the defenses inch by inch, and relentlessly advancing towards his chest. Zhang San was struck with panic. Realizing it was too late to evade, with a dull thud, the long sword pierced his chest, blood instantly staining his garments. Fortunately, Lin Lin withdrew her blade just in time, halting its advance before it could claim his life. Zhang San stood in a daze, unable to fathom that he had lost. Having cultivated his qi at 5 years old, reached the nascent soul stage at 10, and now at 20 had attained the ascension stage, how could he be defeated by an inconspicuous disciple of Wen Yanggong? And so swiftly, so thoroughly. The victor, Lin Lin of Wen Yanggong. Both parties retreat. The audience erupted in disbelief. No way did that girl actually win. And so quickly. Her victory was utterly unfathomable. I didn't even catch a glimpse of her cultivation level. Exactly, brother. I bet 21st grade spirit crystals on Lin Lin. 21st grade spirit crystals? Why get so worked up? It seems some would lose sleep tonight. For those not participating in the gamble, the spectators were simply there to witness the spectacle. Indifferent to who would ultimately win or lose at IT was at this moment that people began to recognize a girl named Lin Lin from the East Wilderness, a fierce and formidable presence. And the sect she represented was Wen Yanggong. Following the exit of the two competitors, several powerful figures approached Lin Lin and Zhang San. An elder approached them, stating, "Please, wait a moment. Might you be interested in joining a more prestigious sect? Our Dadi sect is a first-tier sect, and there is always a place for you." No sooner had he finished speaking than a rugged, middle-aged man strode forward, speaking with bravado. "Your Dadi sect is nothing. Join my Xinhua sect. We are a super first-tier sect." This was soon followed by several other voices. "My Tiandao Shengzong wants these too." "Nonsense. The Dafeng Shengzong is here. Who dares to oppose? What is the matter? Do you want to fight? Come on. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The two sacred sects were instantly at odds, the atmosphere thick with tension. The audience, reveling in the drama, shouted their support. "Go! Dafeng Shengzong, I'm rooting for you. Tiandao Shengzong, don't back down, fight them." As the crowd cheers intensified, the atmosphere grew even more charged. From the Dafeng Shengzong, a burly man brandished a massive axe, glaring defiantly at the Tiandao Shengzong. "You lot from Tiandao Shengzong, don't think your numbers intimidate us. If you want to snatch someone, you'd better ask my axe if it agrees." Meanwhile, from the Tiandao Shengzong, a middle-aged man clad in luxurious robes smiled, though his eyes sparkled with a sharp glint. "Dafeng Shengzong, merely a nouveau riche. How dare you act so arrogantly before us? If you know what's good for you, hand over the people, or else," just as the two factions appeared ready to clash, a powerful figure from the Tianyu Shengchao intervened, stepping between them with an exasperated expression. "Gentlemen, this is the arena of Tianyu Shengchao, not a place for brawling." The burly man from Dafeng Shengzong shot a fierce glare at the Tiandao Shengzong before retracting his gaze. "Fine. I'll give Tianyu Shengchao some face today, but mark my words." He then turned to Lin Lin and Zhang San. "Young friends, I am Feng Lai, the Grand Elder of Dafeng Shengzong, that I extend an invitation for you to join us. Should you accept, a wealth of resources, techniques, and elixirs await your choosing." The middle-aged man from Tiandao Shengzong was equally assertive. "My Tiandao Shengzong offers you double the resources." The audience erupted in frenzy. "What? Double resources? This is a sacred sect with profound foundations. They surely lack for nothing when it comes to resources for the two disciples. Does this mean Lin Lin and Zhang San are about to strike it rich? Rich? Have you not seen their expressions? Clearly, they are unimpressed by such offerings. Unimpressed. What? Do they think the resources are too hot to handle?" The audience was in an uproar. Countless eyes widened, fixed intently on Lin Lin and Zhang San. They were filled with curiosity. The conditions presented by these two major sects were already exceedingly generous. Could it be that the two were not satisfied? Lin Lin gently waved her hand, smiling as she addressed the grand elders of the two sacred sects. Esteemed elders, I apologize, but I have no intentions of leaving Wenyangong. What? You refuse to join? The announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd. Countless gazes widened in disbelief as they stared at Lin Lin. She had truly turned down the invitation of a sacred sect. It must be noted that sacred sects are among the most prestigious powers in the entire East Wilderness, a place countless cultivators yearn to join. Yet, Lin Lin had decisively refused. This was utterly incomprehensible. The grand elders of the two sacred sects were equally astonished. They had not anticipated being rejected by a junior. Grand Elder Feng Lai could no longer contain his fury, bellowing, "Junior, do you know what you are doing? Are you aware of the consequences of refusing us?" The entire arena was suddenly enveloped by Feng Lai's imposing aura, causing those with lesser cultivation to kneel involuntarily. At that moment, a resonant voice echoed throughout the arena. Is there no one to challenge Wenyangong? Chapter 28. The War Dragon is here. Who will dare to fight? Is there no one to challenge Wenyangong? Unbeknownst to all, the figure of the War Dragon had already positioned himself before Lin Lin. Feng Lai narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the individual before him, and demanded, "Who are you?" The Dragon of Battle raised his hands. Asked the heavenly sect, "Dragon of Battle." Feng Lai let out a derisive laugh. Mocking, "Huh. The insignificant ask the heavenly sect appears as mere ants before my great wind sacred land. How can the light of a firefly dare to compete with the brilliance of the full moon?" At that moment, a powerful figure from the Tianyu sacred dynasty hastily conveyed through sound transmission. "Elder Feng Lai, please temper your anger. Ask the heavenly sect is a newly ascended sacred land. Their sect leader is a true Lord-level powerhouse." Unexpectedly, Feng Lai became even more arrogant, announcing loudly before the multitude of spectators, "A newly ascended sacred land? I see it as nothing but nonsense. Their sect leader is a true lord. If he were truly a true lord, I would have long ascended to the rank of emperor. What trash deserves the name of a sacred land?" As he spoke, Feng Lai raised his massive axe and swung it down towards the head of the Dragon of Battle. The dragon's expression changed abruptly, his gaze fierce. "Insulting the sect leader. Insulting the sect. I must send you to your demise." As the words fell, the Dragon of Battle formed a hand gesture with one hand, and a colossal finger appeared above Feng Lai, hurtling down with tremendous force. This scene elicited gasps of astonishment from everyone present. What on earth is that? This feels like an attack from a true Lord-level powerhouse. This Dragon of Battle is actually at the true Lord stage. Feng Lai appeared to be entranced, standing there motionless with his giant axe, allowing the enormous finger to descend. With a thud, in the blink of an eye, Feng Lai was crushed into a bloody mist. In the audience, the densely packed crowd fell into a profound silence, akin to a tranquil ocean, with tens of thousands rendered speechless, as if even the sound of a falling needle could be distinctly heard. The Dragon of Battle's eyes were as calm as water, gently turning to the middle-aged man from the Tianbao sacred sect, his voice soft yet imbued with an irresistible authority. "What do you think?" "Sir," the middle-aged man felt as though struck by a heavy blow, his heart racing uncontrollably, his throat involuntarily swallowing dry saliva. Sweat had already begun to seep from his brow. Feng Lai, has he truly perished? He was a peak-crossing tribulation powerhouse, on par with my own strength. Yet in an instant he was reduced to dust beneath this man's finger that a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no fear of firewood running out. He took a deep breath, striving to calm the tempest within, and said with a forced composure, "Senior, I failed to recognize your greatness, and was unaware that Fairy Lin is a disciple of your esteemed sect. I meant no offense that I beseech you, spare my life." His voice trembled slightly, yet he endeavored to maintain his calm. The Dragon of Battle snorted softly, disregarding him, as he led Lin Lin away from the competition grounds. Until the dragon's figure gradually faded from view, the entire venue seemed to ignite with an invisible force, erupting into a frenzy. "Wow! That was incredible. I want to join ask the heavenly sect, the grand elder of a sacred land." Just like that, he's gone. This Ask the Heavenly Sect is truly formidable. Alas, Ask the Heavenly Sect is finished. The tournament explicitly forbids private conflicts. Otherwise, they would become the common enemy of the 9 sacred lands. Indeed, even if Ask the Heavenly Sect is strong, they cannot withstand the combined might of the 9 sacred lands. Then I won't be joining Ask the Heavenly Sect. The atmosphere in the venue remained tumultuous, with the ongoing matches now seeming utterly dull to the people. Within the Tianbao sacred sect, the Sect Master was currently communicating with the middle-aged man through a jade slip. What? The Dragon of Battle from Ask the Heavenly Sect is also at the True Lord stage. Indeed, Holy Master, that Dragon of Battle is exceedingly fierce. We must prepare ourselves. Understood. The Tianbao sacred sect leader sat upright, his mind racing. Just as Luan Xiao had departed, news arrived of another True Lord emerging from Ask the Heavenly Sect. This won't do. I must remain vigilant. Within the Great Wind sacred sect, Feng Zheng was fuming with rage. Damn it! Where did Ask the Heavenly Sect come from? How dare they kill my sect elder? Summon everyone. Let us annihilate Ask the Heavenly Sect. At that moment, Luan Xiao, standing beside Feng Zheng, hurriedly interjected. Brother Feng, please calm down. Ask the Heavenly Sect has violated the tournament rules, so we ought to jointly eliminate them with the 9 sacred lands. Allow me to contact the other sects, and we shall discuss this together. Besides, that Chun Feng's cultivation is above ours. We must not act rashly. Feng Zheng pondered for a moment, slowly returning to his seat, and solemnly declared, My Great Wind sacred sect shall avenge this grievance. Luan Xiao secretly nodded and continued, There is no time to waste. I will invite the other sect leaders, and we shall deliberate on the matter of attacking Ask the Heavenly Sect. Within Ask the Heavenly Sect, the 3 youngsters had already completed their matches for the day and were returning to the sect under the guidance of the Dragon of Battle, Lin Lin. As the eldest disciple spoke first, Master, I have heard that the 9 sacred lands are planning to unite against us. Chan Feng turned the pages of his book without lifting his eyes. Oh, let them come. Xiao Luo chimed in. Master, they're the 9 sacred lands. Shouldn't you prepare in advance? Prepare. Perhaps I should sharpen my blade. This remark left the 2 feeling helpless. Their master seemed to take the sacred lands far too lightly. Davo, perhaps accustomed to fleeing for his life since childhood, remained remarkably calm. Master, let's run. I have considerable experience in this regard. We must flee ahead of time. If we delay, it will be too late this time. Chun Feng finally raised his head, observing the 3's reactions, and couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. He gently set down his book, lifting his gaze to scan the 3. Lin Lin's eyes were filled with worry. Xiao Luo appeared somewhat anxious, while Davo seemed unusually composed, as if he had long been accustomed to a life of evasion. You all, one and all, Chun Feng chuckled helplessly. What are the 9 sacred lands? As he spoke, he stood up and walked to the window, gazing into the distant sky. In his deep-set eyes, it seemed as if stars were twinkling, exuding an indescribable confidence and determination. Remember, we are Ask the Heavenly Sect, not sheep to be slaughtered at will. Chun Feng's voice was low yet powerful, imbued with an enchanting quality that involuntarily straightened the spines of the 3. Dragon of Battle, at your command, Chun Feng casually stated. You go take a trip, see who dares to defy us, and eliminate them. Yes, Sect Master. The Dragon of Battle made to depart, but Chun Feng hastily added, Remember, we must win people over with virtue. Understood. In the main hall of the Great Wind sacred sect, the leaders of the 9 sacred sects gathered. The atmosphere within the hall was exceptionally tense, with solemn expressions and murmurs resonating throughout. Luan Xiao, the initiator of this meeting, stepped forward first. Fellow cultivators, Ask the Heavenly Sect has openly violated the tournament rules by killing an elder of the Great Wind sacred sect before the public, which is undoubtedly a provocation and insult to our 9 sacred lands, as well as a disdain for the tournament of young heroes. We absolutely cannot tolerate this. We must impose the appropriate punishment. I wonder what insights you all have. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall erupted into a clamor. Feng Zheng's face was filled with fury as he gritted his teeth, declaring, Ask the Heavenly Sect is far too arrogant. daring to openly challenge our bottom line. They are simply courting death. In my opinion, we should wipe them out to serve as a warning. Li Guang, frowning with concern, replied, while that may be the case, I am aware that Ask the Heavenly Sect has two true lords, both of whom are above our level, that if we truly engage them, we may not achieve a favorable outcome. What of that? If the 9 sacred lands join forces, are we to fear Ask the Heavenly Sect? We are not without the strength to fight. Another sect leader interjected defiantly. The discussions grew increasingly heated, with everyone voicing their opinions. The atmosphere in the hall became ever more tense, as if a fierce argument could erupt at any moment. Just then, the previously silent leader of the shadowy spirit sacred sect spoke up. Everyone, please remain calm. His voice was deep and tranquil, seemingly imbued with a mysterious power that compelled the crowd to quiet down. What Ask the Heavenly Sect has done is indeed excessive, but we must not act recklessly. After all, we do not know the full extent of their capabilities. If we strike hastily, we may suffer significant losses. Then what do you suggest? Luan Shao inquired gravely. The leader of the shadowy spirit sacred sect smiled slightly, a cunning glint flickering in his eyes. In my view, we can first send someone to test Ask the Heavenly Sect's strength. If they are indeed as formidable as rumored, we could deliberate further. Otherwise, we can seize the opportunity to take them down in one fell swoop. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. This plan was both prudent and secure. It would allow them to gauge Ask the Heavenly Sect's true strength without placing themselves in jeopardy. Just then, a voice that shocked everyone resonated throughout the hall. What a joke, the 9 sacred lands. Merely a rabble. There's no need for you to test Ask the Heavenly Sect's strength. The dragon of battle is here. Who dares to fight? The lamentations of the beleaguered sovereigns resonated within the grand hall, echoing like the thunderous roar of a tempest, stirring the very souls of those present. Following this, a towering figure emerged from the threshold, striding forth as if treading upon the very hearts of the onlookers. Each of his steps seemed imbued with an intangible force, causing the air around him to quiver. Instilling an overwhelming sense of dread, A.S. the War Dragon finally entered the hall. His presence surged like a violent storm, rendering the occupants nearly breathless. They felt an intense pressure converge upon them from all directions, as though it sought to engulf them entirely. Yet the War Dragon appeared oblivious to the palpable tension, scanning the assembly with an impassive expression, his eyes glinting with a sharp intensity. Why bother with tests? I stand here, declared Feng Zheng, the leader of the Great Wind Holy Sect, summoning all his strength as he spoke. Do you intend to bully the Tianwen sect with your might? The War Dragon raised an eyebrow. Fixing his gaze upon Feng Zheng, in an instant, Feng Zheng's arm shattered with a sickening crack. Indeed, it is bullying you have a problem with that. He then surveyed the crowd, continuing, if any of you have grievances against the Tianwen sect, feel free to declare war. If you fear death, why bother cultivating? The 9 sovereigns exchanged looks of horror, acutely aware of the unfathomable aura emanating from the War Dragon. Their eyes reflected shock and terror as they silently questioned, is this truly the War Dragon? Has his strength ascended to such heights? One sovereign trembled as he communicated telepathically, disbelief lacing his words. Could it be that he has reached the realm of the Great Emperor? Another replied, inhaling deeply. The Great Emperor, a being we can only revere, the pinnacle of power on the Orange Continent. The War Dragon has achieved such a level. It is beyond comprehension. Do you recall the celestial phenomena from days past? Li Guang finally articulated his realization. The Great Emperor is in the eastern wilderness. Gasp! The Great Emperor's emergence. Could it be that the Tianwen sect is the hidden imperial sect? As it resurfaced, the expressions of the crowd varied, each contemplating their escape routes. Seeing no one respond, the War Dragon released his imposing aura, casually taking a seat as he continued. Whoever among you is the instigator, take responsibility, as for the rest, convene and determine a reasonable compensation for the losses incurred by my Tianwen sect. The 9 sovereigns stared in bewilderment. Losses? What losses? Who has incurred losses? Luan Shao, wearing a grin, queried. War Dragon Senior, we haven't even arrived at your esteemed sect yet. What losses do you speak of? Noting the confusion on their faces, The war dragon unleashed his aura once more. Upon hearing of your intent to assault the Tianwen sect, my 3 disciples turned as pale as ghosts. They were too terrified to participate in the Young Heroes tournament. How do you quantify such a loss? The sovereigns were taken aback. What does a pale face signify as a loss? You are already terrified, they thought, but the overwhelming power of the war dragon left them too intimidated to voice their frustrations. Li Guang was the first to speak. War Dragon Senior. My son Li Fu has already joined your sect. Perhaps you could consider the Tianyu dynasty. The war dragon dismissed him. I care not who you are. Even if you were Chun Feng's father, it holds no weight here. I only recognize Chen Feng. He then bellowed. What? Your son has entered the sect. Why did you not provide more resources for my sect? The Tianyu dynasty shall contribute 10,000 9th grade spirit crystals .as for the other sects, 8,000 9th grade spirit crystals. Shortchange me, and prepare for annihilation. Feng Zheng cried out in disbelief. What? 8,000 9th grade spirit crystals. The war dragon cast a sidelong glance at Feng Zheng, coolly inquiring, do you have an objection? With a sickening crack, Feng Zheng's legs were rendered useless. The hall fell into a profound silence, hearts racing as the reality of the situation set in. 9th grade spirit crystals, each imbued with immense spiritual energy, capable of propelling a great ascension cultivator's prowess to new heights. The war dragon's demand of 8,000 was astronomical. Li Guang's complexion turned pale. He understood the financial state of the Tianyu dynasty, and 10,000 9th grade spirit crystals would nearly deplete their years of accumulation. The other sovereigns wore expressions of resignation, knowing that even lesser amounts would be a heavy burden. Feng Zheng's face was a mask of fury, his limbs incapacitated. He could only sit helplessly, his eyes locked onto the war dragon, filled with rage, despair, and fear. The master of the Tianbao, sacred land, took a deep breath, steeling himself, and nodded in reluctant agreement to the conditions. The others, though begrudging, followed suit, recognizing the urgency of the situation. At that moment, all eyes turned to Li Guang, the only one yet to respond. The war dragon's gaze bore into him, as if seeking to penetrate his very soul. Li Guang, feeling the weight of expectation, rubbed his temples in resignation, ultimately declaring, the Tianyu dynasty agrees. The war dragon leapt to his feet, laughing heartily. Now that's more like it. When I arrived, the sect leader instructed me to win you over with virtue. Tell me, have I not done so? The assembly nodded vigorously, their heads bobbing like chickens pecking at grain, satisfying the war dragon. However, his mirth soon faded as he continued. Now, tell me who instigated the attack on the Tianwen sect, and then prepare to compensate promptly. The sovereigns exchanged glances before collectively directing their gazes toward Luan Shao. A jolt of panic coursed through her, prompting her to attempt an escape. Umph. You think to flee? Not a chance. The war dragon's voice boomed as he extended his arm, effortlessly grasping Luan Zhao's wrist before she could vanish. With a swift motion, she was yanked back before the war dragon. Did I end your next life? Cultivate sufficient strength before aspiring to lead. With that, the once mighty leader of a sacred land fell. The remaining sovereigns trembled, averting their gazes from the war dragon. Act swiftly. Time is of the essence. Within 7 days, deliver the resources to the Tianwen sect, for this is the sect's coordinates. Any delay will incur your wrath. The war dragon's words struck like thunder, reverberating in their ears. After marking the coordinates, he vanished as if a specter, leaving behind a tableau of shock and confusion. The sovereigns exchanged glances, faces etched with despair and bitterness. Alas, a millennium of accumulation, reduced to naught in an instant. How heart-wrenching, sighed the master of the Tianbao, sacred land, his eyes brimming with regret. If only we had known this day would come, we might have acted differently. Grumbled another burly sovereign, his face aflame with indignation. Enough with the lamentations. Our priority now is to return and prepare, ensuring the resources reach the Tianwen sect within 7 days, interjected the leader of the shadowy spirit sect. Seeking to restore order, the others nodded in agreement, realizing the urgency of their predicament. Thus, the assembly dispersed hastily, each returning to their respective sects to commence their preparations. Chapter 30. Olda is unclean. Li Fu's abilities. At this moment, Chen Feng was regaling his 4 disciples with the tale of the monk's battle against the Kingdom of Daughters, leaving Lin Lin blushing profusely. The war dragon approached Qinfeng. Standing tall and respectful, sect leader, the matter has been resolved. Each of the 9 sacred lands shall compensate my sect with 8,000 ninth-grade spirit crystals, while the Tianyu dynasty shall provide 10,000 ninth-grade spirit crystals. The compensation will be delivered within 7 days. Furthermore, the instigator of the attack on the Tianwen sect, Luan Xiao, has been executed. Qinfeng nodded slightly. Well done. The war dragon was taken aback. Such substantial compensation merited more than a simple acknowledgement. This amounted to a staggering 74,000 ninth-grade spirit crystals, each imbued with formidable power, enough to drive countless cultivators to madness. The 4 disciples, however, were unfazed by the compensation amount, accustomed as they were to cultivating with the imperial crystals provided by their master, showing little interest in spirit crystals. Yet, compensation from the 9 sacred lands? What losses had they incurred? After all, they were sacred lands. Why would they need to compensate anyone? Lin Lin looked at her 3 disciples in bewilderment. Am I the only one feeling confused? Senior sister, I feel lost too? Me as well. Same here. However, contrary to the war dragon's expectations, Qinfeng did not dwell on the compensation's magnitude. He casually tossed out 10 imperial-grade spirit crystals, each radiating a brilliant glow, as if containing the mysteries of the universe. The war dragon gazed at the imperial-grade spirit crystals in awe, feeling a wave of dizziness. The value of these imperial crystals far surpassed that of the compensation from the 9 sacred lands. 1 imperial-grade spirit crystal was worth a staggering 10,000 ninth-grade spirit crystals, as they already contained traces of the secrets of a universe. He could scarcely believe his eyes, filled with astonishment and doubt. Is this real? The war dragon stammered, his voice quivering. Qinfeng cast him a sidelong glance, offering a faint smile as he replied, Of course it's real. These imperial-grade spirit crystals are a reward for you. Upon hearing this, the war dragon was overcome with excitement. He bowed deeply, expressing his heartfelt gratitude to Qinfeng. Thank you, sect leader, for your generous gift. Qinfeng waved his hand dismissively and addressed the group, saying, All right, you all may return to rest. Let us strive for success in tomorrow's competition. The disciples took their leave. Yes, they made their way back. Davo curiously inquired, Junior brother, is the Heavenly Universe Sacred Dynasty particularly affluent? Li Fu smiled wryly, forcing a cheerful demeanor as he replied, The Sacred Dynasty is indeed wealthy, yet it has no connection with me. That grand elder surely expects your family to contribute more spirit crystals. After all, who let them bully our junior brother? Lin Lin immediately protested. Wait a moment. Junior brother, when did you reach the nascent soul stage? What nonsense is this? Who has reached the nascent soul? SS senior brother. Li Fu, you have attained the nascent soul. Li Fu, feeling slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and replied modestly, I completed memorizing the 300 Tang poems, and unexpectedly I attained the nascent soul stage. Lin Lin couldn't help but exclaim, Is that truly possible? Memorizing poetry can enhance one's cultivation. Xiao Luo chimed in, Senior sister, are you not also quite extraordinary? Davo, unwilling to be outdone, added, Senior Xia is equally remarkable. At that moment, they happened to pass by the residence of Xiao Luofei, who was struggling to suppress a certain force within her. Hearing their playful banter, she felt a surge of irritation and muttered under her breath, Let none of you cast stones. Each of you is absurd in your own right. The following day, at Qinfeng's behest, Li Fu accompanied his 3 senior brothers and sisters to the Heavenly Universe Sacred City. As they approached the city, Li Fu curiously asked, Senior Davo, why do you wear a mask? Davo, feeling somewhat bashful, tightened the straps of his mask and replied, Because it looks quite dashing. Lin Lin quickly leaned towards Li Fu, breaking the moment. Junior brother, let me tell you, I heard he kissed the 3rd princess of the Heavenly Universe Sacred Dynasty. He must be afraid of being recognized. Oh, wait a moment. Isn't the 3rd princess your sister? 3rd sister? A sweet visage instantly appeared in Li Fu's mind. Senior brother, you actually kissed 3rd sister? Davo, sensing the situation spiraling, hastily interjected, Brother, I truly did not mean to. You must allow me to explain. Li Fu waved his hand, his expression dimming as he continued. Senior brother, you are overthinking it. I have not seen third sister in 10 years. Perhaps she has forgotten that I am her brother. Just then, a group of young prodigies clad in the attire of the Heavenly Universe Sacred Dynasty appeared in Li Fu's line of sight. And to his astonishment, the third princess was among them. Davo and Li Fu instinctively hid behind Lin Lin and Xiao Luo. Davo, slightly irked, whispered, "Junior brother, that is your sister. Why are you hiding?" "I don't even know why I'm hiding." "What a predicament!" Li Fu turned and quietly asked, then, "Senior brother, why are you hiding? You wear a mask and aren't afraid of being recognized." Davo's face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered, "Well, your sister is my first kiss. I'm shy." "Ah, your first kiss? Goodness, old Davo, you are no longer pure." Lin Lin and Xiao Luo were taken aback by this shocking revelation, spinning around in surprise. This sudden movement inadvertently exposed Davo and Li Fu to the gaze of the Heavenly Universe Sacred Dynasty's entourage. Voices arose from the crowd. "Isn't that the second prince? Out here making a fool of himself again. Oh, he has friends now. Birds of a feather flock together. These fellows likely aren't anything special either." One bystander quickly tugged at the speaker's sleeve. "Stop talking. The third princess is here. If she remembers old feelings, you will be in serious trouble." The speaker glanced at the third princess, noticing her expression was slightly angered, and promptly fell silent, continuing with the group. Davo placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword and softly inquired, "Should we take action?" Lin Lin turned her gaze towards Li Fu and replied, "Ask Junior brother." Li Fu's brows furrowed as he slowly pronounced, "Left pulls the yellow, right lifts the azure." Suddenly, smoke enveloped Li Fu, shrouding him completely. Lin Lin, perplexed, asked, "What is happening?" Xiao Luo echoed her confusion. "I have no idea." Davo, astonished, let his jaw drop beneath his mask. "I don't know either." As the swirling smoke gradually dissipated, Li Fu's left hand revealed a chain, the other end connected to a magnificent golden dog. This colossal creature towered, rivaling the surrounding buildings, its golden fangs glinting menacingly in the sunlight. Aimed directly at the group from the Heavenly Universe Sacred Dynasty, on his right hand, a majestic black-feathered eagle stood proudly, its eyes sharp and cold, fixating on the individual who had just insulted them. The sight sent pedestrians fleeing in panic, leaving behind a group of onlookers who whispered amongst themselves, speculating, "What a terrifying beast! It possesses the strength of the nascent soul stage. Are the guards at the city gate merely idling? How could such a creature enter the city so brazenly?" The murmurs echoed throughout the streets. Li Fu, with a solemn expression, declared, "Halt! Insulting me is permissible, but disrespecting my masters is unacceptable." The members of the Heavenly Universe Sacred Dynasty were equally taken aback by the scene before them. Involuntarily stepping back, it was only then that they realized Li Fu's cultivation had indeed reached the nascent soul stage. The onlookers exchanged incredulous glances, disbelief etched on their faces. Li Fu, once deemed an untalented waste, now radiated the formidable aura of a nascent soul practitioner. The shock was palpable. His aura surged like tumultuous waves, an invisible pressure expanding outward. How is this possible? Li Fu can cultivate. The individual who had earlier mocked him gasped, his voice trembling. They had witnessed Li Fu's years of struggle at the waste, and now he had abruptly transformed into a formidable nascent soul cultivator, leaving them speechless with astonishment. Li Fu stood resolutely, his gaze calm and profound, his figure appearing particularly imposing in the morning light, as if an unyielding mountain stood tall in the hearts of the crowd. The third princess, Li Ning, suppressed her inner shock and quickly stated, "Second brother, while I am delighted that you can cultivate, they're all prodigies of the Sacred Dynasty. Perhaps it is best to let this go." Li Fu forced a smile, responding, "And now you mention the Sacred Dynasty. Was I not a member of the Sacred Dynasty when I was expelled from the royal city? Where was the Sacred Dynasty when I was ridiculed by the world? Where was the Sacred Dynasty when I had to scavenge for scraps to survive, enduring humiliation? And just moments ago, I was insulted by the disciples of the Sacred Dynasty alongside my masters, and yet the Sacred Dynasty did not intervene." As he spoke, his expression grew increasingly agitated, his voice rising to a hoarse crescendo. "Today, those who insult me must pay the price." With that, Li Fu loosened his grip on the chain, and the giant dog lunged forward with a roar. With a sweep of his right hand, the black-feathered eagle took flight. In the blink of an eye, the individual who had just spoken disrespectfully was firmly captured in the jaws of the two ferocious beasts. The entire sequence was swift and decisive, as if even the wind had not had time to register the movements. The man, now caught, turned pale, trembling in fear. His eyes reflected deep terror and despair, as if he could already foresee the grim fate awaiting him. Third princess, help. Second brother, show mercy. But before either could finish, one beast had already devoured him whole. The atmosphere around them felt as if it had solidified. Everyone holding their breath, fixated on the scene. Lin Lin gasped in astonishment. Goodness, junior brother is so formidable. Davo quickly exclaimed with excitement. Incredible, absolutely amazing. Simultaneously, two figures shot out from the royal city, heading straight for the scene. Their voices preceded their arrival. Who dares to kill in the sacred city? My son. Who has slain my son? The disciples of the heavenly universe sacred dynasty turned their gazes towards the newcomers, recognizing them as Commander Luo and Lord Xiao. Even if Li Fu was the second prince, he would likely face dire consequences today. Moreover, he had been abandoned by the sacred dynasty for many years. He deserves it. After finally managing to cultivate, he dares to kill in broad daylight. What of the nascent soul? Today you shall die. The crowd's envy and resentment erupted, having toiled for over 20 years, yet only achieving the nascent soul stage. While Li Fu, a waste for over a decade, had surpassed them in mere days, he surely deserved his fate. Commander Luo and Lord Xiao turned their attention towards Li Fu, the latter bellowing, Li Fu, return my son's life. As he spoke, he lunged at Li Fu. Great Sun Transformation Palm. His palm erupted with boundless radiance, blinding the onlookers. The surroundings were enveloped in a brilliant white light. A full-force strike from a tribulation stage cultivator was capable of shattering mountains. Just as his palm was about to make contact with Li Fu, a figure appeared in an instant, slapping Lord Xiao away. The white light vanished immediately. Lord Xiao, I recall that you do not have a son. Do you? Li Guang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, resembling an insurmountable barrier that obstructed Li Fu's path. Upon recognizing him, the onlookers, except for a few from the Wentian sect, promptly knelt and shouted in unison, Long live our emperor! Long live our emperor! For countless years, Xiao Darren was momentarily stunned, murmuring, Your Majesty, what do you mean? Li Guang raised his voice, sternly declaring, I say, I do not recall you having a son. Simultaneously, he hastily conveyed to Xiao Darren through a mental message, Hurry back to the imperial city. If you tarry, I cannot guarantee your safety. Xiao Darren trembled, gazing at Li Guang in disbelief, murmuring, Your Majesty speaks truly. I have no sonit, was I who misremembered. Li Guang then addressed the surrounding crowd. Everyone, let today's affair be concluded. No one is to mention it again. Those who dare to defy shall face the annihilation of their entire clan. He then turned to the void and offered a sycophantic smile before finally fixing his gaze upon Li Fu. Ergo. Would you like to return home with your father for a visit? Li Fu looked at the man before him, both familiar and foreign, and replied with a smile, I apologize, Your Majesty, but you have mistaken me for someone else. I am merely a direct disciple of the Wentian sect. Li Guang chuckled awkwardly, attempting to pat Li Fu's head, but Li Fu sidestepped, evading the gesture. Your Majesty, please maintain your dignity. With that, he returned to the side of Lin Lin and the others. This scene instantly caused the onlookers to divert their gazes. Ergo, what happened to your eye? Oh, I got a hit. Alas, my old sow has given birth. I must return a check. What? Did you say my 80-year-old sow is giving birth? I shall go back at once. Good heavens! Who would dare to witness this? The esteemed emperor, with his warm visage, had met with a cold shoulder. Whoever saw this would meet their doom. Concurrently, the crowd pondered incessantly about the nature of the Wentian sect. What kind of sect could compel even the emperor at the true monarch level to retreat in trepidation? Yet they had never heard of the Wentian sect before. The name of the Wentian sect had begun to spread like a tidal wave throughout the Tian sacred dynasty. The war dragon in the void had been closely monitoring all that transpired here. With a smirk, he muttered to himself, One reaps what one sows. He had abandoned him when he was utterly destitute. allowing him to fend for himself. For a decade, he had not known a full meal, nor had he ever slept in a warm bed, nor experienced the childhood that was rightfully his. Now, Li Fu had soared to great heights. Yet you wish to reclaim what was lost, that if you treat your own flesh and blood in such a manner, one can only imagine how you treat your subjects. The war dragon's thoughts shifted, and he sent a message to Li Guang. I am greatly dissatisfied with your handling of the matter. The Tianyu dynasty must provide my sect with an additional 2,000 ninth-grade spirit crystals, 1,000 to compensate for Li Fu's years of suffering, and the remaining 1,000 to be distributed among the subjects of your Tianyu dynasty. There must be no mistakes. Li Guang's heart trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Why the sudden increase of 2,000 ninth-grade spirit crystals? Predecessor. Li Guang began to speak, but the war dragon immediately bellowed. What? Do you object? Li Guang instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, trembling as he replied, I shall obey. Chapter 32. The 9 sacred lands set out simultaneously. Target. When Tian Sect. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, and today marked the day when the 9 sacred lands would submit their compensation to the one Tian Sect. The Young Heroes contest was nearing its conclusion, with the final schedule for the following day. On this day, the 9 sacred lands began to meticulously tally their spirit crystals. Li Guang sat despondently upon the dragon throne, lost in deep contemplation. 12,000 ninth-grade spirit crystals. Even with the income from the sacred city over the past few days, it was still far from sufficient. There was a shortfall of 2,000. As he desperately sought ways to gather the necessary spirit crystals, Li Ning appeared in his line of sight. Li Guang's eyes brightened at the sight, recalling the words of the old ancestor who used to amuse Li Ning. Ningirus' worth is comparable to the sacred city. Surely, this sacred city must be worth at least 5,000 ninth-grade spirit crystals, right? Even if Ning'er received a half discount, it would still amount to 2,005 at the Tianbao sacred land. The Tianbao lord appeared disheveled, clearly overwhelmed by the recent day's demands. Wearily, he asked, how is the preparation for the compensation coming along? The Grand Elder of the Tianbao sacred sect straightened his expression, producing a jade slip to respond. Reporting to the Sect Master, 1,000 ninth-grade spirit crystals, 200,000 8th-grade spirit crystals, 500 million 7th-grade spirit crystals, and the equivalent of 20 billion spirit crystals when converting 1st to 6th grade into 7th grade. In total, we have 5,500 9th-grade spirit crystals, all of which have been loaded onto the Dao ship. Additionally, there's a vast array of cultivation resources, pills, spiritual tools, martial arts manuals, and the mortgage rights to our sect's properties, along with 11 Dao ships for operational materials, equivalent to 2,500 9th-grade spirit crystals. The total value amounts to 8,000 9th-grade spirit crystals upon hearing the Grand Elder's report. The Tian Bao Lord gently brushed away the tears at the corners of his eyes, his voice trembling as he painfully uttered 2 words, set sail. Yet internally, he was bleeding a millennium of savings. Emptied in an instant, he noticed that the Grand Elder's robe was tattered, feeling a pang of sympathy. Grand Elder, you have worked hard these past few days, and I see your clothes are in tatters. Please change before the Dao ship departs that not bring shame upon the Tianbao sacred land. The Grand Elder immediately broke into tears, his nose running as he lamented. Sect Master, I have sold all the garments within the sect. There are no complete clothes left. As his words fell, he could no longer contain his sorrow and broke into loud weeping. Perhaps emotions are contagious, for the Tianbao Lord also could not hold back. And the two embraced, weeping profusely. Those unaware might mistakenly believe there was some deep affection between them. The circumstances of the other sacred lands were not much different, having nearly exhausted all their reserves. As the spirit crystals were loaded, the Dao ships of the 9 sacred lands almost simultaneously ascended into the sky, a total of over 100 Dao ships, embarking towards the one Tian sect. Those ignorant of the details speculated fervently. What is happening here? Are the 9 sacred lands joining forces? Is a holy war about to commence? I heard they are heading to the one Tian sect. What? The one Tian sect? What sect is that? You may not know yet, but the one Tian sect seems to be a hidden sacred land, boasting 2 living true monarch-level experts. I heard they killed the Grand Elder of the Great Wind Sacred Land in Tianyu Sacred City a few days ago, prompting the 9 sacred lands to unite against them. No way. The One Tian sect is that formidable? 2 living true monarchs. The core figures of the sacred lands can kill at will? Bah! I heard that the 9 sacred lands offended the One Tian sect. And this is to deliver compensation. What? For heaven's sake! Your reasoning is too absurd. How could the One Tian sect be so powerful that the 9 sacred lands must compensate? People remain puzzled, unable to fathom the true intentions behind such a grand mobilization by the 9 sacred lands. Curiosity ignited like a flame, burning fiercely and uncontrollably. Thus, many leaped into the void, closely following the Tao ships, eager to glimpse the secrets within. The Tao ships of the 9 sacred lands sailed for half a day, finally converging like a gathering of stars. Over 100 Tao ships sailed side by side, creating a magnificent and awe-inspiring spectacle, as if even the clouds above parted for them. Each time this colossal procession passed through a city, it would evoke waves of panic among the citizens. They looked up in awe, seeing those Tao ships soar through the skies like colossal dragons, while the cultivators following behind surged like a tidal wave, reminiscent of an impending storm about to erupt. This scene only solidified the belief among the uninformed that the 9 sacred lands were poised to wage war against the One Tian sect. On board the Tao ships of the 9 sacred lands, the Grand Elder of the Tian Bao sacred sect communicated with the other sacred lands. My friends, this does not seem wise. The cultivators behind us are following closely. If they learn of our true mission, what face will the 9 sacred lands have left? A reply came from the Tao ship of the Tianyu sacred dynasty. Indeed, they all believe we are attacking the One Tian sect. Upon arrival, when they see us unloading box after box, how will we maintain our reputation in the eastern wilderness? The Tao ship of the Great Wind Sacred Land retorted indignantly. Humph! The esteemed 9 sacred lands have been subjected to such humiliation. Do we still have any face left to speak of? Hey, why have you all suddenly sped up? Damn it, I was careless. Wait for me. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Tao ships of the 9 sacred lands suddenly shot forward like arrows released from their bowstrings. Racing with astonishing speed, in the blink of an eye, they had surged thousands of miles away. The cultivators trailing behind exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with shock and helplessness. They understood that the 9 sacred lands must have their reasons for accelerating. Though reluctant, they weighed the pros and cons, and some chose to abandon the pursuit, while others decided to follow closely. In an instant, streaks of light raced across the sky, as the 9 sacred lands and numerous cultivators formed a massive convoy, charging ahead with great momentum. This scene unfolded like a grand tapestry, gradually revealing itself between heaven and earth. As evening descended, all Tao ships arrived above the gates of the One Tian sect. Is this the One Tian sect? It doesn't seem too impressive. Look, someone is coming out. At this moment, it was already evening, and Lin Changsheng leisurely emerged from the sect, broom in hand, preparing to complete the final cleaning of the day. As his feet stepped outside the sect, he mused, "Oh, has it gotten dark so quickly? No matter, I'll finish cleaning and then sleep." Thus, with an air of composure, the cleaning commenced. This scene elicited gasps from those aboard the Tao boats. What? Is it true that even the janitors of the Wenyangong are in the tribulation stage? Goodness! The old man sweeping the ground is indifferent to our presence. What kind of power does the Wenyangong possess? Amidst their astonishment, Zanlong appeared at the mountain gate, proclaiming loudly, "You, the 9 great sacred lands, seem to manage your affairs quite efficiently. Hurry up with the handover and leave, lest you disturb my sect's janitors." Upon hearing these words, over 100 Tao boats descended onto the open space in front of the Wenyangong. Lin Changsheng then realized, oh, it turns out the sky hasn't darkened yet. In recent days, he had heard Chun Feng and Zanlong discussing the compensation from the 9 great sacred lands at this moment. He was not particularly surprised, holding the broom with a smirk, observing the representatives of the sacred lands. The representatives of the sacred lands felt even more uneasy. It's one thing for the Grand Elder of Wenyangong to be domineering, but what does a mere janitor have to be so haughty about? Chapter 33. The outrageous sect shakes the eastern wasteland. Zanlong immediately began to tally the resources from the 9 great sacred lands. His gaze swept over the ledger, and his consciousness enveloped the Dao boats of the Jiu Yuan sacred land, instantly revealing the quantity of all the items. Nodding, he remarked, the Jiu Yuan sacred land is not bad. How is it that a distinguished tribulation stage expert is missing a tooth? Zanlong inquired. Puzzled, the representative from Jiu Yuan sacred land forced a smile, saying, Senior, you may not know, but this tooth was originally embedded with 9th grade mysterious iron. It has been refined into a sacred artifact by this old man, capable of effortlessly biting through a peak tribulation stage being. However, our sect simply could not gather enough spirit crystals, so I had no choice but to part with that tooth and convert it into spirit crystals. Zanlong suddenly understood. No wonder the items from your place have a faint, peculiar odor. It turns out it was you. With a darkened expression, Zanlong proceeded to the next sacred land. The Great Wind sacred land is decent. The Heavenly Treasure sacred land is acceptable. The Shadowy Spectre sacred sect is fine. As he moved from one to another, it did not take long to finish checking the resources of the 8 families, leaving only the Tianyu sacred dynasty. Zanlong's gaze swept over the ledger and immediately detected something amiss. He sternly questioned, why is there a shortage of 2,000? The Grand Manager of the Tianyu sacred dynasty trembled in fear, immediately kneeling before Zanlong, weeping. My lord, this truly isn't our fault. It was our ancestor who said the 3rd princess could be worth a sacred city so His Majesty thought to use the 3rd princess to offset 2,000 spirit crystals. My lord, please see the truth. Upon hearing this, not only were the representatives from the other 8 sacred lands bewildered, but even Zanlong was momentarily taken aback. Can it be played this way? What kind of princess is worth 2,000 9th grade spirit crystals? If I had 4 daughters, would I still need to scrape together resources like this? Especially the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Treasure sacred land, who directly let out a curse. Bah, truly shameless. I have had to wear tattered clothes just to gather spirit crystals. Yet you Tianyu sacred dynasty merely need to bat your lips to conjure 2,000 from thin air. The toothless elder from the Jiu Yuan sacred land also appeared furious, saying, Exactly. I've even parted with my tooth. Is this how you play it? Other sects chimed in. Indeed, this is pure underhandedness. Bah! To share the same status as the Tianyu sacred dynasty is a source of great shame for me. Only then did Li Ning realize why her father had insisted on her accompanying the team. Stunned, she stood in place, her eyes moist, softly murmuring, Father no longer wants me. It turns out that, like my second brother, I am also dispensable to him. Perhaps everyone can be discarded in his eyes. Well, I shall fulfill my father's wish and contribute my bit for the dynasty. Zanlong, overwhelmed by the clamor, bellowed to silence the chaos. Enough. Your Majesty's claim of the princess being worth 2,000 spirit crystals is insufficient. It must be confirmed by our sect's leader. Zanlong hastily transmitted a message to Chun Feng, inquiring how to handle the situation. Upon receiving the message, Chun Feng looked at Li Fu beside him and gently asked, Fourth brother, what do you think? Li Fu smiled faintly and replied, Master, I dare to request that you keep the 3rd sister. Chun Feng was instantly intrigued. Asking why, Li Fu continued, It seems my father truly has run out of spirit crystals. He is a man who values face immensely, even now, despite losing face before the other 8 sacred lands. Bringing the 3rd sister along indicates that the dynasty has no spirit crystals left. Additionally, the common people of the Tianyu sacred dynasty are suffering greatly. Given my father's disposition, it is likely that the citizens have been thoroughly exploited this time. Chun Feng slightly nodded in agreement with Li Fu's assessment. Then how do you propose to address the issue of the impoverished citizens? Chun Feng continued to inquire. Li Fu pondered for a moment, but found himself at a loss, saying, I am dim-witted. Please enlighten me, Master. Chun Feng smiled and replied, This world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. If you are weak, you will be oppressed, and if you are strong, everyone will submit to you. Changing the status quo is fundamentally impossible as cultivators. We must follow our hearts, cultivate for the sake of the common people, for all things, and for a piece of heaven and earth. With a shift in thought, Chun Feng called out, Doyuo, at your service. I require your hatred for a great transference. Chun Feng infused a strand of celestial energy into Doyuo, and immediately, a colorful radiance enveloped Doyuo's body. The radiant light shot into the sky, soaring straight towards the Tianyu sacred dynasty. Li Guang, who was in the midst of slumber, was suddenly engulfed by the colorful light and sprang from his bed. He then knelt on the ground, frantically slapping his own face. Slap, slap, slap. The sound startled the palace maids, who hurriedly scattered. What has happened to His Majesty? Did this start in the evening? Moreover, no concubines were seen entering the emperor's chambers. In front of the Wenyangong, Zanlong had already received Chun Feng's response. You may return. The 8 great sacred lands? Is that worthless princess truly worth 2,000? Damn it, I still have several daughters at home. The Grand Manager of the Tianyu Sacred Dynasty let out a sigh of relief, thinking, it worked. The 8 great sacred lands dared not voice their anger, as the Tianyu Sacred Dynasty had indeed contributed a full 10,000 ninth-grade spirit crystals. This was 2,000 more than the other sacred lands. Zanlong waved his hand, and over 100 Dao boats vanished in an instant, all having entered the Wenyangong, without sparing a glance at the representatives of the 9 sacred lands. He led Li Ning and Lin Chongsheng back to the sect. The fleets of the 9 sacred lands began their return journey under the cover of night. Meanwhile, the cultivators who had followed from afar erupted in excitement. Holy moly, incredible! The 9 great sacred lands truly came to deliver resources. This is unbelievable. How outrageous is the Wenyangong? Whispers arose in succession, and these cultivators were left in awe of the Wenyangong. They had never anticipated that the 9 great sacred lands would genuinely come to deliver resources. Moreover, they brought along tens of thousands of 9th-grade spirit crystals. Even the princess of the Tianyu Sacred Dynasty was sent. What kind of sect is this? It is simply too impressive. The more these cultivators thought about it, the more exhilarated they became, yearning to join the Wenyangong. They fixed their gazes on the mountain gate through which Zanlong and the others had entered, silently vowing to themselves that they would one day become a part of the Wenyangong. At this moment, within the Wenyangong, Chun Feng stood atop the mountain, observing the group of cultivators, a smile playing on his lips. The name of the Wenyangong was about to resound throughout the entire eastern wasteland. The news of the 9 great sacred lands delivering resources spread like wildfire, sweeping through the entire eastern wasteland. Countless cultivators were stunned and amazed. The 9 great sacred lands had indeed delivered resources. They brought several tens of thousands of 9th-grade spirit crystals. Even the princess of the Tianyu Sacred Dynasty was included. This is simply outrageous beyond comprehension. The news spread rapidly from one mountain range to another, from one dynasty to the next. Countless cultivators gathered in tea houses, taverns, and markets, fervently discussing this extraordinary event. Chapter 34. The Second Affiliated Force. The finals begin. The next day, the finals of the Youth Heroes Tournament officially commenced. Today, Li Guang had left the imperial city early to venture into the streets. This sight left the common folk utterly astonished. Is this truly the emperor? He is actually showing concern for us? Has the sun risen from the west? Since today is the finals, Chun Feng led the entire sect, over a dozen individuals, to the Tianyu Sacred City. From a distance, they spotted Li Guang bustling about at various stalls. This left Li Fu and Li Ning in a state of shock. Has father undergone a transformation? Is he truly coming out of the imperial city to understand the people's plight? Li Guang simultaneously noticed the group from the Wenyangong and hurriedly ran over, but he clasped his fists and bowed to Chun Feng, saying, Sect Master Chun. He then turned his gaze to Li Fu and Li Ning, his eyes reddening as he softly inquired, Fu, Ning, do not hold it against your father. He has come to realize his transgressions. As he spoke, his legs bent, and with a thud, he knelt before his 2 children. Li Guang's intent to repent was unmistakable. Li Fu and Li Ning felt a stir in their hearts, instantly softening towards their father. Passers-by on the street. The emperor is kneeling. What is happening here? I heard that the emperor compensated the 3rd princess to the Wenyangong. He must be feeling guilty. The Wenyangong. Are they the ones from the Wenyangong? There is no mistake. The 2nd prince has indeed joined the Wenyangong. This Wenyangong is no ordinary place. The 9 great sacred lands pale in comparison. My brother, please elaborate. It is said that yesterday, the 9 great sacred lands, with over 100 Tao boats. Holy moly! Incredible! The Weniangong is fearsome indeed. Chun Feng and his companions were naturally oblivious to the conversations around them, hastily pulling Li Guang towards the central square. As they walked, Chun Feng remarked, "Li Guang, there is something I wish to discuss with you." Li Guang immediately responded with utmost respect. "Please, Master Chun, go ahead. I, Li Guang, will not hesitate even if it means sacrificing my life." Chun Feng waved his hand dismissively and continued, "It's not that serious. There is no need for such fervor. Today, as the finals conclude, I wish to take this opportunity to announce something." The accompanying individuals looked on in confusion, uncertain of what Chun Feng intended to declare. The Weniangong has been reclusive for millennia, and now that it emerges from seclusion with so few disciples, I wish to take this chance to inform the world that the Weniangong will open its doors and recruit disciples in half a month's time. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Li Guang's eyes widened in astonishment. As the sovereign of a sacred dynasty, he understood the implications of this announcement. The Weniangong was indeed going to recruit disciples. Just the presence of the mighty Emperor Zhanlong alone was enough to dominate the entire Guizhou continent. In the future, as more disciples were gathered, coupled with the resources provided by the 9 sacred dynasties, wouldn't the Wentiangong soar to unprecedented heights? Unable to contain his excitement, he turned to Chun Feng, who appeared calm and collected, as if he had anticipated this moment. Li Guang straightened his posture, his expression invigorated as he declared, "It is an honor to serve you, Master Chun. Allow me to take charge of this matter. I shall ensure that the entire eastern wilderness is informed of this news before nightfall." Then his demeanor shifted slightly as he hesitantly asked, "Master Chun, may I make a small request?" Chun Feng nodded. "Speak," Li Guang tentatively suggested. "As your esteemed sect opens its doors, might I request 2 positions for the Tianyu dynasty? It would be even better if the Tianyu dynasty could become an affiliated power of the Weniangong. Of course, if this poses any difficulty for you, please disregard my request." Chun Feng smiled slightly. "As long as one passes the trials, entry into our sect is assured as for the matter of affiliation." Initially intending to refuse, Chun Feng reconsidered. Accepting affiliated powers could elevate the sect's ranking. Moreover, with Li Fu and Li Ning already within the sect, it seemed only logical for the Tianyu dynasty to be treated similarly to the Lin family and become an affiliated power of the Weniangong. Resolving his thoughts, Chun Feng decided against hesitation. However, upon hearing Chun Feng's agreement, Li Guang was instantly overjoyed, his face flushed with excitement as he knelt and bowed deeply. "Thank you, Master. The Tianyu dynasty shall wholeheartedly support the Weniangong, serving the sect with unwavering loyalty." Observing this, Chun Feng smiled gently and helped Li Guang to his feet. "Li Guang, since you have shown remorse and a willingness to serve our sect, I shall not treat you unfairly. Should the Tianyu dynasty encounter difficulties in the future, the Weniangong will lend you aid." The onlookers were astonished. How could a sacred dynasty become an affiliated power of a sect? While they were incredulous, the sensational news of the Tianyu dynasty aligning with the Weniangong rapidly spread. At that moment, Li Guang's heart was tumultuous with excitement, fully aware that today's decision would alter the fate of the Tianyu dynasty. Cough, cough. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the second affiliated power. Reward: Wuxin's Secret Realm 1. Note: remaining affiliated power slots 3. Cough, cough. Congratulations, host. Main quest 2. Achieve a ranking within the top 10,000 of the Guizhou continent. Completed. The sect square has been manifested within the sect. Reward: Cultivation Enhancement Card 1. Cough, cough. Congratulations, host. Main quest 3. Achieve a ranking within the top 5,000 of the Guizhou continent. Completed. The Divine Weapon Pavilion has manifested within the sect. Reward: Cultivation Enhancement Card 1. Cough, cough. Congratulations, host. Main quest 4. Achieve a ranking within the top 1,000 of the Guizhou continent. Completed. The Pill Pavilion has manifested within the sect. Reward: Cultivation Enhancement Card 1. The host has continued to accept Main Quest 5. Achieve a ranking within the top 500 of the Guizhou continent, which will unlock the sect's mission hall. In an instant, a flurry of system notifications brought a smile to Chun Feng's face. Acquiring a sacred dynasty as an affiliated power was an astonishing leap in ranking. However, the limited slots for affiliated powers posed a slight concern. The group continued their conversation as they made their way to the central square, where a throng of spectators had already gathered. Li Guang had arranged a special viewing platform for Chen Feng, ensuring he would not be jostled among the crowd. The three young prodigies had also arrived at the contestants' preparation area. The finals of the Young Heroes tournament had narrowed down to 8 contestants, all but the 3 young ones being disciples of sacred dynasties. After exchanging pleasantries with Chen Feng, Li Guang ascended the stage and announced loudly, "After days of intense competition, the Young Heroes tournament has finally reached the finals." Clad in a flowing black robe, Li Guang surveyed the densely packed audience, his eyes shimmering with excitement. "Ladies and gentlemen," his voice boomed like thunder, reverberating throughout the square. "The Young Heroes tournament has gathered the finest young talents of the Eastern Wilderness, and today we shall witness the most exhilarating battle." His words ignited a fervor among the crowd, their cheers rising in a cacophony that seemed to shake the very heavens. Satisfied, Li Guang nodded and continued, "Among these 8 contestants, not only do we have the pride of the Tianyu dynasty, but also geniuses from various sacred dynasties. They will showcase their unique skills in the upcoming matches, vying for the ultimate glory. Now, let the semi-finals of the Young Heroes tournament commence. In the first match, Tianyu Dynasty's Li Jie versus Wenyangong's Da Hua. Chapter 35. Is there a dark scheme in the Young Heroes tournament? Da Hua seizes the opportunity to break through. As the words fell, Li Fu and Li Ning, who stood beside Chen Feng, were taken aback. Li Fu whispered, "Brother is up against Senior Da Hua. I don't know much about Senior Da Hua, but I hear he has achieved the 2nd stage of the Great Ascension." Li Ning's expression grew serious. Although she had only joined the Wenyangong the night prior, she already held a favorable impression of the masked senior. "Well, my brother has reached the 5th stage of the Great Ascension, plus the enhancement of the Dragon Spear's sacred body. I feel that Senior Da Hua might lose." In the audience, whispers circulated. The great prince of the sacred dynasty versus a disciple of the Wenyangong? I've been hearing about this sect quite often lately. Indeed, rumors suggested that the Wenyangong was an imperial sect. What? An imperial sect? Is it true that an emperor has emerged? That would be a legendary existence. Is the Guizhou continent about to enter a golden age? On the arena, the 2 competitors had taken their positions. Li Jie stood tall and imposing, exuding an aura of formidable power, akin to a beast on the verge of awakening. Commanding respect, the silver spear in his hand glimmered ominously in the sunlight, radiating a chilling intent to kill. The audience gasped in awe at the sight of Li Jie. The great prince was indeed a figure of grandeur. Li Jie spoke calmly. "My father just sent word for me to concede, but I do not believe I will lose. While he fears your Wenyangong, I do not," he continued. "The sacred dynasty's Dao vessel visited your Wenyangong yesterday, didn't it? Now the sacred dynasty is in disarray, lacking even the slightest resource. Rather than live in such a pitiful state, I would prefer death. Today, I will kill you to avenge the disgrace of the sacred dynasty." In stark contrast, Da Hua, standing opposite Li Jie, was oblivious to the words being exchanged, anxiously muttering to himself, "Please, this is Li Ning's elder brother. If I strike him, it would be like striking Li Ning. No way, I can't bring myself to do it. What if I concede? But then, Master will be heartbroken. Oh dear, what a dilemma." Li Jie, fueled by rage, retorted, "Is your Wenyangong filled with arrogant fools? A dilemma? Then don't bother with it. Prepare yourself." With a fierce cry, Li Jie surged towards Da Hua, his silver spear transforming into a deadly streak of silver, aiming straight for Da Hua's throat. However, faced with this thunderous assault, Da Hua was frantically grasping at his head, slightly shifting his body and crouching down, muttering to himself, "What should I do? What should I do?" This crouch fortuitously allowed him to evade Li Jie's lethal strike. Da Hua looked up at Li Jie and said, "Brother, could you wait a moment? I need to think." This only incited Li Jie's fury further. "Do you not regard me as human? Who the hell is your brother? Nonsense! I will not let you off today." The spear darted like a swimming dragon. With a sudden thrust, Li Jie unleashed a barrage of attacks filled with murderous intent, as if he aimed to extinguish Da Hua's life. That Da Hua's heart brimmed with bitterness. He understood that if this continued, he would inevitably reveal a flaw that Li Jie could exploit. With a deep sigh, he lamented, "I had hoped to interact with you as a mere mortal. Yet the result is estrangement in no more pretense." Internally, he commanded hatred translocation. In an instant, Li Jie's gaze towards Da was shifted. No longer filled with murderous rage, there was now a semblance of mutual understanding. Da extended his hands towards Li Jie. Softly calling, "Brother, please stop." Li Jie's expression softened as he replied, "Oh, I was wrong. I should not have aimed to harm you. Did I concede?" The referee immediately shouted, "First match, when Ingong's Da wins." The audience erupted in a chorus of boos. "Boo, this reeks of a conspiracy. What the hell? You were fighting. How can you concede now? Refund, refund." The cacophony of curses echoed throughout the central square. Alas, the match had concluded, and Li Jie and Da were embraced like long-lost friends. Making their way towards the viewing platform occupied by the disciples of the Wentian sect, their laughter occasionally ringing out, in the second match. Lin from the Wentian sect faced Feng Wuya of the Feng Holy Sect. Both contenders entered the arena. Upon the mention of Feng Wuya's name, the audience's enthusiasm surged once more. Here he comes, Feng Wuya, the son of the Feng Holy Land, at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension. What? Pinnacle of the Great Ascension. Incredible. He is comparable to the elder generation of powerhouses. The Defeng Holy Master once proclaimed, "This young man possesses the demeanor of an emperor." Remarkable. At this rate, he truly has a chance to attain the path of an emperor. Feng Wuya, clad in a flowing green robe, stood tall and slender like a pine tree atop a mountain, exuding an air of majesty. His handsome features, sword-like brows, and starry eyes radiated an aura of authority without anger. His long black hair danced in the wind, embodying boundless spirit and freedom. Feng Wuya strode confidently onto the stage, and the entire central square fell into a hushed silence, his gaze, piercing like a torch, swept across the audience, leaving an indelible mark on each heart. With a slight raise of his hand, an overwhelming aura erupted, sweeping across the arena like a tempest, drawing the attention of all. Only from the Wentian sect section did a voice call out, "Truly pretentious." Doa instantly felt the wrathful glares of the female audience around him, and he was taken aback. He helplessly shrugged and offered an awkward yet polite smile to the female spectators. However, this smile seemed to exacerbate the atmosphere rather than alleviate it, further inciting their dissatisfaction. "Damn it, this pretentious fool again. How dare you mock the handsome Feng Wuya? Do you believe I wouldn't smash your balls with a single punch?" "Exactly, wearing a pathetic mask, thinking you look cool." The female spectators pointed and jeered at Dewa, as if they wished to devour him whole. Dewa chuckled inwardly, knowing he had truly incurred the wrath of the masses this time. Yet, does the Gu fear? Let the hatred intensify. Dewa climbed onto a stool beside Chen Feng, gesturing dramatically around him and proclaiming, "You ugly women, listen up. With your stout figures, you're as wide as a barrel, but lack any height. You look like you just stood up from a pigsty. How dare you criticize me? I spit." His words instantly breached the defenses of countless female cultivators. Their collective ire rose to a boiling point. Seeing his plan succeed, Dewa nonchalantly returned to his seat, feeling the surge of spiritual energy within him. Chen Feng smirked slightly. This little rascal is indeed vicious with his words. Immediately after, a thunderous roar of breakthrough reverberated through the central square. Chapter 36. The Legend of Young Heroes concludes. What the hell? That pretentious brat has broken through. In this day and age, even cursing can lead to a breakthrough. Perhaps I should give it a try. The audience buzzed with discussion, while Li Ning felt her heart racing. Has Doa reached the fourth stage of Great Ascension? Why do I suddenly perceive him as a tad handsome? Li Fu and Li Jie exchanged glances at their sister, sharing a knowing smile before turning their attention back to the center of the square. This moment, Lin was engaged in battle with Feng Wuya on the square. Feng Wuya moved like a specter, his sword strikes sharp and swift, each blow seemingly tearing through the air. Lin appeared considerably more composed. Her swordsmanship, though lacking the flamboyance of Feng Wuya's, was solid and unembellished. Their figures intertwined in the air, the glint of their swords igniting gasps from the audience. Suddenly, Feng Wuya vanished, reappearing behind Lin Lin, thrusting his sword towards her heart. Sensing the danger, Lin Lin gracefully sidestepped the attack and retaliated with a swift strike of her own. Feng Wuya chuckled lightly, disappearing once more, this time re-emerging above Lin Lin, bringing his sword down upon her. Lin Lin quickly leaned back, evading the lethal blow, yet the blade's energy grazed her clothing. Leaving a tear, Lin Lin smiled faintly, realizing that despite being only at the third stage of Great Ascension, she could not afford to hold back against someone at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension. With that thought, she began to concentrate her sword intent. Taking a deep breath, determination flickered in her eyes. Gripping her longsword tightly, her movements became fluid as if dancing with the wind. The sword's tip shimmered, gathering sword energy in the air, forming fierce rays of light. And no longer merely defending, she launched an offensive. Each swing of her sword sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh, as if the very fabric of space was being torn apart. Feng Wuya, witnessing this, wore a wider smile he hadn't expected Lin Lin to possess such strength, which thrilled him. After 20 years of cultivation, he had rarely encountered peers who could endure more than 3 strikes. Today, this disciple of the One Tian sect, with her third stage cultivation, had managed to contend with him thus far that he began to flicker about, engaging Lin Lin in a fierce sword duel. Their forms danced through the air, the interplay of their swords and energy creating a breathtaking spectacle. The audience was spellbound, wholly captivated by the clash. Ultimate sword intent. Break! Lin Lin shouted, her speed suddenly accelerating as she transformed into a streak of light. Charging toward Feng Wuya, the long sword in her grasp seemed to draw upon the essence of heaven and earth, radiating brilliant light. Did I end this strike? She poured forth all her strength, the surrounding air appearing to tear asunder from the force of her sword energy. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Feng Wuya's eyes as he realized Lin Lin possessed such a hidden card. He swiftly swung his longsword, attempting to defend against her fierce assault. However, the sword energy contained within Lin Lin's strike was too potent, causing Feng Wuya's sword to tremble in his grasp, as if it sought to escape his control. Clang! With a thunderous crash, Lin Lin's sword forcefully disarmed Feng Wuya, causing him to recoil in shock. Yet, Lin Lin's sword intent had already locked onto him, the energy pursuing relentlessly. Thud! A sword pierced Feng Wuya's shoulder. He managed a wan smile and remarked, "Disciples of the Imperial Sect are indeed extraordinary," that he knew all too well that Lin Lin's target had been his heart, and only by diverting the strike could he escape the blow. I concede that I end the second match. The victor is Lin Lin of the One Tian sect. What? Feng Shixiang actually lost. How is that possible? Feng Shixiang is at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension. How could Lin Lin, merely at the third stage, defeat him? You filthy woman! How dare you harm my Feng Shixiang? The audience erupted in disbelief. Many were unable to fathom their eyes, as Feng Wuya had fallen to a woman whose cultivation was far beneath his own. Feng Wuya stood in the center of the square, his face pale and blood streaming from his shoulder wound. Meanwhile, Lin Lin stood quietly beside him, her expression devoid of any smugness. Lin Lin sheathed her Yuanhong sword and clasped her fists, saying, "Thank you for the match." She then strode down from the stage with purpose. Feng Wuya felt a stirring in his heart, now more curious about the One Tian sect. Is this truly a disciple of the Imperial sect? Simply extraordinary. He himself could challenge opponents of higher realms, yet Lin Lin had transcended 6 small realms to defeat him. The name of the Imperial sect is indeed fearsome. In the third match, Wei Shufan from the Tian Bao Holy Land faced Han Dan from the Yu Ing Holy Land. A young man and woman, 2 youthful heroes leaped onto the stage, immediately engaging in battle. Upon returning to the One Tian sect's viewing platform, Lin Lin received a warm welcome from several members of her sect. Having completed his breakthrough, gave Lin Lin a thumbs up, exclaiming joyfully, "Shiji." So impressive, Li Fu, stirred by Lin Lin's battle, exclaimed passionately, "Who says women are inferior to men?" Shiji wields her sword to conquer the world. Amidst the crowd, only Li Jie stood dumbfounded. Feng Wuya had been defeated by his second brother Shiji. The subsequent battles unfolded with relative ease, and soon Han Dan from the Yu Ing Holy Land was sent flying off the stage by Wei Shufan's whip. The fourth match continued without delay. Finally, it was the much-anticipated turn of Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo was to face the holy son of the Jiao Yuan Holy Land, who was at the 7th stage of Great Ascension, eager to reunite with Chen Feng and the others. Xiao Luo charged in immediately, unleashing her ultimate move, the Dream Immortal technique. The holy son of the Jiao Yuan Holy Land halted mid-stride, his eyes closing as he demonstrated to the audience what it meant to fall asleep on the spot. ZZZ, the audience, was utterly bewildered. What the hell? Where's the match, brother? Are you snoring? In the third match, the victor is Xiao Luo of the Wen Tian sect. As the referee announced the result, the audience erupted once more. Many stood up, unable to contain their frustration. What in the world is happening? How did the holy son of the Jiao Yuan Holy Land suddenly fall asleep? It's a conspiracy. A conspiracy. A conspiracy. The chorus of skepticism rose to a crescendo, leaving the referee in a state of utter bewilderment. Yet, amidst the clamor, the disciples of the Wenyanggong sat with an air of tranquility. For they had long since borne witness to Xiao Luo's remarkable prowess. As the audience's doubts intensified, Li Guang could no longer remain passive. Esteemed guests, I assure you, in the name of the Tianyu sacred dynasty, that this youth hero tournament is devoid of any underhanded dealings. Allow me to elucidate. Wenyanggong is a reclusive imperial sect, newly emerged into the world. Only disciples of such a sect possess these astonishing capabilities. The mere mention of the imperial sect sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd. The rumors that had circulated in recent days about Wenyanggong's imperial lineage were indeed substantiated. By the heavens, the imperial sect, which had only existed in ancient texts, is real. As the news spread, Li Guang continued, Do any of you harbor dissent? With silence enveloping the arena, he proclaimed, the final four of the Youth Hero Tournament have been determined. Wenyanggong's Lin Lin, Tianbao Sacred Sect's Wei Shufen, Wenyanggong Xiao Luo. Competitors, please take a brief respite. The semi-finals and finals shall commence this afternoon. No sooner had he spoken than a melodious voice rang out. I forfeit. In unison, all eyes turned toward the speaker. Wei Shufen, with her delicate hand raised, declared, I am gravely injured and choose to forfeit. Li Guang nodded solemnly and announced, Tianbao, Sacred Sect's Wei Shufen has opted to withdraw due to severe injuries. Thus, the top three of the Youth Hero Tournament have been established. As they hail from the same sect, do the three contestants wish to further contest their rankings? The trio exchanged glances with their master. Awaiting Chen Feng's verdict. What are you looking at? Please feel free, Chen Feng replied calmly. Lin Lin responded immediately. Why continue fighting among ourselves? Xiao Luo concurred. Indeed, there is no need. Doa added, I too agree. Li Guang smiled as he declared. The top three of this Youth Hero Tournament are Wenyanggong's Lin Lin, Wenyanggong's Xiao Luo, Wenyanggong's This event concludes successfully. Thank you all for your support. Shortly, the top 8 competitors are invited to the Tianyu Sacred Dynasty's Imperial City to claim their rewards. To the other participants, please strive harder. Furthermore, he added, there is one more significant announcement. The Wenyanggong will be establishing its sect and accepting disciples 15 days hence. The Imperial sect welcomes all who can pass the trials, regardless of their cultivation level. Immediately, a system notification chimed. Ahem, congratulations to the host for completing the timed task. Reward. Emperor's Summoning Compass 3, Non-Synthesizable. Chapter 37. Renowned across the Eastern Wilderness, disciples assemble each disciple of the Wenyanggong. Having pocketed hundreds of first-tier spirit crystals as rewards from the Youth Hero Tournament, embarked on their journey back to the sect. The reason for the modest reward was well understood by those from Wenyanggong. With the conclusion of the tournament, the name of Wenyanggong rapidly spread throughout the Eastern Wilderness. It swept across the land like a tempest, stirring up clouds of dust and resonating within the hearts of every cultivator. Within a mere day, the news reached every corner of the Eastern Wilderness. Among countless sects, families, and factions, the name of Wenyanggong shone like a brilliant star in the dark night sky. Across the vast expanse of the Eastern Wilderness, whether in bustling towns or remote villages, tales of Wenyanggong circulated widely. Countless young cultivators, driven by dreams, set forth on their journey to Wenyanggong. They traversed mountains and rivers, all to join that legendary sect and pursue their own path in martial arts. Before the gates of Wenyanggong, a throng of cultivators had gathered, the atmosphere vibrant with excitement. "Hey, go Kong! Look over there, a big white steam bun." A short, bald youth pointed discreetly towards a distant young woman, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Go Kong, donned in an orange short-sleeved shirt emblazoned with the character Go, quickly followed the direction of the pointed finger, his mouth watering as he inquired, "Bun? Where's the bun?" The bald youth erupted into laughter, patting Go Kong on the back. "Ha ha, it's right there in front of that girl." Upon spotting the alluring figure, Go Kong lost interest, exclaiming, "Kalin, you tricked me again." He turned away, returning to his cultivation. Dake, Yilin shrugged and remarked, "Go Kong, once I become a disciple of Wen Yanggong, I'll take care of you, and you won't need to train anymore." Go Kong, resolute, declared, "I too shall become a disciple of Wen Yanggong." Meanwhile, Kalin remained oblivious to Go Kong's words, his gaze wandering among the gathered cultivators. "Oh, a scuffle has broken out over there." Go Kong halted his movements, and he and Kalin turned their attention to the commotion. "You bastard, get in line." "Nonsense, I was here first. To hell with you." The two soon found themselves embroiled in a brawl. A plump youth hurriedly interjected, "Hey, you two, take your fight elsewhere. Don't disrupt my business." He promptly retrieved a piece of iron from his ring, forming it into a massive hammer with a flick of his hands, using all his strength to swing it around. With a mighty crash, the hammer struck the combatants, sending them soaring into the sky like meteors. Dusting off his hands, the plump youth called to the crowd, "All right, anyone else need to use the restroom? It's 2 second-tier spirit crystals a visit. Don't miss out on this opportunity." Go Kong and Colin exchanged incredulous glances, taken aback by the audacity of the little chubby boy. 2 second-tier spirit crystals just to relieve oneself? Is this robbery? "Boss, I need to go," Go Kong exclaimed, bewildered. "Seriously? Someone's actually paying to use the restroom?" A voice from the crowd chimed in, "Brother, it's rare to see someone charging for a bathroom visit." The individual paid the plump boy while explaining, "Hey, I just don't want to lose my spot after going far away. You think I have money to waste?" That makes sense. "Boss, I want to go too," shouted another. "To me too. I was here first." The plump boy beamed with delight, his grin stretching from ear to ear. He swiftly retrieved another piece of iron from his ring, and with a few hand gestures transformed it into a toilet. "Dear guests, don't rush, one at a time. Everyone gets a turn. Payment first, then entry. This is a small business, no credit." As the line grew longer, the boy's excitement swelled, and he shouted even louder. Observing this scene, Go Kong hurriedly rummaged through his own ring. Yilin asked, "What are you looking for?" "Need help. I too wish to join." Clinton was rendered speechless, his right hand resting on his forehead. He helplessly remarked, "Every day, aside from eating, drinking, and relieving oneself, you are solely devoted to cultivation. That can't you aspire to something more?" Just then, a group of cultivators appeared from the distance, and a discerning eye could immediately recognize their formidable prowess. Each one was at the great ascension stage, with a few even having reached the tribulation stage. The team found a flat area and immediately assumed a stance, unleashing a torrent of energy upon the ground. Instantly, the land was enveloped in clouds of dust, obscuring all visibility. The booming sounds were incessant, causing the earth to tremble. Before long, the dust slowly dispersed, revealing the outline of a massive city within the haze. Chapter 38. 3 more emperors added. The day of apprenticeship arrives. The crowd turned their gazes towards the city emerging from the dust. A cacophony of chatter erupted, and astonishment was etched on every face. As the dust settled, people finally discerned the golden plaque above the city gate, emblazoned with the bold characters, "Questioning Heaven." Following this, a host of powerful figures soared above the crowd, announcing in resounding voices, "We are individuals from the Tianyu Holy Dynasty, an affiliate of the Questioning Heaven Emperor sect, and by the command of Sect Master Chenfeng, we are here to construct this city. Young heroes, you may enter the city and await the day of apprenticeship." Boom! This proclamation reverberated like thunder among the crowd. Am I dreaming? A tribulation stage powerhouse leading the construction of a city at the Great Ascension stage. How astonishing to think that such a formidable figure would personally labor to build a city for us. This is truly eye-opening. My friends, I shall take my leave first. See you in the city. What the heck? Rush! If we delay, there won't be any space left. Charge! The tide of people surged forward, all rushing towards the newly constructed city. Amidst the crowd, only a chubby youth wore a dejected expression. What about my business? Forget it. I'll set up a restroom in the city. The youth wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes, stowed away his 2 restrooms, and hurried towards the city. Before long, a beam of light appeared in the sky, heading towards the questioning heaven sect. As the light drew nearer, people finally discerned its true form. It was a Tao boat. Atop the Tao boat fluttered a massive banner. Fire God. A voice emanated from the Tao boat. Dear friends, the final destination, questioning heaven sect, has been reached. Please ensure your personal belongings are secured to prevent loss. People who had just entered the city gazed in awe at the multitude of cultivators disembarking from the Tao boat, exclaiming, "The Fire God sect is indeed the biggest winner." The 9 great holy lands have even compensated the questioning heaven sect. And only a few major sects beneath the holy lands still possess such miraculous transportation tools as Tao boats. Now that the questioning heaven sect is about to open its doors for apprentices, these Tao boats have become hot commodities. This is bound to yield tremendous profits. As the Tao boat descended, figures shot out from the city, waiting eagerly. Son, I'm over here. Sister-in-law. After your long journey, quickly enter the city with me. Simultaneously, across the eastern wilderness, urgent actions were underway. Somewhere in the eastern wilderness, the final destination of this Tao boat is the questioning heaven emperor sect. Friends wishing to board, please hurry. The boat will depart in half a stick of incense. Aboard another Tao boat of the Fire God sect, an elderly man with a white beard shouted hoarsely. Beside him sat a young swordsman, who, noticing the elder's exhaustion, quickly took the small trumpet from the elder's hand. In a youthful voice, he announced, the final destination of this Tao boat is the questioning heaven emperor sect. Soon after, the cultivators finished boarding, and the Tao boat continued its journey. The old man and the young swordsman finally had a moment to chat. Old sir, at your age, are you also going to participate in the apprenticeship trial of the emperor's sect? The old man chuckled and replied, I am 78 this year, yet I have never found a sect willing to take me in. To this day, I have not even stepped into the threshold of the Qi refining stage. Now that the questioning heaven sect has emerged, with its unique standards for apprenticeship, looking beyond mere cultivation and talent. As long as one can pass the trials, they may enter the sect. I too wish to taste the joys of cultivation. The old man then inquired, are you also going to participate in the trial of the emperor's sect? Young friend, the young swordsman clenched his small fists and declared resolutely, yes, I must join the questioning heaven sect. The elder nodded slightly. I believe in you. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted the old man's words. What do you believe in? Hurry up and shout. Don't be lazy. Do you think this Tao boat allows you to sit idly? A man dressed in the garb of the Fire God sect glared fiercely at the old man and the young boy. Barking orders, the old man quickly replied with flattery. Please don't be angry, I'll shout right away. The final destination of this Tao boat is within the questioning heaven sect. Chun Feng calculated the days, realizing that the time to open the sect for apprentices was imminent. However, with so few people in the sect, wouldn't he be overwhelmed? He then recalled that at the conclusion of the Young Heroes tournament, the system had rewarded him with 3 non-combinable Emperor Summoning Compass. Without hesitation, he said, use the Emperor Summoning Compass. Cough. Please specify the number of Emperor Summoning Compasses to be used. Chun Feng answered without a moment's hesitation. 3, cough. The Emperor Cultivators are currently inscribing. Please wait a moment. The Emperor Cultivators completed their inscriptions and were en route in a corner of the questioning heaven sect. Swish. Swish. 3 figures appeared in an instant, nodding at one another, then proceeded towards the main peak. Chun Feng and Zhan Long stood quietly on the main peak, awaiting their arrival. Soon, the 3 individuals reached Chun Feng's side. I am Ji Bai Chong. I am Ji Bai Duan. I am Ji Bai Chu. Greetings, Sect Master. The Sect Master, a paragon of excellence, a dragon among men, with unparalleled grace and charm. Today, upon seeing you, my 3 brothers are humbled and in complete admiration. Bowing deeply and feeling awed, Chun Feng. What are these names? One long, one short, one thick. Zhan Long. What a mouthful of rhymes. Do you think you are taking an exam? And you can praise the Sect Master so much. Why do I feel my position as the Grand Elder is somewhat unstable? Chun Feng, helpless, steeled himself and said, "Our questioning heaven sect is about to open for apprentices. Now that you three brothers have emerged from seclusion, you shall serve as our sect's second, third, and fourth elders. All matters will be discussed with the Grand Elder." Zhan Long saying this. He introduced Zhan Long to the three. Yes, Sect Master, your wisdom and martial prowess are unparalleled. We are in awe. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. On a clear morning, before the gates of the questioning heaven sect, rays of dawn illuminated the sky, and the air buzzed with excitement. In the square at the foot of the mountain, over 10 million cultivators had already gathered. They came from all corners of the eastern wilderness. Some were scions of noble families. Others were wandering cultivators. And some were ancient monsters hidden from the world for years. Every face radiated with excitement and anticipation, for they all knew that today marked the grand opening of the questioning heaven sect for apprentices. Colorful banners fluttered around the square, and a faint aura of spiritual energy permeated the air. Above the mountain gate, the massive characters spelling questioning heaven sect shimmered brilliantly, proclaiming the strength and mystery of this sect. Periodically, murmurs of discussion arose from the crowd. Before long, the gates of the questioning heaven sect swung open, and 5 figures emerged. "Look, the Sect Master and the Grand Elder. Who are the other 3? Oh my, an emperor. I have actually seen an emperor with my own eyes. In this life, I have no regrets." The appearance of Chun Feng ignited the crowd's fervor once more. The youths clenched their fists, repeatedly telling themselves that they must become disciples of the questioning heaven sect. Chapter 39, Ascending the Ladder. 100 ships compete for the flow. Our sect's recruitment consists of 2 trials. Even if you are an ordinary person with no cultivation, as long as you can pass the trials, you may join the sect. Chun Feng wasted no words. With a wave of his hand, a white jade ladder suddenly appeared. The ladder pierced the clouds, the top hidden from view. This is the potential ladder, designed to determine a cultivator's potential based on how high they can climb. The color of the ladder represents your potential level. From 1 to 500 layers is white potential. 1,000 layers is golden potential. Note, potential is a comprehensive assessment of a cultivator's talent, physique, and fortune. Those who ascend to green or above may join the sect. Green, blue, purple, and orange signify outer disciples, while red signifies inner disciples. Reaching the pinnacle of the golden steps grants one the status of a direct disciple of the Sect Master. Chun Feng paused before continuing. Of course, this rule applies only if you pass the second trial. He then unleashed the heart-seeking secret realm, and a massive spatial vortex appeared beside the ladder. Some individuals with weak resolve felt a wave of dizziness as they gazed into the spatial vortex. This is the heart-seeking secret realm, used to enhance and test a cultivator's character. It reflects the deepest recesses of a cultivator's heart, guiding them into their inner depths to confront their desires, fears, and obsessions. Their inner demons. By overcoming this trial, cultivators can gain a clearer understanding of themselves, thereby strengthening their character and enhancing their cultivation. The unique aspect of the heart mirror is that the scenes it reflects are not static, but present different illusions based on each cultivator's unique character. These illusions are the most genuine reflections of a cultivator's innermost self. Only by successfully overcoming these inner demons can one truly pass the trial of the heart mirror. Even if some individuals fail to pass the trials of the secret realm, it is believed that they will still gain valuable insights within. This disciple recruitment will span 7 days, with the first 4 days dedicated to the initial ladder trial, followed by 3 days for the second secret realm trial. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Chun Feng hovered in the air, his robes billowing dramatically, his voice resonating with a magnetic quality, enveloped by spiritual energy and spreading in all directions. The recruitment trial of the Asking Heaven sect begins. All cultivators ascend the ladder. As Chun Feng's words echoed, countless cultivators ignited like kindling, bursting forth with fervor. Boom! The sound of robes slicing through the air resonated in waves, and the figures of countless cultivators surged upward towards the zenith of the ladder like a multitude of sharp swords. Ha! I shall reach the highest tier and become a direct disciple of the Asking Heaven sect. The chubby youth laughed heartily, charging ahead onto the ladder, each step causing the ground to tremble. Don't celebrate too soon. Who says you will be the chosen direct disciple? A graceful female cultivator retorted, refusing to be outdone. Her movements were light and swift, akin to drifting cotton, as she rapidly ascended the ladder alongside the chubby boy. Everyone, let us strive together and aim to become disciples of the Asking Heaven sect, Gokong shouted, his words invigorating those around him, as the crowd responded and collectively advanced toward the summit of the ladder. Colin scoffed, dismissing the fervor as he followed the throng's ascent. The sword-bearing youth gently supported the elder's arm, asking softly, "Grandfather, may I assist you in climbing the ladder?" The elder, slightly unsteady and occasionally jostled by other cultivators, nevertheless maintained an unwavering gaze. "Young hero, you go ahead. I shall meet you at the peak." The sword-bearing youth nodded earnestly. No longer hesitating, he drew his sword and tossed it into the air, leaping gracefully to land firmly upon the blade. "Let us set forth," he murmured, stroking the blade tenderly. The sword surged forth with a whoosh, vanishing from the elder's sight in an instant. The elder rubbed his eyes, unable to believe that the usually amiable youth possessed such extraordinary skills. Upon the ladder, leading the charge were the chubby boy and the unknown female cultivator, their figures intertwining in a fierce contest that made it difficult to discern who held the advantage. In the blink of an eye, they reached the 300th step. Noticing the female cultivator beginning to pant, the chubby boy laughed, "Sister, I shall take my leave. Wait for me to become a direct disciple, and I shall protect you." With that, he surged ahead, his strides powerful enough to leap 10 steps in one go. The female cultivator was taken aback. This fellow was still holding back. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. "Is that chubby boy that formidable? He seems destined for direct disciple status, at the very least an inner sect member. Wow, look, another powerhouse is coming." A young boy, adorned with a large character for going blazing on his back, dashed forward, his legs moving so swiftly that only their blur could be perceived. "Whoa, that boy has also reached the 300th step. Where has my young master gotten to?" "Your young master? Over there, he hasn't even made it past the first step yet." The crowd erupted in murmurs at a man resembling a eunuch bowed deeply. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is nearing the first tier. Congratulations, Your Majesty." The man in the yellow robe clenched his fist in secret, a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his mouth. "Look, my son has already surged past the 200th step. Ah, ha. My dear, your eyesight is truly remarkable. I shall reward you with a chicken dinner tonight." "Oh dear, you are such a tease. Quick, find out where my son has run off to, madam. Perhaps you should look further down. Only at the 10th step? What the hell? Useless. Utterly useless. It's all that wretched father's fault. He was a waste. And so is this offspring. Other children have reached over 200 steps, and you are still at 10? You couldn't even catch a warm meal if you tried." The maid beside her couldn't help but smirk. "Thinking, madam, are you not also condemning yourself in the process?" The scene descended into chaos. While the highest tier had already reached the 400th step, many still hadn't even crossed the first step due to the overwhelming crowd. Among them was the elder. The elder gazed at the youth soaring on his sword, who had already reached the 200th step, and a sense of urgency began to swell within him. Even if he had the potential to reach the top, with his old bones and limited stamina, 4 days of climbing would be a daunting task. Alas, one must do their utmost. I shall strive diligently and leave the rest to fate. Finally, after an hour, the elder stepped onto the first tier. At this moment, the sword-bearing youth caught up to the leading chubby boy. They had both entered the 600th tier, their pace beginning to slow, side by side. They found themselves in a subtle competition. "Huh, why does that chubby boy look so familiar? Oh, now that you mention it, I feel the same. Wang Pengzi. I can't believe it. He's the one who dug up my father's grave. Damn, it's him. He also desecrated the grave of my great-aunt's great-grandson's wife. We must ensure this brat doesn't enter the Asking Heaven sect. Indeed, otherwise revenge will be impossible." Meanwhile, on the fringe of the crowd, several figures cloaked in black robes were in constant motion. "Return to the central domain and report to the sect leader. The target has entered the Imperial sect. Please advise the sect leader." Chapter 40. Golden Potential Returns. Above the 600th tier, the pressure intensified. Wang Pongzi and the sword-bearing youth's steps grew heavy. Thud, thud, thud. The weighty footsteps immediately captured their attention, and they turned to look. Gokong, noticing their gaze, offered a polite smile and scratched his head. "Hello, I'm Gokong. I hope to be in your good graces," that he then continued, only to hear the sound of thudding footsteps, swiftly overtaking them in mere breaths. The entire arena erupted in astonishment. My goodness, that youth is terrifying. Indeed, excluding these three, the fastest have only reached the 300 step. He's leading by over 300 steps. Such immense potential. Damn, Wang Pongzi has surpassed the 600 step? How will I ever take my revenge? Don't fret, there's still the second trial. Let us hope Wang Pongzi gets eliminated in the next round. Exactly, we shall chop him into pieces and feed him to the dogs upon the ladder. Colin wiped the sweat from his brow, gasping for breath. Phew, is Gokong's potential really that terrifying? I usually outperform him in training. Countless others shared similar thoughts that a young boy felt as if some force were weighing down on him, rendering him unable to move, his body pressed against the ground. I'm a dignified, great completion stage cultivator. Why, oh why, can I only reach the 101st step and not ascend further? At that moment, an aged voice echoed, "Young friend, you have done well. I have only reached the 100th step." The boy, summoning all his strength, turned his head in disbelief. "What? Old man, at your age, you still participate in trials?" The elder advanced with steady determination. "Step by step. The 101st step. I am 78 this year and wish to experience what it is like to cultivate before I depart from this world. The 102nd step? No way. An old codger halfway in the grave is stronger than me. I refuse to accept this." The boy summoned every ounce of his energy, managing to lift a finger, angrily shouting at the elder, "Old man, why are you stronger than me? I have far more resources for cultivation than you." The elder turned to him, a hint of weariness in his eyes, yet a profound resolve shone through. "Youngster, the path of cultivation is not determined by the quantity of resources if your heart is aligned with the Tao. Each step shall blossom with lotus. Though my resources are scarce, I have dedicated my life to the great way, never slackening in my efforts. If you are determined, why fear a long and arduous road?" With that, the elder continued his ascent, his pace slow yet unyielding, his silhouette stretched long under the sunlight, resembling a captivating painting. Below the ladder, the crowd was abuzz with chatter. Some marveled at the elder's perseverance and resolve, while others began to reflect on their own cultivation journeys. The young boy stood frozen in place, speechless. As the elder climbed, he began to sense an invisible force encircling him. Look, is that spiritual energy enveloping the elder? Isn't it forbidden to use spiritual power on this ladder? What is going on? This anomaly was swiftly noticed by Chun Feng. Check the information. Name, Qin Wenyuan cultivation level. None potential. Golden potential description. Laboring a mortal body in an unactivated state. Born into a wealthy merchant family. Raised in luxury, never having to toil. Having never stepped into the realm of cultivation. Once the immortal body is activated, cultivation can be enhanced through diligent labor. Initially, Chun Feng planned to announce the commencement of the trials and then return to his reading and treasure hunting. But upon reflection, he thought, since this is my first time recruiting disciples, I ought to make an appearance. To his surprise, a golden potential had emerged. Chun Feng suppressed his excitement and continued to observe the trials. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in a frenzy, as if the calm surface of a lake had been disturbed by a massive stone, sending waves crashing forth. Countless gazes fixed upon the ladder, where a figure was steadily climbing, each step seeming to offer no resistance whatsoever. Look, the first place has already reached the 800th step. A gasp of astonishment escaped someone's lips, their voice brimming with shock and incredulity. There, upon the celestial ladder. Although Gokong's pace was not swift, it was marked by an extraordinary resolve, each step firmly grounded. His visage bore no trace of fatigue. Rather, his eyes sparkled with a fervent light, as if he were brimming with anticipation for the path ahead. Ah, what a marvelous sensation this is. I must enter the inner circle. Colin, henceforth allow me to shield you. Gokong's determination intensified, and subtly his ascent quickened. Behind him, Wang Pongzi and the sword-bearing youth were consumed by urgency. Fat bro, I shall not wait for you any longer." With that, he drew forth his blade once more, hurling it with great force. The sword, slicing through the air, soared upward at a breathtaking speed. Whoosh! In an instant, the sword reached the 800th tier. The youth's palm twitched, and from his sleeve, a faint thread became discernible, subsequently drawing his body along as he sped forward. The wind howled past his ears, and the scenery blurred before his eyes. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of discussion. "Holy moly! A cheat! Oh, give me a break. If he can ascend, it proves his potential. Why don't you give it a shot?" "All right, I'll give it a try." With that, the individual retrieved his weapon and hurled it skyward with great vigor. His face radiated pride as he prepared to emulate the sword-bearing youth, leveraging the power of the rope to rise. He yanked on the rope with all his might, only to be met with an overwhelming force that failed to lift him even an inch. Instead, an immense strength pulled his weapon back with ferocity. Whoosh! The weapon, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, struck his face with a resounding impact. Ah! A scream of agony echoed as he clasped his nose. Blood oozing through his fingers, he grimaced in pain. Disbelief flooding his eyes, the surrounding crowd erupted into laughter. His face flushed crimson, mortified and furious, wishing desperately to vanish into the earth in the blink of an eye. The sword-bearing youth reached the height of 800 tiers. On the ladder, Gokong advanced steadily, each step causing the rungs beneath him to tremble, as if struggling to bear the weight of his resolute strides. The sword-bearing youth felt a surge of joy and hastily sheathed his sword. He stepped into the void, standing firmly on the 800th rung, side by side with Gokong. They exchanged a knowing smile, a silent acknowledgement, and then continued their ascent. Chun Feng observed the sword-bearing youth's performance, a slight smile gracing his lips as he nodded in approval. The sword-bearing youth seemed to sense this and turned to Chun Feng, his heart racing with excitement. "The sect leader is watching me. Could it be that I have astonished him with my display? Not enough. Far from enough? I must ascend even higher." His right hand instinctively reached for the hilt of his sword. Little did he know. This action caused the sword to tremble, having already formed a connection with the youth, who suddenly heard the sword's voice within his mind. "Haven't you had enough? This is the second time today. You can endure, but I certainly cannot." The sword-bearing youth's cheeks flushed crimson as he reluctantly withdrew his hand, replying gently, "I apologize, I won't do it again." Chapter 41. The first trial concludes. Half a day's time swiftly passed, and most of the cultivators participating in the trial had already halted their progress. "This shall be my limit. Even if I were to ascend another 3 or 5 steps, I would not qualify for the inner sect. Indeed, my goal is the 600th tier. I shan't ascend even one more step. I'm exhausted. No, I am merely 2 tiers away from the inner sect. I must make one last effort. Wah! I am undeniably gifted. Why can I only reach 599 tiers? I refuse to accept this. Wah!" On the ladder, the sword-bearing youth had now arrived at the 900th tier. Gokong, having gained considerable height, had already reached the 997th tier. As Gokong approached the summit, the sword-bearing youth's indomitable spirit was ignited. "Ah!" The youth bellowed, abruptly raising his leg to ascend another step. 991. Wang Pongzi, who had halted at 901 tiers, gazed fervently at the two above him, a sense of admiration welling within him. Only those who had climbed would comprehend the daunting challenge posed by this celestial ladder. Tap. The sound of footsteps interrupted Wang Pongzi, prompting him to turn urgently. "Is there someone else who can reach the 900th tier? What? What's happening?" There stood an elderly man clad in tattered gray robes, laboriously ascending step by step. His back was severely hunched, his white hair tousled in the wind, yet his eyes shone with unwavering determination and fervor. With each step, his body trembled, as if he might collapse at any moment. Yet he never ceased his ascent. How is this possible? Wang Pongzi's eyes widened in disbelief on the celestial ladder. Each level posed a tremendous test of both strength and will for cultivators. Reaching 600 tiers was already a remarkable feat, while ascending to 800 tiers was reserved for the elite. Yet this elder had managed to climb to 900 tiers. Qin Wenyuan was now drenched in sweat, his legs trembling incessantly. His chest heaving as he gasped for breath, he lacked the strength to utter a word, focusing solely on moving his legs. All eyes were riveted on the elderly man. Wah, this scene is so moving. Even a man nearing his 80s perseveres. How can we, as cultivators, speak of giving up? Damn it. Let's go, brothers. Charge, 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 charge. Countless cultivators were inspired by Qin Wen Yuan, rising to continue their ascent to greater heights. The sword-bearing youth at the summit also sensed the unusual commotion behind him. Turning to gaze back, his heart swelling with joy. The old man has also reached the 900th tier. This signifies that the old man's potential for cultivation is exceptionally strong. I too must strive onward. One more step, tap. 995. At this moment, Gokong had reached his limit. No matter how he moved, he could not set foot on the 1000th tier, even when he placed one foot upon it. An invisible pressure repelled him back. Gokong smiled nonchalantly. Since this is the case, I shall stop here. Then he elegantly turned, flashing a peace sign to the multitude of cultivators below. Ultimately, aside from Qin Wen Yuan, all the cultivators had ceased their ascent. Only 5 individuals had climbed to the 900th tier. Gokong stood at 999 tiers, the sword-bearing youth at 997 tiers. Qin Wen Yuan continued to climb at the 920th tier, Colin at 909 tiers, Wang Pongzi at 903 tiers. Chun Feng rose and announced loudly, "Those above the 600th tier, please report to the 2nd elder, 3rd elder, and 4th elder." Those who had not yet ascended began their climb after the individuals on the ladder retreated. They then returned to the sect, awaiting the conclusion of the 7-day trial. 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. The result of the first trial had been compiled. Zandragon stood beside Chun Feng, reporting meticulously. Among those who passed the first trial, one was a disciple of golden potential, Qin Wen Yuan. 6 disciples of red potential point 1,682 disciples of orange potential point 9,535 disciples of purple potential 36,974 disciples of blue potential 103,300 disciples of green potential. Chun Feng listened attentively, nodding before issuing his command. Let the second trial commence. Yes, sect leader. Outside the sect, the crowd buzzed with chatter. Over 1 billion participants in the trial, yet only 10 with red potential. Alas, this probability is indeed dismal. Indeed, but high standards reflect the terrifying nature of this sect. That it is said that the second prince of the Tianyu Holy Dynasty, born with a residual pulse body, was inherently incapable of cultivation. Yet after half a month in the Wenyangong, he has already reached the great ascension stage. What? Holy cow! That's incredible. Half a month to great ascension. A common person might not achieve that in a lifetime. Certainly. Hence, once one enters the Wenyangong, even as an outer disciple, their future is boundless. Oh, haha. Are you speaking of my daughter? She is at over 600 tiers. Haha, don't get too smug. With your daughter's capricious nature, does she even hope to pass the second trial? All right, just wait. After my daughter enters the Wenyangong, the first to fall will be you. Zandragon appeared at the mountain gate, observing the excited expressions of the cultivators, and proclaimed loudly, "The Wenyangong Disciple Recruitment Trial, 2nd round. All disciples will be led by the sect leader's direct disciples. They will enter the secret realm in batches. Disciples of green potential will be divided into 10 batches according to their rankings, led by Li Fu and Dao into the secret realm. Disciples of blue potential will be divided into 3 batches according to their rankings, led by Xia Luo into the secret realm. Disciples of purple potential and above will all be led by Lin Lin into the secret realm. The Wenyangong secret realm. The trial begins," as Zandragon's voice echoed. Figures soared into the sky within the Wenyangong, their momentum formidable, landing before the gathered disciples. Lin Lin, Xia Luo, Dao, and Li Fu donned azure robes, their gazes piercing, their postures upright. They hovered in midair, emanating an aura of fierce power, as if they could obliterate everything around them at any moment. The disciples gazed upward, their pride subdued, all feeling a profound sense of awe and reverence. This what the direct disciples of the Wenyangong are like. All at the great ascension stage. The great ascension stage. A realm that countless cultivators yearn for. Indeed, the advanced practitioners of the great vehicle have already mastered the powers of heaven and earth. capable of unleashing devastating forces that could crumble mountains and shatter the ground. Even the likes of Gokong and other disciples of Red potential harbor a sense of reverence towards these four individuals. My senior brothers and sisters appear to be younger than me, yet they exude such an intimidating aura. Brother Yu Jian, what are your thoughts? Gokong turned to his side, addressing the youth wielding the reverse sword, who had become familiar with the group over the past few days. The youth, named Yu Jian, regarded Lin Lin with a serious expression and replied, "Within 2 exchanges, I shall undoubtedly be slain by senior sister Lin Lin." In contrast, Qin Wenyuan, who possessed not a shred of cultivation, wore an expression of indifference, as he felt no trace of the powerful aura emanating from the esteemed disciples. Chapter 42. The Three Brothers of Taoyuan. Unpacking the gift package, Battle Dragon infused a sliver of spiritual energy into the colossal vortex and commanded, "The first batch of green potential. Enter." Over 10,000 individuals, led by Li Fu, plunged headlong into the swirling abyss. Subsequently, they were engulfed in darkness, each entering their respective illusions that I in one disciple's illusion. Is this the Wenandi sect? Why does it appear in such disarray? The disciple gazed upon the ravaged scene before him, momentarily taken aback. There are people, this is that the Sect Master? Has the Wenandi sect fallen into ruin? Has the Sect Master been slain? I should hastily scour the area and make my escape. Wait, the corpse of an Emperor-level powerhouse. Ha! I've struck gold. With that, he rolled up his sleeves and pressed his hand against the corpse. Star absorption technique. Within the illusion, the disciple's cultivation began to surge. Great vehicle, tribulation crossing, true monarch, just as the disciple's emotions were in turmoil. A tremendous explosion resounded, shattering the illusion. Li Fu flew in and kicked the individual out of the secret realm. Upon emerging, they heard Battle Dragon's voice ring out. Poor character, eliminated, recalling what had transpired in the secret realm. The individual covered their face in embarrassment and hurriedly departed. Soon, several figures soared from the vortex. Outside the secret realm, Battle Dragon observed the vortex with an impassive expression, while Li Fu busily monitored the realm, kicking out anyone whose body emitted light. Another one, Li Fu delivered a kick, sending a disciple tumbling out of the vortex, landing awkwardly on the ground. The disciple appeared utterly bewildered, seemingly still lost in the illusion. Another kick. Li Fu was drenched in sweat, tirelessly executing his task. This assignment from the master is quite the workout. As Li Fu busied himself, a voice echoed through the crowd. "Junior sister, don't run. I am quick, rest assured. I won't do anything to you. Just let me have a little touch. It's easy to get in." Li Fu couldn't help but smirk. What kind of lewd words were those? He promptly kicked the individual out of the secret realm. Even as he was sent flying, the individual continued to mumble. "A junior sister, be gentle at this." The crowd erupted in laughter. Ha ha. What a wild dream this person must be having. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Why not let them finish their dream, ha ha. Friend, what transpired within? Do share. Immediately, Battle Dragon's voice turned cold and resolute, striking these eliminated disciples' hearts like a hammer. Poor character, eliminated. In an instant, the area before the secret realm was lively, as the eliminated disciples emerged from the vortex, exhibiting expressions of shock, regret, or fury. Before long, the first round of trials concluded. With over 12,000 entering the secret realm, yet only a mere 700 passed the trial. The requirements for disciples at the Imperial Sect are indeed stringent. It appears that passing the first trial does not permit one to relax. The second challenge is equally formidable. Battle Dragon instructed Li Fu to lead the successful candidates to Ji Bai Chong for registration, then announced, "The second batch of green potential. Enter." The second round of trials commenced. With Dao leading a group of disciples into the vast vortex, as the disciples stepped into the illusion, Dao's figure flickered, and he swiftly kicked one disciple out of the vortex, who landed heavily in front of the crowd. Amidst their astonished gasps, the disciple appeared dazed, seemingly still lost in the illusion, caught off guard by the sudden expulsion. "Has it not begun yet?" Battle Dragon inquired, his expression unchanging. The disciple cupped his face in his hands, murmuring softly, "It's already over." Laughter erupted from the crowd, with someone teasing, "Brother, did you hit a wall as you entered the illusion? That was too swift." Huh, that speed surpasses lightning. The illusion hasn't even started yet, it's already finished. Ah! Battle Dragon cast a cold glance at the crowd, his voice unwaveringly authoritative. Poor character eliminated. Though his words were soft, they carried an undeniable weight. The eliminated disciple slowly rose, regret etched on his face. Yet he had no choice but to depart. Not long after, the second round concluded. Then came the third, fourth, and fifth rounds. By the end of the day, 5 rounds had transpired, with a total of over 51,000 participants. Yet only 3,126 succeeded in passing. After the G family brothers finished tallying the results, Chun Feng received a system notification in his ear. Cough. Congratulations, host. The Sect has recruited 3,126 green potential disciples. Reward. Black Iron Gift Package 3126. Would you like to open the gift package? Chun Feng's expression brightened. The moment of unwrapping had finally arrived. Ma Ge, open all the gift packages. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Yuaning Practitioner Summoning Compass. Can be synthesized 3126. Random Item Gift Package 3126. Chun Feng was elated and added, synthesize all the summoning compasses. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Great Vehicle Practitioner Summoning Compass. Can be synthesized 312. Remaining Yuan-Ing Practitioner Summoning Compass. Can be synthesized 6. The Great Vehicle Practitioner Summoning Compass can only be synthesized once. Would you like to continue? Continue synthesizing. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Tribulation Crossing Practitioner Summoning Compass. Can be synthesized once. 31. Remaining Great Vehicle Practitioner Summoning Compass. Can be synthesized 2. The Tribulation Crossing Practitioner Summoning Compass can only be synthesized once. Would you like to continue? Continue synthesizing. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Emperor Practitioner Summoning Compass. Cannot be synthesized 3. Remaining Tribulation Crossing Practitioner Summoning Compass. Can be synthesized once. 1. Use the 3 Emperor Practitioner Summoning Compasses. The Emperor-level powerhouses are currently being inscribed. Before long, 3 figures arrived beside Chun Feng, bowing respectfully. Subordinate Xuanda. Subordinate Yin Chong. Subordinate Ida. Greetings, Sect Master. Chun Feng gazed at the 3 extraordinary Emperor-level beings before him. Astonished. Point 1 was large-eared, with arms extending past his knees. Another had a red face, with a beard reaching his abdomen. The last bore a black face with leopard-like eyes. What is going on? Chun Feng rubbed his eyes, suspecting he had wandered into the 3 Kingdoms period. Xuanda stepped forward and respectfully declared, Sect Master, my brothers and I have just emerged from our trials, willing to endure any hardship for the sect. Yun Chong and Ida echoed in unison, their voices resounding like thunder. Chun Feng came to his senses and nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. You 3 brothers will serve as the 5th, 6th, and 7th elders of the Waniandi sect. Henceforth, contribute greatly to the sect. Go forth. Yes, Sect Master. After the 3 departed, Chun Feng turned his attention to the Random Item Gift Package. And they go, open all the random gift packages. Cough. The random gift packages have been opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the True Monarch Practitioner Summoning Compass. Cannot be synthesized 316. Washing Marrow Pills 1238. Sacred Level Spirit Tools 572. Emperor Level Dao Boats 300. 9th Level Spirit Crystals 512. And Celestial Purple Chi 188. Purple Chi from the East. Increases the chances of practitioners breaking through. The system's voice continued, and Chun Feng nodded in approval. After the mention of Celestial Purple Chi, he waited a while, but still heard no further announcements from the system. Is that it? That's it. Chun Feng's initially excited heart instantly calmed. There was nothing particularly valuable. Just look at the random reward from the Golden Potential Disciples. It's like reaping benefits from the Golden Potential. Chapter 43. 300 True Monarchs Emerge. Battle Dragon seeks Commerce Magu. Place the pills in the Pill Pavilion, the Spirit Tools in the Divine Weapon Pavilion, and the Dao Boats, Spirit Crystals, and Celestial Purple Chi in the Sect's treasury. Cough. Items have been placed. After a moment's hesitation, Chun Feng continued, use all the True Monarch Practitioner Summoning Compasses. True Monarch Practitioners are being inscribed. The number is substantial. Please wait. The inscriptions are complete, and the practitioners are en route. Within the Waniandi sect, new disciples are being shown around by the direct disciples. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds reverberated, shaking the hearts of the disciples. "Sister, what is happening?" Lin Lin smiled gently, unconcerned, and replied, "Junior brothers and sisters, do not panic. This is merely our sect's elders emerging from their trials." "Elders? Are they all emerging at once?" Lin Lin patiently elucidated to the crowd. "Indeed, our Weniangong is a reclusive sect that has existed for millennia. All disciples within the sect have already ascended to the rank of elders, and currently, all elders are in seclusion. Now that the sect has chosen to re-enter the world, the elders will gradually emerge from their retreats. So there's no need for alarm." All of them, elders, the disciples, exchanged astonished glances, their eyes brimming with disbelief. As newly initiated disciples, they were largely unaware of the profound heritage of Weniangong, only knowing it as a hidden sect. They had not anticipated its depth of strength. "How is this even possible?" A male disciple stammered, his face a mask of incredulity. "Indeed, our sect possesses so many elders," another female disciple exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. As they marveled, they continued their tour, guided by the direct disciples. Within the sect, figures soared from all directions, exuding formidable auras that resonated like thunder. They were clearly all formidable beings at the tribulation stage. My heavens, truly, all are at the true Lord stage. Hundreds of powerful auras surged heavenward, converging towards the main peak, creating a scene as overwhelming as a swarm of locusts. The disciples felt as though the very heavens were collapsing around them. The true Lord stage, the mightiest rank beneath the emperor. The true Lord stage is also referred to as the sage. Only those forces commanded by true lords can be deemed sacred grounds. And yet, Weniangong boasts hundreds of true lords. Excuse me, I couldn't hold it. I urinated. On the main peak, Chun Feng rose, gazing at the more than 300 true lords before him, his heart swelling with pride. Over 300 true lords. Even a single drop could inundate the entire Guizhou continent. Esteemed ones, you are the backbone of Weniangong. Henceforth, the training of outer disciples will be entrusted to you. He continued. Later, please proceed to the sect square to select your disciples. Furthermore, the main peak will be reserved for direct disciples, another peak for inner disciples, and the remaining 7 peaks will serve as residences for the outer disciples. In unison, the 316 responded, "Yes, Sect Master." Their voices echoed like thunder, resounding throughout Weniangong, even reaching the busy Ji family brothers and Zhan Long at the mountain gate. By the time the outer elders had completed their selections of disciples, it was already deep into the night, yet none felt the slightest hint of fatigue. On the first day within the imperial sect, excitement coursed through their veins as they ventured out in groups throughout the sect. The following day, the trials resumed. Today's trials continue to focus on the green potential disciples, divided into 5 batches for sequential assessments. The results, however, surprised Chin Feng. Only fewer than 2,000 passed the trials today. Just yesterday, 3,000 had succeeded. Upon opening the packages, Chun Feng's enthusiasm waned, primarily due to the lack of worthwhile items. Zhan Long. The figure of Zhan Long appeared instantly. "What is your command, Sect Master?" Chun Feng rubbed his forehead and remarked. "With the sudden increase in our sect's population, we are no longer merely a handful of individuals. All resources will be centrally managed. Henceforth, Elder Xuanda will oversee the Scripture Pavilion. Elder Yunchang will manage the Alchemy Pavilion. Elder Ida will supervise the Divine Armory, and let Ji Bai take charge of the warehouse. Based on rank, resources for cultivation will be distributed monthly to the elders and disciples. There will be assessments for all disciples each month. Those who strive diligently will receive greater rewards, while those who engage in deceit will see their resources reduced. Additionally, summon Elder Ji Bai to compile an inventory of all resources within the sect. Did not the 9 sacred lands bestow many? Select those suitable for our disciples' use, and if there are insufficient supplies, procure more." Zhan Long listened attentively, committing Chun Feng's instructions to memory without daring to overlook any detail. "Sect Master, what standard should we set for the resources allocated to our disciples?" Chun Feng pondered briefly before replying. "For outer disciples, let the resource standard align with those of the holy sons and daughters of the sacred grounds. For inner disciples, distribute resources according to the elder level of the sacred lands, and I shall personally provide for the direct disciples. By the way, while procuring materials, see if we can have uniforms tailored for our disciples. Ensuring distinctions among direct disciples, inner disciples, and outer disciples. Go now. You may allocate all resources within the sect as you see fit. If the spiritual crystals are insufficient, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Zhanlong's expression shifted. He could hardly believe the level of trust the Sect Master placed in him, being entrusted with all sect resources. Overwhelmed with emotion, he knelt, clasping his fists. Thank you for your trust. Sect Master, I shall not fail your expectations and will serve the sect with unwavering dedication. Chun Feng smiled, helping Zhanlong up and gently patting his shoulder. You speak too highly of me. You are both an elder of our sect, and my right hand, why trust in you is well placed. As long as you remain devoted to the sect, your rewards will be plentiful. Zhanlong's spirit soared, determination gleaming in his eyes. Rest assured, Sect Master, I will exert myself to the utmost, living up to your expectations. Watching Zhanlong depart, Qin Feng wore a satisfied smile. After leaving, Zhanlong communicated Qin Feng's orders to the Xuanda brothers while heading straight to Jibai to inventory the supplies. Once all tasks were completed, he tore through the fabric of space towards the Tianyu Sacred Dynasty's imperial city. Li Guang sensed the spatial fluctuations and hurried to receive him. Elder Zhanlong, your presence is an honor. Zhanlong cut straight to the chase. Where is the largest trading firm in the Eastern Wilderness? Li Guang promptly responded, the most powerful trading firm in the Eastern Wilderness is the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, which has stores spread across the region and a wealth of resources, albeit at steep prices. Next is the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, which is smaller in influence but reportedly has its headquarters in the central region, with branches in all four wildernesses offering slightly lower prices. There are also the Beiki Chamber of Commerce and the Jinan Chamber of Commerce. Zhanlong listened intently, analyzing which firm could fully meet Winnie Yangong's requirements. The Tianqing Chamber of Commerce it is. Where are their branches in the Eastern Wilderness? Li Guang quickly retrieved a jade slip from his ring, marking the coordinates of the branches before handing it to Zhanlong. Receiving the jade slip, Zhanlong nodded in satisfaction, tossing Li Guang a piece of imperial crystal before tearing through space to depart. Holding the heavy imperial crystal, Li Guang was momentarily stunned. An imperial crystal. This is an imperial crystal. Although it was only the size of a thumb, its value was enough to drive the entire Tianyu Sacred Dynasty into a frenzy. Trembling, Li Guang, as the dignified ruler of the Sacred Dynasty, had never seen an imperial crystal in all his years. Elder Zhanlong had so easily gifted him one. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, he carefully stored the imperial crystal. Gazing in the direction Zhanlong had departed, and knelt that I bid farewell to Elder Zhanlong. Chapter 44. The Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. A single disagreement leads to an imperial crystal. The Eastern Wilderness Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. A woman's sharp voice echoed through the courtyard. Who dares to intrude upon the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce? In the courtyard, an extraordinarily beautiful woman donned in a green nightgown, her figure graceful. Long hair cascading like a waterfall fluttered in the wind. Her eyes sparkled with a cold light as she swiftly grasped a long sword, its blade shimmering with a faint chill. Winnie Yangong, Zhanlong upon hearing the response. She furrowed her brow slightly. Turning to face the entrance of the courtyard, a middle-aged man in black attire approached with measured steps, his countenance stern. The breathtaking woman scrutinized him, curiosity bubbling within. The Grand Elder of the Imperial Sect? What brings you here? She promptly offered a respectful greeting. I did not expect Elder Zhanlong to visit at this hour. May I inquire about your purpose? Without wasting time, Zhanlong directly stated his intent. Our sect has just re-entered the world, and our internal resources are too advanced. Only a fraction is available for disciples' cultivation. Thus, the Sect Master has entrusted me to procure resources that Mu Ningxuang was momentarily taken aback. Resources that are too advanced. Is your imperial sect so audacious? Elder Zhanlong, please wait. I shall tidy up first. Kair, prepare tea for Elder Zhanlong soon. A young maid stepped forward with delicate steps. Please, Elder. When Mu Ningxuang reappeared, she wore a sharp red outfit. Her long hair, casually styled with a golden hairpin, revealing her slender, fair neck. She approached Zhanlong with graceful strides, exuding an air of elegance. In the courtyard, the moonlight spilled like water upon her, bestowing her red attire with an added touch of mystery and nobility. She reached Zhanlong and bowed, saying, "Elder Zhanlong, I am Moon Ningxuang, the head of the Eastern Wilderness branch of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. May I ask what resources you require for procurement?" Her voice was melodious, akin to a clear spring in the mountains, bringing joy to the listener. Zhanlong paid no heed to the beauty before him. All appearances were but mere illusions in his eyes that he simply stated, "The items I seek for procurement, while of lower rank, must still be adequate for our disciples' cultivation, so let them align with the standards of the sacred grounds. May I inquire how many portions of resources Elder Zhanlong wishes to procure at the standard of the sacred grounds?" Zhanlong paused, questioning, "I never stated that I wanted the standard of the sacred grounds. Did you not just say that the resources should be based on the sacred ground standards?" Mu Ningxuang felt her anticipation for Weniangong plummet. Could it be that your esteemed imperial sect's disciples' cultivation resources do not even meet the standards of the sacred grounds? Zhanlong, having reached a state of understanding, elucidated. "What I mean is that our outer disciples will adhere to the standards set by the Holy Land's Holy Son, while the inner disciples will follow the material standards of the Holy Land's elders." Is there still any doubt regarding this? Mu Ningxuang's eyes widened in astonishment. She had initially believed that the standards of the Weniangong were already commendably higher than those of the Holy Land. To her surprise, all outer disciples were to comply with the standards of the Holy Son. Were not the holy sons and daughters nurtured with the full might of the Holy Land? The 9 major Holy Lands collectively possessed only 11 or 12 holy sons and daughters. Did they? You expect all outer disciples of the Weniangong to follow such a standard, even if you were an imperial sect? Could you afford to be so extravagant? Mu Ningxuang's voice trembled slightly as she inquired softly, "All of them are to follow the Holy Sun standards? Elder Zhanlong, is this allocation not excessively generous?" Zhanlong appeared somewhat taken aback and responded, "Excessive? Is the world now so impoverished? Is the mere resource of a holy sun considered excessive?" With a crisp sound, 2 imperial crystals were presented as a deposit. The clear, resonant sounds captured Mu Ningxuang's attention. Imperial crystals. In the courtyard, illuminated by the moonlight, Elder Zhanlong's actions appeared particularly striking. He extended his palm, revealing 2 resplendent imperial crystals resting within, emanating a faint golden glow, as if they contained boundless celestial power. A flicker of shock crossed Mu Ningxuang's eyes. She understood the preciousness of imperial crystals, each representing immeasurable worth. She had never anticipated that the elder of the Weniangong would so readily produce 2 imperial crystals to cover resource expenses. The crystals shimmered enticingly under the moonlight, resembling 2 miniature suns. Unable to resist, Mu Ningxuang reached out to caress them, the cold, hard sensation sending a thrill through her. She felt as if the immense power contained within was gradually flowing into her, invigorating her spirit. Noticing Mu Ningxuang's continued fascination with the imperial crystals, Zhanlong cleared his throat. "Ahem." Mu Ningxuang, suddenly embarrassed, smiled awkwardly. "I apologize, Elder Zhanlong, I've been rude. May I inquire how many resources your esteemed sect requires?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhanlong, considering the future recruitment of disciples, decided it would be prudent to prepare an ample supply. Prepare 20,000 portions for outer disciples and 10,000 for inner disciples. Let us start with a decade's worth. We can supplement if necessary. Upon hearing this figure, Mu Ningxuang was left speechless. 20,000 portions for outer disciples and 10,000 for inner disciples. Do you understand how much that entails? Soul tablets, attire, weapons, elixirs, talismans, each of these essentials is a precious item, and you wish to procure a decade's worth all at once. Has the Weniangong gone mad? Or is this elder out of his mind? Seeing her reaction, Zhanlong inquired, "What is the matter? Is there a problem?" Mu Ningxuang jolted, quickly responding, "Elder Zhanlong, you must understand, the resources you request are simply too abundant. Our Eastern Wild branch cannot produce such quantities in a short time. Therefore, we must contact the main branch to requisition materials from other branches, and even then, it may not suffice to meet your demands. Just tell me how long you need." "A month?" Zhan Long, unperturbed, replied, "Fine, do your best to gather what you can. Whatever you manage will suffice. We will settle the final payment upon delivery to the Wen Tiangong." The Mu Ningxuang, being forthright, immediately agreed. "Excellent. This transaction, our Tianxing Merchant Association will gladly undertake." Zhan Long then rose. "In that case, I shall return to the sect and await further news. Here is my communication talisman. Feel free to reach out should you require anything. Elder, it is not too late to enjoy a cup of tea before you depart," Mu Ningxuang suggested, playfully lifting a teacup towards Zhan Long, seemingly with other matters in mind. Zhan Long cast a dispassionate glance, producing 2 exquisite enlightenment teas and tossing them onto the table. "Your tea is unworthy of my palate." With that, he tore through the void and instantly returned to the Wen Tiangong. As Zhan Long departed, Mu Ningxuang's expression darkened, and she sighed wistfully. "Alas, if only we could solicit assistance from the imperial sect. This matter would be much easier to resolve." After a while, Mu Ningxuang's spirits surged, and she exclaimed excitedly, "I shall undoubtedly fulfill this transaction flawlessly. Should the Weniangong be satisfied, they may even extend their assistance. Moreover, this transaction presents a tremendous opportunity for the family. Perhaps Kair, quickly prepare for interdomain communication." Chapter 45. The Wentiangong forced to operate. The trials of the Wentiangong continued unabated. In recent days, the disciples eliminated from the trials gradually departed. Yet they carried with them the specific news of the Wentiangong to every corner of the eastern wild that in a certain location. One exclaimed, "Hey, this time at the Wentiang Imperial Sect. That place is truly a paradise." "A paradise? Is that true? Brother, do elaborate." "Where's my wine?" "Brother, I have some here." "Then I shall regale you with tales. Within the Imperial Sect, the spiritual energy is astoundingly dense. The areas with the most concentrated spiritual energy have even begun to manifest spiritual liquid. Moreover, the sect is suffused with Tao rhythms. One new disciple, upon entering the sect, immediately broke through. The surrounding individuals instantly transformed into that person's fervent admirers, continuously pouring him drinks. Good heavens! How extraordinary! What is that? I even witnessed a new disciple enter the Weniangong, and, while attending to Nature's call, he inadvertently broke through. My word, does the restroom even possess array enhancements? One can break through while attending to nature. Brother, do you have more? Continue. The individual took a sip of wine, savoring it before continuing. I also saw a direct disciple. Do you know what their cultivation level was? Not sure. Great ascension stage, 8th level. What? Higher than my great-grandfather's cultivation. How many years has your great-grandfather been dead? He was at Golden Core when he passed, right? My cultivation already surpasses that of your great-grandfather. All of you, stop bickering. Let the brother continue. The person smiled with pride, and as all eyes turned back towards him, he continued. Do you know how terrifying that direct disciple is? I heard he possesses a celestial body. He can elevate his cultivation merely by sleeping and dreaming. Upon hearing this, the audience gasped in astonishment, as if they had witnessed the legendary paradise with their own eyes. Their eyes sparkled with longing and desire, as if the Wentiang Imperial Sect was the holy land of their dreams. The sanctuary they yearned for. Could the celestial body direct disciple truly be that extraordinary? A young disciple gazed on with aspirations, as if he could already envision the day he would become a direct disciple himself. Is there any doubt? I witnessed it with my own eyes, the individual boasted, lifting his chin as if he were that celestial body direct disciple. If you all can enter the Weniangong, it would be as if your ancestral graves were emitting green smoke. Surrounding individuals nodded in agreement, their anticipation for the Weniangong intensifying. They could almost see themselves cultivating within that realm of dense spiritual energy and pervasive Tao rhythms, breaking through their limits to become formidable beings. Thus, they hurried home to gather their belongings, inquiring everywhere for any available ships to the Weniangong. Even more alarmingly, similar scenes unfolded across the eastern wild. Consequently, those major sects outside the Holy Lands, which possessed ships, found themselves on the brink of unprecedented wealth within the various major sects. Add more. Increase my ships by 2. The 9 major Holy Lands. The number of people has surged. What the hell? Seize the ships. Do it. I'm about to be driven to ruin. Who cares about face? Seize. Once we've completed this big score, our holy land can continue its legacy for another 3,000 years. Atop the main peak of the Wanyangong, Chun Feng abruptly rose from his grand chair, astonished. What is happening? Several billion people have arrived. The city is bursting at the seams. Zhan Long, displaying a weary countenance. Confirmed, yes, Sect Master. For some unknown reason, the number of people outside the sect has surged, and they are all requesting an extension of our recruitment period. It seems that if we do not consent, they will not leave. Upon hearing this, Chun Feng's face lit up with joy. He gazed through the void towards the throngs outside the sect, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Haha, this truly is heavenly assistance. Chun Feng laughed heartily, brimming with exhilaration. These people were essentially delivering a gift package to him. He quickly turned and instructed Zhan Long, "Go, tell everyone that the recruitment period will be extended by 1 month." Zhan Long, momentarily puzzled, wondered why the Sect Master appeared so pleased about being forced to operate, yet he respectfully nodded in acquiescence that he turned and left, promptly conveying Chun Feng's orders to all, standing atop the main peak. Chun Feng sent a message to all direct disciples, instructing them to bring Qin Wenyuan forth. With an increase in elders, the direct disciples no longer needed to lead the cultivators through trials, allowing them to congregate atop the main peak to discuss amusing happenings during the recruitment. As the only disciple with golden potential, Qin Wenyuan naturally enjoyed a different level of treatment. He had already entered the sect after the first trial, but had not yet been summoned by Chun Feng. When several direct disciples received Chun Feng's summons, they hastily sought out Qin Wenyuan. "Senior brothers and sisters, what brings you to seek me?" Qin Wenyuan asked calmly, unperturbed by his golden potential, maintaining an open mindset and not overly fixating on any matter. Upon hearing Qin Wenyuan refer to them as seniors, Lin Linxia and the others felt a shiver run down their spines. "Your age could easily place you as my grandfather, yet you still refer to us as senior brothers and sisters." "The revered master has sent word, instructing us to come forth," Lin said, suppressing her discomfort. Qin Wenyuan's expression brightened with excitement as he exclaimed, "Excellent! I implore you, senior sister, to guide this old man." Lin. Before long, the group found themselves before Chun Feng. In unison, they declared, "We pay our respects to the master, Qin Wenyuan. We pay our respects to the sect leader." Chun Feng nodded, first addressing the cultivation questions posed by the disciples, before turning to Qin Wenyuan and inquiring, "Are you willing to join my sect?" Externally calm, Qin Wenyuan's heart was tumultuous. "A mighty emperor wishes to take me as a disciple. What merit do I possess, Qin Wenyuan? After 78 years without stepping into the realm of cultivation, I am now to be accepted under the tutelage of an emperor." Without hesitation, Qin Wenyuan knelt before Chun Feng. "O revered master, your disciple Qin Wenyuan pays homage." Thud, thud, thud. 3 resounding bows echoed as blood welled upon his forehead, while Chun Feng simultaneously received a notification from the system. "Ahem. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a disciple with golden potential. Reward: Diamond Gift Pack 1. Chun Feng momentarily disregarded the system, channeling his spiritual energy to lift Qin Wenyuan, smiling as he spoke. "From this day forth, you shall be my 5th disciple." Subsequently, Chun Feng produced a jade slip from seemingly nowhere and handed it to Qin Wenyuan, saying, "You possess the laborious immortal physique. This is the method to activate it. Practice according to this every day." Qin Wenyuan accepted the jade slip, his hands trembling with excitement. He rose unsteadily, his face, lined with wrinkles, appeared to relax, and his murky eyes sparkled with brilliance. "Master, your great kindness and virtue shall never be forgotten by your disciple," Qin Wenyuan declared, before suddenly kneeling again, preparing to bow his head. Chun Feng quickly raised his hand to stop him, saying, "Enough, enough. At your age, do refrain from kneeling so often. I wouldn't want you to hurt your back in doing so." Yet unexpectedly, Qin Wenyuan stammered, "Master, you are correct. My back has indeed strained." Chapter 46. False Immortal. Yu Yao. In the following days, as disciples with blue potential and above enter the sect, Chun Feng was once again met with the exhilarating moment of unboxing. Gazing at the immense number of gift packs within the system's inventory, Chun Feng could hardly contain his eagerness. Bronze gift pack 1462, silver gift pack 374, gold gift pack 66, platinum gift pack 6, diamond gift pack 1. Magur, open all the gift packs. The gift packs have been opened. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Ascendant Level Cultivator Summoning Compass 1462, can be synthesized. Tribulation Level Cultivator Summoning Compass 374, can be synthesized. True Lord Level Cultivator Summoning Compass 66, can be synthesized. Emperor Summoning Compass 6, can be synthesized. True Immortal Summoning Compass 1, can be synthesized. Immortal Artifact, Chaos Drum, Cultivation Enhancement Cards 5, Comprehension T77,862 Gene. Premium Comprehension T500 Gene, Imperial Grade Spirit Weapon Prototypes 6600, Imperial Medicine 600, Immortal Medicine 100, Random Item Gift Pack 1909. Chun Feng exclaimed, Magur, synthesize all possible summoning compasses. Ahem, congratulations, host, all cultivator summoning compasses have been synthesized. Current total. Nascent Soul Cultivator Summoning Compass 6 can be synthesized. Ascendant Level Cultivator Summoning Compass 4 can be synthesized. Tribulation Level Cultivator Summoning Compass 1 can be synthesized. True Lord Level Cultivator Summoning Compass 7 can be synthesized. Emperor Summoning Compass 17 can be synthesized. True Immortal Summoning Compass 5 can be synthesized. 17 Emperor Summoning Compasses continue synthesizing. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a false Immortal Summoning Compass 1. Cannot be synthesized. Remaining Emperor Summoning Compasses 7 can be synthesized. Chun Feng's heart skipped a beat. A false Immortal. His current cultivation was indeed at the false Immortal level, and the Immortal platform trembled. By using the false Immortal Summoning Compass, the 7 Emperor Summoning Compasses would also be consumed. Now is the perfect time to summon help. Ahem, the cultivators are currently inscribing. Please wait a moment. Inscription completed. The cultivators are en route. Suddenly, the sky above the entire Guizhou continent darkened ominously. Dense spiritual energy surged like a tide. A dazzling beam of light tore through the void from afar, shooting directly towards the back mountain of the Wenyangong. Emerging from the light was a woman, gracefully clad in pure white, her beauty unparalleled, exuding an aura of transcendence. She appeared as if she had stepped from the pages of a painting, descending like a celestial being. Her figure was enchanting, her garments billowing, resembling a white crane gliding through clouds, ethereal and noble. Her features were exquisite, skin as smooth as cream, brows like crescent moons, and her eyes, clear as springs, sparkled with wisdom and vivacity. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, flowing like water, adding an enchanting grace to her movements. Standing there, she seemed to meld with the cosmos, the surrounding spiritual energy swirling around her, forming radiant halos. Her aura was pure and powerful, invoking an involuntary reverence, but a gentle smile graced her lips, reminiscent of a spring breeze that could melt away all coldness and hardness in the world. With each step she took, the heavens echoed with thunder, shaking the very fabric of reality to herald her arrival. When her gaze, like flowing water, fell upon Chun Feng, a flicker of surprise and delight danced in her eyes. She slightly bowed, her voice melodious. I am Yu Yao, honored sect leader. I am at your service. With that, she raised her delicate hand, and a gentle force emanated from her palm, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy to form a small vortex. On a distant planet outside the Guizhou continent, cultivators looked up, witnessing a star in the sky gleaming with boundless brilliance, seemingly vying with the sun. An inexplicable fear began to stir within them, as if something monumental was about to unfold. The spiritual energy surged with increasing intensity, threatening to engulf the entire planet. Some highly skilled cultivators attempted to probe the source of this power, only to find their consciousness blocked by an invisible force, unable to penetrate the dense spiritual energy. Others, who forced the issue, were met with a terrifying backlash. At that moment, the entire universe plunged into an unknown terror. Cultivators gathered, murmuring among themselves, deep within the universe. Waliwa Kong and Igwa, where did the potatoes go to dig? Another human has ascended to the false, immortal realm, digging up on Potato Mountain. One dig yields a sack. Indeed, Another false immortal has emerged among humans. Two peculiar creatures babbled nonsensically. At the peak of Wuniangong, 7 figures had gathered around Chun Feng. They stood in line, introducing themselves one by one. I am Ri Tian. I am Patian. I am Tong Tian. I am Sui Tian. I am Fan Tian. I am Bu Tian. I am Shang Tian. We pay our respects to the sect leader. Chun Feng felt a pang of disbelief. The naming prowess of the system truly left much to be desired. Ri, Pa, Tong, Sui, what are these names? Why do they all sound as if they are challenging the heavens? While the legendary Lu Chi brothers are renowned, you are but the 7 heroes of challenging heaven. Yu Yao, standing behind Chun Feng, stifled a laugh, thinking to herself, the names are rather amusing. Chun Feng suppressed his exasperation, saying, You 7 shall serve as the elders of my sect, guiding the inner disciples in their cultivation. Accompany Zhan Long to meet the inner disciples. That a total of 6 disciples entered the inner sect of Weniangong, comprising the top 6 qualifiers. First, Gokong. Second, Yu Jian. Third, Li Ning. Fourth, Kalin. Fifth, Wang Pongzi. Sixth, Li Jie. Among them, siblings Li Jie and Li Ning joined a few days after the trials commenced. Originally, they would have passed without testing due to their qualifications from Tianyu Xingqiao, but they preferred not to take shortcuts. Consequently, under Li Guang's concerned gaze, the siblings successfully completed the trials. Li Jie and Li Ning had already formed close bonds with their senior disciples. Yu Jian was a longtime friend of Qin Wenyuan, leading Kalin and Wang Pongzi to treat them with utmost humility. In contrast, Gokong remained resolute, undeterred by anyone's presence in his pursuit of cultivation. At this moment, Kalin and Wang Pongzi were serving tea to the trio, while Gokong continued to punch the air, perspiring profusely without pause. Yu Jian gently caressed his sword, seemingly enamored with the blade. Meanwhile, siblings Li Jie were engaged in a discussion about what it would truly look like. Suddenly, the space in their small courtyard rippled, and 8 figures materialized. The newcomers were Zhan Long and the 7 heroes of challenging heaven. Zhan Long summoned the group forward, announcing, These 7 are the elders of our sect, responsible for guiding the inner disciples in their cultivation. If any of you 6 have questions regarding your training, do not hesitate to ask. I trust that the Emperor-level experts will be more than capable of instructing you. Upon hearing this, Gokong and the others displayed astonishment. Emperor-level experts, they could actually have the opportunity to receive personal guidance from such esteemed figures. The group quickly stepped forward, respectfully bowing to the 7 heroes of challenging heaven. We greet you, esteemed elders. Their voices were harmonious and resounding. Zhan Long nodded slightly, then turned to the 7 heroes, smiling. I leave these 6 in your capable hands. Teach them well. If they ever earn the sect leader's favor and become personal disciples, your contributions will be invaluable. Yes, the 7 responded in unison, their faces devoid of expression. The inner disciples, however, could hardly believe their ears. In the future, it is possible to join the inner circle? A second spring. As long as I do not practice to the point of exhaustion, I shall train with utmost intensity. I must join the inner circle. Let us go, let us go. The inner thoughts of Zhan Long elicited a smile. Our grand vision is quite impressive. I assent to it. Chapter 47. The construction of the Peach Garden and the idea of joining the inner circle. At the summit, Chun Feng cast his gaze upon the 1,909 random gift packs within the system's backpack. Open all the random gift packs. Ahem. Congratulations, host, you have obtained True Monarch Summoning Compass 166, non-synthesizable. Emperor Summoning Compass 2, non-synthesizable. Cleansing Pill 666. Holy Grade Spirit Tool 369. 9th Grade Spirit Crystal 605. Cloudy Purple Chi 100. Peach Garden Construction Card 1 AS. The reward arrived. Chun Feng's previously listless demeanor vanished in an instant. He sprang from the armchair, fixated on the Peach Garden Construction card. Peach Garden Construction card. Upon use, it grants access to a peach garden containing a total of 3,600 peach trees. The trees are divided into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. Each grade comprises 1,200 trees. The lower grade peach trees mature once every 3 years. allowing cultivators to extend their lifespan by 10 years while simultaneously enhancing their potential. Middle-grade peach trees mature once every 6 years, allowing cultivators to extend their lifespan by 50 years while also enhancing their potential. That upper-grade peach trees mature once every 9 years, allowing cultivators to extend their lifespan by 100 years while enhancing their potential. Chun Feng murmured, extending lifespan might be superfluous, but enhancing potential is truly extraordinary. Isn't it? Yu Yao, brewing tea beside him, looked at Chun Feng with curiosity and softly inquired, "What did the sect leader mean by extraordinary?" "It's nothing, merely a peach garden," he replied. "Come, let's take a look." With that, he spoke to the system in his mind. Magur, use the peach garden construction card on the back mountain of the Chintian sect. As Chun Feng and Yu Yao arrived, a series of booming sounds echoed from deep within the mountains, causing the earth to tremble. Young sprouts of peach trees broke free from the constraints of the soil, emerging triumphantly. Their growth was astonishingly rapid. In the blink of an eye, they transformed from tender shoots into tall peach trees. Soon after, these trees burst forth in vibrant blossoms, their fragrance wafting through the air, attracting countless bees and butterflies that danced among the flowers, creating a stunning tableau. Before long, the trees bore an abundance of fruit. The peaches were plump and enticing, their color transitioning from green to red, as if nature itself had bestowed its most generous gift. They swayed gently on the branches, showcasing their richness and sweetness. At the forefront of the peach garden, an arched gate emerged from the earth. Above the archway, the words "Peach Garden" shone brightly. Moments later, the booming ceased, replaced by a refreshing and delightful scent of peaches. Chun Feng and Yu Yao beheld a once barren hillside now transformed into a verdant peach grove, where the trees flourished, each radiating a faint spiritual glow. Peach Garden. Yu Yao's exquisite eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the grove. Chun Feng, taken aback, asked, "Are you familiar with the peach garden?" His heart raced. Could it be that the summoned cultivators possessed their own memories? Yu Yao lightly shook her head, her hair flowing like ripples. "The memory of the peach garden is quite hazy for me. I only recall that it is a sacred place for humanity, but I cannot remember anything else." A surge of astonishment washed over Chun Feng. The summoned cultivators indeed possessed self-awareness. Although the system had previously stated that the summoned cultivators would be absolutely loyal to him, Chun Feng's curiosity could not be quelled. It seemed that the likes of Zhanlong and other emperor-level cultivators lacked such memories, let alone the true monarchs. Only Yu Yao, being at the false immortal realm, retained a trace of memory. The false immortal realm marked a crucial threshold. Did this imply that the higher the cultivation level of the summoned cultivators, the more memories they retained? Yet, why did these cultivators possess memories at all? Countless thoughts swirled in Chun Feng's mind, but one conviction remained unshakable. The summoned cultivators would be utterly loyal to him. After a long moment, Chun Feng set aside his thoughts, planning to explore them gradually in the future. "Let us go," informed Zhanlong to dispatch an emperor elder to guard the peach garden. From now on, the peaches within may serve as rewards to incentivize the disciples' cultivation. That Yu Yao softly replied, "I obey." The two returned to the summit. Just as Chun Feng was about to immerse himself in reading and fishing for treasures, he suddenly recalled the celestial artifact given to him by Qin Wen Yuan during his apprenticeship, which he had yet to examine. The chaotic drum. Check information. Artifact name: chaotic drum. Description: this drum was born from chaos, its sound capable of connecting to the void, a formidable weapon of war. Its sound can be used for offensive strikes or support. That he retrieved it. The ancient little drum materialized in Chun Feng's hands. As he gently caressed the archaic chaotic drum, its surface appeared unremarkable. Yet it seemed to harbor boundless chaotic power. Taking a deep breath, he lightly struck the drum's surface. Instantly, the sound resonated, as if emerging from a distant chaotic realm, striking a chord deep within the heart. The sound rippled through the air, creating concentric waves, as if attempting to engulf the entire world. Chun Feng felt a powerful force surging from the drum into his body, connecting him with the chaos, allowing him to experience the limitless chaotic energy. The drumbeat grew increasingly fervent, as if narrating something, causing Chun Feng's soul to tremble in response, but he closed his eyes, envisioning the primordial chaos and the flourishing of all things, feeling the boundless vitality and vigor. Indeed, absolutely correct, perfectly accurate. Upon hearing the drum sound, Yu Yao shivered behind Chen Feng, feeling as though her body was infused with an inexhaustible power. Sect leader. I sense, yes, I feel it too. At that moment, the fighting spirit within the two ignited like a raging inferno, yearning to unleash the surging power within them. Their bodies seemed to be driven by an invisible force, every cell boiling, every nerve taut. Their heartbeats resonated like war drums, each thump reminding them that it was time to fight. However, the sensation did not linger long, and they returned to their original state. Chen Feng exhaled softly. Phew. This drum can enhance combat power, truly a weapon of war. Just as Chen Feng was toying with the chaotic drum, several inner disciples approached him. We pay our respects to the master. Chen Feng glanced at them and inquired, what brings you here today? Lin Lin and Xia Luo exchanged glances, feeling somewhat shy, and discreetly nudged Davo, signaling him to speak. As Davo observed their hesitation, he steeled himself and said, Master, we few brothers and sisters have reached a bottleneck in our cultivation and wish to venture out for some trial experience. Chen Feng appeared slightly surprised. Your desire is commendable. It brings me great joy. Very well. I shall open the chaotic trial ground for you shortly. His surprise. Davo shook his head vigorously like a rattledrum. No, master, this time we wish to trial in the Zhu province continent. Chen Feng was immediately intrigued. Oh, why is that? Lin Lin hurriedly chimed in. Although the chaotic trial grounds pose no harm to our physical bodies, they hinder the development of an invincible heart, Xia Luo added. As cultivators, we must forge ahead without fear. Chen Feng nodded in appreciation. If that is the case, go forth boldly. However, the eastern wasteland may not be suitable. You should seek other desolate regions that in unison, they exclaimed. The central region? Very well. Chapter 48. The central region. Seeing that they had already made plans, Chen Feng no longer elaborated. He turned to Qin Wenyuan, who had just reached the golden core stage, and asked, Wenyuan, do you wish to join them? Qin Wenyuan bowed and replied, Master, my cultivation is still lacking. It is best for me to stay behind for now. I have merely come to send off my senior brothers and sisters. Chen Feng nodded, contemplating for a moment before contacting Ji Baichong via sound transmission. Come to the summit swiftly. Within moments, Ji Baichong arrived at the summit. Master. These few wish to trial in the central region. See them off. Ji Baichong's expression was respectful as he replied. As you command, he then tore through the void, and a spatial passage materialized instantly. Farewell, Master. Master, Xiao Dada will miss you. Chen Feng felt a sudden chill and retorted with irritation. Hurry up and scram. After Ji Baichong led Lin Lin and the other 4 inner disciples into the spatial passage. The passage did not vanish. Moments later, Ji Baichong reemerged from the passage. Master, the inner disciples have been safely delivered. Chen Feng slightly nodded. I appreciate your efforts. They are inexperienced, so someone must accompany them. This chaotic drum shall be entrusted to you. As Ji Baichong often heard such words, he was momentarily astonished. Yet his face betrayed a look of joy. He observed Chen Feng wave his hand, from which a beam of golden light surged forth from his sleeve. Landing in Ji Baichong's palm, the golden glow gradually dissipated. It revealed an ancient war drum, its surface swirling with chaotic energy, unmistakably not an ordinary item. Ji Baichong trembled as he caressed the drum. Feeling the tremendous power contained within it, he raised his gaze to Chen Feng, his eyes filled with gratitude and reverence. Master, is this an immortal artifact? Such a precious item. How could I dare to accept it? Chen Feng replied with a faint smile. Your mission is of great importance. With a chaotic drum to safeguard your path, I shall feel more at ease. Take it for now, and upon their return from the trials. You may return albeit. Thank you, Master. Go now. Ji Baichong's figure vanished once more atop the main peak, on the Guizhou continent, within the central domain, the most prosperous area of the Guizhou continent. Its scenery was in stark contrast to that of the border regions. Here, towering ancient trees reached toward the heavens, and within their branches, one could catch glimpses of soaring birds and ferocious beasts. each thriving in their own domain in the air. Cultivators traverse the sky, some riding swords, others commanding spiritual beasts, their forms swift and their garments billowing gracefully. Dao boats glided through the skies, their hulls shimmering with brilliance, while those aboard engaged in conversations or practiced their cultivation, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. After flying a considerable distance, Lin Lin and her 3 companions gradually beheld a magnificent city. The city rose into the clouds, its walls thick and sturdy, intricately carved with complex runes that glimmered faintly to the city gates. A bustling crowd surged forth, cultivators from various regions entering and exiting, creating a lively scene. Lin Lin and her companions landed outside the city gates, peering inside to see wide, clean streets lined with an array of shops, showcasing an abundance of magical artifacts, elixirs, and talismans that dazzled the eye. The air was filled with the various aromas of spiritual essences, invigorating the senses. As the 4 walked along the street, curious glances were cast their way. Clad in uniform sect attire and exuding an extraordinary aura, they were clearly no ordinary folk. Lin Lin and her companions showed no signs of timidity, smiling and nodding in greeting to passers-by, soaking in the prosperity and vibrancy of the central domain. Galugulu. The 3 turned their gazes simultaneously toward Dao, who sheepishly rubbed his belly and chuckled. Don't look at me like that. You all know I have a weakness for food. Logically, with their advanced cultivation levels, they should have reached the stage of fasting, relying solely on absorbing the natural spiritual energy to sustain themselves. Yet, Dao had always been preoccupied with the delicious cuisine of the mortal realm. That moment, Lin Lin resumed her cool demeanor and remarked, "Let us go. It has been a while since I last savored mortal food." Xia Luo and Li Fu nodded in agreement. "Then let us proceed." As they walked, a bustling tavern soon came into view. Red lanterns swayed in front of the tavern, emitting a delightful chime as they danced in the breeze. Inside, the tavern was alive with the sounds of lively conversation and rich aromas wafting through the air. They stepped inside, and immediately a cheerful server approached. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Please come in. You must try our signature dishes. They will surely leave you wanting more." Lin Lin nodded slightly, leading her companions upstairs to a window-side table. The server swiftly wiped down the table and then presented the menu. "What would you like to order? Our signature dishes are truly one of a kind on the Guizhou continent." Dao's eyes lit up as he snatched the menu, nearly drooling as he exclaimed, this one, and that one," noticing the lavish attire of the group. The server became even more enthusiastic, hurriedly jotting down Dao's selections. Dao then asked, "Did you get that down?" "Yes, esteemed guest. I have noted it." "Great. That has settled then." Just as the server was about to step away, Dao continued, "But not these." The server, taken aback, stuttered, "Are you serious? Or are you just toying with me? You all look quite dignified." The server's expression shifted, his tone becoming somewhat cold. "Esteemed guest, are you here to—" Before he could finish, Dao interjected, "Bring one of everything else." The server was stunned. "Did I hear that right? One of everything? The menu has at least 400 or 500 dishes. Are you sure you can eat that much? More importantly, can you afford it?" While the server was momentarily flabbergasted, Dao slammed a large pouch of spirit crystals onto the table. "Is this enough?" The server's eyes sparkled upon seeing the pile of spirit crystals. His demeanor instantly transformed from cold to obsequious. "Absolutely. Please wait a moment while I notify the kitchen." "Wait, what were you about to say?" The server awkwardly chuckled. I meant to say, esteemed guests, you are here to become our benefactors." With that, the server hurriedly gathered the spirit crystals, fearful of losing any, and dashed downstairs. Watching the server's retreating figure, Dao chuckled, while Lin Lin and the others shook their heads in exasperation. Dao, it seemed, never failed to bring chaos wherever he went, oblivious to the wisdom of not flaunting wealth. Before long, dishes filled with delectable aromas and vibrant colors were laid out on the table, leaving everyone salivating. Dao eagerly picked up his chopsticks, grabbing a piece of golden brown roasted meat and popping it into his mouth, his eyes widening in delight as he savored the flavor. Lin Lin, on the other hand, savored every bite, as if relishing the stories behind each dish. Xiao Luo and Li Fu, not to be outdone, dug in with gusto, enjoying this rare culinary experience as the wine flowed and the dishes were devoured. The group found themselves thoroughly satisfied, their faces glowing with contentment. They rose to settle the bill, and the server beamed as he escorted them out, reminding them to return soon. Stepping out of the tavern, they found the night deepening, the streets illuminated and bustling with activity. Yet, unbeknownst to them, several shadowy figures were stealthily following in their wake. Chapter 49. Who's robbing with women in tow? Lin Lin and her companions, already aware of the presence trailing behind them, exchanged silent messages. Someone is following us. What should we do? Xiao Luo shrugged indifferently, displaying a nonchalant attitude. Dao, with a mischievous grin, proclaimed, of course, we confront them. Li Fu, engrossed in his reading, remained silent and did not partake in the discussion. Lin Lin sighed internally, realizing that none of the three men were reliable. She reluctantly stated, as we are newcomers here, let us refrain from killing. A warning should suffice. Thus, they made their way toward a less crowded area. The pursuers, sensing an opportunity, felt a thrill of excitement. Eventually, the group arrived at an alley, and Lin Lin and her companions slowly turned to face the figures behind them. The masked individuals, obscured in shadow, were unreadable. The leader spoke first. Esteemed guests, having spent lavishly at the tavern today, it is clear your families must be prosperous. We, having grown up in poverty, kindly ask for a modest loan of 100 or so spirit crystals. Lin Lin scoffed with disdain. If you want spirit crystals, come take them yourself. The demeanor of the masked individual darkened instantly. How audacious! Before he could finish, the group surged forward, charging at Li Fu. What have you done, brother? The shriek reverberated throughout the alley. Everyone in the alley was taken aback, and Davo was momentarily at a loss. Lin Lin, Xiao Luo, Li Fu. The three stood frozen in place, unsure of how to proceed. Davo's face flushed crimson as he stammered, brother, please let me explain. The woman opposite him, equally flushed with embarrassment, retorted, you pervert. Who's your brother? Let go of me. Upon hearing this, Davo realized he was still holding her and quickly released his grip. As Li Fu was momentarily dazed, the bindings of the group of black-clad individuals were suddenly lifted. The woman hurriedly adjusted her attire, glaring angrily at Davo. I could see this moment. The black-clad figures rushed to her side, asking junior sister, are you all right? Davo retreated repeatedly, hastily explaining, I truly didn't mean to. Who would have thought you would bring a woman while robbing us? He added, if it helps, I can return all the spirit crystals to you. Or perhaps I could compensate you with some spirit crystals? The woman shouted in fury, who cares about your spirit crystals? With that, she turned and dashed out of the alley, followed closely by the group of black-clad individuals. Leaving the alley behind, Lin Lin and the others exchanged glances, feeling helpless, before returning to the bustling street to continue experiencing the splendor of the central domain. Davo looked at his palm, clenched it a couple of times, and hurried to catch up with Lin Lin and the others. That a night passed without incident, and on the following day, the four resumed their journey. As they soared through the skies, a vast forest of towering trees suddenly came into view, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. They noticed a commotion ahead, the sounds of a fierce battle piquing their curiosity, compelling them to investigate. They beheld a group surrounding a tribulation stage flood dragon, its massive body glistening with a cold sheen, each swing of its tail creating tremendous gusts of wind. The attackers wielded various weapons, desperately assaulting the dragon, yet its tough hide seemed impervious to their efforts. The four hovered in the air, silently observing the fray. Suddenly, the flood dragon unleashed a thunderous roar, its colossal form twisting violently as it lashed out at the attackers with its tail. The crowd scattered in terror, but several were caught in the onslaught, sent flying through the air, blood spraying in droplets. The dragon then opened its gaping maw, preparing to devour the nearest cultivator. The leader of the group spotted Lin Lin and her companions in the sky and shouted, please, fellow cultivators, save us. While Lin Lin hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene, a sudden rush of air signaled Davo's swift movement. Without a moment's hesitation, he appeared on the battlefield, just as the flood dragon's maw was about to close upon the cultivator. Davo's expression hardened as he crouched low, sword raised to shield the cultivator. Clang! The sound echoed, shaking the entire forest. The immense force sent Davo sliding backward, his feet carving deep grooves into the earth beneath him. Lin Lin and the other sighed and charged into the fray. Lin Lin, brandishing her sword, leaped gracefully, her blade shimmering brilliantly as countless sword phantoms struck at the flood dragon's vulnerable spot. Ifu formed a hand seal. Softly intoning, "Draw the bow, shoot the dragon." A magnificent longbow materialized above his head, as if invisible hands were gradually pulling back the bowstring. Whoosh! An arrow of light shot forth, striking the dragon's abdomen. Foolish cultivators! You shall perish! The wounded flood dragon roared in human speech, bellowing in rage before soaring into the clouds, fleeing at astonishing speed. The group of cultivators exhaled in relief as the dragon escaped. Chapter 50. The Stream Valley. Upon seeing the flood dragon retreat, Davo approached the cultivator who had nearly been devoured, inquiring with concern, "Brother, are you all right?" To his surprise, he discovered the cultivator was a woman. Although she lay on the ground, appearing disheveled from the battle with the dragon, dirt and sweat smudging her face, her bright eyes revealed a spirit of resilience and defiance. Her hair was disarrayed, a few strands clinging to her cheeks, adding to her delicate beauty. Despite her grievous injuries and faint breath, her striking features captivated Davo's heart. He knelt beside her, softly asking, "Miss, how are you? Can you hold on?" The female cultivator mustered her remaining strength to glare at Davo before fainting. Davo's temper flared instantly. "What the hell? I risked my life to save you, and you glare at me." At that moment, the woman's companions hurried over, calling out, "Junior sister, are you okay?" They produced healing pills and administered them to the woman, channeling their spiritual energy to assist her in absorbing the medicine's effects. Davo was taken aback. Junior sister, connecting the dots with the woman's earlier behavior, he couldn't help but grin inwardly, thinking, what a coincidence. Just then, one of the cultivators exclaimed, "We weren't the ones who robbed you last night." The 4 young disciples of the Asking Heaven sect gasped in shock. Did he just confess? The companions of the speaker scolded him. "Are you a fool sent by a monkey?" Realizing his blunder, he quickly fell silent, crouching back down. After a moment, the female cultivator gradually regained consciousness. Her eyes still clouded with confusion. She turned her head slightly, spotting Davo and the others nearby, a complex emotion flickering in her gaze. Struggling to sit up, despite her weakened state, her gaze remained resolute. "Thank you all for your assistance," she said, her voice faint but sincere. She nodded in gratitude towards Lin Lin and the others, pointedly ignoring Davo. Lin Lin smiled gently and asked, "Is this your first time robbing someone?" The female cultivator felt a flush of embarrassment, her cheeks turning rosy as she nodded slightly. "Then why would you attack a tribulation stage demon despite all being newly advanced cultivators?" The woman turned her piercing gaze on Davo, her eyes like daggers, as she replied slowly, "Because we lack the funds to take a ferry to the Stream Valley." Xia Luo inquired, "The Stream Valley? What is that place?" Upon hearing this, the female cultivator and her companions exchanged incredulous glances. "Aren't you headed to the Stream Valley?" Lin Lin quickly replied, "Our sect has just entered the world, and we know little about the current state of affairs." The woman nodded, "Ah, that makes sense. With your strength, you could rival the disciples of the Holy Lands, yet you are unaware of the Stream Valley." She explained, "The Stream Valley is a forbidden area in the eastern part of the Central Domain. Typically inaccessible, only opening once every 50 years. That it is said to be the burial site of a great emperor, containing the emperor's legacy. In 7 days, the valley will open." The mention of the great emperor's tomb stirred excitement within Lin Lin and her companions. Though their master was the great emperor and they had little interest in the emperor's legacy, they were undeniably intrigued by the treasures of the great emperor. Having grasped the general situation, Lin Lin called out, "Davo, return their spirit crystals." Upon hearing his name, Davo quickly retrieved the spirit crystals and placed them before the group of cultivators. He bowed sincerely to the female cultivator, saying earnestly, "I'm truly sorry about last night. It was unintentional. How about I take responsibility?" Had she not been injured, the female cultivator would have undoubtedly slapped him. What a lecher! Lin Lin, Xia Luo, and Li Fu exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Let's go. The three turned and departed, ignoring Davo entirely. Davo scratched his head, then retrieved some spirit crystals from his ring to leave with the cultivators before hurriedly chasing after Lin Lin and the others. As Davo and his companions truly left, the group of cultivators exchanged glances, feeling a twinge of guilt. Especially the female cultivator, who watched Davo's retreating figure, her heart a whirlpool of conflicting emotions. The misunderstanding and conflict from the previous night had left her with a poor impression of Davo. Yet his generosity and sincerity today made her waver that moment. One of the cultivators could not help but speak up. Junior sister, why don't we return the spirit crystals to them? Hearing this, the female cultivator took a deep breath and nodded. She rose to her feet, picked up the spirit crystals from the ground, and began to pursue Davo and the others. Wait. Her voice echoed through the forest. The four halted and turned to see the group of cultivators approaching briskly. We cannot accept your spirit crystals. The female cultivator's tone was resolute, her gaze unwavering. Lin Lin was taken aback. You no longer wish to go to the stream valley? After a moment of silence, the woman replied with difficulty. I do. Then why return them to us? Davo interjected, trying to console her. Consider it a loan from us. Once you enter the valley and acquire treasures, you can return them to us. Just as Lin Lin was about to leave, she noticed the group still standing there, unmovable. Irritated, she asked, What? Is there not enough spirit crystals? The female cultivator shook her head slightly, responding softly, There is enough. Then why are you still here? Hurry and take the ferry. As the Dao boat traversed the city, it became apparent that the two groups had taken a wrong turn. In their predicament, the two parties decided to proceed together, finding solace in each other's company. Upon returning to the city, their conversations unveiled the identities of the female cultivators. The leader among them was named Yiling, the daughter of the Sect Master of Liuli's sect. The others were disciples of the Liuli sect who had clandestinely escaped from their sect to venture into the stream valley. Before long, guided by the Liuli sect's members, the group arrived at the docking station for the Dao boat. This station, situated on the eastern side of the city, spanned a vast area, revealing a spacious plaza that was both level and sturdy. At the center of the plaza, a magnificent Dao boat lay anchored, emanating a gentle, ethereal glow, as if it contained boundless power within. Surrounding the vessel, numerous pillars of spiritual energy surged towards the heavens, harmonizing with the clouds above, creating an aura of mystery and solemnity. The plaza bustled with a constant flow of cultivators from various regions, some engaged in hushed conversations, others pausing to observe, while many hurried towards the Dao boat. Surrounding the square were elegantly designed buildings, each exuding an air of antiquity and dignity. These structures included ticket counters, resting areas, and shops, providing comprehensive amenities for the cultivators preparing to board the Dao boat. After purchasing tickets and some necessities, the group finally boarded the grand vessel. Chapter 51. The 10 Regulations of Weniangong. Reward, Spiritual Spring. With the increasing number of disciples, the activity within Weniangong surged dramatically. However, in recent days, some disciples reported hearing inexplicable sounds during the night, that a few newly initiated outer sect male disciples were yawning and engaging in idle chatter. That sound appeared again last night. It kept me from sleeping well. One lamented, Sigh. Who isn't affected? I couldn't help but unleash a couple of bursts. Another replied, Brother, as cultivators, we must restrain our desires and safeguard our essence to attain enlightenment. Can you truly endure that sound? I cannot, but I must. You are impressive. I admire that. 666, truly commendable. Nearby, a male and female disciple hurried past, heads bowed out on the main peak. Chun Feng was sipping exquisite enlightenment tea while waiting for treasures to surface. Perusing the books within the scripture repository. Yu Yao, not assigned a position, remained by Chun Feng's side. Attending to his needs, she gently set down the teapot and spoke softly. Sect Master, I overheard disciples discussing yesterday that some have been hearing lascivious sounds each night. Puff. The tea Chun Feng had just sipped was promptly sprayed out. Such a thing exists? How can our esteemed sect be likened to those lewd sects? Such matters must be met with severe punishment. Tonight, you shall accompany me to observe which disciples engage in such disgraceful acts. Yu Yao responded promptly. This servant obeys. Only then did she realize, ah, Sect Master, where are you taking me? Chun Feng, with righteous indignation, replied, to apprehend the disciples. Such disgraceful incidents cannot be tolerated. A hint of embarrassment crept onto Yu Yao's face as she murmured, Sect Master, couldn't you handle this alone? Why must you involve me? Internally, she thought, as a delicate woman, how could she witness such scenes? This was truly a plight beyond her capacity to bear. No, you must come. You are my right hand, and your presence is essential. As night fell, Chen Feng had already donned a complete black outfit, waiting for the opportune moment that Yu Yao observed Chen Feng in his dark attire and was momentarily taken aback. Are we going to catch the disciples? Why do you look like a thief? Quite reasonable. Chun Feng shot her a glance and tossed her a black outfit, urging, change into this. Sect Master, we are both in the false immortal realm. Do we really need this attire? Within the sect, you can see wherever you wish. Yet, under Chun Feng's insistence, Yu Yao reluctantly donned the form-fitting black garb. Before long, Yu Yao was ready. Sect Master, this servant is prepared. Chun Feng finally shifted his gaze from her, discreetly wiping a trace of blood from his nose, and said, let us go. As the night deepened, Yu Yao, clad in her black attire, resembled an elegant orchid blooming in the dark, her form accentuated by the snug fit, every curve enticingly defined. Chen Feng found himself momentarily entranced. Not anticipating that Yu Yao would appear so stunning in black, he struggled to rein in his impulses, clearing his throat to refocus on their impending task. Yet, each time he inadvertently glanced at Yu Yao, he couldn't help but steal another look, internally exclaiming, impressive, truly impressive. Chun Feng extended his senses and soon detected the source of the lascivious sounds. Boldly, he confirmed, indeed, there is. The two slipped into the shadows, arriving directly above the room from which the sounds emanated. Senior brother, junior sister, I'm here. A vast expanse of text has been omitted. Chun Feng, observing from the void, felt his anger boiling over. Damn, that posture. This is not how it should be. Oh no, they finished so quickly. Yu Yao, blushing fiercely, closed her eyes and stifled her senses, helplessly coughing to remind Chun Feng of their mission. Soon, Chun Feng recalled their purpose. Awkwardly pinching his nose, let us return. Summon Zhan Long to see me. This servant obeys. On the main peak, Zhan Long rushed over, and upon seeing Chun Feng's grim countenance, sensed that matters were far from simple. Sect Master, you called for me? Chun Feng nodded slightly. I have decided to establish a judicial hall within the sect, selecting members from among the disciples starting today, with Ji Bai appointed as the elder in charge. Recently, some disciples have neglected their cultivation, staying up all night and disturbing others' rest. You are to collaborate with the other elders to draft a set of regulations for Weniangong disciples. Those who violate these rules will face severe punishment. Zhan Long was bewildered, questioning, is punishing them for disrupting others' rest too harsh? The Sect Master seemed overly stringent. Yu Yao hastily conveyed the details to Zhan Long telepathically. Anger flared within him as he exclaimed, such audacity. Allow me to investigate. With that, he vanished from the main peak. Yu Yao, exasperated, covered her face, expressing her disillusionment, internally bemoaning, is the Sect Master like this? Is the Grand Elder the same? Is this truly an imperial sect? The following morning, sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating the summit of Wentiangong in a serene tranquility. Before the main hall, a massive stone tablet stood tall, inscribed with countless characters. This was the freshly minted 10 regulations for the disciples of Weniangong. At this moment, Zhan Long stood before the stone tablet, solemnly reading the contents of the regulations. His voice resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the sect. First, disciples must uphold filial piety, respect their teachers, and must not defy their elders. Second, disciples must diligently cultivate and must not indulge in idleness. Third, disciples must maintain proper conduct and must not engage in lewd acts. Fourth, all disciples must adhere to the above. Those who violate these rules will face stern punishment. Furthermore, a judicial hall will be established to oversee cultivation and inspect dormitory conditions at night. Recently, It has come to light that some disciples have engaged in lewd acts, disrupting others' rest. Such occurrences have deeply pained the Sect Master. Thus, you must focus on your cultivation and refrain from early romances. In 1 hour, we will begin recruiting for the Judicial Hall. Those interested may sign up with Elder G, as Zhang Long concluded his declaration. Chen Feng's ears were immediately met with the system's voice. Ahem. Congratulations, host, on establishing regulations for the sect, thereby enhancing the sect structure. Reward: 1 spiritual spring, now manifested in the back mountain of the sect. Chen Feng's heart leaped with joy. Will Ma Guer surprise me again? He promptly began to examine the details of the spiritual spring. Spiritual spring. Watering the peach garden can enhance its level and experience. Current peach garden level, mortal level, experience points. 0. Chen Feng was taken aback, suddenly recalling Yu Yao's earlier words. The peach garden is a sacred site for humanity. At that moment, he had thought. This shabby garden is a sacred site. Now, it seemed that what Yu Yao mentioned referred to the elevated peach garden post-upgrade. Chapter 52. Unforeseen changes, strange creatures. In an instant, Chen Feng arrived at the back mountain of Wenyangang. Observing the newly appeared spring beside the peach garden, which was no thicker than a pinky finger, he couldn't help but smile. Above the spring, a droplet of milky white liquid hovered, gazing at the spring. It seemed to be condensing at an exceedingly slow pace. Without close inspection, one would hardly notice. This spiritual spring might only produce a droplet in a day. Chen Feng cradled a droplet of milky white essence in the palm of his hand, marveling at its crystalline transparency, reminiscent of a petite pearl radiating a gentle luminescence. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the power encapsulated within the essence. In an instant, a surge of potent medicinal and spiritual energy flooded into his body from his palm, coursing rapidly through his meridians, both warm and formidable. Chen Feng felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration, as if every cell in his being was rejoicing in unison. Slowly, he opened his eyes, gazing at the essence in his palm, his eyes glinting with brilliance. This essence was indeed a treasure of heaven and earth, such immense energy contained within a single drop. Beyond nourishing trees, it could also be absorbed by cultivators. Chen Feng's heart raced with excitement, and he called out, Yu Yao, summon Shaluo Fei to the back mountain. With that, he strolled into the peach blossom orchard. The elder tasked with guarding this orchard, named Gong Ming, had recently been summoned to receive disciples. Upon seeing Chen Feng's arrival, Gong Ming hurriedly approached to pay his respects, exclaiming, Greetings, Sect Master. Indeed, your efforts in safeguarding the peach blossom orchard are commendable, Chen Feng replied, casually placing the essence at the base of a superior-grade peach tree. Instantly, the essence was absorbed by the tree, prompting Chen Feng to examine its information. Common grade superior peach tree. Experience points. 1. Description. Matures once every 9 years. Consumption by a cultivator extends lifespan by a century while enhancing potential. Only 1 experience point for a single drop of essence. At this rate, when would the 3,600 peach trees reach their full potential? Meanwhile, Shaluo Fei had arrived at the peach blossom orchard. Chen Feng observed her graceful legs as she approached and nodded slightly, saying, Luo Fei, you have arrived at the perfect moment. This is a spiritual spring that produces a drop of essence each day. Not only is this essence a treasure of heaven and earth, but it can also nourish the peach trees in the orchard and be absorbed by cultivators to enhance their cultivation. Upon hearing this, Shaluo Fei's eyes sparkled with surprise as she hurried to investigate the spring. Chen Feng instructed, You and Elder Gongming will take turns collecting this essence each day. The essence you gather should be entrusted to the warehouse elder for safekeeping. The essence collected by Gongming will be used to nourish the peach trees. Remember, this essence is of immense value. Handle it with utmost care. After imparting his instructions, Chen Feng returned to the main peak. Outside the mountain gate, the entrance trials were ongoing. Some were scaling the heavenly ladder, while others were undergoing trials in the heart-seeking secret realm. The cultivators were brimming with enthusiasm, all striving to enter the Wenting sect. Suddenly, the previously sunny sky darkened ominously, as if a colossal black shroud had descended upon it. The surrounding spiritual energy became chaotic, and a fierce wind howled, stirring up clouds of dust. The disciples undergoing trials were taken aback by this abrupt change, halting their actions to gaze up at the eerie sky. In the next moment, the entire expanse was engulfed in darkness, rendering visibility non-existent. Piercing screams echoed through the void, sharp and jarring, as if emanating from the depths of hell. "Ah! Help! Run! Monsters! Ah! Don't kill me, please!" The cries for help reverberated. Yet nothing could be seen within the abyss. Keek, is it that easy to kill? Huh! Let us see who can slay more. The disciples participating in the trials frantically scanned their surroundings, only to see a shadow flit through the darkness, accompanied by bursts of foul wind and bloodshed. "What on earth are these creatures?" someone shouted, their voice laced with profound terror. In an instant, a multitude of cultivators fell victim to the grasp of the two dark figures. Just as despair loomed over countless cultivators, a thunderous roar erupted from within the Winting sect. The great emperors of the sect had sprung into action. A voice cried out, rallying the crowd, "Stay calm. The Winting sect will intervene. Indeed, the great emperors will protect us. Winting sect, Winting sect, Winting sect." With a gentle sigh, Jean Long lamented, "Alas!" The sigh of the emperor resonated, and suddenly, part of the darkness receded, allowing light to return to the cultivators, who hastily fled that area. Shortly thereafter, another sigh echoed from within the Winting sect. The darkness retreated once more. Alas! 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 A total of 7 sighs in quick succession dispelled all the darkness. The two grotesque creatures were finally revealed to the eyes of all. They were small, covered in scales, their skin exhibiting a bizarre bluish-purple hue, with crimson eyes and prominent fangs. Their robust limbs exuded a nauseating stench, despite their diminutive stature, reaching only the shoulders of a human cultivator. Their aura was terrifying. Sharp bone spurs jutted from their backs, glinting ominously, as if capable of piercing through anything at this moment. The two creatures scanned the crowd, seemingly searching for something. The cultivators stood frozen, murmuring in disbelief. What on earth are these beings? Meanwhile, all the great emperors of the Winting sect had gathered outside the mountain gate. Observing the creatures before them, they displayed no signs of surprise. After a brief exchange of glances, they charged at the two monsters. Jean Long bellowed, "Scatter!" At once, they drew forth their celestial weapons. The Chaos Brush, regardless of its primary function as a painting tool, it was equally adept at combat. Bang! One creature lunged forward, swiping its claw and sending Shienda flying. Fortunately, Shienda had anticipated the attack and managed to return swiftly after being flung 100 feet back. "You seek death." Jean Long roared, sweeping the brush, which coalesced into a golden dragon that surged toward the creature with a deafening roar. The clash between the golden dragon and the creature erupted in a thunderous cacophony. As the dust settled, it became evident that the creature had merely staggered back a few steps, suffering no significant damage. Such tremendous resilience. Everyone, be cautious. Meanwhile, the other 5 great emperors, along with Shienda, unleashed powerful spells against the other creature. Prison Sky Finger, Azure Dragon Crescent Blade, Thunder Half Moon Slash, boom, boom, boom. The space began to warp, on the verge of shattering. Keek, not a scratch. Faced with this reality, they could only resort to their Imperial artifacts and engage in close combat. Given the fragility of the space in the Orange Continent, continued use of spell attacks would surely lead to catastrophic spatial damage. Chapter 53. The might of the flesh, the wind howled, and darkness enveloped the sky. The 7 great emperors, armed with divine weapons, engaged in a breathtaking close-quarters battle with the 2 diminutive monsters. Each clash was as if mountains were crumbling and earth shattering, the air swirling chaotically, stirring up clouds of dust. Jean Long wielded the Chaos Brush with relentless precision. Each stroke carried the weight of thunder, aimed directly at the monster's vital points. The creatures, however, were tough-skinned and powerful, each collision causing the very ground to tremble. As though they sought to devour all living beings, the air around them felt as if it had solidified. The 7 great emperors showcased their formidable abilities, alternating between offense and defense, working in perfect harmony. Yet despite their cooperation, they found themselves evenly matched against the two monsters. Xianda called out to Zhanlong from afar. Zhanlong, this cannot continue. These creatures seem to possess boundless stamina after deflecting a blow from one monster. Zhanlong retorted sharply, if it comes to that, we may have to resort to spiritual energy. Yinchang urgently interjected, no, the space in this realm is far too fragile. If it sustains damage, catastrophe will follow. Then what do you propose? As the battle raged on, signs of fatigue began to manifest among the 7 great emperors. Amidst the howling winds, their figures started to waver, each swing of their imperial weapons growing increasingly laborious. Though Zhanlong's chaos brush remained formidable, it no longer wielded the same thunderous force, each stroke now tinged with heaviness. In stark contrast, the two diminutive monsters appear to thrive in battle, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust, each charge intensifying as the ground quaked beneath their feet, threatening to crack apart at any moment. In an instant, the 7 great emperors found themselves forced to retreat, their previously seamless coordination now displaying cracks. The surrounding cultivators watched in shock as the 7 great emperors began to show signs of decline, an atmosphere of tension and despair permeating the air. Hollow gazes turned skyward, witnessing the fierce confrontation. And despair echoed, it's over. Are even the great emperors unable to prevail? I don't want to die. Is there no one who can save us? In the midst of this despair, a golden light descended from the heavens. Following closely was a purple radiance streaking across the sky, akin to a meteor falling, grand and imposing. As the golden light dissipated, it revealed a handsome young man clad in a golden robe, none other than Chunfeng. He brandished the Song Huang sword, positioning himself protectively before the elders, the blade shimmering with resplendent brilliance. The elders, witnessing Chunfeng's arrival, exhaled in relief. Emerging from the purple light was Yu Yao, draped in a violet cloak, her expression stern. Upon glimpsing the two monsters, a flicker of confusion crossed her gaze. The appearance of the two drew gasps of astonishment from the surrounding cultivators. The Sect Master, we are saved. We are saved. Who is that woman? Her cultivation seems nearly on par with the Sect Master. With a swift sweep of his long sword, Chunfeng unleashed 2 golden arcs of sword energy that soared into the heavens. Cleaving through the dark clouds and creating a rift, Yu Yao then raised a hand and pointed, sending a purple beam towards the 2 monstrous entities, momentarily halting their advance. In the next instant, the golden sword energy plummeted from above. Whoosh, whoosh, in a flash, it struck the tops of the 2 creatures. However, to Chunfeng's astonishment, it merely broke through a thin layer of their skin, with not a drop of blood flowing forth. Chunfeng gasped in disbelief. During his time as a great emperor, he had once cleaved stars with a single sword strike. Yet now, at the level of a quasi-mortal, he could barely inflict a scratch. Just as Chunfeng was reeling from this revelation, Yao transmitted an explanation. Master, these creatures possess exceptionally formidable physical bodies. A single punch could shatter a star. However, their spiritual power is nearly non-existent. Do you recognize them? Chunfeng recalled that Yao seemed to have some faint memories, but beyond that, he could not remember much. Nodding slightly, Chunfeng sheathed the Songhuang immortal sword. Master, what are you doing? Yao inquired, perplexed, as Chunfeng had just failed to deal significant damage even with the aid of a weapon. Yet now he was putting it away. Chunfeng smiled gently. Wielding a sword is merely a hobby of mine. It is the physical body that truly defines my strength. Meanwhile, the 2 monsters were engaged in their own dialogue. Wasn't there only one quasi-mortal? Why are there 2? Indeed, that day, I only sensed one quasi-mortal's power. Who cares? One for each of us. That guy even put away his weapon. Let us go. Kill them. With a disdainful gesture, Chunfeng beckoned the 2 monsters forward, indicating for them to approach together. Angered by his dismissive attitude, the 2 creatures roared and charged at Chunfeng, their forms carving arcs through the air, propelled by a tempest of wind and dust, bearing down on him. Yet, Chunfeng remained unfazed. He moved with a flash of golden light, effortlessly weaving between the 2 beasts. Each strike he delivered was akin to a thunderous blow, aimed directly at their vital points. His fists, imbued with immense might, elicited agonized howls from the monsters with each impact in an instant. The battlefield was dominated by Chun Feng's presence as he faced two adversaries, yet he maintained the upper hand. What's happening? Why does his strike hurt so much? His physical body, it feels even stronger than a general's. Impossible. How can a human possess such a physique? Chun Feng was bewildered, his mind reeling as he overheard their exclamations. His eyes sharpened in fury as he bellowed. What the hell are you two babbling about? I'll smash you with a single punch. Die. Suddenly, his aura exploded forth, and the space around his fist was laced with swirling black patterns. Yu Yao gasped, Master, the space is about to shatter. However, Chun Feng seemed oblivious, launching his fist forward with tremendous force. Boom! The sound reverberated, and time appeared to freeze, save for the monstrous body, which plummeted to the ground like a bullet. It struck the earth with the swiftness of a shooting star, causing a deafening crash that sent shock waves through the area, as if a small earthquake had occurred. As the dust settled, a massive pit several yards deep emerged, with debris scattered about and the walls smooth as glass, clearly gouged out by the creature's impact. The surrounding cultivators were left dumbfounded, having never witnessed such a staggering spectacle. The remaining monster, utterly unprepared for the ferocity of this seemingly ordinary human, was taken aback by his terrifying strength. In the crater, the creature stirred feebly before falling completely still. Witnessing the demise of its companion, the remaining monster turned to flee. Chun Feng shouted, Where do you think you're going? And instantly charged after his surprise, the creature immediately reversed direction, racing towards the pit. No! Yu Yao seemed to foresee the impending disaster and gasped in horror. Chun Feng realized it was too late to stop the beast. In a flash, the creature reached its fallen comrade, opening its gaping maw to devour the lifeless body whole. Chapter 54. The Sun Eater Clan. Yu Yao, witnessing the scene unfold, stood frozen in disbelief, muttering, It's over. Deep within, he felt an eerie familiarity with this sight. Before he could finish his thought, the creature began to undergo a transformation. Its once diminutive form swelled rapidly, skin hardening into a rough, impenetrable hide. Its eyes glowed a ferocious red, radiating madness and greed as its power surged, resembling a beast risen from the depths of hell. The air around it felt heavy with its oppressive aura. The cultivators immediately sensed an overwhelming pressure, making it difficult to breathe as they stared in shock at the unfolding spectacle, a wave of dread and fear washing over them. Chun Feng, too, was taken aback by the scene before him, though his astonishment stemmed from the creature's act of cannibalism. Such beings were truly deranged. Ha! I must thank you for allowing me to evolve, the creature exclaimed as its transformation ceased. Unfortunately, Chun Feng could not comprehend its words, bewildered by the creature's nonsensical utterances. He swiftly closed the gap and delivered a thunderous punch to the monster's chest. Boom! The creature was sent hurtling away. However, this time, Chun Feng distinctly felt the scales on the creature's body vibrate violently upon impact, absorbing much of his force. Interesting. Chun Feng took a decisive step forward, enveloping his fist in celestial energy, raining punches upon the creature. Boom! 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 His gaze was icy, each strike resonating with immense power, as if intending to rend the creature apart. You can't break my defenses. The monster sneered, its scales trembling as it blocked Chun Feng's onslaught. Yet, Chun Feng appeared unfazed by its taunts, not that he could understand its language anyway. With each punch, his speed increased, each blow infused with formidable celestial energy, causing the air to resonate with a low hum. Yu Yao, covering his mouth in disbelief, marveled at the battlefield, exclaiming, Master is amazing. His physical body is even stronger than that monster's. The surrounding cultivators, witnessing Chun Feng's dominance, rallied in support. Master will prevail. Master will prevail. The Imperial Sect will triumph. The Imperial Sect will triumph. The monster bellowed with laughter, continuously deflecting Chun Feng's attacks. How do you like my new body? However, as Chun Feng's assault intensified, the creature's laughter began to freeze on its face. It realized that Chun Feng's punches were coming faster and faster. and not only was it struggling to keep pace with Chunfeng's speed, but even the vibrations of its scales could no longer match the tempo of Chunfeng's strikes. Impossible. The creature continued to resist, but at this moment, Chunfeng was a different being altogether. Bang! Finally, Chunfeng's fist connected with the monster's skull. This time, the scales were unable to absorb the force of Chunfeng's blow. No. Please. The terror of death enveloped the creature as it let out a wretched scream. Its skull caving in, dark liquid spraying everywhere. Chunfeng stood beside the monster's corpse, exhaling a breath of relief. Looking at his hands, he murmured to himself, "Phew, this more formidable physical body from the myriad realms is still beyond my complete mastery. It seems I have gained yet another training task." Turning his gaze to the creature's remains, Chunfeng pondered, "What on earth is this creature?" He then began to inspect the details of the monster-esque corpse. Sun Eater Clan Sentinel Core, a page materialized before Chunfeng, detailing the crafting of ordinary-level peach tree fertilizer. Corpses of the Shaori Clan Sentinels. 11 elixirs. 713500. Imperial-level spirit crystals. 998800. Spirit liquid. 01 Chunfeng's expression immediately changed dramatically. What the hell? After toiling day in and day out for treasures, it turns out all of it was just waiting for me here. The elixirs given for accepting disciples, the imperial crystals obtained through fishing for treasures. This single batch of fertilizer will completely deplete my resources. He felt an overwhelming sense of being duped by the system. Gazing at the number next to the spirit liquid, he could only helplessly exclaim, "I'm just one drop short." Unfortunately, it had already been consumed. Then I shall wait for tomorrow. A night passed without incident. Upon returning to the peach orchard, a single drop of spirit liquid was quietly suspended above the spring. Crafting fertilizer. Cough, cough. Congratulations, host. You have obtained ordinary level peach tree fertilizer 1. Chunfeng promptly retrieved the fertilizer and approached the peach tree from the previous day, scattering the fertilizer around its base. He evenly distributed the ordinary level peach tree fertilizer, and soon, the soil absorbed the nutrients rapidly, causing the peach tree to seem rejuvenated, its branches and leaves trembling gently. Check information. The peach tree's panel appeared instantly. Ordinary level superior peach tree experience points. 51 description. Matures once every 9 years. When consumed by cultivators, it can extend life by 100 years and enhance potential. Chunfeng's heart leapt with joy upon seeing the experience points of the peach tree, which had surged by 50%. Suddenly he recalled, "Damn it, that was originally 2 corpses. What a loss. Otherwise, I could have witnessed the peach tree's upgrade." Following this incident, the name Shaori Clan was quietly etched in Chunfeng's mind. Chapter 55. I, your grandfather, have only ever supported myself against walls. On the Guizhou continent, in the central region, after 5 days of journeying on the Dao vessel, the 4 youngsters finally arrived at the Stream Valley with the members of Liuli's sect. The Stream Valley, true to its name, featured a crystal-clear stream winding through the verdant valley like a silver ribbon, but on either side of the valley, lush trees flourished, vibrant with greenery, while the occasional spirit birds frolicked among the treetops, their melodious calls echoing throughout the valley. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that added an air of mystery and vibrancy to this tranquil setting as the Dao vessel drew closer. The scenery within the valley became increasingly clear. The sound of flowing water gradually reached the ears of the onlookers, the gentle babble resembling a natural symphony, uplifting their spirits. The serene and harmonious landscape seemed utterly disconnected from the legendary imperial tomb. In juxtaposition to the picturesque scenery was a vast sea of people outside the valley point. One contingent belonged to the Qingyan sect, led by a figure at the 9th level of the Great Ascension. Another group, the 100 Flowers Sacred Sect, consisted entirely of female disciples, with their leader at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension. At this moment, Yi Ling'er of Liuli's sect stood atop the Dao vessel, introducing the various major powers present to the members of Wentian's sect. Observing the cultivation levels of the cultivators below, Lin Lin could not help but smirk. Is this all the so-called geniuses of the central region? Lin Lin glanced around, not spotting a single tribulation stage cultivator, which made her expectations of the central region's talents dwindle somewhat. The cultivation levels of these so-called geniuses in the central region are hardly superior to those of Dongwang. The Dao vessel sought a clear space and gently descended, with several individuals disembarking at the entrance to the valley. Yi Linger chuckled lightly. Sister Lin, you may not be aware, but entry into this stream valley is restricted. Only the top-tier geniuses are not permitted to participate. Curious, Lin inquired. Oh, what restrictions? The restriction is that only those below the tribulation stage can enter the stream valley. If a tribulation stage cultivator attempts to force their way in, their cultivation will be suppressed to the pinnacle of the Great Ascension. The top geniuses of the central region are likely already at the third tribulation stage or higher, due to the many uncertainties within the valley. The major sacred grounds do not permit their top geniuses to participate. Yi Linger paused before continuing. The talents here are mostly the second-tier disciples from the major sacred grounds. Upon hearing this, Lin finally nodded in agreement. This did align with her own expectations, as the cultivation conditions in the central region were indeed superior to those in other wastelands. That Davros' expression fell, disappointment evident as he lamented. I came out this time to witness the top talents of the central region, only to find they are merely second-tier. Yi Linger offered a faint smile. Although she knew Lin and her companions possessed formidable strength, she did not believe they could contend with the second-tier disciples of the sacred grounds. Fortunately, Davros' voice was not loud enough to attract the attention of those around them. Otherwise, it would certainly lead to trouble. At that moment, an enraged shout echoed from outside the valley. Seeking death, crack! A sharp sound rang out, and a figure was instantly sent flying. Numerous cultivators turned their gazes toward the scene. The figure landed, blood spewing from his mouth, his face a mask of terror as he pleaded repeatedly, "Please, don't kill me. It was unintentional. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Opposite him stood a group of young men and women, their extraordinary demeanor immediately evident. Particularly striking was the youth at the center, exuding an air of confidence, with his chin raised high, looking down upon others. Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd instinctively parted, leaving the scattered cultivator and the group of youths in the center. Given the multitude of cultivators present, minor skirmishes frequently occurred, and it was not uncommon for one or two to perish. However, when the onlookers caught sight of the attire worn by the youths, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Are they from the Eastern District of the Tianqing Merchants Association? That scattered cultivator is in for a rough time. Indeed, the head of the Eastern District is currently in an incredibly powerful position within the Tianqing Merchants Association, leading the disciples of the Eastern District to act with an air of superiority. Shh! Keep your voice down. Do you want to die and drag us down with you? The cultivators buzzed with hushed discussions. Yet all averted their gazes from the pleading, scattered cultivator, none daring to approach. Seeing this, the disciples of the Tianqing Merchants Association felt a surge of pride. The leading youth slowly approached the begging, scattered cultivator, a mocking smile on his face. Not intentional. Unless you're blind, I will only believe you if you admit you didn't mean to step on my foot. The scattered cultivator's expression turned desperate as he shuffled backward, continually begging, "Young master, I'm sorry. I am willing to compensate you. Please spare me." The youth's smile widened. "Ha ha. Compensation? Does the Tianqing Merchants Association lack your meager compensation?" As he spoke, he drew closer to the scattered cultivator, gathering spiritual energy in his hand. Seeing this, the scattered cultivator cried out in panic, "Young master, I am indeed blind. I truly did not mean to step on you." With that, he thrust 2 fingers in his own eyes. Puff, puff. The sound of his anguished cries reverberated throughout the surroundings. The scattered cultivator knelt on the ground, trembling all over as he held his severed eyeballs, weakly imploring, "Young master, I am blind. I beg for your mercy." Unexpectedly, upon witnessing this, the youth's expression darkened, and he continued to stride toward the scattered cultivator, his tone unnaturally calm. "All right, I forgive you. You may leave." Upon hearing this, the scattered cultivator's heart soared with joy, and he hurriedly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you for your mercy, young master. Thank you. I will repay you in my next life." Bang! Before the scattered cultivator could finish his sentence, the youth struck him down into a pulp. The force was so great that the ground itself caved in. My heavens! Did he really kill him? This scene ignited a fury within Lin Lin. Xia Luo and the others, the scattered cultivator had already gouged out his own eyes, yet the youth still chose to obliterate him. Moreover, it was merely a matter of stepping on a foot, with countless cultivators present. Minor accidents were inevitable. To resort to such extreme measures over a mere misstep was utterly excessive, such indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent. Lin Lin exclaimed indignantly. Daver spat, humph, clad in fine garments, yet with the heart of a beast. The youth from the Tianqing Merchant Association dusted off his hands, surveying the surroundings with an air of inquiry, as if challenging anyone to oppose him. As his gaze swept over the crowd, the cultivators lowered their heads, too intimidated to meet his eyes. Only Lin Lin, Xia Luo, Daver, and Li Fu stood tall, maintaining eye contact with him. The youth smirked, a crooked smile playing on his lips, and inquired, "You four, do you dare to defy me?" Daver immediately retorted, "What kind of dog are you? Do you think I would bow to you? I have only ever supported myself against walls." The moment those words left his mouth, the crowd erupted in astonishment. "Wow, brother, impressive, goodness!" Aside from the exclamations, many could only sigh in resignation. Ah, another reckless fool has emerged. Chapter 56. The Guardians appear. Yi Linger hurriedly tugged at Daver's sleeve, signaling him to remain silent. However, Daver continued, Linger, why are you pulling me? Why fear such a scoundrel? What harm could he possibly do?" The term scoundrel was heard loud and clear by everyone present. Why Yi Linger's vision darkened, nearly fainting from shock. "Daver, if you're not afraid of death, please don't drag me into your mess. I kindly warned you, and you went ahead and used my name. Are you trying to put me in danger?" The surrounding cultivators erupted into whispers, speculating about the identities of the four. That who are they to provoke the Tianqing Merchants Association? They're bold, but they seem to lack common sense. What a pity! It seems that those adorned in splendid attire must possess a formidable background. Perhaps a grand spectacle is on the verge of unfolding. Upon hearing Davo's words, the youth responded with laughter rather than anger. "Ha! What audacity!" He then, with a manic expression, commanded the other disciples of the Tianqing Merchant Association. His gaze towards Lin Lin and Yi Linger imbued with a hint of lasciviousness. "Eliminate them. Those two women are to be spared from me." As his words echoed, the disciples of the Tianqing Merchant Association swiftly drew their weapons, unleashing their spells upon the members of the Wentian sect and the Liuli sect. The assault from the Tianqing Merchant Association descended like a tempest, striking terror into the hearts of the Liuli sect disciples, who hastily employed defensive spells. Yet, before such overwhelming force, their defenses crumbled like mere paper, torn asunder in an instant. Witnessing the ferocity of the Tianqing Merchant Association's onslaught, the spirits of the Liuli sect's disciples plummeted. "It is over. My life is forfeit. Woe is me. In my next life, let me never cross paths with these wretches again. Who will rescue me?" Even Yi Linger had closed her eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Just as despair threatened to engulf them, a brilliant flash of sword light suddenly surged into the sky from the crowd. Lin Lin, wielding her long sword with grace, moved with agility, each swing accompanied by a fierce gust of sword energy. Bam! 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 In the blink of an eye, the attacks from the Tianqing Merchant Association were rendered ineffective. The disciples of the Liuli sect widened their eyes in astonishment, watching Lin Lin's fluid form, their fear slowly transforming into awe. Each flicker of her sword light showcased her formidable prowess. The assaults from the Tianqing Merchant Association crumbled before her, as if they were but straw dogs, dismantled one by one. Her long sword seemed to possess a spirit of its own, dancing in harmony with her intent, unleashing powerful waves of sword energy. The once hopeless hearts of the Liuli sect disciples reignited with the flames of hope. They gazed at Lin Lin, their eyes brimming with reverence. Fairy Lin, truly a celestial being descended to earth. Who dares claim that women are inferior to men? Hooray, hooray! Fairy Lin, I want you to bear my children. So magnificent. The surrounding cultivators were equally shocked by Lin Lin's prowess, engaging in fervent discussions about this seemingly delicate yet immensely powerful woman. This girl possesses the bearing of an emperor, with merely a cultivation of the seventh stage of the Great Ascension. She can contend with those of a ninth stage. Quite impressive. Whose prodigy is this? The youth of the Tianqing Merchant Association's eyes sparkled with renewed fervor as he gazed at Lin Lin. You lot go after the others. This little lass is mine to deal with. In a flash, the youth moved like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, charging directly at Lin Lin, grasping a heavy blade. Each swing was accompanied by the sound of slicing air, as if it could rend the very atmosphere. Lin Lin advanced rather than retreated, her form as ethereal as drifting willow fluff, her long sword transforming into streaks of cold light, clashing with the youth's heavy blade, producing a symphony of clashing metal. The air around them seemed to tear apart, creating visible ripples. Observing this, the disciples of the Tianqing Merchant Association also launched their assaults against the other members of the Liuli sect. Unbeknownst to them, Davo, Xia Luo, and Li Fu had long been poised for action. With a thunderous shout, Davo's aura surged, and with a single stroke of his sword, he sent a disciple of the Tianqing Merchant Association flying. Xia Luo, elusive as a specter, weaved through the crowd, each strike precise, leaving the afflicted glowing faintly with a myriad of colors before collapsing into an endless slumber. Meanwhile, Li Fu, holding a tome, intoned a powerful incantation. The Milky Way descends from the heavens. A torrent of water cascaded down, instantly engulfing several disciples of the Tianqing Merchant Association. One slain every 10 paces. Soon, a phantasmal figure emerged from the water, shifting positions continuously, with each manifestation resulting in a disciple of the Tianqing Merchant Association falling into the depths. Before long, none remained capable of fighting on behalf of the Tianqing Merchant Association. The counterattack by Davo and his companions left the onlookers in stunned silence. Who were these individuals? How could they so effortlessly vanquish the disciples of the Tianqing Merchant Association? Their spells and martial techniques were extraordinary, surely derived from some formidable faction. The Tianqing Merchant Association had kicked a stone and injured their foot this time, provoking such a formidable foe. Their future would undoubtedly be bleak. You underestimate the Tianqing Merchant Association far too much. Their influence spans the entirety of the Orange Continent. As the cultivators engaged in discourse, the battle on the other side was drawing to a close. Lin Lin, sword in hand, moved with an enchanting grace, the tip of her blade radiating dazzling light. Although the youth was valiant, he gradually found himself outmatched by Lin Lin. His heavy blade appeared clumsy against her agile swordplay. With each clash, he sensed a powerful force reverberating through his arms. A flicker of determination crossed the youth's eyes as he resolved to unleash his ultimate technique, to settle the contest with a single blow. Drawing a deep breath, he concentrated all his strength into the heavy blade. Then with a fierce roar, he swung the blade with a sound that split the air, aiming a devastating strike at Lin Lin. However, Lin Lin seemed to have anticipated this, her form flashing aside to evade the deadly blow. She then swung her long sword, unleashing a fierce wave of sword energy that sliced through the air, targeting the youth's throat. As the youth's momentum from his swing had not yet dissipated, he could only watch helplessly as the sword energy bore down upon him. Just as the sword energy was about to descend, a figure appeared before the youth, seizing his collar and pulling him back. Bang! The sword energy missed, carving a deep gash into the earth. As if attempting to cleave the ground in two, the crowd looked up to see an elderly figure with hair as white as snow, suspended in the air, garbed in a flowing azure robe, radiating a powerful aura, unmistakably a true lord. Instantly, someone gasped, a protector from the second tier. The elder gazed at Lin Lin with a grim expression, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. You, a junior, dare to harm members of the Tianqing Merchant Association? Truly audacious. His words were icy and authoritative, seemingly imbued with an irresistible force. With that, he moved towards Lin Lin. The sky darkened ominously. A colossal foot loomed above, descending rapidly from the heavens. Witnessing this, the 4 young disciples of the Wentian sect hastily summoned their strongest techniques, prepared to withstand the true Lord strike. Chapter 57. Matters of the Young, resolved by the young. A true Lord strike could devastate the world. Even 4 who had transcended calamities would meet with utter annihilation. How could Lin Lin and her companions of the Great Ascension stage hope to withstand it? The might of a true lord's blow was like a thunderous clap, carrying with it destructive power. The sky darkened, clouds roiling, lightning flashing. The ground trembled, as if it were about to collapse. The surrounding air seemed to be siphoned away, creating a void that rendered one breathless. Although Lin Lin and her companions had fortified their defenses, they appeared utterly powerless against the true Lord's onslaught. Their defenses crumbled like mere paper beneath the force of the true Lord's attack. Boom! The massive foot crashed down, kicking up a cloud of dust, while countless cultivators sighed inwardly. Alas, such promising talents wasted that a tree that stands out will be uprooted by the wind. In their youth, they must learn to endure. Disciple, have you taken note? Yes, Master, I shall remember. Let us depart. This is the consequence of provoking the Tianxing Merchant Association. Wait a moment. That is, as the dust began to settle, for figures stood bewildered, exchanging confused glances. Clearly, Lin Lin and her companions were just as puzzled by the situation, wondering why they remained unscathed beneath the full force of a true lord's attack. The cultivators were instantly struck with trepidation. And no, nothing happened. What the heck? So impressive, to withstand a true lord's attack without a scratch. Could it be that these four also have protectors? The true lord of the Tianxing Merchant Association immediately expanded his spiritual sense, probing for any presence of other true lords nearby. However, his search proved futile. He found no trace of any other powerful beings. Just as he was engulfed in doubt, a voice reached his ears. No need to search. I am right here. The true lord of the Tianxing Merchant Association spun around abruptly, only to discover a middle-aged man standing directly behind him. So powerful, the true lord's expression shifted with a hint of fear. Retreating in haste, his heart pounding. When did this person appear behind me? If he were to attack, I might have already met my end. Wait, why is my vitality rapidly depleting? He quickly began to channel his spiritual energy, hoping to stem the loss of his life force. But despair flooded him as he realized his efforts were in vain. Ji Baichong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, smiling as he said, "Do not worry. I have a task for you, so you won't die just yet. Matters of a younger generation should be left to them to resolve. That go back and inform your master that if he seeks vengeance, he should send his most formidable youth. Of course, should you delay on your journey, I cannot guarantee you will survive to see your master." Hearing this, the true lord's expression darkened, judging by the speed of his vitality's depletion. It was clear that the words of the man before him held truth. After Ji Baichong finished speaking, he paid no further heed to the true lord, swiftly appearing beside Lin Lin and her companions. Looking at them with a nod of approval, "Your courage is commendable. You dare to confront a true lord. However, there are times when one should not overreach. Thankfully, the sect leader had foreseen this, allowing me to come and safeguard you. All right, go forth with confidence and boldness, for you have the support of the sect." Instantly, warmth enveloped the hearts of Lin Lin and her companions, who resolutely replied, "Yes, Elder Ji." They then directed their gaze towards the young man of the Tianxing Merchant Association. The lad stood frozen in place, rendered bewildered by the swift departure of the guardian true monarch. As Lin Lin and her companions approached, his fear of death swelled immeasurably within him. You cannot kill me. I'm the son of the Grand Elder of the Tianxing Merchant Association. My brother is about to marry the daughter of the association's president. If you kill me, the Tianxing Merchant Association will not let you go." Yet his desperate pleas did little to halt their steady advance. Panic overtook him as he realized, for the first time, how terrifying the threat of death could be. I beg you, please do not kill me. My father possesses many spirit crystals. I can offer you compensation. I am sorry. Xiaola's gaze was icy, her expression impassive as she spoke. Did you ever consider the feelings of that rogue cultivator when you killed him? When you told him he could leave, do you know how happy he was? He prostrated himself in gratitude only to be struck down by your hand. From the very beginning, you treated his life as a mere game. Did you not? Is a human life but a trivial matter in your eyes? Xiaola then turned to Lin Lin beside her. "Sister, how shall we deal with this person?" Lin Lin nodded in agreement. "It is permissible." Her eyes then shifted towards Dao and Li Fu. "And oh problem." In that instant, Shalaw's spiritual power erupted violently, exuding boundless energy. A colossal vortex of spiritual energy formed around her. Great dream, immortal technique. As her words fell, countless strands of spiritual energy began to compress rapidly. Soon, the massive vortex had shrunk to the size of a fingernail. Following this, Shalawa bit her fingertip, allowing a drop of her essence blood to flow forth. Merging with the minuscule vortex of energy in no time, the spiritual energy radiated waves of colorful brilliance. Though slightly weakened by the loss of her essence blood, Shalawa spoke slowly. I shall not kill you, but you will experience the sensation of dying countless times. Go. The vibrant energy surged into the young man's mind. He stood there, dazed, his expression becoming vacant, his eyes hollow and lifeless. Suddenly, his body convulsed violently, as if stimulated by an unseen force. Terror etched across his face. And oh, do not kill me, he cried out, but the surroundings were empty, echoing only his voice. In the next moment, the scenes in his mind shifted, and he found himself in a desolate wilderness. A rogue cultivator wielding a long sword charged at him, a ferocious expression on his face. Die! The rogue roared, swinging his sword with lethal intent towards the boy. Attempting to evade, the boy found his body paralyzed. Unable to move, helplessly watching as the sword energy pierced through him. Oh not! Kill me! The scenes continued to shift, each death more vivid than the last. Time passed, and the boy could no longer endure it. The onlookers beheld as he suddenly raised his hand and struck his own head. Crack! His skull shattered, staining the ground beneath him with a grotesque mix of red and white. Meanwhile, in the Chanyu Merchant Association in the eastern region of the Central Domain, a middle-aged man suddenly felt as if his heart were being torn asunder. That moment, a figure rushed into the hall. Grand Elder, Young Master, the soul tablet is shattered. Shortly thereafter, the young man's guardian true monarch emerged weakly from a spatial rift, bloodstains marring his face. Grand Elder, I am incompetent. He then recounted the events as described by Ji Baichong. Once finished, his body began to disintegrate, ultimately transforming into a pool of blood. The middle-aged man was left in utter despair, sitting in silence, his mind a blank void, speechless. Beside him a young man, his eyes bloodshot with urgency, exclaimed, Father, I shall avenge my brother. Did he not say that the younger generation should resolve their own matters? I will eliminate that group of scoundrels, honoring my brother's spirit in the afterlife. With that, he dashed out of the hall, leaving a trail of crackling electricity in his wake. Chapter 58. The Opening of the Imperial Tomb. Treasures of the Great Emperor. The news of the young master of the Tianqing Merchant Association committing suicide outside the Stream Valley spread rapidly, leaving cultivators in shock. Meanwhile, the four unknown prodigies became increasingly legendary with each retelling. Have you heard? The first-tier saint of the Tianqing Merchant Association, Su Chong, is heading to the Stream Valley. Huh. What for? Hasn't he reached the fifth tribulation of the crossing? It would be better if he didn't go at all. I heard that his brother was killed outside the Stream Valley. Yes, I heard that too. It was by four divine sons. Just a glance from them sent the young master into madness, and he immediately dug out his own heart and consumed it. What absurdity! Who would believe that? 2 days later, outside the Stream Valley, the entrance of the valley, the previously tranquil and serene space suddenly rippled, as if the water surface were being gently caressed by a breeze. Causing waves to ripple across. Simultaneously, the ground began to tremble subtly, as if some colossal entity were awakening, releasing a powerful wave of energy. As time passed, the ripples and tremors grew more pronounced, and the entrance of the valley underwent remarkable changes. A hazy archway slowly materialized, exuding a faint glow. Above the arch, 2 large characters shone brilliantly. Stream flow, their strokes imbued with an aura of antiquity and solemnity. The appearance of this scene immediately elicited exclamations of astonishment from the gathered cultivators. The Imperial Tomb has been opened. One cultivator could not contain his excitement, his voice filled with anticipation. This cry seemed to shatter a certain restraint, igniting the once quiet cultivators into a frenzy. In an instant, thousands of cultivators surged towards the archway, their figures darting through the light like a swarm of frenzied bees. Their faces were etched with desire and determination for the legendary inheritance of the Stream Emperor. They were willing to pay any price. As the cultivators flooded in, the ripples and tremors of the entrance intensified, as if welcoming an unprecedented feast. And there, the archway stood in quiet majesty, awaiting those daring enough to challenge the unknown in pursuit of ultimate power. Lin and her companions exchanged glances with the members of the Lioli sect, nodding in agreement before heading directly towards the archway. They had previously agreed that the Lioli sect would only explore the periphery of the Imperial Tomb, while Lin and her companions would delve deeper into the unknown. Crossing through the hazy archway, Lin and her companions felt as though they had entered another realm. Before them lay a scene of desolation and decay. The ground was riddled with cracks, bearing the scars of countless ages. The surrounding rocks appeared battered, as if eroded by time, losing their former hardness and sharpness. Yet amidst this bleakness, a sliver of vitality quietly blossomed. At the far end of their vision, a delineation of gray and green emerged. Beyond this line lay a lush expanse of grass, where a few wildflowers defiantly bloomed. Standing there, Lin and her companions experienced a surge of inexplicable exhilaration as they absorbed the intermingling essence of decay and life. "Sister, let us go over there," Dao said, filled with curiosity as he pointed towards the verdant scene, noticing some cultivators already venturing deeper. Lin, meanwhile, was carefully observing her surroundings and noted that most cultivators had halted, as if waiting for something. Only a few dared to press further. Thus, she advised her companions, "There is no rush. Let us wait a moment." Yi Linger quickly reminded them. Indeed, as the older generation of cultivators say, the first thing upon entering the valley is to wait patiently. Though this desolate land seems devoid of life, it is actually the safest place within the entire Imperial Tomb. Here, each entering cultivator will receive an item akin to a pass, which can protect them from malevolent spirits. Upon hearing the term malevolent spirits, Dao was momentarily taken aback. "Are there such things here?" Yi Linger shook her head slightly. "I do not know. I have merely heard rumors." Before long, a faint glow emerged from a crumbling peak. Countless beams of light shot forth from the summit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A multitude of glowing figures surged towards the cultivators in the desolate land. 1, 2, 3, 4, 15, 16, 17. Li Fu frowned in confusion. "This is strange. There are 4 of us, plus 13 from the Lioli sect, making 17 in total. Why are so many beams flying towards us?" Dao quickly glanced in the direction from which the beams approached. "Wait, over 50 beams? Did they not say it would be 1 per person? What is going on?" In an instant, the glowing figures descended into the hands of the people. Lin stared at the items in her grasp, momentarily a loss for words. "What is this? A bra, shorts, black stockings, a short skirt, high heels." However, each item radiated a profound aura of imperial majesty. Lin pinched a pair of black stockings between her fingers. Bewildered, "What is this item? Can it be worn?" Meanwhile, the belongings of the other 3 individuals were rather ordinary. Brushes, ink, paper, and various musical instruments, alongside jade pendants and the like. An idea suddenly struck Davo as he approached Lin. "Senior sister, I have figured out the purpose of this item." "You have?" Lin replied, her confusion deepening. "Look, allow me to demonstrate." With that, Davo immediately donned the black silk over his head and turned to the crowd, exclaiming, "Do you see? This item can conceal one's face, rendering it unrecognizable. Though it is somewhat tight on the face. Indeed, the treasures from a powerful emperor were astonishing." The onlookers were left baffled. "Sister Linger, how many items does each of you possess?" Li Fu inquired of Yilinga. "We each have only one." Li Fu stroked his chin, muttering to himself, "That is strange. Why do the 4 of us each possess 10 items?" Though his voice was barely audible. A keen listener caught his words. Not far away, the leader of a nearby group felt a stir of intrigue. They each possess 10 emperor items. My grandfather once said that those with a greater number of emperor items have a higher chance of obtaining the emperor's legacy. He hurriedly gathered his companions, commanding, "You all, come here. Soon, we shall." The members of the group promptly dispersed. Outside the stream valley, "Saint Sun, you have finally arrived." That group has already entered, after half a day since the Imperial Tomb opened. Su Chong finally arrived. He was not yet at the true monarch stage. He could only rely on flight, unable to utilize spatial teleportation. Hence he could not locate Lin Lin and the others. What difference does it make to enter? Once I enter the Imperial Tomb, I shall slay that ragtag bunch. A companion hastily interjected. No, Saint's son, if you force your way in, your cultivation will be suppressed to the peak of the Great Ascension stage. It will be wiser to wait here for a few days. Silence. My brother's remains are still warm. How could I wait so long? Furthermore, even if I am at the peak of Great Ascension, ordinary tribulation cultivators are no match for me, let alone these ants who have yet to reach the peak of Great Ascension. With that, he dashed toward the archway. Chapter 59. It's not clean. The cultivators, having acquired the Emperor items, proceeded deeper into the tomb. This moment, the four little ones had already arrived at a patch of grassland alongside the members of the Liuli sect. Yilinger grasped Lin Lin's hand and said, Sister Lin Lin, we shall not venture deeper. You all go ahead. We will remain here to search for some medicinal herbs. Lin Lin gently nodded, advising Linger, do be cautious. Rest assured, sister, after bidding farewell. Lin Lin and her three companions continued onward. However, unbeknownst to them, the number of cultivators around began to increase. Li Fu sensed something amiss and spoke up. Is there some treasure here? Why are so many people gathering around? Upon hearing the word treasure, Davo's interest piqued, and he began to glance around eagerly. Treasure? Where is it? Shall we wait here for a while? Before anyone could ponder further, they found themselves encircled by the surrounding cultivators. Observing the greedy gazes of those around them, Davo's heart began to race. He couldn't help but smirk. Why do I feel as if we ourselves are the treasure? Finally, after gathering thousands of cultivators, someone shouted. Each of them possesses 10 Emperor items. The more items one has, the easier it is to obtain the Emperor's legacy. Seize them. Ha! The Emperor's legacy. Here I come. Charge. Grab the Emperor items. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of thunderous roars echoed, and a myriad of spells enveloped Lin Lin and her companions. Their minds were instantly thrown into chaos as they stared in bewilderment at the cultivators, who resembled ravenous wolves, charging towards them. The four little ones gasped. Who am I? Where am I? Why are so many people coming after me? Lin Lin and the others widened their eyes, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events, only feeling a surge of powerful auras approaching them. Run! Davo was the first to react, shouting loudly, and only then did the other three snap back to reality, immediately fleeing. Despite their strength, against the sheer number of thousands of Great Ascension cultivators, their only option was to escape. Yet, the cultivators were no slouches. In the blink of an eye, they were hot on their heels. The brilliance of spells flickered above them, and the roars of battle rang out continuously. The four could only desperately dodge while sprinting forward. As Davo ran, he glanced back and saw the pursuing crowd like a tide, shouting, Why are they all coming after us? When did we become the treasure? However, in this life-and-death moment, no one had the time to answer his question. They could only exert every ounce of strength to run forward, hoping to evade this sudden calamity. The scene of four individuals sprinting, with thousands in pursuit, caused quite a stir within the Imperial Tomb. What happened to those four? Why are so many people chasing them? Chasing. It looks more like a race to me. How amusing. Racing in the Imperial Tomb. You must be joking. It's no race. Did you not see the crowd coming at them with spells ready? Unable to contain their curiosity, someone on the ground called out loudly, Hey, fellow cultivators, what are you chasing after? A voice from above responded, Those four possess 40 Emperor items. What the hell? Damn it. You four ought to die. Charge. In an instant, dozens more cultivators joined the fray. The four little ones, feeling helpless, watched as the pursuing crowd grew larger, along with an endless barrage of spells, and could only keep fleeing as they desperately sought a way to escape. Xia Luo spoke, They are all after the Emperor items we possess. Perhaps we should just throw them away, letting them fight amongst themselves. After pondering for a moment, Lin Lin and Li Fu slowly nodded in agreement. It seems we have no other choice. Only Davo, at that moment, was scanning his surroundings, searching for an escape route. He had not forgotten the art of fleeing. More than a decade of evasion had engraved the instinct of survival deep within him. Throw them away? Not a chance. Once something is in my possession, it shall not be taken away. Have you forgotten? I am an expert at fleeing, Lin Lin, with a hint of exasperation, asked. Then what do you propose we do in this situation? A sly grin spread across Davo's face as he pointed toward a distant group of colorful yaks, saying, Do you see those great ascension yaks over there? The three turned to follow Davo's finger. What are those yaks doing? It seems they are breeding calves. Lin Lin's face flushed as she gritted her teeth. You three rascals. Before Lin Lin could unleash her frustration, Davo had already taken off toward the colorful yaks, exclaiming, Let's head that way. The other three, unsure of Davo's intentions, could only follow him straight toward the herd. The cultivators behind them, seeing the change in direction, hurriedly followed suit. Sorry, little yaks, Davo shouted, then activated a skill to draw aggro. In an instant, the yaks ceased their actions, turning their indescribable gazes toward the thousands of cultivators behind the four. Moo! 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 In a heartbeat, the herd erupted like a barrel of gunpowder, charging toward the cultivators. Thousands of colorful yaks lifted their heads, their crimson eyes glimmering with primal desire, lowing and trembling, as if ready to unleash all their pent-up longing on the cultivators behind them. The ground trembled beneath their hooves, and the air filled with dust and grass. What is happening? Are the yaks charging at us? Their gazes seem off. The cultivators were thrown into disarray by this sudden turn of events, some summoning treasures in a desperate attempt to defend themselves, while others turned tail and fled. However, the speed of the colorful yaks far exceeded their expectations, and in the blink of an eye, they were upon the crowd of cultivators. Moo! Don't come any closer. I want my mommy. It's over. I'm not clean anymore. I've been mounted by a yak. The four little ones sprinted for dozens of miles before finally halting, unable to resist glancing back at the cacophony of screams. Yet, all they saw was the wild scene of the yaks making their final charge. Following this incident, the vast majority of cultivators within the Imperial Tomb developed an enduring psychological trauma regarding the four little ones. Only Su Chong from the Tianqing Merchant Guild began searching for the four's whereabouts after entering the tomb. That day, a man clad in the attire of the Tianqing Merchant Guild approached Su Chong respectfully, saying, Saint's son, I've heard that the four have been spotted near the Stream Shrine. The Stream Shrine? Gather them in. We must depart swiftly. Yes, Saint's son, Chapter 60. Emperor Chicken, deep within the Imperial Tomb lies a majestic stream temple. Suspended silently in the air, the temple's exterior appears to be composed of countless transparent droplets, through which sunlight penetrates, refracting a kaleidoscope of colors. Surrounding the temple, mists swirl, creating an ethereal realm reminiscent of a mystical water domain. Countless cultivators gather beneath the temple, gesturing towards the edifice in the sky. Among them are Lin Lin and her companions, gazing up at the grand structure with expressions of disbelief. Numerous cultivators are attempting to ascend directly. Yet the space here seems to be under some form of restriction. Any attempt to approach the temple results in a swift descent to the ground. Lin Lin, in contemplation, slowly remarks, This temple must be where the legacy of the great emperor resides. But how can we ascend? Li Fu, suddenly inspired, retrieves the emperor's artifacts from his ring. Perhaps these artifacts hold the key. Indeed, as the items are produced, 40 beams of light surge skyward. Immediately, despite the clear blue sky, countless raindrops begin to fall. The sound of cascading water fills the air. This sudden turn of events captures the attention of other practitioners. Look over there. Is it raining? Could it be that someone has discovered the way into the temple? Is that a rain ladder? Unbelievable. The temple is open. The legacy of the great emperor has appeared. Charge. As the rain continues to fall, a staircase formed of raindrops slowly materializes from the sky, extending from the temple plaza above down to the feet of Lin Lin and her companions. Before the four can react, they are jostled aside by the throng of cultivators clamoring to ascend the rain ladder. Daver, in disbelief, watches the practitioners climb the ladder and mutters, Is it really that simple? No sooner had he spoken than the cultivators on the rain ladder suddenly writhe in agony. On my face, what is happening? This rain is problematic. Retreat, retreat. Get the hell out of my way. I need to get down. Chaos ensues on the rain ladder. with those below striving to ascend while those above seek to descend. With the spatial restrictions on flight, cultivators tumble from the rain ladder. The cacophony of noise and cries fills the air. Before long, no one remains on the rain ladder. Those drenched by the rain find their skin peeling away, revealing raw, crimson flesh. This flesh continues to shed until they ultimately dissolve into pools of blood. What is going on? Li Fu, witnessing the horrific scene, feels a chill run down his spine. However, after a moment of contemplation, he declares resolutely, "I want to give it a try." "What? Junior brother, you mustn't." "Indeed, junior brother. Those cultivators have proven that this method is futile. In my view, the legacy of the great emperor is merely a figment of imagination. With so many lives lost, we should find someone to claim that worthless legacy." Yet Li Fu disregards the warnings of Lin Lin and the others, striding towards the rain ladder with determination. "Sai, let us go. Together, if we are to perish, let us perish together. I am in." With that, the three companions hastily catch up to Li Fu, collectively stepping onto the rain ladder. Thud, thud, thud. The raindrops strike their bodies, soaking their garments instantly. The four ascend 3 steps without incident. Encouraged, they press on until the 20th step, when Li Fu's Emperor Jade pendant quietly shatters. And the other 3 also find their Emperor artifacts breaking apart. Li Fu's heart stirs, and he continues on to the 21st step. After a brief moment of anxiety, they find themselves unharmed. Relieved, the 4 breathe a sigh of relief. Those cultivators who had ascended to the 20th step have all been reduced to blood. Yet Lin Lin's group has reached the 21st step without experiencing any ill effects. Thus, they abandon further thought and surge upward. The 40th step, crack, another artifact shatters. Before long, the 4 have reached the 100th step, leaving each with only 5 Emperor artifacts remaining. Below the temple, thousands of cultivators erupt in chaos. Did those 4 ascend to the temple? The legacy of the great emperor, urgent messages to families. The legacy of the great emperor has been seized. Oh dear, where is the holy sun? Those 4 have already entered the temple, stepping into the temple plaza. They behold towering stone pillars, each seemingly imbued with boundless water energy. In the center of the plaza, a clear spring flows gently, its sound crisp and melodious. Lotus flowers bloom upon the water's surface, their petals quivering as if whispering secrets of millennia past. The air is saturated with moist vapor, carrying a refreshing coolness that invigorates the spirit. The walls surrounding them are adorned with carvings of various water deities, each exuding either benevolence or majesty, as if guarding this enigmatic aquatic realm. Yet at the edge of the plaza, a particularly stout stone pillar emanates a faint aura of fire. This pillar seems utterly out of place amidst the water-themed ambience. Upon it, a lifelike hen is intricately carved, frozen in the act of grasping a worm in its beak. The entire temple breathes the essence of water, yet this singular pillar radiates the essence of fire. Why is there a chicken carved upon this stone pillar? Is it connected to the legacy of the great emperor? I must investigate further. As the 4 discuss, the pillar suddenly bursts into flames. Whoa! This spectacle causes them to instinctively recoil. Is it on fire? Soon after, the pillar crumbles under the flames, revealing a hen stepping forth amidst the blaze. Humans, upon seeing this emperor, why do you not hastily pay your respects? A somewhat shrill voice emanates from the hen's beak. The 4 exclaim in unison, "Great Emperor Hen?" Without hesitation, they bow respectfully, saying, "We pay our respects to the elder hen." The hen's gaze shifts, and it languidly states, "Now, that is more like it. Which of you 4 wishes to inherit this emperor's legacy?" The 4 exchange glances, then respond in unison, "We beg your pardon, elder hen, but we do not wish to." The hen is momentarily taken aback, then anxiously exclaims, "Do not wish to? That is the legacy of the great emperor, something for which countless cultivators have fought tooth and nail. Do you not know what the legacy of the great emperor entails? The great emperor, the mightiest in the realm. With a mere gesture, he cleaves the stars. Oh, I am truly perplexed. How did you simpletons manage to come up here?" The hen continues to critique, but Lin Lin and her companions communicate silently amongst themselves. Could it be that the legacy of the great emperor is too easily attainable for us? Indeed. Yet this hen, elder, seems rather peculiar. Could be a false front for the great emperor? Let us test its authenticity. Seizing the opportunity while the hen speaks, Lin Lin quickly interjects. Elder hen, please do not say any more. We are willing to accept the legacy of the great emperor. Upon hearing their agreement, the hen immediately bursts with excitement. Splendid, splendid. In that case, I shall bestow upon you a chance. Chapter 61. The Stream Emperor is not dead. This is not the imperial tomb. The hen spreads its wings, gesturing toward the top of the pillared Oh, you see that glazed bowl atop. The legacy of the great emperor lies within. Simply shatter it to obtain the legacy. Daver leaps into the air, grasping the small bowl in his hands, asking, Is this the bowl you were referring to, Elder? The hen, brimming with enthusiasm, trembles with excitement. Indeed. That is it. Quickly, shatter it. Yet Daver hesitates, the gazes of the four fixed upon the hen. What are you waiting for? Shatter it. The four remain motionless. I said shatter it. Hurry up. The hen, exasperated, scolds them. You foolish children. Lin Lin takes the bowl from Daver, approaching the hen. Elder, your eagerness for us to break this bowl suggests it may not be so simple. At Lin Lin's words, the hen instantly resumes its lofty demeanor, feigning profundity. Whether you break it or not is entirely up to you. I could not care less that it is not I who desires this legacy. With that, it casts a sidelong glance at the four. Lin Lin says no more, returning the bowl to Daver, casually stating, Junior brother, place it back. Let's explore the temple. All right. You watch closely. With that, he leaps back to the top of the pillar, setting the bowl back in place. However, as Daver descends, he inadvertently pushes against the pillar, causing it to wobble. The small bowl tumbles off the pillar. Crack. The sharp sound resonates throughout the plaza. The hen's body ignites in flames. Amidst the conflagration, a woman's voice echoes. Ha ha ha! At last, this emperor is finally liberated. Stream, I shall no longer endure your indignities. I will ascend to the heavens and ensure your utter annihilation. Time passes slowly. Yet the hen does not experience the familiar sensation. Suddenly, the hen gazes at its own body, utterly bewildered. Where is my corporeal form? What the hell? Where's my body? It swiftly directs its furious gaze towards Lin Lin and her companions. You younglings. Have you stolen my body? The four little ones were still reeling from the shock of not having transformed from chicks into phoenixes when they beheld the ethereal form of a phoenix advancing toward them step by step. Samadhi, true fire, go! The little phoenix opened its mouth, poised to attack the four. Lin Lin hastily explained, Predecessor, it's not us. We truly did not steal your physical form. Indeed, indeed. We have no idea where your physical body is. How could we have stolen it? Just as the four were in a state of anxiousness, a long, drawn-out hiccup suddenly shattered the tense atmosphere. Go. Hick. Go, 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 go. Hick, 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 hick. This scene left the four little ones utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Why are you merely firing blanks? Eventually, the little phoenix, exhausted, settled down on the plaza platform, weeping and lamenting, Woe is me. It must be that Stream Emperor who stole my physical body. Its thoughts raced. This is dire. Without my physical form, my soul will soon dissipate. I might as well not allow them to shatter the small bowl. What to do? Listening to the little phoenix's words, Lin Lin and the others were filled with confusion. That isn't this supposed to be the Emperor's tomb? Shouldn't the Stream Emperor be dead? Why does this little phoenix claim that the Stream stole her physical body? Li Fu tentatively inquired, Predecessor, are you saying that the Stream Emperor is not dead? The little phoenix replied fiercely, Of course he is not dead. A calamity that has lasted for a millennium. So it is. Although the others had already suspected that the Stream Emperor was alive, the little phoenix's explicit admission still left them greatly astonished. This meant that this place was not the Emperor's tomb, as commonly believed. However, since the Stream Emperor was not dead, why was there no other emperor present in the Juzhou continent besides their own when Yangon? Upon returning to the sect, I must inquire with my master. Observing the four before her, the little phoenix suddenly had an idea. Thus, she arrogantly declared to the four, You four, go fetch me a bird. Once I restore my cultivation, I shall reward you handsomely. As they beheld the little phoenix's haughty demeanor, the four exchanged knowing glances. Davo, with a sycophantic expression, grinned. Might I inquire what you mean by a handsome reward? Seeing Davo's demeanor, the little phoenix became even more elated, responding with a laugh. I shall reward you with an emperor-level spiritual artifact. Lin Lin immediately drew the Yuan Hong sword, asking, Is this what you mean, predecessor? The little phoenix, taken aback, exclaimed, There really are emperor-level artifacts. She quickly continued, All right, then I shall also reward you with emperor-level techniques. Subsequently, Xiao Luo activated his dream immortal technique, calmly stating, Predecessor, I have one, and it's a mortal grade. The little phoenix gasped, A mortal grade? Impressive. Then she declared, I shall reward you with phoenix blood, granting you the phoenix attribute. The little phoenix, feeling a surge of determination, thought to herself, How could I, a dignified Phoenix clan emperor, be outmaneuvered by these little rascals? Before she could revel in her own pride, the four simultaneously unleashed their physical powers. In unison, they exclaimed, Predecessor, is this what you mean by physical prowess? The little phoenix stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld four distinct auras of celestial bodies swirling around the four. A tempest of astonishment surged within her heart. She could scarcely believe her eyes. Four celestial bodies. How could this be possible? She murmured to herself, her voice laced with incredulity. In a world teeming with millions of cultivators, it was rare to encounter even one activated celestial body. Yet here she was, witnessing four at once. Was this still within the bounds of the 10 Earths? Could it be that the stream had transported her to the 9 heavens? Even the 9 heavens. The density of celestial bodies could not be so high. The little phoenix pondered what manner of forces lay behind these individuals. Soon enough, the little phoenix underwent a dramatic change in demeanor. Hey, dear friends, I beseech you to assist me. Help me find a bird, or else this remnant of my soul shall dissipate. The four, witnessing the little phoenix's sudden shift in attitude, felt a surge of satisfaction. See, our master has taught us well. Even a phoenix must bow to us? Very well, predecessor. Please wait, we shall go at once. Chapter 62, Suchan Death? Once again pursued, beneath the stream divine temple. The news of the four entering the divine temple had spread to every corner. Countless cultivators gathered below the temple, eagerly awaiting the moment the four would emerge with the emperor's legacy, ready to kill and seize the treasures. Among them, one individual stood out, his gaze filled with hatred. Su Chong had arrived too late. By the time he reached the temple, the four had already ascended, leaving him to wait below. Before long, a radiant aura enveloped the four as they flew out of the temple, descending toward the ground. The cultivators instantly turned their gazes skyward. They have emerged. The emperor's legacy. Lin Lin and the others gradually touched down, the aura dissipating. The surrounding air felt as if it had thickened. The breaths of countless cultivators growing heavy, their greedy eyes fixated on the fort. Just then, a voice filled with hatred shattered the silence. I, Su Chong, demand their lives. Su Chong flashed forward, appearing before the four. His eyes glinting with cold light, his drawn sword aimed directly at them. After I slay them, you can retrieve the emperor's legacy for yourselves. The surrounding cultivators retreated, clearing a space. They understood that Su Chong was a ruthless individual. Anyone who dared to oppose him would meet a grim fate. Moreover, these four were no ordinary cultivators. Even if Su Chong could not kill them, he could at least drain some of their spiritual power. Wouldn't that be a lucrative opportunity? However, despite Su Chang's intimidation, Lin Lin and the others showed no signs of fear, standing resolutely side by side, their eyes devoid of any intention to retreat. As Su Chang's gaze sharpened, and in an instant he vanished from sight, leaving only an afterimage. The next moment, he reappeared above the four, his sword swinging down with a thunderous shout. 10 sword technique. A sharp blade of light descended swiftly, tearing through the air as if it were being ripped apart. The four, witnessing this, couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. Underestimated? He wishes to take on four. We shall oblige. Li Fu formed hand seals, muttering incantations under his breath. Instantly, a powerful wave of spiritual energy surged from him, forming a protective barrier around the four. Bang. The blade of light struck the barrier with a resounding crash, reverberating through the ears of the surrounding cultivators. Though the barrier shook, it held firm that a flicker of surprise crossed Su Chang's eyes. He hadn't expected his strike to be deflected. Seeing that his first attack had failed, Su Chang pivoted in the air and swung his sword down once more. This time, he unleashed 90% of his spiritual power, vowing to eliminate the four on this occasion. Break from me. Another, even sharper blade of light descended, causing the barrier to tremble violently, as if it could shatter at any moment. At that moment, Lin Lin and the others finally sprang into action. Lin Lin, sword in hand, transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging towards Su Chang with a blade aimed at his throat. Xia Luo sat cross-legged, hands forming seals, murmuring incantations as a mysterious force surged from him, enveloping Su Chang. Davo let out a furious roar, his battle spirit igniting, sword raised high as he lunged at Su Chang. Su Chang suddenly felt as if he had sunk into quicksand. His consciousness became hazy, and as he beheld Lin Lin and Davo's onslaught, he found himself devoid of any thoughts of resistance. In a moment of desperation, Su Chang bit down on his tongue, the pain jolting him back to clarity. He hastily sidestepped to evade. However, it was ultimately too late. Thud! Lin Lin's sword struck Su Chang's right shoulder, and without hesitation, she swung the Yuan Hong sword horizontally. A ghastly wound appeared across Su Chang's chest, running from his right shoulder to his left abdomen, blood gushing forth. Immediately after, Davo struck down with his sword. Su Chang's eyes widened in terror. He finally comprehended the gravity of his situation. Death! Davo roared, his sword crashing down with fervor. A blinding flash of cold light sliced through the air, producing a sound reminiscent of blades cutting flesh. Under Davo's strike, Su Chang's body was cleaved in two. Blood sprayed forth, staining the ground around him. Su Chang's eyes filled with unwillingness and regret. He could never have imagined that he would fall at the hands of these seemingly inconspicuous cultivators. His body slowly collapsed, crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The Tianqing Merchant Association, first here, is dead. Su Chang's demise was akin to a boulder thrown into a still lake. The surrounding cultivators, rather than retreating, were instead spurred into a frenzy by the sight of blood. Coupled with the likelihood that the four possessed the Emperor's legacy, they charged at Lin Lin and her companions like ravenous wolves. Davo chuckled bitterly. I told you this is not the Emperor's tomb. Did you believe me? Observing the expressions of the cultivators, Davo promptly answered his own question. They certainly would not believe. The air was thick with an atmosphere of desolation and madness. Although Lin Lin and her companions had successfully slain Su Chang, they now found themselves beset by an even greater peril. Flee. The scene of their desperate escape unfolded once more, but this time, the number of pursuers was greater, and the cultivators were far more formidable. Some had suppressed their peak Great Ascension cultivation for years, all for the sake of that imperial inheritance. Lin Lin and her companions were ensnared in a dire predicament. They ran with all their might. The sound of tens of thousands of cultivators pursuing them echoed behind, as if to engulf the four of them whole. Their feet pounded the ground, spiritual energy surging wildly, reaching the pinnacle of speed. However, the sheer number of cultivators was overwhelming, and it felt as though they were trapped in an endless encirclement. With every turn, they beheld countless eyes glinting with greed and murderous intent. Li Fu continuously channeled the spiritual energy within him to sustain the protective barrier, but his complexion had turned ashen, clearly nearing his limit. The four of them scurried about like headless flies within this secret realm. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until they sensed they had arrived at the edge of the secret territory. Eye in the sky, a spatial vortex floated ominously. Was that the exit? Hurry! Let us escape first. Yes, let Elder G resolve this urgent predicament. Then we shall return for the little phoenix. With that, they surged forward, plunging into the vortex. Yet they had forgotten that the entrance led to a desolate expanse. While this place was vibrant with the sounds of birds and flowers, the cultivators behind them hesitated momentarily upon seeing Lin Lin and her companions dive into the vortex. But the allure of the imperial inheritance rendered everything else insignificant. Whoosh! In a matter of breaths, tens of thousands of cultivators followed the four into the vortex. As they stepped into it, the scene transformed instantaneously. The once fragrant and lively landscape morphed into a graveyard. Gazing at the tombstones that loomed before them, a chill gripped the hearts of all present. Following this, a child's voice echoed in everyone's ears. "Are you here to play with me?" Chapter 63. The eerie space. Are you here to play with me? Then. Let us play a game of statues. Shortly thereafter, a child who appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years old emerged from the depths of this space. However, the throng of cultivators who had rushed in had little inclination to indulge a child. Who would bother with a mere child? They began to search for the figures of Lin Lin and her companions. 1, 2, 3. The child suddenly turned around, shouting, "Statues! Don't move!" Yet who would heed such a command? Individuals continued to weave through the forest of tombstones. Those who move shall be eliminated. No sooner had the words left the child's lips than he darted through the graveyard, moving with astonishing speed, akin to a phantom. Silently, he approached the busy cultivators, a peculiar smile gracing his face. Abruptly, his hand shot out, gripping one cultivator's throat. The cultivator had no chance to react before the child slammed him to the ground. Without pause, the child surged towards another cultivator, a sharp dagger having mysteriously appeared in his hand. Mercilessly, he plunged it into the cultivator's heart, blood splattering across his face. The child seemed utterly unfazed by the gruesome act, instead displaying an even more exhilarated grin. In a mere moment, the number of cultivators slain by the child had reached the hundreds. What manner of creature is this? A child so ferocious. Slay this wretch. Then continue the search for those 4. With that, tens of thousands of cultivators unleashed their attacks. Yet the child, under the onslaught of their strikes, was instantaneously obliterated, not a trace of flesh remaining. Wails of a sorrowful child echoed throughout the space. "We must capture those 4. However, before the cultivators could act, the ground beneath them began to tremble. The tremors intensified, causing the less powerful cultivators to sway unsteadily. Boom! Soon, shadows began to emerge from every grave beside the tombstones. All cultivators were rendered speechless. The sight before them filled their hearts with an inexplicable dread. Figures from the graves rose slowly, their faces pallid, their gazes hollow, as if their souls had departed, clad in ancient garb. They exuded a chilling aura, as though they were malevolent spirits risen from the depths of hell. These figures advanced towards the cultivators, their movements slow, yet imbued with an indescribable sense of oppression. The cultivators recoiled in fear and unease. They attempted to cast spells, but these figures appeared impervious to magic, continuing to close in on them. "What are these things?" A cultivator quivered, his voice trembling. "What does it matter what they are? If spells are ineffective, then we shall slay them all. Kill." Yet some cultivators remained frozen, unsure of how to proceed. A multitude of cultivators launched their assaults. The figures that had risen from the graves began to accelerate. The clash between the figures and the cultivators erupted into a scene of utter carnage. The cultivators' spiritual energy proved futile against these figures. They could only rely on hand-to-hand combat and their weapons to fend off the onslaught. Yet these figures seemed tireless, undeterred by any injuries they sustained, continuing to fight with relentless vigor. Their movements were stiff yet swift, each swing of their fists accompanied by a fierce wind. Soon, the cultivators were drenched in blood, exerting every ounce of strength to break free. But the figures surged forth like a relentless tide, encircling them completely. The air was thick with the stench of blood, mingled with the anguished cries of the cultivators and the clashing of weapons. Sending chills down spines, one cultivator swung his long sword with all his might, attempting to carve a path to safety, but a figure suddenly lunged before him, extending its gaunt arm to grasp his throat. Fear flickered in the cultivator's eyes as he struggled desperately, but the figure's grip was astonishingly strong, rendering him powerless to escape. "Save me." With a sharp crack, the cultivator's neck was brutally twisted, the light in his eyes fading rapidly as his body slumped lifelessly to the ground. Instantly, the cultivators engaged in battle suffered grievous losses. Meanwhile, those who had remained motionless were untouched. A cultivator shouted, "Everyone, do not move. They only kill those who act." Upon hearing this, the cultivators froze in place, all movement ceasing. The battlefield felt as though it had been paused, leaving only the howling wind and the blood-stained ground. The figures that had emerged from the graves seemed to lose their targets, their hollow gazes sweeping over the cultivators without initiating further attacks. An oppressive aura of death enveloped the air, instilling in the cultivators an indescribable sense of dread. They dared not stir, fearing that the slightest movement would invoke another assault from those terrifying figures. In that moment, the entire space was enveloped in a profound silence, punctuated only by the heavy breathing of the cultivators and the occasional low groans. Yet, due to the recent battle, the cultivators found themselves in all manner of awkward positions. Suddenly, a cultivator exclaimed, "Damn it, I can't hold on any longer. No, my friend, if you move, you'll die. I can't help but move. This figure is pressing against my head. If I remain still, it will move." Shortly thereafter, the cultivator slid down from atop the figure. Thud! It was over. In an instant, the figure delivered a crushing blow to the cultivator's chest. Moments later, another voice rang out. "I can't hold on either. This position is too difficult. What posture are you in?" "I practiced the frog technique. I inhaled too much air earlier, and now my stomach is too full, but I dare not release the technique, and my belly is starting to ache." Another replied, "Oh, that's nothing. My situation is far worse." "What is your position?" "Well, I'm halfway through a backflip, now hanging upside down." Hidden in the furthest corner, Lin Lin and her three companions observed the entire ordeal, stifling their laughter. Daver chuckled maliciously, "Hee, although we've taken a wrong turn. The outcome still favors us." Lin Lin, feeling exasperated, retorted, "What is there to be proud of? In this situation, how do we escape?" Li Fu replied slowly, "I suspect these corpses won't remain on the ground indefinitely. They should return to their graves shortly. The stream valley has opened numerous times, and many cultivators have entered this space, but when we arrived, these figures were still in their tombs. Therefore, they will definitely return." As time passed, more cultivators fell. The blood of the cultivators gradually coalesced into a narrow stream, slowly trickling into a cavern in the ground. Deep below, a voice cackled, "Human blood is simply delectable, especially the blood of the monks. The higher the cultivation, the more delectable the blood." In a certain space beneath the ground, the figures of several creatures flickered incessantly. "Huh, so much blood has arrived this time. My body, it has already recovered. I too, in that case, we should make our exit. Exterminate them all. Loot everything, burn it all." If Chen Feng were present at this moment, he would undoubtedly recognize this group of beings, although they bore slight differences from the two creatures encountered at the gates of the Weniangong sect. They shared the same diminutive stature and were clad in black armor. On the ground, the previously silent space suddenly trembled violently. The monks, already on the verge of collapse, now cried out in despair. "What is happening? An earthquake. Heaven is condemning us. We're all doomed anyway. Run quickly. There might still be a glimmer of hope." With that, the monks were engulfed in terror, their faces ashen. Originally, they had pressed forward recklessly, driven by greed for the emperor's legacy, but in the face of the sudden cataclysm, that greed dissipated in an instant. As the tremors continued, the ground split open with enormous fissures, as if a colossal beast had opened its gaping maw to devour everything. The monks could no longer concern themselves with the emperor's legacy and hastened towards the exit of the space. They moved like the wind, darting past the cracks, yet the stench emanating from within made them retch. A chill surged through them, penetrating from their feet to their hearts. Not daring to pause for even a moment, they ran desperately forward, fearing that a moment's carelessness would send them plummeting into the abyss. In contrast, the corpses that had crawled out from their graves seemed frozen in time, falling into the chasms below. In a corner, Lin Lin and her three companions also sensed the dire situation, although they could not discern what was to come. The terrifying aura emanating from the depths was palpably real. The pressure from below was even more formidable than that of Ji Baichang, and it was a sinister six-path energy. Lin Lin exchanged glances with her companions. Unease reflected in their eyes. They then joined the throng of thousands of monks, unwilling to show the slightest hint of hesitation. The earth continued to tremble, as if some dreadful entity was awakening. The stench rising from the fissures became increasingly overpowering, rendering it nearly impossible to breathe. Finally, The monks escape from that space. Something is amiss. Withdraw from the emperor's tomb. Convey this to the disciples of the sect. Evacuate the emperor's tomb immediately. The monks rushed towards the entrance of the stream valley. Only Lin Lin and her 3 companions remained, having promised the little phoenix to find her a bird, aware of the urgency. Lin Lin resolutely told Xiao Luo and the others, "Brothers, you must retreat swiftly. I will search for a bird for the little phoenix." Li Fu immediately objected. "No, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. I'll accompany you." "Me too. Count me in." Lin Lin pondered briefly before responding quickly. "All right, Dao, you are the fastest. Go find Elder Ji and inform him of the situation, so he can prepare early. The 3 of us will search for the little phoenix." Dao recognized the gravity of the situation and ceased his protests. The 4 immediately split up, but as they parted, Dao cautioned. "When we came here, there was a flock of Tianhuan black chickens 20 miles to the left. Go there and catch one for the little phoenix." Indeed, Lin Lin and her companions discovered the flock of Tianhuan black chickens on their way back to the shrine, and they couldn't help but admire Dao's keen observation even in the midst of their escape. After catching one of the Tianhuan black chickens, the trio rushed towards the stream shrine. Upon reaching the shrine's base, Lin Lin called out urgently, "Senior, we VE returned." The little phoenix on the shrine square was now at her limit. Her body was growing increasingly transparent, and with her last ounce of strength, she crawled to the edge of the square, gazing down at the 3 that you catch me. And with that, she fell directly from the shrine square. Lin Lin leaped up, clutching the body of the Tianhuan black chicken, and at the peak of her jump, the little phoenix's ethereal form landed upon the chicken's corpse. The little phoenix complained, "Why is it another chicken?" Before succumbing to unconsciousness. Without pausing, the 3 hurriedly carried the little phoenix towards the exit, outside the stream valley. Those waiting at the entrance looked on in curiosity as more and more individuals emerged from the archway. "Hey, young friend, how did you get out?" Yet, the emerging monks paid no heed, hastily seeking their sect or family members. Rushing to evacuate, One observer scratched his head in confusion. This is strange. What is going on?" At this moment, Su Guangxiao, the Grand Elder of the Tianxing Merchant Association, awaited outside the archway, but he sees the departing monk and asked anxiously, "What transpired inside? Have you seen my son Su Chong?" The monk stood dumbfounded. The individual before him was the Grand Elder of the Tianxing Merchant Association. He quickly responded respectfully. "Something awakened inside. It's terrifying. Many have already perished." Su Guangxiao's pupils constricted sharply. His anxiety palpable. "Have you seen Su Chong?" The monk shook his head, saying he had not seen him. After releasing that monk, Su Guangxiao grasped another, inquiring, "Have you seen my son Su Chong?" Before the other could respond, a monk clad in the attire of the Tianxing Merchant Association emerged from the archway, answering, "Grand Elder, the Holy Sun has already passed away." Su Guangxiao felt the world darken before him, and he lost consciousness at that moment. Dao also exited the archway and hurriedly conveyed a message to Ji Baichong. "Elder Ji, a grave situation has arisen. In the stream valley, a tremendous terror exists, with a 6-path pressure even more overwhelming than yours. Senior sister and the others have been delayed and have yet to emerge. Please devise a solution." Ji Baichang's figure appeared in an instant. He exclaimed sternly, "Such a thing has transpired." He then sat cross-legged, beginning to sense the stream valley before him. The stream valley was the domain of the stream emperor, and Ji Baichong, being of the emperor's realm, should theoretically be unaffected by the valley's restrictions. However, it would take time for Ji Baichong to unravel the stream emperor's methods, and should he force his way in, his own cultivation would also be suppressed. Within the stream valley, Lin Lin, Xiao Luo, and the others had followed the monks to the vortex at the exit. However, at that moment, 6 diminutive figures stood before the vortex. These 6 creatures bore some differences in appearance from those encountered at the Wenyangong sect. Their forms were closer to that of humans, yet their skin exhibited a scaly black texture, their heads bald. One of the creatures cackled maniacally. So many humans, enough for us to feast on for a time. Don't you wish to escape from here? There are even more humans outside. Indeed, slay them all." With that declaration, the 6 creatures unleashed a torrent of slaughter upon the monks. Chapter 65. The Shattering of Space. The The 6 diminutive monsters stood resolutely at the exit, radiating a terrifying pressure of the Emperor's realm. In an instant, the skies darkened and the earth trembled, due to the massacre wrought by the 6 creatures, coupled with the fact that more monks had fled the stream valley. Fewer than 10,000 monks remained. At this moment, fear gripped the remaining monks. The aura of these 6 beings was incomparably more potent than that of a true monarch. Could it be? They've already reached the Emperor's realm? Is the continent of Guizhou doomed? The monsters roared in unison, their voices reverberating like thunder, as if to rend the heavens. With their roars, beams of black light erupted from their bodies, akin to shooting stars streaking across the tranquil sky. We fight with all we have, we outnumber them. Let us strike together. Though the monks were engulfed in terror, they hastily summoned their artifacts and cast their spells, attempting to withstand the cataclysmic onslaught. However, the power of the spells from the Emperor's realm was far too devastating. The monks' artifacts shattered upon contact with the spells, and their abilities vanished without a trace from the dwindling number of monks. Only around 1,000 remained after the onslaught of the 6 monsters. Humans remain utterly fragile. Finish them off swiftly. There are even more humans outside. The 6 creatures continue to unleash their terrifying spells, each beam akin to a world-ending inferno, consuming the monks entirely. Throughout the heavens and earth, only the sounds of anguished cries and the thunderous echoes of spells remained, as if playing a mournful elegy. Lin, Li Fu, and Xia Luo stood behind the monks, witnessing their comrades fall one by one, their anger surging like a tidal wave. Damn! These vile beasts! Just then, the 6 creatures abruptly halted their onslaught, their gaze sharpening as they fixated on Lin and her companions. One of the creatures bared its jagged maw, emitting a chilling cackle, its fingers slowly pointing at them that a wave of intense danger washed over the 3. The creature uttered, "Baiyu!" Then, with a swift motion, a beam of black light shot forth from its fingertip. The black light surged forth, akin to a meteor streaking through the dark night, bearing with it a terrifying power capable of annihilating all. Lin's long sword trembled in her grasp, its blade flickering with light as she endeavored to sever this lethal strike. Behind Li Fu, mysterious runes materialized, forming a barrier in an attempt to thwart the encroachment of the black light. Meanwhile, Xia Luo formed intricate seals with her hands, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy enveloping her as she strove to withstand this cataclysmic assault. Crack! 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 However, the might of the black light far exceeded their imaginations. Resembling a colossal black dragon that shattered all obstructions, sword lights splintered, rune barriers crumbled, and the surging spiritual energy dissipated under the onslaught of the black light. The trio's eyes widened in terror as they felt the chilling breath of death closing in upon them. Just as they teetered on the brink of life and death, the sky abruptly tore open, revealing a colossal rift from which resplendent golden light cascaded down, illuminating the entire expanse of darkness. From within the golden radiance emerged a figure, draped in a golden robe, his countenance imposing. None other than the esteemed elder of the Wenyangong, Ji Baichang. Filthy creatures, dare you act with such audacity? With a swift motion of his sleeve, he countered the black light aimed at Lin and her companions. That Ji Baichang's gaze crackled with electricity as it swept across the 6 monstrous beings, and an overwhelming pressure erupted, momentarily stalling the monsters, their expressions betraying astonishment. There truly another emperor here. Translation: Ha! And what of it? That emperor from years past merely sealed us at the cost of his own life. Now we are far more powerful. And this emperor before us is hardly a match. Translation: Without allowing the monsters to utter further words, Ji Baichang raised his hand and bellowed. All swords returned to their origin. The golden light transformed into a colossal sword, cleaving toward the monstrous beings. The sword traversed its path. The very fabric of space twisted, emitting a cacophony of thunderous roars. Ji Baichang was acutely aware that he was far from a match for the 6 monstrous entities, and he immediately conveyed to Lin and her companions, "You must flee. I will hold them off." With a flourish of his hand, he passed a jade stone to Lin, continuing, "This is a transdimensional communication stone. Contact the Sect Master as soon as you escape." I may not last long. Hurry. Having said this, he lifted the three of them and hurled them toward the swirling vortex, leading to safety. The trio understood that remaining here would only burden Elder G further. The Battle of Emperors was beyond their capability to intervene. Lin Lin soared toward the spatial vortex, calling out, "Elder, be careful." Yet the six monstrous entities were not inclined to let Lin Lin and her companions depart easily. Unleashing spells in their direction, Ji Baichong immediately produced the chaotic drum gifted by Chun Feng and struck it fiercely. Boom! Boom! The sound of the chaotic drum resonated through the heavens, as if an ancient rhythm flowed within. Each strike transcending time and space, carrying with it boundless power. The six monsters, intent on pursuing Lin Lin and her companions, were momentarily staggered by the sudden drum beats. Their spells veering off course, the glint of brilliance flickered in Ji Baichong's eyes. He fully understood the power of the chaotic drum and activated it with all his might. His body transformed into a beam of golden light, instantly appearing behind the six monstrous beings. Boom! This close-range attack, even against six beings of a similar emperor level, inflicted a measure of damage. After all, Ji Baichong wielded a chaotic celestial artifact, Spurt. The monster nearest to Ji Baichong sustained the most severe injury, immediately spewing forth a mouthful of blood. This drum, is it an artifact? Translation, kill him first. Translation, upon witnessing this, the six monsters swiftly distanced themselves from Ji Baichong to avoid close combat. Their forms flickered, leaving behind afterimages in the air, clearly employing some form of secret technique for mobility. Subsequently, they each gathered their magical powers, preparing to launch ranged attacks. Ji Baichong's expression grew solemn. He was well aware that these monsters were formidable adversaries. Holding the chaotic drum, its surface radiated with vibrant light, exuding a potent aura of celestial artifact. As Ji Baichong concentrated, the chaotic drum emitted a deafening roar. Waves of chaotic energy surged forth from its surface, transforming into invisible shock waves that surged toward the monsters. The monsters, realizing the danger, conjured spells to defend themselves. The sound waves from the chaotic drum collided violently with the monster's spells, resulting in a series of explosive detonations. Flames erupting and energy fluctuations sweeping across the area. In this moment, Ji Baichong, empowered by the artifact, managed to hold his ground against the six monstrous beings. As the battle raged on, the energy fluctuations intensified. The space within the stream valley began to fracture. This is bad. The space here is about to shatter. We must exit. Translation. The six monsters, sensing the impending doom, hurriedly dove into the spatial vortex. Ji Baichong's heart raced with urgency. His fierce attacks were aimed at shattering the spatial confines of the Stream Emperor, intending to entrap the monsters within. Yet, those monsters were perilously close to the exit. Ji Baichong could only release his spiritual energy to slightly slow the collapse of the space and hastily pursued them. Chapter 66. The Code Men. To the central domain, outside the valley, the cultivators were like ants on a hot stove. Frantic and hurried on the Dao boat, the crowd was packed tightly, with some scrambling in disarray and others engaging in fierce altercations over positions. Shouts, curses, and the clash of weapons echoed throughout the sky. Meanwhile, those who opted for flight fared no better. They exerted their full spiritual energy, streaking through the air like beams of light, but the skies were equally chaotic, with cultivators occasionally plummeting from the clouds due to collisions. The entire sky was shrouded in a panic-stricken atmosphere of escape. Fear and urgency were etched upon the faces of the cultivators, their minds singularly focused on fleeing this perilous place on the ground. Dust swirled in the sky. Radiant lights flickered. The entire scene resembled a chaotic yet magnificent painting, leaving onlookers dumbfounded. As the six monsters emerged from the archway, they gazed upon this scene with heightened disdain. Look, how dare humanity claim such a beautiful homeland? Translation. Thus, the Emperor has sent us to conquer this realm. Translation. Kill. Translation. With the onset of the six monsters' assault on the cultivators, the fear among the latter escalated further. They fled in a panic, but the monsters' attacks were swifter, easily overtaking the lagging cultivators in no time. Cries of anguish and pleas for help reverberated, blood splattering and staining the entire valley red. Run. These monsters are too powerful. We stand no chance, one cultivator shouted as he fled. Stay calm. Quickly form a formation and resist together. Some cultivators attempted to organize the crowd, but the chaotic scene rendered any command futile. On the Dow boat. Hurry! Activate the Dow boat! In an instant, dozens of Dow boats ascended into the sky, preparing to flee the area. One monster raised its claw, pointing toward the fleet of Dow boats. Boom! Boom! The resounding explosions reverberated like thunder, shaking the very eardrums of the cultivators. They halted, fearfully gazing upward, only to witness the Dow boats that had once soared now reduced to burning fragments, plummeting from the sky like flaming meteors. Streaking across the heavens, illuminated by the flames, the cultivators' faces turned ashen. Their eyes brimmed with despair and helplessness, and the last flicker of hope for escape was utterly extinguished in that moment. The monsters cackled maliciously, brandishing their claws as they unleashed spell after spell, continuing their massacre of the cultivators below. Blood and flames intertwined, creating a scene of horrific despair. At this juncture, Ji Baichong finally emerged from the stream valley. The archway behind him collapsed, and the stream valley became a mere legend. Ji Baichong surveyed the carnage before him, with corpses strewn across the ground and rivers of blood flowing, his eyes instantly turning crimson as he roared in fury. Brandishing the chaotic drum and charging once more at the 6 monsters. Meanwhile, across the central domain, various sacred places stirred, reporting to the Holy Master. In the eastern region, Stream Valley, unidentified creatures have appeared. They are slaughtering cultivators en masse. We request assistance. Holy Master, our sect disciples are trapped in Stream Valley. We beseech your aid. Almost simultaneously, all sacred places in the central domain receive the news. Yet the reactions among the sacred places varied. At the Zia's sacred ground, monsters? Could it be that the ancient texts left by our ancestors are true? Quickly summon all cultivators above the tribulation stage. Head to the eastern region, Stream Valley, at the Qiyun sacred ground. Those monsters are all of Emperor caliber. Allow me to deliberate. The Tianqing Merchant Association. Ningxuang mentioned that there are emperors in the eastern wilderness. Promptly inform Ningxuang, requesting the emperor's intervention. What? The emperor has already arrived on the battlefield. Then what are we waiting for? Off to Stream Valley, in the eastern wilderness, Weniangong. Only 3 days remain until the deadline for accepting disciples at Wentiangong. The main peak. Master. Chen Feng was currently practicing the celestial level fist technique. Qian Kuan Patian. When he heard the voice of Lin Lin emanating from the jade stone on his small tea table, he immediately grasped the jade stone in his hand. Linner, how did the communication stone end up in your possession? Where is Ji Baichong? The voice on the stone once again echoed Lin Lin's anxious plea. Master, Elder Ji is battling against unknown creatures. You must come quickly. Elder Ji is about to falter at this moment. Chen Feng suddenly sensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanating from the west. Upon counting, he found it to be an astounding 7 waves. Excluding Ji Baichong, were the remaining 6 the unknown monsters Linlin spoke of? Yu Yao, War Dragon, Codemen, to the central domain. In an instant, 15 formidable auras of emperors surged within the Weniangong, simultaneously manifesting atop the main peak. Outside the sect's entrance, the recruitment trials continued unabated, upon sensing the overwhelming presence emanating from within. The cultivators halted their actions, their eyes ablaze with fervor as they gazed towards the interior of Weniangong. The combined might of the 15 emperors loomed like colossal mountains, rendering all present breathless. In that instant, they comprehended the true extent of Weniangong's might, far surpassing their wildest imaginings. The disciples already within the sect were even more astounded. Holy moly! Did you see that? The venerable elder we encountered the other day is actually one of our sect's great emperor elders. Wait a moment. Do you recall that stunning beauty you flirted with the other day? She just flew past us too. What, holy moly, is this the true power of Weniangong? 15 emperors. It's utterly terrifying. Meanwhile, outside in the Stream Valley, Ji Baichong was covered in wounds. This human possesses considerable strength, He can unleash so many attacks with a celestial weapon. Humph. Had he not possessed a celestial weapon, we would have slain him long ago. Enough chatter. A multitude of human true monarchs are en route. Let us end this swiftly. With that, the six creatures launched a ferocious assault on Ji Baichong once more. At that moment, Ji Baichong gasped for breath, his chest heaving rapidly. The right side of his body was entirely missing, his innards exposed to the open air. Fortunately, as a being of the Emperor realm, his blood had long since transformed into imperial blood. Otherwise, such grievous wounds would have surely claimed his life. As Ji Baichong beheld the incoming onslaught from the six creatures, he found himself devoid of strength to resist, slowly closing his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. He murmured, "The sect leader's subordinate has done his utmost, that it is well to rest now." Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated in his ears. Ji Baichong felt an unexpected surge of strength and abruptly turned to face the source. A young man clad in white emerged gracefully from the void. The youth was tall and handsome, exuding an extraordinary aura. His long, jet-black hair cascaded casually down his shoulders, fluttering gently with his movements. Upon recognizing the young man's face, Ji Baichong's eyes brimmed with excitement and reverence. "Sect leader," he managed to utter, his voice trembling with emotion. Chen Feng nodded slightly, refraining from elaboration, merely waving his hand, causing the six attacks from the creatures to dissipate in an instant. He then produced a peach, and with a flick of his mind, it transformed into a streak of light, soaring into Ji Baichong's mouth. Immediately, a gentle force enveloped Ji Baichong, gradually healing his wounds. Chapter 67. One Sect, 16 Emperors. As soon as Chen Feng made his appearance, Lin Lin and her three companions hurried to his side, fully aware that their master was omnipotent, and being near him was the safest place to be. Lin Lin cradled the slumbering little phoenix and joyfully exclaimed, "Master, you have finally arrived." Chen Feng smiled at his four direct disciples, his expression akin to a spring breeze, instantly dispelling the flicker of fear within their hearts. "Indeed, you have all made progress in your cultivation. How have you fared recently?" Standing beside Chen Feng, Lin Lin and the others seemed to forget the six creatures in the distance. Cheerfully responding, "Master, the central domain is truly vast. We flew on our Dao boat for 5 days and have only just arrived at the stream valley from Baoping City. If we were in the eastern wasteland, we could have traversed from the far west to the far east in that time." Chen Feng feigned astonishment. "Ah, it's that immense?" "Yes, Master. The central domain is marvelous. How about we establish a branch sect here? I, disciple Dao, would willingly leave my homeland to serve as a branch elder." The group began to chat casually, entirely disregarding the six creatures. Chen Feng's presence startled the six creatures. "This human is remarkably strong. With our combined might, we might still prevail. The human is far too arrogant. How dare he ignore us? Let him experience our true power. Kill." In an instant, the six creatures unleashed their assault towards Chen Feng. Whoosh! Several beams of black light hurtled towards him and his companions. The dark energy infused with immense spiritual force, seemingly intent on shattering the very land beneath their feet. However, Chen Feng appeared oblivious, continuing his lively banter with his four disciples. Suddenly, the space began to ripple rapidly. Soon, a spatial vortex formed, and numerous figures emerged from its depths. Weniangong, Battle Dragon, requesting a duel. The voice of Battle Dragon, bolstered by spiritual power, caused countless cultivators in the stream valley to turn their heads in unison. Sensing the Emperor's aura radiating from Battle Dragon, the cultivators' breaths quickened. An emperor, including the wounded one. There are 2 emperors on Guizhou. The heavens have shifted. What sect is Weniangong? Just then, another voice rang out. Weniangong, Ji Baichong, requesting a duel. Boom! The Emperor's aura surged forth. A third emperor had emerged today. Clap, clap, clap. A cultivator slapped himself, muttering, "I must still be dreaming. I certainly have not awakened." Yet the slaps continued unabated. Weniangong, Ji Baichong, Weniangong Xuanda, Weniangong Yun Chong, Weniangong Ida, requesting a duel. Boom, boom, boom. The presence of 5 emperors loomed like towering mountains, leaving the cultivators gasping for breath. The sight before them was utterly inconceivable. Some had already collapsed to the ground. Never had they heard of Weniangong, and yet here it stood, boasting so many emperors. Adding the previously injured emperor, that made a total of 6. It was known that in all of Guizhou, only 1 emperor had appeared before this. At the Stream Valley, the spatial vortex continued to tremble. Weniangong, Gongming, requesting a duel. When Yu Yao finally reached Chun Feng's side, he witnessed the vortex gradually closing. Millions of cultivators had become numb. A staggering 15 emperors. Even if more emperors emerged from that vortex, they would feel no surprise. It appeared that the previously injured emperor was also of this sect. One sect, 16 emperors. How terrifying. Lin Lin and her 3 direct disciples, observing their sect's elders emerge one by one, felt a swell of pride within. In the near future, they vowed to stand among them. Upon seeing the later arrivals, they silently mused, "It seems our sect has produced yet another emperor elder." The latter few emperors had indeed been summoned by Chun Feng recently. The little phoenix in Lin Lin's embrace seemed startled awake by the emperor's aura. Stretching languidly before nuzzling contentedly against her, it then cast a sleepy glance ahead, observing the row of emperors standing before it, its expression growing even more languid as it murmured, "Oh, 15 emperors. This dream feels quite real." With that, it closed its eyes once more and drifted back into slumber. The 6 creatures have been fixated on the arrival of Battle Dragon and others. More figures emerged from the vortex. Their previously relaxed demeanor shifted to one of grave concern. Upon witnessing the last emperor emerge, the 6 creatures could no longer contain their fear. 15 emperors. How is this possible? Flee. We must escape immediately. Even if we unite, we cannot contend with so many emperors. Not to mention that first man and the last woman who appeared, the arrogance within the hearts of the 6 creatures had vanished, leaving only a desperate desire to flee. However, at that moment, Chun Feng had already turned his gaze towards the 6 creatures. Inspect information. Han Jian Clan Mage Realm. Emperor Corpse could be used to create ordinary peach tree fertilizer. The fertilizer produced can enhance peach tree experience by 5. Chun Feng paused momentarily, muttering to himself, "Surprisingly not the Shaori clan. Han Jian Clan, what manner of race is this? Yet bears some resemblance to the Shaori clan. Regardless, if it can produce fertilizer, that suffices." With a sweeping gesture, he declared loudly, "Kill." As soon as the command was issued, Battle Dragon, Xuanda, and the other 15 emperors transformed into streaks of flowing light, charging towards the 6 creatures. The 6 creatures felt the overwhelming auras of the 15 emperors closing in, their souls nearly escaping their bodies. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 6 creatures turned and unleashed their ultimate attacks simultaneously. 6 beams of light hurtled towards the 15 emperors. However, the beams paled in comparison to the might of the 15 emperors. Each emperor released but a single attack, effortlessly shattering the 6 beams of light. Following that, the figures of the 15 emperors appeared before the 6 creatures. Realizing they were outmatched, and given that close combat was their weak point, the 6 creatures hastily unleashed their magical attacks. Regrettably, the number of formidable emperors, including the War Dragon, was overwhelming, rendering the monster's magical assaults ineffective. The 15 emperors steadily advanced, leaving the monsters with no choice but to incessantly unleash spells in a futile attempt to stall for time. However, the speed of the emperors was astonishing, despite the multitude of spells cast by the monsters. Not a single one grazed the hem of the emperor's garments. Soon, the emperors closed the distance to the monsters. The power behind the emperor's strikes was tremendous, and even the monsters, who were also at the emperor level, found themselves utterly incapable of withstanding the force. Bang! 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 One by one, the monsters were struck by the emperors, sent flying. Before long, 6 of the monsters were slain by the likes of the War Dragon and his companions. As Chun Feng observed the entire battle unfold, confusion grew within him. Were these 6 monsters not far too weak compared to the 2 that had appeared from the Wenting sect? Moreover, these monsters, despite being able to wield spiritual power, seemed physically weaker than those at the true monarch level. Chapter 68. This is not my intention. Once the battle concluded, Chun Feng swiftly appeared beside the corpses of the 6 monsters. Gently raising his hand to retrieve the remains into the system's space, he cast a serene glance at the devastation before the stream valley, then turned his gaze towards the small phoenix cradled in Lin Lin's arms. The Tian Huan black chicken, a spirit beast he had encountered in the tomes of the scripture pavilion, surprised him with its ability to speak human language. View information: Tian Huan black chicken, Emperor-level avian. Consumption can replenish 10 years of lifespan. I shall not disclose this to common folk. The soul of the Phoenix clan's goddess resides within this black chicken's body. Chun Feng was momentarily stunned. Phoenix clan goddess? There had been no mention of such a clan in the Druzu continent. Could this phoenix originate from beyond the heavens? He promptly dismissed such thoughts, resolving to inquire further upon his return to the sect. Suddenly, a myriad of radiant hues illuminated the horizon as beams of light converged from all directions, soaring toward the heavens. Chun Feng looked up to see dozens of flying magical artifacts in the sky, some resembling flying swords, others resembling boats or carpets, each exuding a formidable aura. Upon these flying artifacts stood cultivators clad in various garments, their gazes fixed upon Chun Feng's location. Instantly, an invisible pressure enveloped the entire stream valley, leaving the cultivators below gasping for breath. Chun Feng raised an eyebrow, sensing the powerful aura emanating from these cultivators, among whom were undoubtedly true monarchs. Is the Holy Land of the Central Domain making an appearance? Upon witnessing this scene, Chun Feng decided against departing for the moment. To leave now would imply fear on his part. The grandeur of the Emperor's sect must be displayed. It was essential to sound the first trumpet for the Winting sect's renown in the Central Domain. Before long, the major Holy Lands arrived one after another. Where are the monsters? Damn it! What has happened to my sect's disciples? A burly man in the sky began to bellow, while others from the Holy Lands also paused to search for their own disciples. Only the Tianxing Merchant Association headed directly towards Chun Feng. From afar, Mu AI began to bow deeply, exclaiming, "I am Mu AI from the Tianxing Merchant Association, paying my respects to Sect Master Chun." Mu AI approached Chun Feng, bowing respectfully. The cultivators behind him from the Tianxing Merchant Association also bowed in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to Sect Master Chun." Their voices thundered, as if seeking to demonstrate their sincerity through such a display. Chun Feng, momentarily puzzled, wondered how this man knew him. The war dragon quickly leaned in to whisper in Chun Feng's ear, "Our sect's resources were procured from the Tianxing Merchant Association. The person in charge of the Eastern Wilderness branch is Mu Ningxuan. He likely has some connection with this individual." Chun Feng nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Seeing this, Mu AI felt a sense of relief wash over him, then smiled, saying, "If it were not for your esteemed sect's intervention, the Central Domain would have surely descended into chaos, with rivers running red with blood. On behalf of countless beings in the Central Domain, I express my heartfelt gratitude for your great kindness. Please allow me to bow once more." With that, he bowed deeply to Chun Feng again. That moment, the recently awakened Grand Elder Su Quanxiao approached Mu AI's side. Having fainted, he had fortuitously escaped the massacre of the monsters, yet remained utterly ignorant of the events that had transpired. Upon witnessing his own association's president fawning over the sect that had slain his beloved son, he scoffed disdainfully. When did the president become so cautious? Has he begun to grovel before the sect from the wilds? I think your position would be better suited for me. He then pointed at the members of the Winting sect, loudly declaring, "Today, you all shall die." His final words even carried a hint of spiritual power. The previously relaxed cultivators tensed up once more, quickly directing their gazes towards the source of the voice. "What did you just say? You dare declare that the emperors will die? What on earth is happening today? Such outrageous occurrences one after another. First strange creatures, then the appearance of emperors, and now an elderly fool daring to proclaim death upon a group of emperors. Truly absurd." Mu AI's expression darkened instantaneously, suppressing his rising fury as he coldly retorted, "Elder Su, you are of advanced years. I can overlook your foolish words at times, but now, I must insist that you depart immediately." To Mu AI's surprise, Su Quanxiao became even more audacious, unleashing his strongest attack towards the members of the Wenting sect. Haha. Today, I shall avenge my son. Mid-laughter, Su Guangxiao was swiftly struck down by the war dragon. His head shattered by a single blow. The war dragon casually wiped the blood from his hands, casting an impatient glance at Mu AI, and remarked noisy. This action frightened Mu AI greatly. His heart raced as he pondered. Is this emperor implying that I am being noisy? With this thought, Mu AI shivered and immediately knelt, declaring, Sect Master Chun, please forgive me. The presence of such an ignorant individual within my merchant association reflects my failure. I ask that you punish me. Chun Feng paid little mind to it. Such short-sighted individuals would always appear in no harm done. It shall not implicate your Tianqing Merchant Association. MUAI finally exhaled in relief. Continuing, my daughter Ningxuang had a business transaction with your esteemed sect. The deadline is fast approaching, and your sect supplies will soon arrive, that I have a proposal and wonder if Sect Master Chen might consider it. Chun Feng nodded slightly. Speak. Let those supplies be regarded as a congratulatory gift from the Tianqing Merchant Association to the Wenting sect for its emergence into the world. What do you think? Chun Feng was momentarily taken aback. The resources in question were worth at least 200,000 ninth-grade spirit crystals for the Tianqing Merchant Association to offer them as a gift. He furrowed his brow, hastily waving his hand in refusal. President Mu, that simply won't do. The resources our sect procured must be bought with spirit crystals. How could we accept them for free? Yet Mu AI remained steadfast. Sect Master Chun, you rose to the occasion in the face of peril in the central domain, saving countless lives. This kindness cannot be measured in spirit crystals. If you refuse, it would seem as though you look down upon the Tianqing Merchant Association. Chun Feng couldn't help but chuckle at Mu AI's words. The president of the Tianqing Merchant Association truly knew how to negotiate. Maintaining the presence of a sect guarded by over a dozen emperors for a mere several 100,000 ninth-grade spirit crystals was a profitable deal for the Tianqing Merchant Association. Chun Feng found joy in seizing this opportunity. 200,000 ninth-grade spirit crystals. Why refuse such a generous offer? Then I shall express my gratitude to President Mu. Upon hearing this, Mu AI's face lit up with elation. Sect Master Chun, to be honest, my daughter Ningxuang has been managing the branch in the Eastern Wilderness, but upon hearing of your sect's renown, she wishes to join your sect. I wonder if it would be convenient for Sect Master Chun. Upon hearing this, Chun Feng thought to himself, once you take someone in, you can't easily return them. With a resigned sigh, he replied, very well, let her deliver the supplies and then remain in the Wenting sect to cultivate. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, and that the Tianqing Merchant Association was now connected with the Wenting sect, Mu AI felt a sense of relief wash over him, bowing once more to Chun Feng. Thank you, Sect Master Chun. He then turned to the various leaders of the Holy Lands who were still searching for their disciples, calling out, come here, quickly come and pay your respects to the Emperor's Sect Master. The Emperor's sect has emerged into the world. You should all prepare gifts to send to the Eastern Wilderness. Chun Feng. This is not my intention, various Holy Lands. What the hell, why are you dragging us into your gift-giving? The Tianqing Merchant Association may be wealthy, but we have to divide a single piece of paper into 3 just to wipe our behinds. Chapter 69. The disciples are full. Mounting beasts. Although the leaders of the Holy Lands were cursing Mu AI in their hearts, their faces remained adorned with smiles as bright as spring blossoms. President Mu speaks the truth. Without the intervention of the Emperor's sect, the central domain would surely have fallen into ruin. My 100 Flowers Holy Sect will be sending gifts to the Emperor's sect in a few days. Congratulations on your emergence. A stunningly beautiful, voluptuous, true monarch female, cultivator, giggled softly, covering her mouth as she performed a deep bow to Chun Feng. Chun Feng regarded the female cultivator, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes as he thought, what a magnificent figure. Yet, he maintained his composure, declaring, I am Chun Feng, certainly not the kind of despicable wretch. Chun Feng immediately declared with righteous indignation, esteemed friend, as cultivators, it is our duty to safeguard our homeland. There is no need for congratulatory gifts. The leader of the 100 Flowers Sacred Sect gazed at Chun Feng, infused with an aura of righteousness, and her heart fluttered like a startled deer. With a more alluring demeanor, She blushed and said, "Might I inquire if Master Qin would grace us with a visit to our 100 Flowers sacred sect?" Qin Feng replied with a smile. "A visit will have to wait for another day." With someone initiating the greetings, the other leaders of the sacred lands promptly congratulated the Winting sect on its emergence. In no time, the leaders of various sacred lands approached, some offering compliments, others seeking camaraderie, creating a lively atmosphere. "Master Chun, with the emergence of the imperial sect, our Qingyun sacred sect shall undoubtedly provide full support." The leader of Qingyun sect, an elder with an ethereal presence, chuckled while stroking his beard, his gaze revealing profound respect for Chun Feng. "Master Chun, a paragon of our generation, our Wujiman shall align with the imperial sect to devise grand strategies." The master of Wujiman, clad in black, exuded a chilling demeanor, yet humbly lowered himself before Chun Feng. Even the boisterous man who had shouted earlier approached Chun Feng with a sheepish grin, calling him the esteemed leader of the imperial sect. The valley of Shiliu was soon filled with an uproar of congratulatory voices. Chun Feng stood there, a smile gracing his face, responding to each leader's well wishes, the scene radiating an air of grandeur and authority. The members of Winting's sect, filled with pride, puffed out their chests. "Indeed, I am a part of the imperial sect. I am immensely proud." After exchanging pleasantries for a considerable time, the leaders of the sacred lands reluctantly bid farewell to Chun Feng, agreeing to gather at Winting's sect in 10 days to celebrate. Once the assembly departed, the members of Winting's sect tore through the fabric of space, returning to their sect. Upon their return, the elders and leaders, including Zhan Long, guided Ji Baichong to the Pill Pavilion for meticulous treatment. Meanwhile, Lin Lin, Xia Luo, and the others gazed at the countless disciples before them, their expressions filled with disbelief. The Winting sect was now bustling with vitality. On the sect square, disciples either meditated in a lotus position or engaged in martial exchanges, creating an atmosphere brimming with life. Lin Lin and Xia Luo hovered above the sect, surveying the disciples below, their eyes wide with astonishment. Although the disciples varied in cultivation levels, each one radiated vitality and vigor. Some congregated in small groups, while others trained alone, fully immersed in their cultivation, intensifying the spiritual energy in the air. Lin Lin rubbed her eyes, confirming her vision, and exclaimed, "Is this truly our Winting sect? How did we suddenly acquire so many disciples?" Dao gaped, exclaiming, "My heavens! Does this mean I can no longer just find any place to relieve myself?" Chun Feng was momentarily taken aback. With a resounding slap on Dao's head, he scolded, "Wretched fool." Then he transmitted a message to Zhan Long. "Zhan Long, inform the punishment hall. Anyone caught relieving themselves in public will be punished." Chun Feng huffed in anger and swept away. However, his fury unexpectedly allowed Dao to ascend a minor cultivation realm. Dao beamed with excitement, shouting, "Yo, I'm now at the 7th stage of the Great Ascendance. Sister, I'm also at the 7th stage now." The common folk rejoiced. The Winting sect had transformed beyond recognition. The number of outer disciples with green potential had surpassed 100,000. The inner disciples with red potential were fewer, numbering only 13. As for those with golden potential, since the initial recruitment trials, only Qin Wenyuan had emerged like tea that moment. Qin Wenyuan was busy tending to the shrubs in the courtyard of his direct disciple's residence. Suddenly, he sensed 4 familiar auras. He immediately discarded the pruning shears in his hand and soared into the sky, rushing towards Lin Lin and the others. Sister and brothers have returned. Lin Lin, Xia Luo, and the others were still marveling at the changes within the sect when they felt an overwhelming presence approaching. Their eyes widened in surprise. They beheld Qin Wenyuan, riding a flying sword, dashing towards them at lightning speed, his cultivation having reached the 7th stage of the Great Ascendance. Lin Lin and the others gasped in astonishment, their eyes filled with disbelief. Hadn't Qin Wenyuan just entered the sect not long ago? How could his cultivation have advanced so rapidly? He skidded to a halt before them, a beaming smile on his face. "Sister, brothers, you've finally returned. I've missed you all dearly during these days." Lin Lin, Xia Luo, and the others couldn't help but grin. It was still somewhat hard to accept being called sister and brother by a man who appeared to be in his 70s or 80s. It felt akin to being 18 and hearing an elderly man call you big brother or sister while shopping. Observing Qin Wenyuan's spirited demeanor, they silently vowed to redouble their efforts in cultivation to ensure they wouldn't be surpassed by this elder. They could only manage a wry smile and greet Qin Wenyuan, junior brother. Long time no see. It wasn't that they held any prejudice against Qin Wenyuan. It was merely that his appearance made it easy to mistake him for an elder. Ha ha! Brothers and sisters, I know you might feel a bit embarrassed seeing me like this. Fear not. I have been cultivating day and night and discovered an immortal level technique called Chuanju Bianlian in the scripture pavilion to change my appearance. Qin Wenyuan said, settling down in a lotus position, forming hand seals and closing his eyes, that in the next moment, a powerful spiritual energy emanated from his body. Lin Lin and the others watched in awe as every inch of his skin radiated waves of spiritual energy. As if countless spiritual energy serpents were dancing about, as the energy surged. The wrinkles on Qin Wenyuan's face gradually vanished, his once withered skin becoming smooth and delicate, and his head full of white hair slowly transformed into black tresses. His back straightened, and his formerly hunched figure became tall and upright. Before long, the aged Qin Wenyuan had transformed into a youthful lad of about 15 or 16, with sharp brows and bright eyes. Exuding an air of heroism, Dao immediately cheered. Wow, junior brother, impressive. Your handsomeness is rivaling that of your elder brother. Lin Lin quickly interjected. Stop. With your crooked teeth and odd features, don't go trying to upstage junior brother Wenyuan. Dao thought to himself, Sister, I'll draw a circle to curse you. Shortly after, Qin Feng's voice echoed in their ears. Bring that little phoenix to the main peak. The group wasted no time and hurried towards the main peak. Chun Feng was very interested in the little phoenix that Lin Lin and the others had brought back, so he specifically retrieved a drop of spiritual liquid from the sect repository to aid in its recovery. Before long, they arrived at the summit. Ifu looked on with curiosity and asked, Master, how did you know that this black hen is actually a little phoenix? Chun Feng smiled slightly and teased. Is there anything in this world that your master does not know? As he took the Tianhuan black hen from Lin Lin, he gently stroked its head, and the spiritual liquid quietly flowed into the hen's body as he caressed it. The little phoenix, still in slumber, seemed to be lost in an endless dream. Its soul had been feeble, as if it could dissipate at any moment. However, under the nurturing of Chun Feng's spiritual liquid, its dream began to shift. In the dream, the little phoenix found itself standing amidst a brilliant sea of flames, the fire illuminating the entire dream with an intense heat. It felt its body brimming with power, each feather radiating a scorching light, as if it could incinerate everything. Suddenly, it sensed a strong aura of challenge approaching, as if a mighty presence was drawing near. The little phoenix surged with a sense of valor. Spreading its wings to confront the aura, the little phoenix awakened with a start, roaring, a mere false immortal. Watch as this emperor strikes you down. The direct disciples were left bewildered. False immortal. What is that? Chun Feng remarked. Do you want to hear what you just said? A mere little emperor wishes to slay an immortal. Have you not awakened yet? Perhaps you should sleep a little longer. Upon awakening, the little phoenix spread its wings and pointed at Chun Feng. The scene freezing in time, It finally sensed the formidable power of the man before it, pondering inwardly, am I still asleep? This person truly is a false immortal. Rubbing its eyes, it finally came to its senses and quickly descended to the ground, trembling as it spoke. This humble one is the divine maiden Chiming of the Phoenix clan, greeting the immortal. If the immortal does not reject me, I am willing to be your disciple. However, Chun Feng merely cast a nonchalant glance at Chiming's potential, stating unequivocally, my disciples are already full. I shall take you as a mount. Chapter 70. Chiming, 10th Earth. My disciples are already full. I shall take you as a mount. Lin Lin, Xiao Luo, and the others were immediately taken aback, wondering if they had misheard. After all, she was from the Phoenix clan. A divine maiden of the Phoenix clan, an emperor-level cultivator. What did the master mean by take you as a mount? Could it be that the heavens were collapsing? Before they could process this bewilderment, The little phoenix on the ground replied loudly, grateful for the immortal's kindness. Qiming is willing to be the immortal's mount. As she spoke, she flapped her wings and gracefully approached Qinfeng, appearing quite obedient. At that moment, an indescribable connection seemed to form between Qinfeng and Qimeng, as if a contract had been automatically signed. Lin Lin, Xia Luo, and the others were left utterly dumbfounded. This little phoenix truly agreed? How could a powerful emperor-level being be willing to serve as the master's mount? Moreover, this little phoenix appears to hold an immense admiration for the master. Qinfeng nodded slightly and said, "If that is the case, I shall bestow upon you a corporeal form. Fortunately, I possess the remains of an ancient phoenix." Qinfeng contemplated within himself, as the head of a sect, I certainly cannot venture out riding a mere chicken, lest I become the subject of ridicule. Despite these thoughts, the enchanting Qimeng before him was utterly astonished. The remains of an ancient phoenix? This. Qimeng trembled with excitement. She was well aware of the history of the Phoenix clan. In ancient times, the Phoenix clan was one of the rulers of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. They were the true sovereigns. How formidable the Phoenix clan was back then. They possessed countless secret arts and divine powers. They were the true ancestors of all birds. They were indeed divine beasts. Regrettably, for reasons unknown, the Phoenix clan gradually declined, their lineage scattered across the various continents of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the present day, although they remain a great clan, they are far from the grandeur of ancient times. Qimeng clenched her fists tightly, her fingers trembling with excitement, her eyes glimmering with incredulous fervor. Suddenly, she knelt before Qinfeng, her eyes brimming with tears of joy. "Thank you, Master, for your immense grace and kindness. Qimeng shall pledge her loyalty to you for this lifetime, unwavering until death." She raised her head, her eyes shining with determination and fervor, as if she intended to engrave Qinfeng into the depths of her soul. Qinfeng nodded slightly, a trace of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. He waved his hand, and a golden light shot from his palm, enveloping Qimeng's current form of a black chicken. Qimeng felt an overwhelming surge of power within her, as if it might burst her body apart. She gritted her teeth, enduring the impact of this force. Ouch! That hurts! Before long, Qimeng's figure began to blur, consumed by an invisible force. Suddenly, a scorching aura erupted, painting the entire main peak in fiery red. A colossal fire phoenix soared into the sky from Qimeng's body, its feathers shimmering with a blazing light, radiating an overwhelming presence. Flames danced around the fire phoenix, as if they sought to incinerate the very fabric of space itself. Within this inferno, the fire phoenix spiraled and soared, each flap of its wings resonating with the tremors of the heavens and the earth. At this moment, Qimeng's eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve. In that instant, she had fully transformed into a true ancient phoenix. The sound of the phoenix's cry rang out, akin to a melodious song echoing through the cosmos, rich and imbued with profound emotional depth. The disciples of the Wenian Gong, numbering over 100,000, turned their gazes toward the main peak. "Our sect possesses a phoenix." What is happening? Another phenomenon. A phoenix. Goodness, our sect has even acquired a phoenix. This is beyond mere astonishment. It is sheer shock. At every peak of the Wenian Gong, disciples craned their necks to gaze toward the main peak. There they beheld a magnificent fire phoenix soaring in the sky, emanating a searing aura that warped the surrounding clouds. The core disciples atop the main peak were already seated on the ground, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld the scene before them, gazing at the fire phoenix soaring in the sky. Their eyes brimmed with awe and reverence. They could hardly fathom that their master, Qinfeng, possessed such extraordinary powers. "Is this truly our master?" Lin Lin murmured, her eyes gleaming with fervent admiration, deeply captivated by Qinfeng's unfathomable strength. The terror of their master surpassed their wildest imaginations. Qin Wenyuan took a deep breath, his heart filled with awe and admiration for Qinfeng. The disciples rose one by one, bowing deeply to Qinfeng, their admiration and respect reaching new heights. Seeing that Qimeng had completed her transformation, Qinfeng dismissed the core disciples, for he had further inquiries to make of Qimeng. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened as he regarded the woman before him. Now having taken on human form, he gently inquired, "Qi Ming, you did not originate from the Guizhou continent, did you?" Qi Ming, now transformed, let her long hair flow like a waterfall, crimson as fire, dancing in the wind. Her red pupils sparkled with a blazing light, making it difficult to gaze directly at her. Her skin was like jade, smooth and delicate, her figure graceful, exuding nobility and elegance. Qi Ming slightly bowed her head, her red lips parting, her voice akin to a celestial melody, intoxicating and mesmerizing. "Master, my homeland is indeed not the Guizhou continent, that I hail from the 8 desolations within the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The Qilian continent of the Phoenix clan." Chun Feng's heart stirred with interest as he questioned, "The 9 heavens and 10 earths?" This term had appeared numerous times in the text housed within the Weiniangong's scripture repository. Piquing Chun Feng's curiosity, Qi Ming continued, "The 9 heavens are said to represent 9 different tiers of the sky. As for the 10 earths, they signify 10 distinct levels of the earth." Qi Ming only knew that the Guizhou continent and the Qilian continent both belonged to the realm of the 8 desolations. Beyond that, she was unaware. Chun Feng nodded and further inquired, "How did you come to the Guizhou continent?" Upon hearing this, Qi Ming's expression shifted to one of fury, memories flooding back, and she replied vehemently, "It is all that damn Shi Lu's fault. Back in the day, he achieved enlightenment and ascended to emperor status on the Guizhou continent, inevitably becoming arrogant, thus departing from the Guizhou continent to traverse the continents of the 8 desolations. That day, he arrived at the Qilian continent and learned of the Phoenix clan's existence, seeking to capture one of us as a Mount At. That time, our Phoenix clan had been severely wounded by the Hanjian clan. Our vitality greatly diminished, and that Shi Lu took advantage of our vulnerability to forcibly abduct me. Later, the Hanjian clan also appeared on the Guizhou continent, and Shi Lu utilized the core power of the Guizhou continent to set up the 9 Curves demon-slaying emperor array, suppressing several members of the Hanjian clan, leaving me to guard the array. As time passed, the imperial array gradually weakened, and every few decades, a breach would open thanks to the Hanjian clan. But I was restrained, powerless to prevent their growing strength. Had it not been for the Master's intervention, Qi Ming would have perished long ago. Chapter 71. The Imperial Peach Tree, Qi Ming's Tribulation. Upon hearing Qi Ming's account, Chun Feng's mind was filled with questions. The Shi Lu Emperor is dead? Qi Ming shook her head that he is not dead. Although Shi Lu burned his life essence back then, he survived through secret arts. Within the Shi Lu Temple, there exists a soul token of Shi Lu that remains intact. As their conversation reached this point, many of Chun Feng's queries were resolved. The remaining uncertainties were likely beyond Qi Ming's knowledge, so he refrained from further inquiries. Subsequently, Chun Feng communicated with Zhan Long. "Zhan Long, come to the main peak." No sooner had he spoken than Zhan Long appeared instantly at the main peak. "This is Qi Ming of the Phoenix clan. Please lead her to prepare a dwelling, located on the main peak, to be named Wudong Garden, constructed according to the living habits of the Phoenix clan." Zhan Long glanced at Qi Ming and responded solemnly, "Understood, Sect Master Qi Ming. Shall we proceed?" Chun Feng, disinterested in the specifics, watched as Zhan Long and Qi Ming departed before opening the system to examine the remains of the Hanjian clan. "Modger, create fertilizer." The fertilizer crafting panel promptly materialized. Materials required for crafting low-grade mortal-level peach tree fertilizer. Hanjian clan mage corpses. 61. Celestial herbs. For 67, 100 imperial-level spirit crystals. 512, 150 spirit liquid. 0. Chun Feng surveyed the materials and couldn't help but grimace. The resources required are excessively high, aren't they? After tirelessly fishing for treasures every day, I end up using them all to synthesize a few batches of fertilizer. With a heavy heart, Chun Feng reluctantly retrieved a few drops of spirit liquid from Ji Ba to proceed with the fertilizer synthesis. Ahem. Congratulations, host. You have obtained low-grade mortal-level peach tree fertilizer 3. Remaining materials. Hanjian clan mage corpses. 31. Celestial herbs. 167, 100 imperial-level spirit crystals. 621, 50 spirit liquid. 51. Insufficient materials. Unable to continue synthesis. After closing the panel, Chun Feng approached the peach tree he had fertilized previously. Check information. Mortal grade superior peach tree experience points. 66 description. Matures once every 9 years. Consumption by cultivators extends lifespan by 100 years and enhances potential. After this period of spirit liquid irrigation, the peach tree's experience points had risen to 66%. Qinfeng sprinkled the 3 batches of low-grade fertilizer, and the experience points on the peach tree panel rapidly increased. 96%, just 4 points shy. Thus, Qinfeng once again dripped 4 drops of spiritual liquid onto the peach tree. It seemed as if the tree sensed something, its branches trembling slightly, as if it were breathing. Immediately, a visible surge of verdant energy began to emanate from the roots of the peach tree, cascading upward along the trunk. Qinfeng held his breath, fixated on the transformation of the tree. He observed as the green energy gradually enveloped the entire peach tree, causing its branches and leaves to grow wildly, each leaf becoming more vibrant and teeming with life, but a rich aroma of peaches filled the air. Refreshing and invigorating, as time passed, the tree's size steadily increased. The once human-height tree now stood at twice that height. With the cessation of the tree's transformation, its information panel altered accordingly. A faint purple hue glimmered on the panel, displaying the latest information about this peach tree. Imperial grade superior peach tree. Experience points. 0. Description. Matures once every 90 years. Consumption by cultivators can extend life by 1,000 years. It possesses the miraculous ability to revive the dead and heal the living, while significantly enhancing a cultivator's potential. Upon reading the latest information about the peach tree, Qinfeng felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. An imperial grade superior peach tree, capable of reviving the dead. Most importantly, it could elevate a cultivator's potential. Its value was beyond measure. Moreover, this tree could bear up to 1,200 peaches at once. Qinfeng gazed at the orchard of peach trees, silently lamenting. Upgrading all 600 peach trees to imperial grade would consume an immense amount of resources. By the time Qinfeng returned to the main peak, the Wutong courtyard had been completed under the combined efforts of several emperors. The system's voice echoed once more. Congratulations, host. You have completed the hidden task. Mount's residence. Reward. Mount feed 500. Qinfeng's mind stirred as he took the mount feed in hand. However, upon examining the feed, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. He muttered to himself. If I'm not mistaken, this should be dog food, right? Can Qiming eat this? With this thought, Qinfeng's figure flickered and he instantly appeared in the Wutong courtyard. Qiming was currently enthusiastically arranging her new home, and upon seeing Qinfeng, she hurried over to his side. Master, I absolutely adore this residence. Thank you, Master. Qinfeng smiled in response. I'm glad you like it. There's one more thing I want to give you, though I'm uncertain if you'll like it. Saying this, he presented the feed to Qiming. Initially, Qinfeng thought Qiming would show little interest in the feed. However, she was instantly captivated by it, her crimson eyes sparkling with delight. Before he knew it, drool had begun to trickle from the corner of her mouth. Eagerly, she grabbed a handful of feed and stuffed it into her mouth. The next moment, Qiming's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had been blown away by the deliciousness. Her cheeks puffed slightly as she chewed thoughtfully, her expression filled with bliss. Gradually, a smile of satisfaction crept across her lips. Watching Qiming relish the feed, Qinfeng couldn't help but grin silently. The items provided by Ma Gur truly were remarkable. Qiming genuinely enjoyed this. As the feed was swallowed, a series of crisp sounds erupted from Qiming's body. Crack, crack, crack. Simultaneously, her cultivation level began to rise continuously. Boom, boom. Originally, Qiming's spirit and this ancient phoenix's body were still undergoing a merging phase, and her cultivation was merely at the Great Ascension stage. However, after consuming this dog food, the merging phase was significantly shortened. Feeling the changes within her body, Qiming exclaimed, Wow, Master, what is this? It's so delicious. I feel my cultivation skyrocketing, and the compatibility between my spirit and this body has greatly improved. Saying this, Qiming eagerly grabbed another handful of feed and devoured it. With each morsel she consumed, her aura grew increasingly powerful, her cultivation soaring, from the pinnacle of great ascension to the first tribulation stage. In just a short moment, Qiming reached the first tribulation stage. Furthermore, there was a trend of continued breakthroughs. However, As she entered the tribulation stage, the heavenly tribulations began to manifest, compelling Qiming to suppress the turbulent energy within her. For above the main peak of the Wenyang sect, dark clouds began to gather ominously. Qin Feng observed this with a faint smile, reassuring Qiming. Rest assured, Qiming, I will protect you during your tribulation. Upon hearing this, Qiming's eyes flashed with gratitude, and she nodded earnestly. Thank you, Master. Subsequently, Qiming's form flickered, revealing her true body, transforming into a streak of light that soared into the dark clouds. Instantly, the clouds churned. Thunder roared, as if they intended to rend the very heavens. Lightning bolts descended one after another, each imbued with the power to obliterate the world. Yet, Qiming showed no fear, letting out a mighty cry towards the heavens. Her body ablaze, as every flap of her wings unleashed torrents of flames. Chapter 72. Into the Disciple Trial. Ranking improvement. This spectacle immediately drew the attention of everyone in the Wenyang sect. Could it be that a personal disciple had already advanced to the tribulation stage? No. Within the storm clouds was that phoenix. How powerful! According to the elders, that phoenix is the mount of the Sect Master. A phoenix mount? How outrageous! The disciples of the Wenyang sect gazed up in excitement, their eyes shimmering with fervor. They beheld the sky, where the storm clouds roiled like boiling water. Deep within the tumultuous clouds, a massive phoenix flickered into view. Its cries resonated through the air, filled with majesty and might that a profound sense of pride surged within the hearts of the disciples, realizing that the Sect Master's mount was such a formidable phoenix. This was undoubtedly a symbol of the Wenyang sect's strength. Before long, the storm clouds began to dissipate, revealing Qiming's figure descending gracefully. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura erupted from her being. Yet it was not over. When Qiming relinquished her control over the power within, boom, the peak was once again shrouded in dark clouds, the thunder reverberating. The excitement among the disciples had yet to settle when the scene before them left them utterly astounded. The storm clouds that had just cleared were gathering once more, denser than before, the sound of thunder deafening. Qiming stood atop the peak, her garments fluttering in the wind, her eyes radiating determination as if she were challenging the very heavens. Her figure, illuminated by the lightning, appeared increasingly majestic, becoming a unique spectacle amidst the cosmos. Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck down, landing directly on Qiming. Yet she remained unyielding, as if the lightning held no sway over her. Instead, under this baptism of thunder, her aura grew even more formidable and unfathomable. Soon, the storm clouds began to disperse once more. However, before the clouds could vanish entirely, the sky above the peak darkened once again. The disciples finally lost their composure. What? More lightning. Does a phoenix tribe's breakthrough occur in leaps across multiple stages? Enough of this. Time to cultivate. I must break through to the nascent soul stage as soon as possible. I need to cultivate as well. My low cultivation level makes it impossible to survive. Consequently, for a considerable time thereafter, the disciples of the sect greeted each other by directly asking, Senior brother, did you cultivate today? What? You didn't cultivate. Then I apologize, senior brother. I inadvertently broke through a small realm yesterday. Qiming, amidst the storm clouds, was originally at the emperor level. However, she needed to merge with the ancient phoenix body granted by Chanfeng. Now, with the catalyst of the Mount Feed, her cultivation ascended at an astonishing rate. The storm clouds gathered and dispersed repeatedly, and after the sixth tribulation, the sky finally returned to tranquility. The clouds cleared, revealing a cerulean sky adorned with fluffy white clouds. Atop the peak, Qiming's figure appeared even more ethereal under the sunlight. Master, I have broken through to the sixth tribulation. Qiming reverted to her human form, joyfully approaching Chanfeng. Chanfeng, sensing Qiming's current cultivation, felt a slight astonishment. Glancing at the remaining dog food in his hand, he hesitated. Should I take a bite too? With this thought, Chanfeng quickly shook his head. Casting aside the peculiar notion, Chanfeng remarked, Indeed, the sixth tribulation, there remains a long journey ahead to restore your emperor-level cultivation. Yes, master. As Qiming completed her tribulation, the Wenyang sect once again embraced tranquility. Yet beneath this calm lay the diligent cultivation of countless disciples. 3 days later, the Wintiang sect finally welcomed the conclusion of the disciple trial. The sect's square bustled with activity, the atmosphere vibrant. Young cultivators from various regions, some anxious and others excited, awaited the arrival of the inner and outer sect elders. Chen Feng, too, found himself once again at the moment of unboxing. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "My guru, open all the disciple packages. Cough, cough. Congratulations, esteemed host, on acquiring the following. Yuanying Cultivator Summoning Compass 72,456, synthesizable. Deshang Cultivator Summoning Compass 19,849, synthesizable. Tribulation Crossing Period Cultivator Summoning Compass 2,885, synthesizable. Jinjuan Period Cultivator Summoning Compass 221, synthesizable. Emperor Summoning Compass 7, synthesizable. Emperor Medicine 700 stocks. Enlightenment T160,199 Gene. Emperor Grade Spirit Weapon Blanks 22, 100. Cultivation Enhancement Card 7. Random Gift Packs 95. 418. Synthesize all. Continue synthesizing until no further synthesis is possible. Ahem. The synthesis of the Cultivator Summoning Compass is in progress. Please hold on. Congratulations, esteemed host, on acquiring Jinjuan Period Cultivator Summoning Compass 72, non-synthesizable. Emperor Summoning Compass 19, non-synthesizable. Tribulation Crossing Period Cultivator Summoning Compass 4 can be synthesized once. Jinjuan Period Cultivator Summoning Compass 8 can be synthesized once. False Immortal Cultivator Summoning Compass 2 can be synthesized once. Emperor Summoning Compass 2 can be synthesized twice. Jinjuan Summoning Compass 1 can be synthesized. The system's voice echoed like a Gatling gun, rapidly announcing the quantities of the summoning compasses. Chun Feng's head buzzed. He summoned all the non-synthesizable summoning compasses. Ahem, 19 Emperor cultivators are currently being inscribed. Please wait a moment. 72 Jinjuan cultivators are being inscribed. Please wait a moment. The inscriptions are complete, and the cultivators are en route. As the system's voice faded, an overwhelming aura suddenly manifested in various corners of the Weniangong sect. Boom, boom, boom. As the summoned cultivators approached the main peak, the disciples within the sect finally caught sight of the elders' appearances. Some emanated an ethereal grace. Others commanded respect with their imposing presence. Some had stern visages, while others were strikingly beautiful. Yet, without exception, they all radiated a powerful aura that instilled fear. The disciples of Weniangong were left dumbfounded, realizing that yet another elder had exited seclusion. At this moment, the number of emperors within Weniangong had increased to 35. The number of Jinjuan period cultivators had surpassed 500. After a brief introduction with the newly summoned cultivators, Chen Feng called for Zhan Long to assign duties to the new elders. Upon Zhan Long's arrival, Chen Feng briefly contemplated before stating, "The Jinjuan period elders will oversee the training of the outer disciples. The emperor elders, aside from those already assigned, will be responsible for instructing the inner disciples. Zhan Long will manage the specific affairs." Zhan Long's expression turned serious, responding respectfully, "Understood." Meanwhile, Chun Feng's ears once again caught the system's announcement. Ahem, congratulations, esteemed host, on surpassing the milestone of 100,000 disciples in the sect. Reward, Sect Expansion Card 1. Ahem, congratulations, esteemed host, on completing Main Quest 5. Achieve a ranking within the top 500 of the Guizhou continent. The Sect Mission Hall has now manifested within the sect. Chapter 73. The Mission Hall Manifestation. At the main peak of Weniangong. The Sect Mission Hall has now manifested within the sect. Ahem. The system has automatically accepted Main Quest 6, become the number 1 sect in the Guizhou continent. Upon completion of this task, the reward will be a Spirit Time Tower 1. As the system's voice concluded, Chen Feng instantly felt a previously tranquil area within Weniangong tremble violently that he immediately teleported to the scene. Observing the ground as if it were being upheaved by an invisible hand, fissures rapidly spread, releasing billowing dust. As the tremors intensified, the dust enveloped the area, obscuring any view of what transpired. After a considerable time, as the dust gradually settled, a magnificent palace stood silently erect. 4 brilliant characters illuminated the entrance. Mission Hall. The palace, comprising 4 stories, was intricately carved with complex runes, shimmering with a faint golden light. At each corner of the hall, a stone beast stood guard. The doors and windows were crafted from unknown precious woods, with clear patterns emitting a subtle fragrance. Most striking was the massive stone tablet at the center of the hall. Its surface as smooth as a mirrored the top of the tablet were inscribed 6 prominent characters. Top mission rankings. This transformation within the sect naturally drew the attention of all. Moments later, the area before the mission hall was crowded with disciples and elders. The mission hall. Will the sect now begin issuing tasks? Surely, that must be the case. It seems that in addition to the monthly fixed cultivation resources, tasks can also yield cultivation resources. I wonder if the rewards include marrow cleansing pills. I only have green potential, and I wish to become a golden potential outstanding individual. I also aspire to be a direct disciple. Not far away, a young man clenches fists, his face resolute. I will undertake many tasks and exchange the rewards for spirit crystals to buy a belly band for my sister-in-law. Other disciples nearby. Sister-in-law? Belly band? Zhan Long was the first to appear, noticing Chun Feng already present. Understanding instantly. This must be the Master's divine ability. Master. Chun Feng nodded slightly, then spoke. Gather the Emperor elders for a council. Zhan Long was taken aback, promptly accepting the command while conveying the message to the other elders. Shortly thereafter, within the main hall at the peak, Chun Feng took his seat at the head. Seeing that all the Emperor elders had assembled, he began. The Sect's mission hall is now open. Starting tomorrow, we will commence issuing tasks for disciples and elders within the hall. Zhan Long was momentarily stunned. Inquiring, Master, do the elders also have tasks? Chun Feng nodded. Certainly, the elders must also cultivate. What if one day the disciples surpass the elders in cultivation? That would be quite the joke. As for the task rewards, they will be drawn from the sect's treasury, elixir pavilion, divine weapon pavilion, and scripture repository. Different task levels correspond to different reward classifications. The specifics regarding what types of tasks and their respective levels and rewards will require discussion among you elders. With that, Chun Feng rose to leave, leaving the particulars to be deliberated by the Emperor elders. Upon returning to the main peak, Chun Feng turned his gaze toward the random item packs in his backpack. With a total of 95,418 random item packs, Chun Feng's heart raced uncontrollably. With so many packs, could this be my moment of fortune? Open all random item packs. The random item packs have been opened. Congratulations, esteemed host, on acquiring. Holy Level Techniques 10-086, Holy Level Martial Arts 10-010, Emperor Level Techniques 369, Emperor Level Martial Arts 303, Immortal Level Techniques 1, Holy Level Elixirs 15, 248, Emperor Level Elixirs 542, Immortal Level Elixirs 2, Holy Level Spirit Weapons 16, 472, Emperor Level Spirit Weapons 489, Holy Medicines 20, 506, Emperor Medicine 330, Emperor Level Spirit Crystals 605, Mount Feed 19, 033, Yinxiao Purple Energy 1, 000, Geo Purple Energy 1, 320, Spring Expansion Card 1, Golden Potential Disciple Detection Card 1, Chun Feng. So you just experienced a glitch? Looking at the rewards displayed on the interface, Chun Feng sighed helplessly. Alas, this is over 90,000 random item packs. I am truly at my wit's end with this old system. Place all elixirs in the elixir pavilion, all spirit weapons in the divine weapon pavilion, and all techniques and martial arts in the scripture repository AS for this Mount Feed. Wen Yuan, come to me. Qin Wen Yuan, who was feeding fish, rushed to the cliff's edge upon receiving Chun Feng's summons. Master, did you call for me? Observing Qin Wen Yuan's current cultivation level, Chun Feng felt a surge of satisfaction. Wen Yuan, you've made commendable progress in your cultivation lately. I have a task for you. Upon hearing this, Qin Wen Yuan became immensely excited. Did you hear that? Master is assigning me a task. My senior brothers and sisters do not enjoy this privilege, right? Ha ha! At your command, Master. I shall fulfill it even at the cost of my life. Master, please tell me, what is the task? Chun Feng, noticing Qin Wen Yuan's eagerness to prove himself, suppressed a grin. Adopting a serious demeanor, he said, Wen Yuan, this task is exceptionally arduous. However, I firmly believe you are more than capable. Moreover, this task is uniquely yours. Others cannot even aspire to it. With this declaration, Qin Wen Yuan's excitement intensified. Senior brothers and sisters, did you see that? Master trusts me so deeply, even though I joined late. I am no less capable than any of you. Master, please reveal it. I can hardly wait. Chun Feng, no longer teasing, retrieved the mount feed from his system backpack and placed it before them. This is the food for Qimeng. Each day, in addition to your daily cultivation, you must feed Qimeng. Not give too much, just one bowl a day. Qin Wen Yuan was instantly flabbergasted. Huh, Master, this isn't right. Shouldn't I be tasked with slaying evil bandits, defeating great demons, and vanquishing malevolent spirits? Why must I deliver food to Lady Qimeng? Chun Feng stifled his laughter, saying, do not underestimate this task. You'll understand once you begin. Off you go, and return to me after feeding her. Reluctantly, Qin Wen Yuan picked up the mount feed and trudged reluctantly toward the Wutong Garden. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the entrance of the Wutong Garden. Gazing at the extraordinary woman seated atop the Wutong tree, involuntarily swallowing hard. Lady Qimeng, I am the personal disciple of the esteemed Qin Wen Yuan, entrusted with the daily task of delivering meals to you. Here is your food for today. With utmost care, Qin Wen Yuan placed the feed for the steed upon the table in the Wutong courtyard, softly uttering his words. The moment he unveiled the feed, Qimeng caught a whiff of its aroma and promptly leaped down from the tree, seizing a small bowl and devouring it in a single gulp. And so delightful. After a considerable time, Qimeng finally regained her composure from the delectable flavors. She patted Qin Wen Yuan on the shoulder and cheerfully exclaimed, a personal disciple, you say? Are you a senior brother to Lin Lin and her group of young friends? Considering your kindness in delivering my meals, should they ever bully you, do not hesitate to tell me. I shall go and plead your case. Chapter 74. The bond between Qimeng and Qin Wen Yuan. The arrival of supplies. Qimeng continued to playfully pat Qin Wen Yuan's shoulder, recounting her camaraderie with Lin Lin and the others. Unexpectedly, a thunderous roar erupted from within Qin Wen Yuan. Boom! Qimeng was momentarily taken aback. A breakthrough? She then beamed at Qin Wen Yuan and said, did you see that? Young man, a mere pat on your shoulder led to your breakthrough. If you continue to deliver meals to me punctually each day, your ascension to emperorhood is merely a matter of time. Come, let us seek out Lin Lin and the others to see what they are up to. Qin Wen Yuan scratched his head, initially wanting to explain, but ultimately decided against it. Lady Qimeng, please follow me. Thus, he led her to the quarters of the personal disciples. Upon arrival, he found Lin Lin, Xia Luo, and the others gathered around a duck pen, pointing and discussing excitedly. Davos shouted, pointing at a particular duck. Look at that duck. Why is it pecking at its own behind? Hey, just in time, Wen Yuan. I noticed your fish seemed too hungry, so I tossed in some feed, but the fish seems to be in a rather odd state. Upon hearing this, Qin Wen Yuan exclaimed, what? Brother! He hurriedly rushed toward the small pond behind the house. His impulsive actions revealed his cultivation level. Lin Lin exclaimed in disbelief. 8th stage of the Great Ascension? When did this happen? Qimeng immediately boasted. It's all thanks to me. A simple pat on his shoulder led to his breakthrough. The others were instantly filled with jealousy. Davo rushed to Qimeng's side, urging, sister, you should pat me too. Qimeng retorted. Pat you? Do you have any delicious food? The one given by the master, Davo inquired. The one from our master? What is that? At this moment, Qin Wen Yuan returned holding a fish tank and explained, it is indeed what our master provided, specifically meant for Lady Qimeng's consumption. Precisely this that as he spoke, he held the fish tank in one hand while retrieving the steed feed, given by Chun Feng with the other. The moment the feed was revealed, Qimeng transformed into a glutton, eagerly approaching Qin Wen Yuan, poised to devour the feed. Qin Wen Yuan quickly intervened. Lady Qimeng, our master has decreed that you may only consume one bowl per day, and you have already eaten. Upon hearing Chun Feng's command, Qimeng was left with teary eyes, gazing at the dog food, utterly aggrieved. As Qin Wen Yuan's words registered, the others suddenly understood. Li Fu remarked, I wondered how you managed to break through so quickly. So that's the reason. Only Qimeng, with her little head raised, remained perplexed. What reason? What is going on? Lin Lin sighed and pointed around, slowly explaining. Do you see all these chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, dogs, cows, and sheep? All of these are cared for by Wen Yuan. And those flowers and plants as well. Our master said he possesses a laboring, immortal body. Qiming's mouth fell open in disbelief. An immortal body, another immortal body. You all have immortal bodies? No, I truly can't believe it. Are you all not letting anyone live? So what connection does his immortal body have with these animals he tends? Xiao Luo languidly replied. As long as he labors daily, caring for these plants and livestock, his cultivation will continually flourish. Qiming was utterly bewildered. What kind of ridiculous physique is this? Wait, you mean to say, you brat, that you were just treating me like livestock to enhance your cultivation? Qin Wen Yuan, you must explain yourself. Qiming was fuming, her eyes igniting with flames. Qin Wen Yuan trembled in fear and hastily clarified. Lady Qiming, I truly did not intend that. It was our master's command. He said he would assign me a daunting task that no one else could complete. It is not my fault. Bah, you still deserve a beating. The lively scene at the personal disciples' quarters did not last long before it was abruptly interrupted by a tremendous roar. At the peak of the Wenian Gong, Chun Feng gazed at the sect expansion card within his system backpack with fervent anticipation. With the increasing number of disciples, the 9 mountains had begun to feel somewhat crowded. Making this sect expansion card urgently needed, Magur utilized the sect expansion card. Cough, cough. The sect expansion card has been successfully used. The sect is currently undergoing expansion. Simultaneously, within the Wenian Gong, an ear-splitting roar suddenly erupted. The ground began to tremble, unsettling the disciples. Chen Feng looked up and saw that the originally towering 9 peaks were now enveloped in dense white mist. Gradually, the mist shrouded the 9 mountains. And within that hazy fog, new peaks appeared to rise slowly from the ground. Each of these newly formed mountains exuded an overwhelming presence, majestic and grand, as if imbued with boundless power and spiritual essence. They harmoniously complemented the original 9 peaks, together creating a breathtaking and magnificent tableau within the Wenian Gong. The disciples within the sect were captivated by this sudden transformation, pausing their activities to gaze in wonder. Their eyes widened as they watched the new peaks gradually revealing their true forms, filled with awe and reverence. What is happening? One disciple exclaimed, his eyes brimming with disbelief. The sect is rapidly expanding, my heavens. What kind of sect have I entered? After an indeterminate amount of time, both the tremors and the roaring ceased. This moment, there were as many as 79 peaks standing tall within the Wenian Gong. On these peaks, buildings flourished, formations rotated, and they shone brilliantly. Lin Lin and the other personal disciples gazed in a daze at the changes occurring in the sect, murmuring, the sect has truly grown. In the evening, outside the gates of the Wenian Gong, the setting sun cast its golden rays upon the mountains, illuminating the majestic peaks in a picturesque manner. Suddenly, from afar, a series of thunderous booms echoed across the sky, growing increasingly closer and shaking the entire sect. Chun Feng stood atop the main peak, gazing at the gradually clarifying sight. He beheld thousands of Dao boats, like meteors streaking across the heavens, racing towards the Wenian Gong. Each Dao boat was intricately carved with exquisite patterns, radiating dazzling light, surrounded by a faint aura of spiritual energy, showcasing their extraordinary rank. As the Dao boats approached, the plaza in front of the gates became increasingly occupied by them, forming a grand aerial fleet. Atop the Dao boats, triangular banners fluttered, emblazoned with the 2 characters, Tianxing. This is Tianxing Merchant Association, S. Mu Ningxiang. The 30-day deadline has arrived. The Tianxing Merchant Association has come to deliver supplies. Please receive them, esteemed sect. Lin Chongxing emerged from the mountain gate, carrying a broom, and calmly stated, Miss Mu, please wait a moment. Allow this old man to enter and report. Mu Ningxiang clasped her hands and replied, Thank you for your efforts. Old sir, once Lin Chongsheng returned to the sect, the cultivators of the Tianxing Merchant Association erupted in excitement. The old man sweeping the floor was actually at the transcendent stage. My goodness, if I were to come to this imperial sect, sweeping would not even be suitable for me. Brother, not to call you out, but with your nascent soul stage cultivation, you wouldn't even be fit for cleaning up manure. Chapter 75. Mu Ningxiang before long. Zhan Long led a group of elder emperors out from the Wenyangong, that he approached Mu Ningxiang directly, while the other emperors each carried over 300 Dao boats, returning to the Wenyangong. When he reached Mu Ningxiang's side, Zhan Long smiled and said, "Miss Ningxiang, thank you for your hard work. Please enter the sect with me." Upon seeing Zhan Long personally come to greet her, Mu Ningxiang lowered her posture even further. "It has been a long time since I last saw Elder Zhan." Ningxiang pays her respects. She then instructed the accompanying cultivators of the Tianqing Merchant Association. "You all wait here for the imperial sect to send the Dao boats out. Then return to the central domain." The others had originally hoped to enter the imperial sect to witness what lay within, but with Mu Ningxiang's words, their desires were abruptly dashed, and they had no choice but to respond. "As you wish." Elder Zhan Long led Mu Ningxiang into the Wenyangong, and the moment she stepped inside the sect, she was greeted by an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy that nearly felt palpable. The air was infused with a faint Dao rhythm, as if every gust of wind and every drop of rain contained profound principles of heaven and earth. The disciples within the sect either meditated in cultivation or practiced their sword techniques, each movement appearing so natural and fluid, as if they were one with the universe. Mu Ningxiang's eyes reflected her astonishment. She had never encountered such a magnificent and vibrant sect. Within the sect, 49 majestic peaks stand tall, their ancient and elegant architectures harmoniously scattered across the summits. Each pavilion emanates a soft glow, as if forged from the essence of heaven and earth. The 48 surrounding peaks encircle the central pinnacle, akin to stars encircling the moon, guarding the grandest of them all. This central peak soars into the clouds, piercing the sky with an imposing presence that is nothing short of awe-inspiring. Yu Ningxiang gazes up at the central peak, where mist swirls mysteriously, hinting at the ethereal palaces concealed within. Evoking a sense of the enigmatic, a wave of astonishment washes over her. Is this truly the abode of the sect leader of the imperial sect? Its grandeur is enough to instill fear, deepening her reverence for the power of the Wenyang sect. From the moment she stepped into this realm, she felt a subtle elevation in her own cultivation. The flicker of fear she previously harbored towards the Wenyang sect transforms into anticipation in that instant. Zhan Long notes the lack of significant reaction on Mu Ningxiang's face and silently approves. Most ordinary individuals would be utterly awestruck by the spectacle of the sect, yet her demeanor reflects only mild surprise. "Come," he softly urges, "let us meet the sect leader." With that, he leads Mu Ningxiang toward the central peak. Chen Feng has long awaited the arrival of the Tianqing Merchant Association's fleet, standing atop the central peak. Soon enough, Zhan Long and Mu Ningxiang arrive. "Sect leader, I bring Mu Ningxiang," Zhan Long announces that as his words echo. Mu Ningxiang's vision gradually sharpens, revealing the scene atop the peak. Before her stand a youthful man, poised with his hands behind his back, his countenance striking and his demeanor extraordinary, radiating an indescribable aura of authority and depth. This is Chen Feng, the leader of the Wenyang sect. Yu Ningxiang finds herself momentarily taken aback. She had anticipated the sect leader to be an elder of great experience and power, yet he appears remarkably youthful. Behind Chen Feng stands a woman, quietly observant, exuding an air of cold elegance and nobility, her eyes seemingly harboring an infinite expanse of stars, emanating a formidable pressure, taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart. Mu Ningxiang steps forward and respectfully bows. "I am Mu Ningxiang of the Tianqing Merchant Association, here to pay my respects to the sect leader." Her voice, clear and melodious, resonates atop the peak. Chen Feng nods slightly and speaks slowly. "I have heard from your father that you wish to join our sect." Mu Ningxiang is taken aback, a wry smile forming within her heart, but she maintains her composure as she replies, "Respectfully, sect leader, I do aspire to join the imperial sect. However, my mediocre talents may not meet the sect's entry requirements, leaving me with no choice but to resort to this desperate measure." Observing the details of Mu Ningxiang's profile, Chen Feng's expression shifts to one of intrigue as he notes her red potential. "You, with your remarkable red potential, fear you won't pass the entrance trial? Surely, this is your father's suggestion." After a moment of contemplation, he continues, somewhat melancholic, Ningxiang, you currently stand at the pinnacle of the tribulation stage. To join as a disciple would be a disservice to your talents. Instead, remain by my side as a maid. Yu Yao. Is it all right for you to oversee Ningxiang's training? Upon hearing Chun Feng's words, a wave of indescribable sorrow surges through Mu Ningxiang. Yet, she bows her head and replies softly, "As you command, my lord." Chun Feng regards her, feeling a swell of emotion, but he understands that although Mu Ningxiang appears delicate, she harbors an indomitable spirit. Her current demeanor suggests she is suppressing many burdens within her heart. Guided by Yu Yao, Mu Ningxiang arrives at her quarters. After Yu Yao departs, she begins to tidy up alone. Observing her new surroundings, she silently reflects, "I suppose I will never leave this place in my lifetime." As she quietly arranges the room, her fingers glide over the surface of the table, as if seeking solace. Tears shimmer in her eyes, yet she resolutely prevents them from falling. The sunlight streaming through the window bathes her, yet it fails to dispel the gloom within her heart. Having diligently cultivated since childhood, she finds herself sent by her father to manage a branch in the eastern wilderness, leaving her estranged from home for many years. Unable to attend her mother's funeral to secure her position, her father arranged a betrothal with Su Chong, the son of the Grand Elder, but fortune smiled upon her as the Su family perished unexpectedly, allowing her to evade this fate. Yet, just as she began to find relief, her father arranged for her entry into the Wentiang imperial sect. Surely, her father's standing is now secure enough? Suddenly, her fingers brush against a hard object. Looking down, she discovers an unremarkable stone. She gently picks it up, a wave of inexplicable emotion flooding her heart. This stone may well become her sole companion in the days to come. Taking a deep breath, she clutches the stone tightly in her palm and raises her gaze toward the vast sky outside, resolutely deciding, "Since I have come, I shall make my peace with it. Even as a maid, I shall strive to be the strongest among them." When Mu Ningxiang next stands before Chen Feng, she seems transformed. Busily attending to tasks around him, a confident smile graces her face, her every movement exuding grace and ease. Chen Feng observes the change in her demeanor, silently affirming, "This young woman possesses great potential for development." As the supplies from the Tianqing Merchant Association arrive, the disciples of the Wentiang sect experience a remarkable surge in their cultivation levels. Moreover, the day of the grand arrival of various holy land from the central domain to congratulate the Wentiang sect's emergence draws ever closer. Chapter 76. The Breaking Boundary Pill, Lingxiao Martial Peak. On this day, Chun Feng sits serenely at the cliff's edge while Mu Ningxiang massages his shoulders. Zhan Long approaches, holding a jade slip. "Sect leader, the details of the task hall have been finalized. Please review." Chun Feng gestures dismissively. "Just tell me." "Yes, the tasks in the task hall are categorized into 4 levels and 2 main types, disciple tasks and elder tasks. Each category is further divided into the 4 ranks of heaven. Earth, mysterious, and yellow, with the heaven rank being the most challenging and the yellow rank the least. There are various tasks, such as hunting beasts, submitting beast pills, gathering spirit herbs, and refining pills. Of course, disciples or elders within the sect can also post tasks in the task hall, but they must provide corresponding resources that, as Zhan Long reports. Chen Feng nods in understanding. However, Zhan Long hesitates, unsure of how to proceed. Chun Feng inquires, "What is it?" After much deliberation, Zhan Long replies slowly, "It's just that the Emperor Elders do not urgently require the sect's resources. And there are few tasks within the Guizhou continent that necessitate their involvement. So," Chun Feng smiles faintly, "so they look down upon these tasks." Indeed, Chun Feng had already contemplated this issue and discussed it with the system. He still possesses over 10 cultivation enhancement cards in his system inventory. After consulting the system, he learned that these enhancement cards can be utilized by any cultivator and can even be transformed into pills. Consequently, he decided to transmute the remaining 31 enhancement cards into pills, preparing them as rewards for the Emperor Elders. Chun Feng retrieves the transformed pills from his inventory and presents them to Zhan Long. These are the Breaking Boundary Pills. Any cultivator, regardless of their level, can use one to elevate their rank without any side effects. This revelation, Zhan Long gasps in astonishment. Any level can be elevated? And with no side effects? Such a feat is unheard of in celestial-grade pills. Zhanlong, eyes wide with excitement, asks, Sect Leader, can the Emperor Elders also elevate their ranks? Chen Feng nods affirmatively. Any level. Zhanlong's eyes widen in disbelief, nearly dropping the jade slip in his hand. The breaking boundary pill can elevate any cultivator's rank without side effects. Such an elixir is virtually unprecedented. If the Emperor Elders were to learn of this pill, they would surely go mad with excitement. Though the sect's cultivation environment resembles a celestial realm, and the resources provided within are abundant, it remains exceedingly difficult to advance in rank after reaching the Emperor level. Even within the Wenyang sect, without a century of accumulation, it is unlikely one could elevate their rank. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, Zhanlong carefully stows the 31 breaking boundary pills. Fully aware of their immense value and the need for proper safeguarding to the cliff's edge, Chen Feng remains steadfast, while Mu Ningxiang continues her gentle ministrations. Zhanlong gazes at Chen Feng's back with deep respect, understanding that having such an unfathomable leader is a privilege for all within the Wenyang sect. Settling into his armchair, Chen Feng continues, these pills will not serve as task rewards. They may only be exchanged with elder points. Elders who mentor disciples will see their disciples' rapid advancement and, in turn, earn elder points. Additionally, completing tasks from the task hall can also yield elder points, as can elders who make significant contributions to the sect. Only by accumulating sufficient elder points can one exchange for the breaking boundary pills. Zhanlong, absorbing Chen Feng's insights, is profoundly shaken. He had never contemplated that the sect's reward system could be designed in such a manner, simultaneously motivating the elders and preserving the rarity of the breaking boundary pills. As the gentle breeze caresses the cliff, Chen Feng's words resonate in Zhanlong's ears. The sect leader is truly a remarkable figure. I shall not disturb the Sect Master any further. I take my leave. Before Zhanlong could depart, Chen Feng hastily called out to him, Wait, Zhanlong, I shall reward you with 3 breaking realm pills. As the Grand Elder of our sect, you are burdened with numerous affairs and have made significant contributions. Thus, your elder points shall not be counted. From now on, you shall automatically receive 1 every 6 months. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Zhanlong's body trembled, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He quickly knelt on one knee, clasped his fists, and spoke with a slight tremor in his voice. Sect Master, your generosity overwhelms me. I'm truly unworthy. Chen Feng smiled gently, gesturing for Zhanlong to rise. There is no need for such formality. I have seen the dedication you have shown to our sect. This breaking realm pill is a reward you rightfully deserve. Zhanlong stood up, firmly grasping the vial containing the pill, as if he could feel the immense power contained within. Meanwhile, his heart swelled with respect for Chen Feng. Additionally, in the coming days, the major holy lands of the Central Domain will come to celebrate with us. We must ensure that the event is grand and befitting of our imperial sect's stature. Zhanlong pondered for a moment and inquired, Sect Master, how about this? Now that the sect's cultivation resources are in place, the disciples' training speed has increased several-fold. Why not hold a grand competition within our sect when the Holy Lands arrive? Disciples guided by the elders who achieve rankings will earn elder points. This will not only encourage the elders to diligently cultivate the disciples, but also inspire the disciples to strive harder in their training. Furthermore, it will showcase the talents of our disciples to the Holy Lands. Chen Feng's eyes brightened with admiration. Zhanlong, your proposal is splendid. He rose slowly, hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance as if envisioning the magnificent internal competition. Then it is settled. The specifics shall be discussed among the elders. Hasten to prepare. Chen Feng's voice resonated with authority and anticipation. Zhanlong felt a surge of excitement. This would be the first disciple competition of the Wenyang. It must be flawlessly executed. As he turned to leave, his steps felt lighter. Soon after, the Wenyang was abuzz with activity. The elders mobilized, guiding the disciples in their training to prepare for the impending competition. Additionally, Chen Feng selected the largest mountain on the periphery of Wenyang. Naming it Lingxiao Douwu Peak, he assigned 10 grand elder-level figures to construct a stage, set up protective formations, and arrange seating atop Lingxiao Douwu Peak. Upon hearing the news of the upcoming competition, The disciples of Gong erupted with excitement. In the inner sect's quarters, a voice exclaimed, "Hey, have you heard? The sect is holding a grand competition." Wang Pongzi excitedly rushed to Colin's side. Is that true? This is a marvelous opportunity. If I perform well in the competition, perhaps I could gain the Sect Master's favor. Colin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Indeed, let's train hard and strive to excel in the competition. Wang Pongzi clenched his fists, filled with fighting spirit. Not far away, Gokong, who was practicing his punches, also paused, asking excitedly, "Does this mean we might get the chance to spar with the inner disciples?" I don't know. You still want to challenge the inner disciples? Don't be ridiculous. Chapter 77. The Measuring Boy, Xiao Han. As news of the sect competition spread, the disciples of Gong began an intense training regimen. Chen Feng finally found the time to organize his system backpack. Looking at the golden potential disciple detection card within, Chen Feng's face gleamed with excitement. "Ma Guru, use the golden potential disciple detection card." Ahem, the golden potential disciple detection card has been successfully used. Please proceed to the designated coordinates to recruit disciples. Chen Feng glanced at the coordinates, momentarily taken aback. West Wilderness. That's somewhat distant. Nevertheless, he tore through space and instantaneously arrived within the western domain. The land here was severely desertified, with yellow sands swirling and winds howling. Amidst this endless desert, a fierce battle was unfolding. A young boy, bare-chested and with a lithe, resilient figure, wielded a black greatsword adorned with mysterious patterns that glimmered with a ghostly light. Each swing of his sword was accompanied by a fierce gust of wind that swept up the surrounding sand, creating swirling whirlwinds. His adversaries were a group of oddly shaped snake men. These snake men had twisted forms. Their skin a deep green, and their eyes glinted with malice. They flicked their tongues, hissing as they launched relentless assaults on the boy. "Keek, this kid is about to give in. Kill." With that, several snake men brandished their spears and lunged at the boy. The boy was already exhausted. Seeing the intensified onslaught of the snake men, a bitter smile crept upon his lips. He quickly transmitted a message to the elderly figure within his ring. "Old fire. What should I do now?" A weak voice emanated from the ring. "Alas, it is my fault that you find yourself in such perilous circumstances. Let me burn my last remnants of soul to help you through this ordeal. The path ahead is one you must walk alone." As he spoke, the boy's aura suddenly surged, and his eyes turned pure white. A wisp of black flame ignited at the tip of his finger. The boy slowly opened his mouth, his voice transforming into an aged tone. "Child, farewell." Chen Feng observed the boy's detailed information, a smile appearing on his lips as he materialized beside the boy, grasping his wrist. Under the enveloping force of Chen Feng's celestial energy, the boy's appearance instantly reverted to its original form. The soul of old fire swiftly returned to the ring, murmuring, Who is this person? To be stronger than I was at my peak?" When he turned to look at the boy, he found the boy's gaze restored to clarity, staring blankly at the man before him. "You are." Chen Feng, with hands clasped behind his back, casually glanced at the snake men, who instantly burst into clouds of blood mist. This scene made old fire in the ring's eyelids twitch. This person's strength was unfathomable. But what could his intentions be? After vanquishing the snake men, Chen Feng then addressed the boy kindly. "I am Chen Feng, the 81st Sect Master of Gong. Do you wish to become my disciple?" Xiao Han was momentarily stunned, then quickly clasped his fists and replied, "Thank you for your life-saving grace, Senior. However, please forgive me. I already have a master and cannot comply." Chen Feng smiled lightly and inquired, "Is your master him?" As he spoke, he pointed to the ring on Xiao Han's finger. This action caused old fire within the ring to feel his hair stand on end, though his soul resided within the confines of the ring. He could still sense a pair of profound eyes peering through the ring at him. Xiao Han nodded solemnly and responded, "Yes, although I did not perform the bowing ceremony, in my heart, he is my master." Upon hearing this, old fire was immediately incensed. In his fury, disregarding everything else, he burst forth from the ring. Since the person before him was already aware of his existence, it would be better to clarify matters sooner rather than later. Upon emerging, old fire slapped Xiao Han on the head. "What? I consider you my son, and yet you take me for your master. Do you doubt that this esteemed senior before you cannot teach you well?" Simultaneously, he hastily transmitted to Xiao Han. "Son, no. Xiao Han, you must accept this person as your master. His cultivation far exceeds my peak. I believe this individual is likely in existence of the emperor level. Joining his ranks will greatly benefit your 3-year agreement." Hearing Old Fire's words, Xiao Han's heart trembled. An emperor? Do they truly exist? Although Old Fire said as much, Xiao Han remained hesitant. Chen Feng discerned Xiao Han's thoughts and gently inquired, "Are you worried about this soul being abandoned?" Upon seeing Xiao Han nod, Chen Feng chuckled softly. "Rest assured, once you become my disciple, I will find a physical body for this soul. He will serve as an elder within the alchemy pavilion of Wenyangong, teaching disciples the art of alchemy. How does that sound?" Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Old Fire's eyes flickered with astonishment and elation. He immediately turned to Chen Feng, bowing deeply, his voice trembling. "Senior, I am indebted to you. From now on, my life belongs to you." Xiao Han witnessed this scene, and his hesitation evaporated instantly. He could sense Old Fire's reverence and gratitude towards Chen Feng, realizing that this was a tremendous opportunity for both himself and Old Fire. After Old Fire finished bowing to Chen Feng, he turned to Xiao Han and said, "Xiao Han, why aren't you promptly bowing to your master?" Hearing this, Xiao Han plunged the black greatsword into the sand, stepped forward, knelt on both knees, and respectfully knocked his head 3 times, exclaiming, "Disciple Xiao Han, I pay my respects to my master." Subsequently, the system's prompt sounded, "Ahem, congratulations, host, on successfully recruiting a golden potential disciple. Reward, Diamond Gift Pack 1. Chen Feng momentarily disregarded the system, raising his hand to lift Xiao Han's form, smiling. "Come, let us return to the sect. Once your cultivation is successful, you may return to fulfill your agreement." Xiao Han could scarcely believe his ears. What did the master just say? How did he know about my agreement with someone else? Xiao Han, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Master, have you heard of my story?" Chen Feng, gazing at Xiao Han's visage, shook his head and calmly replied, "No. However, your face is adorned with tails." At the moment Chen Feng tore through the fabric of space, Hua Chen finally realized that Xiao Han's master was indeed a genuine emperor. From this day forth, he would become an elder of the imperial sect. In an instant, the 2 souls appeared atop the master peak of the Asking Heaven sect. Chen Feng then communicated with Zhanlong, commanding, "Zhanlong, come to the master peak." Following this, he sent a message to his direct disciples, saying, "All of you come to the master peak. Your new junior brother has arrived." Before long, Zhanlong and the direct disciples gathered. Chen Feng instructed Zhanlong, "Arrange a physical body for this person. From now on, let him serve as a guiding elder in the Pill Pavilion." "Off you go." Zhanlong promptly accepted the order and vanished from the master peak with Hua Lao. At that moment, Hua Lao finally realized, had he truly stepped into the lair of an emperor? How was it possible that dozens of emperor-level auras lingered here? Chapter 78. The Chaotic Footbath, the Disciple Development Manual. Chen Feng once again opened Xiao Han's detailed information. Name, Xiao Han. Cultivation, 6th stage of Yuan-Ing. Potential, golden potential. Physique, no special physique. Synopsis, a family genius, reduced to a cripple after Hua Lao's awakening. He was rejected in marriage, but set a 3-year agreement, making remarkable progress with Hua Lao as assistants. Despite lacking a special physique, his training talent and fortune are both top tier, thus classified as golden potential. Chen Feng's mind stirred, and an ancient tome of techniques materialized in his hand. He gently turned the pages of the tome, revealing golden flame patterns that shimmered subtly, emanating a fervent aura. Chen Feng, holding the celestial technique, lightly tossed it towards Xiao Han. The technique traversed the air, leaving a trail of golden light, as if carrying the essence of fire from the heavens, landing directly in Xiao Han's hands. Xiao Han felt an intense burning sensation in his palms, and upon examining the tome's cover, he saw the bold inscription, Heavenly Flame Technique. He looked up in astonishment at Chen Feng. Chen Feng smiled faintly and said, "This technique is called the Heavenly Flame Technique. a celestial-level fire technique capable of aiding you greatly. I hope you cherish this opportunity and not disappoint my intentions towards you. Xiao Han tightly grasped the tome, radiating a fervent aura. His eyes shimmering with excitement, he bowed deeply, his voice resolute and powerful. Thank you, Master, for bestowing such a precious technique. Xiao Han shall not fail your expectations and will strive to cultivate diligently. Bringing glory to the sect, Chun Feng nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips, then turned to his direct disciples and instructed, "You all, take your junior brother Xiao Han around the sect," helping him familiarize himself with the environment. The disciples responded in unison, stepping forward to greet Xiao Han warmly. They enthusiastically guided him through the sect, pointing out significant buildings and training areas. Following them, Xiao Han's eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation, filled with longing for the life that awaited him in the sect. Once the direct disciples departed, Chun Feng immediately addressed the system. "Magur, open the diamond gift pack. Cough, cough. The diamond gift pack has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained True Immortal Summoning Compass 1. Can be synthesized. Chaotic Footbath 1. Cultivation Enhancement Cards 5. Immortal Herbs 100. Premium Enlightenment Tea 500. Random Item Gift Pack 1. Chun Feng's mouth fell agape. A footbath? What on earth?" With a mixture of trepidation, he began to examine the detailed information of the chaotic footbath. Immortal item name. Chaotic footbath. Description. This footbath, born from the chaos, connects to the void. Pour hot water into it, and the footbath automatically absorbs the medicinal energy from the chaos and infuses it into the water. Note: the medicinal liquid from this footbath is exceptionally potent. It injects super energy into your kidneys. Using it for foot soaks will invigorate your kidneys as if they have been injected with adrenaline, transforming them into super scion kidneys. In the realm of men, you will walk tall and proud. Exuding confidence, your yang energy will soar like a rocket, alleviating any concerns about your masculinity. After using it, you will radiate an aura of dominance that makes other men envious and resentful. After reading the detailed information about the chaotic footbath, Chun Feng's brows furrowed. Time passed, and finally, Chun Feng slowly lifted his forehead, his expression tinged with excitement. What a marvelous item! Unfortunately, I cannot utilize it. My body, the strongest across the myriad realms, does not require this. Magur, open the random item gift pack. Cough, cough. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Disciple Development Manual. Chun Feng queried curiously, "What is the Disciple Development Manual?" The Disciple Development Manual requires the host to cultivate a disciple's cultivation to a certain level to illuminate the manual and unlock rewards. First stage, 1 direct disciple reaches true monarch cultivation. Reward, Golden Disciple Detection Card 1. Second stage, 3 direct disciples reach Emperor cultivation. Reward, Golden Potential Disciple Detection Card 1. Third stage, 5 direct disciples after the system's explanation. Chun Feng instantly understood that this Disciple Development Manual was a means to acquire Golden Potential Disciple Detection Cards. Upon further reflection, it made sense if all Golden Disciple Detection Cards needed to be drawn from the random item gift packs. It would take an eternity with poor luck. The card used to assess Xiao Han was extracted from over 90,000 random item gift packs. The probability of obtaining detection cards was unimaginable. However, this manual was not something to be completed easily. The difficulty of unlocking increased with each stage. Chun Feng ceased his ponderings and continued his treasure-hunting endeavors. To upgrade the Peach Blossom Garden, one must have sufficient treasures. Meanwhile, in the western region, just where Chun Feng and Xiao Han had vanished, several figures cloaked in black emerged. Eagle Protector, the soul aura has vanished from here. Eagle Protector extended his hand to touch the sand beneath his feet, sensing the lingering soul energy. After a long pause, a deep voice emerged from within the black robe. This aura, could it be the Imperial Sect once more? After a moment of reflection, Eagle Protector slowly declared, "Let us depart. We shall temporarily abandon this soul." Consequently, the figures in black dissipated into the desert. In the western wilderness, Yin Sect. Yin ran, "I heard your fiancé has entered the Tego Desert, which is the territory of the Serpent People." A beautiful woman sat atop a mountain peak alongside a girl named Yin Ran, gazing at the endless sea of clouds before them. "Sister," He and I are no longer connected. Master has said that he will pursue the emperor. So I must follow in Master's footsteps. The woman beside her sighed. Alas, I just wonder where this emperor truly resides. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding surged within Yin Rant's heart. She murmured, has he grown stronger? I must hasten my cultivation. At the master peak of the Asking Heaven sect, Xiao Han, guided by Lin Lin and others, beheld the entirety of the Asking Heaven sect. His heart swelled with excitement that refused to subside. Finally, in a state of exhilaration, he arrived at the residence of the direct disciples. Upon entering his room, Xiao Han eagerly retrieved the celestial level technique, the heavenly flame technique. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he cradled the tome radiating a faint golden light. His heart raced, eyes reflecting an insatiable thirst for power. He took a deep breath and slowly opened the first page, where he found inscribed, to burn the heavens, one must first burn oneself. The characters were ancient and solemn, seemingly harboring boundless mysteries. As Xiao Han's gaze traversed the text, the words appeared to come alive, transforming into flames swirling within his mind. He felt as though he was engulfed in a blazing inferno. Surrounded by roaring flames, the air thick with heat, Xiao Han sensed his body enveloped by a formidable energy. As if it sought to consume him, he tightly shut his eyes, allowing the energy to flow within him. Enduring the infinite pain it brought, moments later, a resounding breakthrough echoed through the courtyard of the direct disciples. Seventh stage of Yuan Ying. Success. Chapter 79. The Holy Land of the Central Region celebrates the Asking Heaven sect's emergence. Time flies like a white horse passing through AG8P. In the blink of an eye. The day of the grand competition within the sect has arrived. On this early morning, the disciples of the Wenyanggong rose early, donned their attire, and gathered at the sect square. As dawn broke, the sky of the central domain was tinged with a soft golden HU. In the square, the disciples of Wenyanggong stood in neat rows, patiently awaiting the call of their sect. Suddenly, from afar, the air was filled with the melodious sound of bells, accompanied by dazzling beams of light that streaked across the sky like shooting stars. Descending upon Wenyanggong, as the radiance faded, dozens of formidable teams emerged, clad in various colored garments adorned with the emblems of their respective sacred lands. Among them were vibrant young disciples and elder sages exuding an ethereal aura, all wearing warm smiles and holding an array of exquisite gift boxes. Following closely behind, more teams arrived at the mountain gate of Wenyanggong. Zanlong, upon witnessing the arrival of the sacred lands from the central domain, swiftly positioned himself at the mountain gate to welcome them. The representatives of the central domain stepped forward to congratulate Wenyanggong. An elderly man with flowing white beard approached Zanlong with a beaming smile, holding a delicate jade box, and said, "The emergence of the Wenyanggong into the world is indeed a fortune for our Juzhou continent. This is a humble token from me, representing the Feipu sacred land of the central domain. I hope you will graciously accept it." Zanlong nodded slightly, his demeanor calm and composed as he accepted the jade box, replying, "Thank you for your generous gift. Our sect shall not disappoint and will strive to bring prosperity and peace to Juzhou continent." Just as he finished speaking, a young and handsome disciple stepped forward, brandishing a radiant longsword, its scabbard embedded with sparkling gemstones. That he grinned, saying, "The reputation of the imperial sect precedes it. Seeing it today, it truly lives up to its name. This longsword, a treasure of my Qisha sacred land, is the emperor-level spiritual weapon, the Wind Shadow Sword, which I present to the imperial sect, wishing its soaring success." Zanlong stood at the entrance of Wenyanggong, his expression tranquil and serene. Clad in a flowing azure robe, the hem danced gently in the breeze, as if he were one with the heavens and earth. The teams from the various sacred lands of the central domain continued to arrive. The square before the mountain gate gradually buzzed with activity. Zanlong smiled and exchanged pleasantries with each visitor, his voice neither high nor low, yet clear enough for all present to hear. "Esteemed guests from afar, Wenyanggong is deeply grateful," Zanlong stated, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. "Today happens to be the day of the grand competition for our sect as disciples. Please allow me to guide you into our sect." As Zanlong's words resonated, A melodious chime once again echoed through the air above Wenyangong. Within the chime lay a mysterious power that invigorated the spirits of all who heard it. Zandlong turned, gesturing for the guests from the sacred lands to enter the sect. Under his guidance, the procession of teams from the central domain slowly stepped into Wenyangong, making their way toward the venue of the grand competition. As they entered, the spectacle that unfolded before them rendered them utterly speechless. The internal landscape of the sect was adorned with towering pavilions cloaked in swirling mists, resembling a celestial realm. The air was thick with spiritual energy, almost palpable, and those with profound cultivation could even sense the energy coursing over their skin on the ground. Spiritual herbs and flowers vied for attention, exuding fragrances that were utterly captivating. What astonished them most were the disciples of Wenyangong, each radiating vitality and exuding a calm, steady aura, clearly the Siarmida La Siarmi. An elder from the Bibo sacred land could not help but exclaim, "The imperial sect truly lives up to its reputation." In such grandeur, our central domain's foremost sacred land wouldn't even be worthy of carrying the imperial sect's shoes. If this old man could cultivate within the imperial sect, it wouldn't be long before I'd ascend to the true monarch stage. His words elicited nods of agreement from the representatives of the various sacred lands, who began to ponder. Although many of us are already half buried in the earth, becoming disciples of the imperial sect is no longer feasible. However, might there be a glimmer of hope if I serve as a janitor or cook within the imperial sect? The onlookers were filled with awe and yearning as they beheld the wonders of Wenyangong. Walking along the stone-paved path, they felt the richness of the spiritual energy, as if each step absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. What glorious honor it would be to become a disciple of Wenyangong one day. A young disciple remarked, his eyes sparkling with dreams. Indeed, the aura of the imperial sect is beyond our imagination. Even as a mere errand boy, one would surely reap immense benefits. Another elder stroked his beard, his eyes brimming with envy and anticipation. Under Zandlong's guidance, they traversed areas lush with spiritual herbs and flowers, arriving at the foot of a towering mountain peak. The peak soared into the clouds, shrouded in mist, resembling a staircase to the celestial realm. Atop the peak, a grand martial platform came into view, surrounded by a wide circle of spectator seats, after ensuring the comfort of the guests from the central domain. The female disciples of Wenyangong sprang into action. Clad in elegant garments, they gracefully weaved through the crowd like a host of ethereal beings. Each female disciple carried a meticulously arranged fruit platter, adorned with an array of vividly colored aromatic spiritual fruits that were utterly tantalizing. Simultaneously, other disciples held jade teapots, serving fragrant spiritual tea to the attendees, with smiles illuminating their faces and elegance in their demeanor. The female disciples offered the platters and tea to the guests from the sacred lands. Their voices, melodious as flowing water, softly invited, "Esteemed guests, we welcome you from afar. Please indulge in our specially crafted spiritual fruits and tea, and may you enjoy a delightful time here." As the female disciples gracefully retreated, all eyes instinctively fell upon the sumptuous fruits and tea before them. An immediate chorus of gasps and exclamations erupted. The spiritual fruits, resplendent in color, shimmered with vitality, releasing a subtle yet enchanting fragrance, each seemingly brimming with boundless life force. The spiritual tea was equally extraordinary. As the leaves unfurled in the water, they exuded a captivating aroma, as if a mysterious power flowed within. The imperial medicine. An elder from a sacred land stammered, his eyes wide with disbelief. The imperial medicine, which takes thousands of years of exposure to the elements and the essence of heaven and earth to mature, is a treasure of unparalleled worth, capable of inciting fierce competition among countless powerful beings. And yet, Wenyangong casually presents it to us. Allow this old man to sip some tea to calm my astonishment. The elder lifted the teacup, inhaling the fragrant aroma, when suddenly a startled cry broke the air. The enlightenment tea! The crowd turned their gazes to a young disciple from a sacred land, whose eyes sparkled with excitement as he pointed tremblingly at the teacup. It truly is enlightenment tea. Another voice confirmed, filled with incredulity. The cultivators of the central domain were now utterly astonished. The Enlightenment tea, a legendary treasure, is said to be born only in places where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converges to its zenith. Each leaf contains the mysteries of the Tao. Consuming it can aid one in their enlightenment and even provide the chance to break through cultivation barriers. Thus, the cultivators of the central domain, disregarding their dignified appearances as guests, began to drink it greedily. Some even extended their tongues to lap up the remnants of tea in their cups. Satisfied, they remarked, "This enlightenment tea is simply exquisite." This scene was fortuitously witnessed by a group of newly arrived direct disciples. Dotton, puzzled, remarked, "When Yuan, don't you usually use enlightenment tea to soak pig food for your swine?" Qin Wen Yuan replied, bewildered, Master said there was too much enlightenment tea, so I should use it exclusively for the livestock from now on." The cultivators of the central domain. Chapter 80. The grand competition of the sect, chaos, as the direct disciples entered the arena. The inner and outer disciples of Wenniangong began to enter the venue in batches. 100,000 disciples stood in formation on the martial platform, clad in unified sect attire, exuding an imposing aura. Sunlight bathed them, illuminating a myriad of dazzling glimmers, creating a breathtaking spectacle reminiscent of a sea of stars. Eye in the sky, a cloud slowly drifted in, upon which stood a figure, none other than the Sect Master. Chun Feng, draped in a golden robe, his long hair billowed in the wind, and his gaze, sharp and penetrating, radiated an air of authority and mystery as he appeared in the sky. The entire martial platform seemed to glow, and all eyes were drawn to him. Chun Feng slowly spoke, his voice resonating across the entire Lingshao martial peak. "Today marks the day of the first grand competition for the disciples of Wenniangong. You are all disciples of our imperial sect, and I hope you will give your utmost effort to showcase your strength. Furthermore, the sect has decided that the top 10 outer disciples will be promoted to inner disciples. The promoted individuals will undergo a month-long assessment, and those who pass will successfully ascend to inner disciples, while those who fail will return to the outer sect. The top 5 inner disciples will have the opportunity to become core disciples. In the future, core disciples may have the chance to become my direct disciples. Now, I announce that the first grand competition of Wenniangong officially begins." As Chun Feng's words fell, the entire martial platform erupted in fervor. The disciples' eyes sparkled with fervent determination, their fists clenched tightly, and the spiritual energy within them subtly surged, as if ready to burst forth at any moment. Amidst the throng of disciples, the outer sect disciple Zhang Meng stood tall and resolute, his countenance imbued with determination. This moment, his eyes brimmed with unwavering resolve and fervent aspiration. Clenching his fists, he inhaled deeply, as if to galvanize his own spirit. He recognized that this was an unparalleled opportunity for him to ascend into the inner sect, and perhaps even to become a direct disciple. He must exert every ounce of effort to demonstrate his prowess, compelling all to witness his diligence and talent. A.S. Chin Feng took his seat in the audience. The war dragon ascended into the skies. The grand competition was to be held over 3 days. On the first day, a tumultuous clash of outer sect disciples would ensue. 100,000 outer sect disciples would engage in 5 chaotic battles, with 4 victors emerging from each skirmish. On the second day, the 20 successful outer sect disciples would draw lots for one-on-one combat. The victors would earn the right to ascend to the inner sect. This was not merely a test of personal cultivation, but also a measure of one's situational awareness, fortune, and courage. Disciples, exhaust your utmost potential and stand victorious on the martial stage. With these words, the war dragon's voice resounded like a thunderclap in the ears of the crowd. The previously boisterous assembly of over 100,000 disciples was suddenly swept away by an invisible tempest. In mere moments, only around 20,000 remained on the stage, enveloped in an eerie silence, as if the air itself had solidified. Every face was etched with tension and resolve, their gazes flitting among one another, as if anticipating something momentous. Suddenly, a voice erupted from the stillness, piercing the oppressive silence like a sharpened blade. With that, as if ignited by a fuse, chaos erupted. The cacophony of battle cries and clashing weapons intertwined, composing a thrilling symphony of combat. The 20,000 disciples transformed into surging torrents, colliding and grappling with one another. Blades gleamed and spells radiated, as each participant poured their heart and soul into the fierce melee upon the vast and solemn martial stage. The battle raged with unrelenting fervor. Each moment was filled with the clash of power and the contest of techniques, as cries of war and resounding booms echoed throughout the space. The conflict persisted without a hint of respite. Disciples were seen being hurled off the martial stage by formidable blows, their bodies tracing arcs through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Whenever a disciple was injured, elders waiting outside would rush forward with utmost haste to ensure the wounded received timely care. Safeguarding their lives, the cultivators from the central region, initially composed and unruffled, now exhibited expressions of astonishment. They gazed incredulously at the sight of 100,000 advanced stage Yuan-Ing disciples, their eyes filled with disbelief. How can this be? They pondered silently. Are all the outer sect disciples of the questioning heaven sect above the sixth stage of Yuan-Ing? Disciples at the sixth stage of Yuan-Ing should be at least of inner sect caliber in any sacred ground. Yet here we have 100,000 of them. Am I dreaming? The outer sect disciples of the questioning heaven sect have reached such a formidable level. They had previously believed themselves to possess a clear understanding of the disciple strengths across various sections. Yet, the sheer power displayed by the disciples before them now transcended their wildest imaginings. Meanwhile, the battle on the martial stage remained fierce, as the outer sect disciples appeared tireless, relentlessly showcasing their valiant assaults, rendering this conflict an unforgettable spectacle for all. As time passed, rounds of combat continued, and the number of contenders on the martial stage dwindled. The once boisterous arena gradually quieted, with every gaze fixated on the few remaining figures. Ultimately, after a brutal struggle, only 10 individuals remained on the stage. However, there was a palpable air of vigilance among them. Their eyes betrayed wariness and caution, each unwilling to reveal any weakness. They were acutely aware that their opponents were formidable, and a moment's lapse could spell disaster. The atmosphere grew heavy with an awkward silence, as if the very air had congealed. Among them, an outer sect disciple named Qing Yao found her gaze involuntarily drawn to Zhang Meng not far away. They had trained together in the mountains of the sect since joining, fostering an indescribable bond. Qing Yao understood that Zhang Meng's strength was not to be underestimated, and she yearned to reach the end alongside him. Yet on this ruthless martial stage, they were forced to become adversaries. Zhang Meng seemed to sense Qing Yao's gaze. He furrowed his brow, his heart a tumult of emotions. Stealthily, he conveyed, "Qing Yao, let us join forces and strive for advancement together." Qing Yao felt a warmth in her heart and promptly replied, "Brother Meng, I have the same intention." The two swiftly launched an assault on the remaining competitors, caught in a state of tension. The others were thrown into disarray upon witnessing their alliance. By the time they regained their composure, two had already been sent tumbling off the martial stage. Zhang Meng and Qing Yao's cooperation was seamless. Before the remaining contenders could seek allies, they had already dispatched 4 more. Thus, the battle came to a premature conclusion. As the dust settled on the first wave of chaos, the atmosphere atop Ling Shao Martial Peak boiled like water at its boiling point. The expressions on the disciples' faces varied, some lamenting the early exit of their favorite competitors, while others sought like-minded allies to forge ahead in the forthcoming matches. Seated in the audience, the cultivators from the central region could no longer contain their thoughts and rose to approach Qinfeng. "We pay our respects to Sect Master Chun," they intoned in unison, their voices tinged with reverence and anticipation. Qinfeng regarded these cultivators with puzzlement, his brow arching as he inquired, "What brings you here?" One elder from the central region, his face etched with anxiety, cautiously averted Chun Feng's gaze and tentatively asked, "Sect Master Chun, we wish to inquire whether the Emperor's sect is still accepting disciples, even if it is just for menial roles." The implication of his words was unmistakable. Having witnessed the profound foundation of the Emperor's sect, these cultivators from the central region had already nurtured the desire to join. Yet, they were acutely aware that the Emperor's sect, as a premier force on this continent, would undoubtedly impose stringent criteria for accepting disciples, hence their cautious inquiry. Chun Feng nodded slightly, contemplation evident in his gaze. After a moment of reflection, he spoke slowly. We may indeed consider accepting some menial disciples. Currently, the number of formal disciples within the Emperor's sect is substantial, yet only Lin Chongsheng and Lin Hai are tasked with handling the sect's mundane affairs. They labor tirelessly, often appearing more exhausted than the pack animals of a production team. Recruiting some menial disciples would not only alleviate their burdens, but also facilitate smoother daily operations within the sect. Upon hearing Chun Feng's words, the cultivators from the central region rejoiced, their faces aglow with delight. They could almost envision a bright future for themselves within the Emperor's sect. They expressed their gratitude to Chun Feng and hastily returned to their seats, eager to relay this good news to their respective sections. Hey, is this the Holy Master? The Emperor's sect is about to recruit menial workers. Quickly awaken the slumbering ancestor and bring him to the Emperor's sect. The ancestor has passed away. Then, Holy Master, you should take on the menial role. Who will take on the position of Holy Master? I could certainly manage the role. Father, isn't the neighboring Wu Laowu stuck at the third stage of true monarch for 40 years? Guess what? He came to the Emperor's sect to deliver congratulatory gifts, and upon entering felt his bottleneck loosening. Just now, the Sect Master announced the recruitment of menial workers. You should hurry and join the Emperor's sect. What? You refuse. How do I have such an unambitious father? Before long, the disciples participating in the second round of chaotic battles took their positions on the martial stage, the command of the war dragon. A new wave of conflict commenced. Observing the fervor of the second round of chaos unfold, Chun Feng silently returned to the main peak, immersing himself in his training for the day. His figure appeared particularly resolute in the morning light, each move revealing profound skill. Unexpectedly, Xiao Fei arrived at the summit of the main peak. Her complexion flushed like the dawn sky. She stood silently by, intently watching Chun Feng as he practiced, in her focused gaze lay an unspoken emotion. After concluding his training, Chun Feng turned to find himself meeting Xiao Fei's complex eyes that a flicker of confusion crossed his mind as he asked, Luo Fei, do you need something from me? Xiao Fei's face deepened in color at his words. After fidgeting for a while, she seemed to hesitate on how to begin. Her demeanor resembled a flower blooming in spring, both bashful and filled with anticipation. I could see that moment. Her body involuntarily emitted a soft sigh. The sound akin to a gentle breeze caressing the strings of a lute, though faint, resonated with remarkable clarity atop the tranquil main peak. Chun Feng was momentarily left in a daze. What on earth is happening? He turned his head in confusion, his gaze landing on the side of Sharofai this moment. Her complexion was even more flushed, resembling a ripe apple, exuding an indescribable shyness. Her lips were tightly pressed together. As if some unspeakable words were caught in her throat, Sharofi's voice trembled slightly, her cheeks burning like fire, the words barely audible. There were some issues with my cultivation. Before she could finish her sentence, darkness suddenly enveloped her vision, and her body lost balance, tilting towards Chun Feng. Noticing this, Chun Feng quickly extended his hands, securely catching Sharofi. Instantly, he felt an astonishing heat radiating from her body, as if she were engulfed in searing flames. Simultaneously, Sharofi's delicate hands began to caress Chun Feng's body. A shock coursed through Chun Feng's heart. Had she gone mad with her practice? He saw that Sharofi's eyes were tightly shut, her breathing rapid. As if she were trapped in a furnace, the heat unbearable. Furrowing his brows, Chun Feng banished the alluring images that surfaced in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he gently laid Sharofi down on the ground and began to examine her body meticulously. Her body was extraordinarily hot, as if a powerful heat was rampaging within her. Chun Feng couldn't help but frown, aware that this situation was perilous. He swiftly circulated his celestial energy, his hands beginning to infuse Sharofi's body with it. He intended to temporarily seal her meridians, allowing the tumultuous spiritual energy within her to subside. While this wouldn't completely resolve the issue, it would at least alleviate Sharofi's symptoms for the time being. Gradually, her complexion began to return to normal, and her breathing steadied. She slowly opened her eyes, only to find Chun Feng's hands wandering over her body, causing her to blush even more. Zhong, seeing that Shirofi had awakened. Chen Feng smiled and said, "Don't move. I still need some time to finish." After what felt like an eternity, Chen Feng finally managed to control the rampaging spiritual energy within her meridians. He exhaled and inquired, "What exactly is going on?" Shirofi remained silent for a moment, seemingly hesitant. Yet, she ultimately decided to reveal the truth to Chen Feng. "I was cultivating a special technique and accidentally went astray," she whispered, a hint of shame evident on her face. Chen Feng's brows furrowed, his tone serious as he asked, "What technique could lead you to such loss of control?" Shirofi hesitated for a moment, her face turning an even deeper crimson, almost as if it were about to bleed. She spoke softly, her voice barely audible. "I was practicing the Heart Sutra of the Seductive Woman." Her words. Chen Feng's heart jolted, a flicker of shock passing through his eyes. He had encountered the name of the Heart Sutra of the Seductive Woman in the text of the library. It was anything but a legitimate technique, clearly a sinister method that treated women as mere vessels. When female cultivators reached a certain level with this technique, they could absorb others. Realizing this, Chen Feng suddenly recalled that Shirofi possessed the pure, jade, sacred body. The Heart Sutra of the Seductive Woman combined with the pure, jade, sacred body. It seemed that those behind this had long since plotted. Chapter 82. The Catastrophe Emerging from the Wilderness. After contemplating, Chen Feng refrained from detailing the intricacies to Shirofi. Instead, he spoke with an undeniable tone. "You must cease practicing this technique from now on." Following this, with a wave of his hand, a book radiating a gentle glow materialized in Chen Feng's grasp. The cover was adorned with exquisite patterns, each line seemingly imbued with the mysteries of the universe. The book exuded a faint fragrance. Refreshing and invigorating. From today onward, reside at the main peak and cultivate this pure jade celestial scripture. This is the technique suitable for your physique. Remember to visit me daily, as I have sealed your meridians. After you begin cultivating the celestial scripture, it will gradually help you digest the turbulent spiritual energy within your meridians that I will slowly lift the seal once you have completely assimilated the chaotic energy. And your cultivation will significantly improve. Shirofi gazed at the pure jade, celestial scripture in Chen Feng's hands. Though puzzled, she harbored immense trust in him. She accepted the scripture, her fingertips lightly brushing against the gentle cover, as if she could sense the profound power contained within. She looked up at Chen Feng, her eyes filled with gratitude and trust. Remembering her earlier indiscretion, a blush crept onto Shirofi's cheeks. She lowered her head, unable to meet Chen Feng's gaze, her heart racing with a flurry of emotions. This unfamiliar feeling left her both shy and expectant. Chen Feng observed her reaction, a faint smile gracing his lips. He gently patted her shoulder, signaling her to begin her cultivation. Shirofi nodded softly, clutching the pure jade celestial scripture as she turned to leave. Her silhouette gradually faded from Chen Feng's sight, leaving behind a subtle fragrance in the air and an enduring sense of shyness. Meanwhile, in the southern wilderness of the Orange Continent, deep within a dense forest, suddenly, a faint ripple of spatial fluctuation spread out. Following that, several figures slowly emerged from the rift. Their skin was ashen, as if devoid of the color of life. Their eyes hollow and vacant, seemingly robbed of their souls by some dark force. These cultivators bore no expressions, their movements stiff like puppets under control. Upon closer inspection, each of them exuded the aura of true monarchs. They began to slowly spread outwards, and any living beings they encountered were subjected to their cruel slaughter without exception. Blood stained the earth, corpses piled high, yet they exhibited no emotional fluctuations, continuing their slaughter with grim determination. Gradually, within a radius of several thousand miles, no life remained. In an open area, these cultivators began to gather, forming a circle. Each held a peculiar magical artifact in hand, softly chanting some mysterious incantation. Blade, fury cleaves the snow-winged eagle. Mountain, heroically soaring to the skies. Fire, roiling in flames, sea, rising to unimaginable heights. As the incantation progressed, the air around them grew increasingly eerie, as if some mysterious power was being awakened. Amidst the desolate and lifeless wasteland, The accumulated corpses exuded a nauseating stench. Under the influence of the incantation, crimson blood flowed profusely from the remains, pooling together to gradually form a thin river of blood. This blood river began to flow along the meticulously arranged channels, seemingly possessing its own mission and direction. Time silently slipped by amidst the carnage and stillness. After an indeterminate period, the blood river finally completed its flow along the predetermined path, and a mysterious and intricate formation gradually emerged. The patterns of the formation resembled ancient runes, radiating an uncanny yet powerful aura. After a long while, when the formation was fully formed, at that instant, the space seemed to be violently torn apart by an invisible hand. A powerful wave radiated from the center of the formation, instantly distorting the surrounding air. In the dark void, faint glimmers of light flickered, as if some unknown entity was about to be summoned from the endless abyss. On the Orange Continent, in the western wilderness, that a certain sect stood silently on this day. The elders within the sect were attentively teaching numerous disciples the methods of cultivation, a solemn atmosphere pervading the tranquility. However, without warning, it was as if they had suddenly been struck by some bizarre and malevolent force. The elders' bodies stiffened abruptly, and they began to convulse uncontrollably, their faces contorted with agony. The nearby disciples were thrown into a panic, seeking help from others within the sect. Yet within just a few breaths, a shocking transformation occurred. The bodies of the elders began to undergo strange changes, their eyes turning crimson, sharp fangs sprouting from their mouths, resembling wild beasts as they ferociously lunged at the nearby disciples. The unsuspecting disciples, caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, were filled with terror. But before they could react, they too became infected, their bodies undergoing transformations, turning into mindless monsters that began attacking those around them. Others within the sect, hearing the cries for help, rushed to the scene, only to witness humanoid monsters in sect attire viciously tearing at the disciples. A middle-aged man shouted sternly, "You audacious fiends, behold my blade!" Immediately, a petite sword shot forth from the man's head, piercing the heart of a transformed disciple. However, to everyone's astonishment, even with their heart pierced, the transformed disciple remained vibrant and alive. Instead, they executed an uncanny maneuver, lunging toward the middle-aged man. Not good. The man retreated swiftly, but the disciples beside him were caught off guard, swiftly being knocked to the ground. Watching the situation escalate like a plague, the once peaceful sect was plunged into chaos and fear. All disciples of the sect, heed my command, evacuate immediately. Yet the entire sect had already been engulfed by the sounds of screams and the gruesome sounds of tearing flesh. The scent of blood permeating the air. The entire sect seemed shrouded in darkness, and soon it fell into a deathly silence. Suddenly, a multitude of mutated cultivators burst forth from the sect, spreading like a black tide in all directions. The origin of all these calamities remains shrouded in mystery. None can discern the source of the enigmatic assaults. On the Orange Continent, in the North Wilderness, within the Lin family, Lin Lin, Lin Hai, and Lin Changsheng frequently reinvest the resources bestowed upon them by Chan Feng back into the Lin family, facilitating its growth. Consequently, the Lin family has not only experienced rapid advancement in power, but has now ascended to become the foremost family in the Five Veins city. One day, while Lin Jiang was inspecting the family's enterprises within the city, he observed thick black smoke billowing on the outskirts, rapidly advancing towards Five Veins city. Lin Jiang hastily instructed the accompanying Lin family disciples, "Quickly investigate what has transpired ahead," for disciples promptly responded and hastened towards the ominous smoke. However, upon reaching the edge of the smoke, a sudden surge of malevolent energy erupted forth. Before the disciples could react, a shadow flitted by, and an invisible force struck them violently. They barely had time to emit a cry of despair before being sent hurtling through the air like kites severed from their strings, blood cascading through the atmosphere. Soon after, while Lin Jiang was still observing from within the city, he witnessed 4 lifeless bodies flying back from the horizon, crashing heavily beside him, their gruesome state striking terror into his heart. Chapter 83. A storm approaches, In stark contrast to the harrowing scenes unfolding in various desolate regions, the Winniangong was alive with activity as the Sect's grand tournament was in full swing. The cheers, shouts, and the sounds of intense combat reverberated, weaving a passionate symphony to it. Was the second day of the tournament, and as the resonant voice of the battle dragon announced, Outer Sect Disciple Zhang Ming versus Outer Sect Disciple Su Shi. All eyes turned to the arena. Zhang Ming, with his imposing stature and formidable presence, faced off against the lithe and resolute Su X. As they stood opposite each other, they instantly unleashed their respective auras. As if sparks were igniting in the air, the battle was imminent, with Zhang Ming launching the first strike, wielding his sword with a ferocious energy that surged towards Su Shi. Mountain-moving sword technique. With a swift motion, Zhang Ming unfurled his form, the sword dancing in his grasp as the technique unfolded. In that fleeting moment, an unparalleled, overwhelming force seemed to rise from the very earth, the sword energy roaring forth like a tumultuous tide. Each blade of energy appeared to embody the strength to move mountains and fill seas, as if even the tallest peaks could be effortlessly shaken. Su Shi, agile and swift, deftly evaded, her short sword moving like a serpent, always finding openings to counterattack Zhang Ming. The two exchanged blows, their techniques cascading like a tempest upon the martial stage. The onlookers were captivated, gasping in awe and fervently cheering for their chosen disciple. In no time, Zhang Ming, leveraging his 8th level of nascent soul cultivation, triumphed over the 7th level Su Shi. In that victorious moment, Zhang Ming's heart swelled with ambition, his confidence soaring, but he understood that this victory had solidified his path to becoming an inner sect disciple. Gazing skyward, he envisioned a future of even greater brilliance, silently vowing to carve out his own domain within the Winniangong. The battle dragon proclaimed with authority, "The victor is Zhang Ming." After a brief pause, he continued, "Outer Sect Disciple Qin Yao versus Outer Sect Disciple Chong Wu." As Zhang Ming descended from the stage, Qin Yao made her way towards the arena as they brushed past each other. Zhang Ming kindly encouraged, "Sister Qin Yao, do your best." A faint blush graced Qin Yao's cheeks as she nodded in acknowledgement, but on the expansive martial stage, Qin Yao stood poised against Chong Wu. She was graceful, her gaze imbued with determination and courage. Chong Wu exuded a steady aura, his expression grave. As the battle commenced, Chong Wu displayed his formidable strength, his attacks sharp and relentless. Qin Yao struggled to defend herself, steadily retreating under the pressure. Chong Wu, while assaulting, continually implored her, "Sister Qin Yao, concede. You cannot defeat me, and I wish not to harm you." Yet, with gritted teeth, Qin Yao resolutely replied, "I will never concede." With a resigned sigh, Chong Wu was compelled to unleash his full power, Diamond Fury. A tremendous force erupted from his fist, striking Qin Yao instantly. She let out a cry of anguish, collapsing to the ground, grievously injured. Yet, mere moments later, Qin Yao struggled to rise, her form unsteady, blood trickling from her lips, but her eyes remained steadfast. The battle continued, and Chong Wu's assault came crashing down once more, sending Qin Yao sprawling again. Another spurt of blood spewed forth. Gasps of horror filled the air as spectators felt a wave of anxiety for Qin Yao. Nevertheless, time and again, she fought her way back to her feet, undeterred by her injuries or the disparity in strength, valiantly continuing the fight. Each time she was knocked down, it was as if she clawed her way back from the abyss, her indomitable spirit inspiring all who bore witness below the martial stage. Zhang Ming observed the overwhelming disparity in power between Qin Yao and Chong Wu. His heart tightened with dread as he gazed at Qin Yao. Clenching his fists, he called out, "Sister Qin Yao, concede." His voice was laced with urgency and concern, as though it sought to pierce through the air to reach her heart. However, upon hearing Zhang Ming's words, Qin Yao's resolve only intensified. She stubbornly gritted her teeth, remaining unmoved, continuing to fiercely confront Chong Wu. Yet, the chasm in their strengths proved insurmountable. Ultimately, a powerful punch from Chong Wu sent Qin Yao hurtling off the martial stage. Her body carved an arc through the air before losing consciousness. Seeing this, Zhang Meng dashed towards Qing Yao like a madman, his speed nearly imperceptible. Cheng Wu also hurried to her side, filled with remorse. Zhang Meng gently cradled Qing Yao in his arms, and at that moment, a surge of crimson energy erupted from his body. Simultaneously, Zhang Meng's cultivation level inexplicably ascended. This phenomenon astounded all present. What has happened to Zhang Meng? Was he not at the 8th level of nascent soul? Why does he now exude the aura of a 5th level of great ascension? With eyes ablaze, Zhang Meng roared, "Cheng Wu, I will kill you!" His voice was a hellish roar, imbued with boundless fury and murderous intent, causing the very air around him to seem to solidify. Zhang Meng's blood energy swirled around him like a raging serpent, his eyes burning with rage as he charged at Cheng Wu. In the blink of an eye, onlookers were astonished to witness Zhang Meng's cultivation level miraculously soar to the 5th level of great ascension. The overwhelming aura he exuded was terrifying. In contrast, Cheng Wu, being merely at the 8th level of nascent soul, stood no chance against Zhang Meng's tempestuous onslaught. Almost instantaneously, Zhang Meng's fearsome fist shattered Cheng Wu's chest, turning it to pulp. At that critical moment, a figure appeared seemingly out of nowhere. The battle dragon caught Cheng Wu's body. Then a drop of mysterious, luminous imperial blood drifted from the battle dragon's fingertip, slowly merging with Cheng Wu's grievous wound. The battle dragon's expression darkened ominously as he bellowed, "Enough!" His voice resonated like thunder, causing everyone's ears to ring. With this roar, an unparalleled pressure erupted from the battle dragon, his eyes filled with murderous intent, locked on his Zhang Meng. The next instant, he was poised to strike him down. Just then, Chen Feng's voice echoed across the Ling Shao martial peak. "Battle Dragon, first imprison Zhang Meng in the water prison and await judgment. The Sect's grand tournament is temporarily halted. All elders above the true monarch stage, hasten to the main peak. All disciples, return to your respective peaks and wait for further instructions." As Chen Feng's words fell, hundreds of elder figures soared into the sky, transforming into streams of light that rushed towards the main peak. After entrusting Cheng Wu and Qing Yao to a group of direct disciples, the battle dragon vanished from sight. Though Chen Feng's tone was calm, an unsettling tension permeated the air. The disciples of Wenyingong dared not linger, swiftly retreating to their respective mountain peaks to await the sect's next decree. Chapter 84. The Linglong Sacred Land. Fan Linglong, on the Orange Continent, in the South Wilderness. At this moment, the Linglong Sacred Land was teeming with a multitude of cultivators. In the Sect's plaza, the attire of the cultivators varied greatly, indicating that not all were members of the Linglong Sacred Land. An elderly man, looking haggard and anxious, spoke with great concern. "Esteemed colleagues, the situation in the South Wilderness has become exceedingly dire. In the mere span of 7 days, the entire southern region has been completely overrun by a multitude of cultivators whose origins are unknown." That a one-armed youth recounted the harrowing events he witnessed days prior, his voice laced with trepidation. Indeed, those cultivators were truly bizarre, with skin ashen and devoid of color, their eyes hollow yet fiercely menacing. Their cultivation levels were unfathomable, with many at the peak of nascent soul. And appearances of great ascension and tribulation crossing were not uncommon. Even true monarchs were among them. Another cultivator sighed heavily, his expression grave as he continued, "Alas, the most terrifying aspect is that these beings are exceedingly difficult to eliminate. Even our local cultivators, when slain, astonishingly revive as one of them, turning against us, which is genuinely terrifying. Although the number of monks in the square is substantial, each one bears wounds of varying severity. Most crucially, the morale of the monks is notably low, evidently haunted by a profound psychological shadow cast by the enigmatic cultivators. Within the main hall of the Linglong Sacred Land, 6 formidable figures exude a commanding presence. With a woman leading the assembly, her long, lustrous black hair cascades gracefully over her shoulders, and her fair skin resembles the delicate sheen of mutton fat jade. Beneath her elegantly arched nose lies a small, cherry-red mouth, which, even in such dire circumstances, retains a slight upward curve, accompanied by a sweet smile that feels like a gentle spring breeze. Her cheeks are round and charming, tinged with a faint blush, reminiscent of ripe apples, evoking an irresistible desire for closeness. In a soft voice, Fan Xian addressed her fellow saints, esteemed leaders. Do we have a strategy? A middle-aged man with a stern visage promptly replied, we cannot afford to remain passive. In my opinion, we must consolidate our strength and unite for warmth. While analyzing their weaknesses, that we must not act blindly. Another saint concurred, indeed, we must bolster the defenses of the Linglong sacred land and prevent them from breaching our sanctum. If they succeed in infiltrating the Linglong sacred land, the entire southern wilderness will be rendered defenseless. An elderly man, his expression grave, pondered aloud, what shall we do about the resurrected local cultivators? Fan Xian replied with a faint smile. Please remember, Lu Saint, they are already dead. Encountering them will only lead to their demise once more. The elder nodded slightly, sighing, indeed, that is the case. The pressing matter remains how to withstand their next wave of assault. Perhaps we can exploit the advantages of the terrain to set up some formation traps. Others contemplated we should also unite with other forces in the north to resist together. As the group exchanged ideas. Despite the overwhelming challenges, their eyes sparkled with unwavering determination, vowing to protect the land of the southern wilderness. Just as discussions unfolded, a sudden flash illuminated the hall, and a figure materialized in an instant. The newcomer, pale as a specter, with hollow eyes, rasped, the temple of ghosts and gods, eternal existence. No sooner had the words left his lips than a gray, spherical energy orb erupted from his mouth. The 6 true monarch-level saints were taken aback. How did this individual gain entry? With no time for contemplation, sensing the boundless power contained within the energy orb, they swiftly joined forces to defend themselves. A thunderous explosion ensued, and the Grand Hall was instantly reduced to ashes. As the figure launched another attack, the 6 saints surged forward, engaging the mysterious cultivator in fierce combat. However, the strength of this enigmatic individual was terrifyingly formidable as he steadily gained the upper hand against the 6 true monarchs. His strikes sharp and merciless. Simultaneously, within the Linglong sacred land, the air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries as a multitude of unidentified cultivators surged forward in a relentless assault. The previously tranquil atmosphere was shattered by the sudden onslaught. The monks, already paralyzed by fear, were thrown into chaos as countless mysterious cultivators flooded into their sanctuary, their expressions cold and their eyes gleaming with bloodlust. The monks of the Linglong sacred land, having been utterly terrified, found themselves in disarray as the mysterious cultivators stormed in like wolves among sheep, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. The defenders were utterly incapable of mounting a resistance. Cries of despair echoed as casualties mounted. While Fan Xian fought against the intruder, she bore witness to the unfolding devastation, her eyes aflame with fury. She urgently cried out, "Quickly awaken the ancestor!" As her words echoed, deep within the Linglong sacred land, the aged matriarch within the ornate jade coffin slowly opened her eyes. In that instant, an overwhelmingly powerful aura erupted from her seemingly decayed form. The other 5 saints exchanged glances of elation. Could it be that the Linglong sacred land saintess from 3,000 years ago still lived? The ancestor of the Linglong sacred land, a powerhouse at the 9th level of true monarch. Just a step away from becoming an emperor. Hope was rekindled. Yet alas, even the mightiest cannot withstand the ravages of time. As they reveled in their newfound hope, a resounding crash echoed from the depths of the Linglong sacred land. Boom! The figure of the matriarch suddenly appeared at the center of the battlefield. Her entire being surged with vitality, her aura swelling dramatically. In the blink of an eye, she transformed from a frail old woman into a captivating young matron. With a soft sigh, she proclaimed, "I am Fan Linglong of the Linglong sacred land. If we survive this crisis, I shall protect you for another 1,000 years." With that, her form flickered, darting towards the mysterious cultivator like a specter, engaging in a breathtaking battle against the soldiers of the Temple of Ghosts and Gods. Fan Linglong's movements were elusive, each strike accompanied by powerful waves of energy, akin to a tempest unleashed upon her foes. Her hands shimmered with light as formidable spells surged forth, colliding with the peculiar techniques of the Temple of Ghosts and Gods, creating a symphony of thunderous roars. The cultivator from the Temple of Ghosts and Gods, undeterred, displayed remarkable agility, his claws slicing the air, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence as he clashed fiercely with Fan Linglong. The two adversaries exchanged blows, locked in an intense struggle, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Fan Linglong cried out, "Linglong 100 passages!" Instantly, the heavens were awash with dazzling light, as powerful energy surged towards the cultivator of the Temple of Ghosts and Gods. The cultivator's expression shifted as he hastily employed secret methods to defend himself, but still found himself pushed back several steps. However, he quickly regained his footing and charged forward anew, reigniting the ferocious confrontation. As the battle escalated, Fan Linglong, drawing upon her formidable cultivation, managed to breach the cultivator's defenses multiple times. Yet he remained relentless, pressing on with unyielding vigor. Even as Fan Linglong began to seize the advantage, she found herself depleting her magical energy. Witnessing the ineffectiveness of her attacks, she murmured softly, "How can he not perish?" Fan Xian swiftly conveyed to her, "Ancestor, such cultivators must have their skulls shattered to be slain." Realizing the urgency of the situation, Fan Linglong's pupils constricted as she understood that time was of the essence. She resolutely sacrificed 10 years of her lifespan, igniting a portion of her vitality, and targeted the cultivator's head with her most potent strike. Linglong translucent. Whoosh! Pop! The head of the cultivator from the Temple of Ghosts and Gods exploded instantly. In contrast, Fan Linglong's complexion turned pale, her breath coming in ragged gasps, her appearance aging dramatically in an instant. The remaining mysterious cultivators, witnessing the demise of their strongest ally, chose not to linger, retreating like a flood from the Linglong sacred land. As the scene unfolded, the Linglong sacred land lay in ruins, with numerous casualties among the monks, yet they had achieved a Pyrrhic victory. Gazing upon the devastation, the hearts of the survivors were heavy with grief and helplessness, while simultaneously filled with trepidation for the uncertain future. Chapter 85. The Quest for Heaven's Sect. Departure. 1,000 miles away from the Linglong sacred land, in the southern wilderness of the Guizhou continent, lies a city occupied by the Temple of Ghosts and Gods that, this moment, a tall and imposing figure stands proudly upon the city walls, gazing resolutely towards the direction of the Linglong sacred land. Before long, a figure draped in a black robe approached slowly, his form flickering uncertainly. The man in black asked softly, "Why have you arrived at Guizhou continent so early? Did you not receive the message I sent?" The imposing figure turned slowly at the sound of the voice. In an instant, the exquisite visage of a woman became vividly clear. Her beauty contrasted starkly with her robust form, yet emanated an indescribable allure. The formidable woman smiled gently, her expression imbued with a sense of composure and elegance, and replied, "Eagle Protector, it has been a long time. Our early arrival in Guizhou continent is, in truth, a consequence of circumstances. The Underworld Emperor holds high expectations for us and has set explicit demands regarding the pace of our progress.